What up? What up? It is a Tuesday edition of The Sweat coming to you right now on the DraftKings Dream Stream. I am Emerson Latzia reminding you to watch this show weekday mornings, 11 o'clock Eastern time. So we have a jam-packed schedule for you today. 6 Madden Sims, plus Get the Green with Reed and Jeff following the 2 o'clock game. And then after the 4, it's an MLB edition of The Slate with Gary and Thorne and Steve Buchanan. And speaking of Bukes, it's time to put them up. DraftKings contributors Nick Fryer and Stan Sun will tell you if they agree with Steve's favorite plays at the following positions or if they're going to pivot to another. So, Steve, good morning. It's good to see your hairy face. Give me your dude at pitcher.
Yeah, look, I already got some grief about this, and this is before the show even started. But let me tell you fools why you should be taking Luis Castillo going against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Everybody wants to point to, we had a bad start. Opening day, you did terrible against the Cardinals. We all agree about that. But look, everybody has a bad day every once in a while. I'm not going to hold that against him. He's looked good in the 2 starts after that one, and now he faces the Arizona Diamondbacks, who just seem to have a bad day every day of the season. They are not hitting against righties at all. So now you're getting an ace of the staff in Luis Castillo, a former Cy Young candidate at 6,600. That is highway robbery going up against this putrid Arizona Diamondbacks offense, who, by the way, against righties so far this season, jot this down with a crayon, 291 WOBA, 150 isolated power, and just an 80 WRC plus. This offense stinks. Luis Castillo is a beauty. He's going to mow them down tonight, and at 6,600, you're going to be counting your lucky stars.
Ooh, Nick, you picking up what Steve's putting down here with Luis Castillo?
Yeah, I would say that, Steve, you're up for a good day right now with Luis Castillo. I think, you look at the opening day start, it's like, all right, whatever. I mean, it's going to happen to guys once in a while. And this Diamondbacks team, I'm still thinking about when they lit up Patrick Corbin like a Christmas tree, but he's a lefty. None of that matters. And at 6.6K, how are you going to turn away from a guy like this whose stuff, I know his velocity is down a little bit and his swing and strike percentage is down a little bit, but Steve laid it all out. How the Diamondbacks are doing against right-handed pitching. They're not doing well. So I'm going with Luis Castillo at this price. Come on. And I'm partnering up with Zach Wheeler too for good measure.
Stan, what do you think, man? You like Steve's favorite play here at pitcher? You want to go somewhere else?
I mean, I hate to admit it, but yeah, I do agree with Steve. He's just too cheap. 6,600. I mean, we know, he was 9,100 in his opening day start. The K per 9 is only 7.04, but the swinging strike rate is still a healthy 12.7%. It's been over 15% the last few years. So it's a little bit down, but still 12.7% is a very good number. The left on base percentage is 47.9%. So there's been some bad luck involved. I mean, his career rate is 73.5%. Excuse me. The fifth is 4.86. So, I think the main thing for me when I, dug into things is that his approach hasn't changed, or, he's still inducing a lot of ground balls. And that, that's the key here. Steve and Nick both went over why Arizona is a pretty good matchup. They're 17th in strikeouts and 13th in ISO against right-handed pitching.
All right, Steve. So far, so good. Let's see if we can get them disagreeing with whoever your favorite hitter is tonight.
Yeah, I love using Jared Walsh going up against the Texas Rangers, and specifically Jordan Lyles. If Jordan Lyles is taking the mound and you're a left-handed bat, you might as well say, well, I guess I have a 4-for-4 day coming up because Jordan Lyles cannot get out left-handed bats. And then you look at the fact that Jared Walsh has just been a monster against righties since he's come into the major league, since the beginning of last season. 442 isolated power, 453 WOBA, and a 197 WRC plus against righties. He has quietly been a huge force in this Angels team that is exceeding expectations, just like another team in that division with the Seattle Mariners, who, by the way, are in first place. Jared Walsh is in such a good position tonight against Jordan Lyles. Like I mentioned, if you're a lefty, you want to get the lefties in there against Jordan Lyles. That has been his kryptonite all throughout his MLB career, and it's going to continue again tonight.
All right, Stan, what do you think? Jared Walsh, yay or nay?
I do like the Walsh. I do like picking on Jordan Lyles and the Rangers bullpen. It's fine, but I'm gonna pivot away from here. I'm going Nolan Arenado at Washington. He's 5K. He has 4 homers on the season. The ISO is at 254. I want to pick on Patrick Corbin and the Washington bullpen. I mean, I know there's some recency bias here because they won off last night. But Arenado didn't participate in the festivities. In his career away from Coors against left-handed pitching, Arenado has a 274, 360, 478 slash with a 203 ISO. That's where I want to go today.
Stan, you really are like the nicest analyst I think we have. You're so respectful, even when you disagree, man. Like, good for you. Nick, what do you think? You like the Jared Walsh? You want to pivot somewhere else too and be mean?
I mean, how about this? It's a fine pick, I guess. But
Steve,
how are you going to ignore Freddie Freeman when he's going up against Jameson Taillon, who's given up 3 home runs in 8 innings so far, 2 bombs against lefties, and we're playing at Yankee Stadium, Cracker Jack box. I got to go with Freddie Freeman at $5.5K, and there's a lot more expensive options out there. I understand Walsh is cheap at 4.8, but Freeman's six of his 7 extra base hits have come against righties. So I don't know how you're going to ignore this one here. I understand he might be kind of a popular play, but I think he's due for a big night against Taillon, who's not done well to start the year.
Well, there's a thing called a salary cap. You have to stay under that. You have all this unlimited cash in your mind that you think you can use, but that doesn't happen here.
Where did you get off saying that? I've made 2 picks so far, and I was with you on the Castillo one, so we're saving money there.
Don't raise your voice with me.
Oh, yes. Here we go. Nick came to play. I love this. Steve, put up your Bukes here for a value play.
I'm going to continue to play Corey Dickerson until he's not, near the minimum at 3,100 tonight going against the Baltimore Orioles, and Matt Harvey. Matt Harvey has put this mirage in front of us that all of a sudden he's a reborn pitcher. He can pitch again. He's the Dark Knight. Remember in the Dark Knight when they had like that big fat guy who was walking around thinking he was Batman? That's what Matt Harvey is, okay? Yeah. Everybody knows it's not him. He's not going to come back to his old form. He's always had trouble against lefties. So now we have Corey Dickerson, who, by the way, bats leadoff for the Marlins, which is a prolific spot because the Marlins have quite an underrated offense, I guess you can say. But like I mentioned, Harvey's always had issues against lefties. And I know that Corey Dickerson hasn't been hitting for power as of yet, but the power has always been there throughout his career. But again, getting somebody who's batting leadoff at 3,100 is just way too cheap to ignore. Setting the table for that Marlins lineup, I am not a believer that Matt Harvey is back and pitching well again. It's very early in the year. He's going to start to crumble sooner or later. So how about the Browns to do that job for him tonight? Corey Dickerson, 3,100. Nick wants to pay up for everybody. Here's a way to save some salary.
Okay, Nick, do you want to pay up for a value play?
I will say I do appreciate the Batman reference and talking about the guy wearing hockey pads out there. But I'm not going to go with Dickerson as much as he's a solid pick here, but I do want to target Matt Harvey and Jazz Chisholm. Look, I know he's a little bit more expensive, and Steve's going to get annoyed with that. I like to spend money where I can, Steve, where it's worth it, because this guy is five extra base hits in his last 5 of his 7 extra base hits this season have come in his last 23 at-bats, and almost all of his power has come against right-handed pitching. And Harvey may have reverse splits right now, but he's not done well historically against left-handed batters. So Dickerson is fine. If you're good with fine, then go with Steve. If you want a guy who's going to pop off and who's done well of late, go with me and DJ Jazzy Chisholm.
Ooh, wow. Okay, Stan.
I'm writing that down. I'm writing that down so we can revisit later.
Stan, are you okay with fine with Corey Dickerson, or do you have something better in the value department?
Yeah, I like something better here. I'm going to go with Dylan Carlson. He's also at 3,100. He's not batting leadoff like Corey Dickerson, but, I do want to, pick on Corbin. Like I said, 9.88% swinging strike rate, 20% barrel rate, 52% hard contact rate. He's given up 50% fly balls. The launch angles at 18.9%. Average exit velocities at 95 miles per hour. The strikeout rate decreases by 10% when you compare for lefties to righties. Carlson, he has a career 250 ISO against left-handed pitching. He has 3 homers on the season. The ISO is at 255. So, 3,100. I want that stack. So he's part of that stack.
All right, Bukes, a final one here, dude. Take us to the sports book. So give me what you like for a sports book bet here.
Yeah, so rumors were going around that I was going to take this play, take the under, and already the line is moving. So the word got out already. I originally liked the Astros and Rockies to go under 11 runs. It's already moved down to 10.5. So somebody leaked some information out to the public, and they're already running to the DraftKings Sportsbook to get that play in. But quiet, Nick. But here's what I like about this, okay? So supposedly the Astros are getting their full cast of characters back tonight. Alex Bregman, Yordan Alvarez, Martin Maldonado, who cares about him? No Jose Altuve, it looks like he's still going to be sidelined. So they are going to get that back. But John Gray has been actually pretty darn good so far, and 2 of his starts have already come at Coors Field. How are these Astros bats going to get thrusted back into the lineup and perform? And then the Rockies offense, please. Even at home, at Coors Field, that team still has the second lowest WRC plus in the league at 64. 64, second lowest in the league at home. They're simply not hitting at all. So this just feels like an inflated total because it's at Coors Field. Let me let you in on a secret. Just because it's at Coors Field doesn't automatically mean that the over is going to hit. I still like this at under 10.5 runs. If it continues to fall because I influenced everybody, that's one thing. But at least as it stands right now at 11:10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, I like the under in this game.
Nick, put up your bukes, bud.
This one's fine again, but I have a couple of K props that I like more. I usually lean more towards K props. It's more about me than it is about Steve. So I apologize, Steve. You guys can go and take Steve's bet, sure. But Zach Wheeler's K prop right now is at 5.5. And I think right now it's at -125. And then Charlie Morton's is also at 5.5 too. You can go with either one of those. Morton's is a little bit more expensive right now. The payout's not as good. It opened at -105. I don't know. Again, like Steve talking about stuff getting out. Nobody knew about my stuff before, and so I'm worried that my Google Doc is hacked. But either way, Zach Wheeler's going against the Giants, who have the second highest team K rate against righties in all of baseball. They're on the lower end of OPS as well, so just in general, not making solid contact. And Wheeler's FIP is at 2.59, so he's trending towards better numbers, even though he's done fine so far. So I like Morton too. He did well for me last time, even though it wasn't a good DFS play, and that's why I'm still not going with him today. But because he's at Yankee Stadium. But I like his K prop. But moreover, I think that Wheeler's is a safer one to go with, both at 5.5.
Stan, would you be brave enough to take an under at Coors Field?
Yeah, I would actually. Gray has been pitching very well today. This year, in 11.2 innings at home, he's allowed 2 earned runs, 0 home runs. The slash is 150, 244, 225. So I'm with you there. Yordan Alvarez for the Astros is returning, but he might not even play. There's no DH. So I'm fine with that. But I'm gonna pivot. I'm gonna go St. Louis. I'm all in on this game. The money line was plus 110 last night, so it's at 112 now. So that's probably not a good sign for me. But like I said, I'm picking on Corbin. I'm picking on the Washington bullpen. St. Louis. Well, let's go to the pitching side for St. Louis. Adam Wainwright. He's a 12.1% swinging strike rate. 4.37 FIP versus the 7.11 ERA. So the BABIP is 4.14. There's a lot of bad luck there. Washington, they don't strike out that much, but they're only 25th in ISO. So I really like this game for the Cardinals all the way around: offense, defense, special teams.
Gentlemen, great job. Good seeing all of you. We will deliver NBA DFS picks right after this quick break. Let's hoop it up. 5 games on tonight's NBA slate, and here to play a fun little game of pick and roll. We have DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Nick Whalen. So pick the following player or roll to another at the position, starting with no Harden, no Durant. Which kind of has Kyrie Irving feeling like a logical play at guard. He's going to cost you $9,900. You pick in the Kyrie chalk or roll into a different guard, Kenny?
I'll take the chalk here. I'll bite the bullet. Look, he has 5.2 more DK fantasy points per 36 minutes with James Harden and Kevin Durant on the floor. Does Kyrie Irving? It's a 4.1% usage rate spike. And New Orleans, they play pretty poor defense, especially against point guards, allowing 25.6 points per game to opposing point guards over the last 2 weeks. We know Lonzo Ball is a liability at the position. There's a negative 0.59 real plus minus on the defensive end. And while I don't think that this game means anything to the Nets, and I don't even know if they'll win it, we have seen time and time again in this spot, Kyrie Irving will go off. He gets all of the ball. The Nets have 7 players out, so they need someone to shoot the ball. Kyrie should be taking all the shots here. And, by the way, this is they've now only played 7 games together, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, and James Harden. Just figured I would say that because it's just a mind-blowing stat.
That actually is. I was unaware of that. Nick, you want the highest price guard on the slate, or are you going to roll with someone else?
I mean, first of all, 7 seems high. I would have guessed it was lower than that, honestly. Yeah. I mean, with the amount of injuries that they've had. So I don't remember them playing that many games together at all. I'm fine rolling with Kyrie tonight. I think it's possible that you maybe look at the last 2 games and get a little bit spooked. 20 points against Miami, struggled from the field in that one, 6 of 19, had just 12 points in that blowout against Charlotte on Friday. So, maybe some people look at that box score and get a little bit scared away. But like Kenny said, there's so many injuries for this Nets team that, Kyrie Irving's not always a guy that loves taking a ton of shots. But with no James Harden, with no Kevin Durant, I mean, even some of their better role players, Nick Claxton's not playing in this game. Marcus Aldridge is never playing in another game. By default, that usage is going to trickle down somewhere. And obviously Kyrie is kind of the head of the snake in that regard. If you do want to pivot to another high-priced guard, I like De'Aaron Fox tonight. He's at 9,800 at home against Minnesota. Obviously, the Kings are a terrible team. They're going up against another terrible team in Minnesota. But, Fox is a guy that, regardless of all the losing of late, has put up some huge numbers.
Let's talk about Kawhi Leonard here, guys. Returning to the court on Sunday against the T-Wolves after missing 4 games with a foot issue and put up just under 44 DK fantasy points in 23 minutes. So he gets Portland tonight. Will cost you $9,200. So picking him or rolling to a forward who is perhaps a little more trustworthy, Nick?
Yeah, I don't know that there's that many more trustworthy options on the slate. Like, as long as Kawhi Leonard is for sure playing tonight, I'm pretty comfortable rolling with him. There's a pretty big jump down to Brandon Ingram at 8,400. And then you start getting into some of the, iffier options, your Miles Bridges, your Anthony Edwards, Buddy Hield, Harrison Barnes, Norm Powell, players like that. So, if you're looking at small forward specifically, Kawhi Leonard is certainly the number one elite option in that regard. Like you said, doesn't need a ton of minutes to rack up great fantasy value. The one thing with him is, even if he is fully healthy, there's not a lot of scenarios where you see him playing like 37, 38, 39 minutes. They're generally pretty conservative with him. So maybe he doesn't have that crazy ceiling. But, super high floor player whenever he's on the court.
Kenny, what say you?
I don't know if this is allowed, but I'm actually going to go up here. I think Nick is right to not play Kawhi Leonard. He's more of a good real life player than a good, fantasy player. I mean, his great games are few and far between. He's pretty consistent, but at his price tag, it's never really worth rostering him. I like Zion Williamson at $9,700. I'm going to go attack the Brooklyn Nets, who I just crapped on because they don't play any defense, especially now without Nick Claxton down low. He's actually been one of their more reliable front court players. We know LaMarcus Aldridge is no longer there. Nick Claxton is out for this game under the health and safety protocols. So I don't think that this front court is really going to be as strong as it needs to be to combat Zion Williamson. It already is allowing a point per play on post-ups this season, which ranks in the bottom 10 of the NBA. And Zion here, he's just been getting a lot of usage lately. You want to look back at the Knick game. He didn't get a lot of usage in that one, but it was also kind of a different game. They couldn't go down low because Nerlens Noel, obviously a very imposing presence. They're hard to go against. They didn't want to drive the ball in on him, rightfully so. But here, I think that the Nets are able to be exposed, and Zion Williamson's going to drive the ball in all day long, post up, just get whatever he wants here against this bad defense of the Brooklyn Nets. So I really like him at 9,700. I think you can rely on him for probably 5X here.
All right, Kenny, this one's for you. Julius Randle of the Knicks has been on fire, producing 50-plus DK fantasy point performances in each of his last 4 games. That includes a 74-point outing against the Mavs. So he's going to cost you $10,100 against Charlotte tonight. You paying up for Randle or rolling to another center, Kenny?
Well, there's 2 things I'll say here. And first of all, the Charlotte Hornets are really good against centers. If you look at their points the points in the paint allowed per game for the whole season, they're in the top 5, and they just have a pretty good front court. They've been playing pretty good defense lately. It's really hard for me to pay that much money for Randle, even though I do love him with all my heart. And it's even harder for me to say that I like Enes Kanter at $6,100 because I hate him with all my heart. I had to watch him play basketball. I'm sure you did too, Emerson. Not very fun. But one of the things I can admit about Enes Kanter is that he's a very good rebounder. He might be the best rebounder in basketball, if not a top 5 rebounder in basketball. This guy is just really good, especially on the offensive glass. We know what he can do. We've seen him go for 30 rebounds the last time he played significant minutes. He played 37 minutes against Detroit. And I think that this is a great spot. With Nurkic out, this guy should be getting 30, 35 minutes. Yusuf Nurkic's not going to play in this game because of injury recovery or rest or whatever they're calling it nowadays in the NBA. So Enes Kanter should be in line for plenty of minutes, and I just don't see any way I cannot play Enes Kanter. As good as some of the other options might sound on paper, for the minutes you're going to get, I mean, this guy could legitimately get you 10 times your salary. He can get you 60 points here at $6,100. That's a building block for me at center, so I have to play him. I can't pay up for Randle.
Nick, what do you think here? Second highest priced center on the slate.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, Kenny laid out the case for why this isn't an ideal matchup. I don't think you look at the depth chart in Charlotte and say, oh, man, he's going up against Cody Zeller. He's going up against Bismack Biyombo. He's going up against Vernon Carey, who started 2 games recently for the Hornets. But the scheme is really good. Yeah, they keep teams out of the paint. They force players like Randle to beat them in the mid-range and beat them from 3, which he is capable of doing. But, yeah, it's not an ideal matchup. Both these teams are bottom 5 in pace. The one thing you do look to, though, over the last 10 games, Charlotte is bottom 10 in rebounding rate. So even if it's not, a 5th straight 30-plus point game for Julius Randle, maybe it's a game where he makes some hay on the boards. The big thing with Randle is like the floor right now is just so high because of the minutes. And you're kind of just waiting, for that to come down at some point. Like even at RotoWire, when we're looking at minute projections day to day, it's like, are we really going to project this guy for 41 minutes tonight? But then you look and, his last 8 games, it's 39, 37, 38, 38, 39, 42, 41, and then 47 against New Orleans the other night. But we know who's the head coach of this team. I don't think that's going to slow down anytime soon. So if you like Julius Randle, even in a not ideal matchup, he might be playing 6 or 7 more minutes than the guy who's, next to him in the pricing on DraftKings.
Well, Nick, sticking with center here and some value, Hornets, we were just talking about Charlotte. Big man, PJ Washington's fresh off a 45 DK fantasy point performance against the Blazers. So it was his return from a 3-game absence due to an ankle injury. Is he a solid value play tonight at just 5.4? Would you roll to someone else for bigger value?
I mean, at that price, it's certainly justifiable. I'm surprised he wasn't bumped up a little bit more, after that big game. Kind of a weird situation where he didn't start that game. They started Vernon Carey. He played less than 10 minutes. Washington essentially, plays a larger than usual workload off the bench of 34 minutes. He's been super hit or miss. On his good nights, he looks like, a complete stud and kind of a steal in his second NBA season. And then he'll go through stretches where 5 or 6 games in a row, he's scoring, 5 points, 8 points, 3 points, 0 points, and looking kind of lost. So if you catch him on the right night, he's a great value. If you catch him on the wrong night, he can kind of bust your entire lineup. Yeah, I think the Enes Kanter call at center by Kenny is a really good one. If you want to pay up a little bit more, I think Clint Capella going up against a very overmatched Orlando Magic front court tonight is another way that I lean. I tend to be a little bit more conservative, so I'm probably staying away from PJ Washington tonight.
What are you going to do? You're going to stay away from PJ as well, Kenny?
I think so. I mean, in terms of value, if I'm looking to get a value guy in my lineup, I think it's going to be Anthony Simons here, $3,800. He's had 30 minutes over the past 2 games, and you can't deny that this guy is going to see the floor a lot here, despite the fact the matchup isn't great. He should get some Reggie Jackson defense. We don't like the Clippers, but we do like Reggie Jackson on the defensive end because he doesn't really like to play at all. And the thing about Simons is he's going to get shots up. I mean, this is a guy that when he sees minutes, and Damian Lillard is going to miss this game, we've seen Blazers Twitter explode like this guy is going to, tell CJ McCollum to go pack his bags because he's taking over the shooting guard job. At times, he looks that good, and he just hasn't really gotten the minutes lately. But if you think back months ago when the Blazers didn't have McCollum and they were just decimated by injury, this guy was one of the guys that really stepped up and played good basketball. He's a good shot maker. He has a good stroke from three. He took 4 threes last game, 8 threes the game before that when we're looking at the minutes that he's seen. But again, he's not afraid to take any shots. He's not going to shy away from a three. He's not going to shy away from an open jumper. So I like that type of guy at $3,800 who's going to see probably 30 to maybe even more than 30 minutes here with the shorthanded Blazers team. I think that he's a really, really nice value tonight, and I'm definitely looking to get him in my lineup.
Kenny, slate approved pick time. Favorite DFS play on tonight's slate?
Yeah, I think it might be Cole Anthony at $6,000. This kid has just started to play some really good basketball. The Hawks are 21st in defensive rating over the past 7 games. I think the matchup is right. And when you're talking about Orlando, who do they have? Emerson, they have no one. They're just throwing everything at the wall. They're letting their RJ Hampton play. They're letting Cole Anthony play. So I think he should get plenty of usage, plenty of minutes here, and I like him to keep it going.
What say you, Nick? What do you got?
Well, that was my value play as well. He finally played over 30 minutes in his last game, Cole Anthony. Has the best positional matchup on the slate tonight. Obviously going up against Trae Young, probably the worst positional defender in the entire league at any position. So Anthony's a great call. I'm going to go back to De'Aaron Fox though. If you're talking elite money, he's at 9,800. Goes up against the Timberwolves team that's 5th in pace over the last 10 games. That is 30th. That's dead last in defensive rating, allowing 120 points per 100 possessions over its last 10 games. I think this is an ideal matchup. Minnesota's guard situation, still kind of a mess. D'Angelo Russell's playing like 20 minutes a night. Ricky Rubio's rolls all over the place. I don't think they have anybody that can step in and stop De'Aaron Fox.
Good stuff, dudes. We're going to take a sportsbook look at tonight's NBA slate with you two coming up right after NHL opening faceoff with the Moose Man. All right, we got that sticky puck coming your way right now. 7 NHL games on the docket. DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich joining us now to help with some of the top DFS and sportsbook plays. So there's an interesting choice to be made at center. The Maple Leafs have a soft matchup against Vancouver, and you've got 2 centers for Toronto who are seemingly in good spots here. You can pay up for Austin Matthews at 9,100 or save some cash with John Tavares at 7,100. Who do you like?
Yeah, it is an interesting slate, especially at center. I mean, Tavares is coming in. He's averaging over a point per game over his last 10 starts as well. And realistically, whenever you get the Vancouver Canucks on the docket, I mean, you should be targeting them. So this is a really good upside matchup for Austin Matthews. But, let's run down the slate a little bit. I mean, Barkov is playing well. He's got a good matchup. Crosby, the same story. I do think that paying up for Matthews makes the most sense here. He's just so likely that if he gets a goal, he's probably going to hit the shots on goal bonus as well. So I do like the upside there. And I will say this, if I'm paying down, I'm probably going to go to Roope Hintz on the Dallas Stars. I mean, this guy's just not getting enough coverage right now. He's having a terrific year. He's still in his early 20s. just over his last 10 games, he's got 15 points as well. He's got a great matchup against the Detroit Red Wings too. And again, he's only 6,600. So for me, I'm kind of looking at it as, yes, I do want to pay all the way up for Austin Matthews. But if you're looking for a bit of more of a value player, you're just looking for a guy to pair with Matthews. Rupe Hintz on the Dallas Stars going up against the Red Wings in a terrific matchup. He is the best, probably pure value at center tonight.
All right, let's go to the wings and things department here. Pittsburgh's Jake Gensel finds himself as the third highest priced winger on the slate. He's going to cost you 7-4 against New Jersey, who he has scored 5 goals and 9 points against in 5 games this season. So would you pay that price for Gensel or go down to a cheaper option at wing?
Yeah, no, I mean, wing doesn't look as appealing as center tonight. So I do think Gensel is the guy like you should be targeting here. I mean, New Jersey, the worst penalty kill in the league. And obviously we know Pittsburgh, shorthanded without Malkin in the lineup. They're really top heavy in terms of scoring. They're either getting their scoring from their top line or they're just struggling, right? So Gensel is, I wouldn't even call him boom or bust. I mean, the guy's averaging over a point per game this season. He's in a terrific matchup. And, again, it's just such a weak penalty kill by the New Jersey Devils that the Pittsburgh top line here, you don't necessarily have to pay over $8K for Crosby, but I think paying for Gensel at under 7,500 makes more sense. Realistically, he's a better goal scorer than Crosby at this point anyways. So I do like that play. Again, though, I think if you're paying down, I would go to the Dallas Stars again. Jason Robertson, 6K, having a fantastic rookie year, averaging a point per game now. This matchup against Detroit is another one that you can target. So just another option out there. I do think wing isn't as deep tonight, so paying up for Gensel, maybe eating a little bit of chalk there is fine. But Jason Robertson at 6K, again, if you're looking to save a little bit of money, that's the guy I'd be targeting.
How about the blue line group? John Klingberg of the Stars cannot be ignored. He's on a 5-game point streak that includes a goal and 5 apples. He'll take on lowly Detroit this evening, so it's a good matchup as well. You need him in your lineup tonight at 5'8"? What do you think?
Apples, assists. You've really brushed up on your hockey talk, and I love it. Defense isn't as deep as last night. Like I know last night I was kind of talking about I want to pay up for at least 2 guys on defense, and I really like them. But this one, it feels a little bit thinner. The matchups maybe aren't as good. Maybe it's just the players that we have available to us. I do like Klingberg. Again, I think it pretty much revealed my hand here. I like the Dallas Stars against the Red Wings. They're playing better. Their top line is really clicking, and Klingberg is clicking too. He's a type of streaky player you kind of want to target when he's starting to get points every night. He doesn't get as many block shots as Miro Heiskanen, who's 5,500, but Klingberg is the guy target in this matchup. Again, Detroit allow a lot of shots on goal. They don't have a great penalty kill. There's a good matchup, weak goaltending. It could probably go on and on. The other player you might want to think about paying up for here is Chris Letang at 6,200. Again, it's the worst penalty kill in the league. It's the New Jersey Devils. So Letang doesn't look as good over his last 10 games. I get that, but this is a spot where, the Pittsburgh power play could easily come up with multiple goals. So Letang going to be involved in that. 6,200. I like him as well as Klingberg.
All right, dude, let's take a look at and see what's cooking on the DK Sportsbook. Any of the games on tonight's slate to choose from, which team do you like at plus money?
Yeah, I mean, I tried to find a big underdog that I could really get behind tonight, but there just isn't one. Now there are some teams at plus money I like, but again, they're more sort of even matchups. And the 2 I was looking at were the Rangers and Hurricanes. I like the Hurricanes tonight. This is a team again, Carolina. They're up there in terms of expected goal rate. They're up there in terms of power play efficiency. They almost rate out as a better team overall than the Tampa Bay Lightning in a lot of ways. And again, we have to remember, like, the Lightning don't have Steven Stamkos in their lineup. They're starting a guy they just called up from the AHL on their top line now. You can still get the Hurricanes at plus 102 on the money line. I mean, those are really good odds for a team in Carolina. Like I said, I mean, they're up there with all the elite teams in terms of things like expected goal rate and other advanced stats. So I look at Carolina. They've got Peter Mazurek coming back. They did lose the first game of the series, but Mazurek stopped 33 shots, kind of assuming he's going to get the start again. But even if they don't, Nedeljkovic, their backup has been fine as well. So I like taking the plus money here. I think Carolina is the deeper team right now. And if you're looking for, a bit of an underdog, I wouldn't call them a massive underdog here, but if you're looking for an underdog play, the Hurricanes would be where I'd stop tonight.
We're looking for a slate approved pick from you right now. So your favorite bet or DFS play tonight?
Okay, let's keep it with we can do a little bit of both. Obviously, I like this Dallas top line here. Joe Pavelski 7,200 for DFS. It's a little bit expensive, but if you go to the DraftKings Sportsbook, his shots on goal prop 2.5, you can take the over there for plus 125. You're getting really good plus odds. Pavelski's averaged 2.7 shots on goal over his last 10 games. The Red Wings allowed the 8th most shots on goal in the league per game as well. And realistically, Pavelski comes in, he's shooting the puck more. This top line's playing really good. He's hit the over on this prop in 4 of his last 5 starts as well. So I think the fact you're getting plus 125 on Pavelski's over shots on goal totals, I think it makes for a great bet tonight.
All right, dude. Great seeing you, but I need you to hang out because we need you for some PGA price check coming up after one final trip around the NBA, okay?
I can do
Thanks.
that.
I know you can. Back for one more time. It's our NBA panel consisting of DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Nick Whalen. So we did that DFS thing earlier. So right now I need you to tell me if the following spread, totals, or props are too high or too low, which is why we call this segment too high or too low. Let's start with a prop here. Zion Williamson against the Nets. Point total set at 28.5. Too high or too low, Kenny?
I think it's too low. This guy's usage rate was at 34 and 36% before the Pelicans played the Knicks, which was kind of a different animal. They couldn't really drive in on a pretty imposing front court. Frankly, it was just a good defense in general. The Nets are not that. The Nets are, in the bottom 10, in the bottom 7, actually, of the league in defensive rating for the entire season. Over the last 7 games, it hasn't gotten much better. They've kind of had sporadically good defensive performances, but tonight, they're going to be without 7 players. No Nick Claxton for them, which will hurt them in the front court. It'll also hurt their rebounding here. And the Nets generally aren't even that good of a rebounding team to begin with. So I think Zion Williamson here should just, have his way, whether it's on putbacks or just driving in or even on post-ups where the Nets are allowing 1 point per play. I think that he should have plenty of ways to score the basketball. And again, just you can't ignore the fact that his usage has just been through the roof over the last really 7 games, minus that Knicks game. So I think that he should have plenty of the ball here and he should get it. I mean, he's gotten 30 points on a pretty consistent basis.
Yeah, Nick, are you nodding your head in agreement?
Yeah, I am. And we kind of hinted at this in the last segment. I mean, it's such an ideal matchup. It feels crazy that we're just harping on how important Nick Claxton is to this Nets front court, but it's true. I mean, when you consider the other options behind him now, I mean, DeAndre Jordan, they're kind of doing everything they can to not play DeAndre Jordan, and now they're virtually going to have to throw him out there. That's a pretty major mismatch against Zion. Everything stacks up in his favor. We actually haven't seen Zion score 40 points yet in his NBA career. I'm not going to go out on a limb and say it's going to happen tonight, but if ever there was a situation for it to happen, I think this would be it. He's come very close a number of times this season. He has a few 38-point games. He had 39 against Denver back in late March. I mean, this is a game that I think the Pelicans are so inconsistent that even though on paper, they're the team that should probably win this game, the Nets will probably find a way to keep it close. Kyrie will probably keep them in it. Zion's probably going to play 35 plus minutes. This really might be the best matchup that he's walking into all season.
Nick, the Hawks favored by 11.5 hosting the Magic opened, I believe, at 13. Is that
right.
Too high or too low? 11.5.
Well, I was going to say 13 was a little too high. So I'm not surprised that it's now down to 11.5, like you said, at the DK Sportsbook. I think the Hawks can cover it. I mean, there's a pretty big mismatch in the front court here, especially. Wendell Carter's looked okay for Orlando, but Clint Capella has been fantastic for Atlanta all season, especially on the glass and as an efficient finisher. So I think there's a mismatch there. I know we talked a little bit about liking Cole Anthony's individual matchup against Trae Young. I like that from a DFS perspective. I don't know if I like it from a winning NBA basketball games perspective. And we also have to keep in mind the motivations for these two teams. I mean, Atlanta has a ton to play for. They're playing for playoff positioning, playoff seeding, which can swing dramatically in that kind of middle of the Eastern Conference night to night. So every game's really important to them. And every game could not be less important for the Orlando Magic, who, are kind of trying to stealthily, I think, improve their lottery odds as much as they can.
Yeah, Kenny, you kind of alluded to that in our last segment, just how terrible Orlando is and how they're basically playing anyone and everyone.
Yeah, and I used to be a big narrative bettor. I still am. I still like betting teams that have something to play for versus teams that don't. But to me, look at what's happened with the Dallas Mavericks. I mean, how many of these games for the Mavericks? They need to win these games. Luka Doncic came out and said he doesn't want to play in the play-in tournament, and they've lost some really, winnable games they should be winning. Especially one to my Knicks. So I don't think that it's always as cut and dry as, the team that needs to win is going to cover here. I do think that the Hawks win this game, though. I am in agreement with Nick, but I think that this is still too high. When you look at the games that the Magic haven't covered this 11-point spread, right? The blowout losses, they've come to San Antonio, Milwaukee, Utah, and then, we won't talk about Washington. Washington was just a weird one, but I mean, these are good teams, right? Even Washington's playing really well right now. These are all really good teams, really efficient offenses, good defenses, too, with Milwaukee, Utah, and San Antonio. That's not what the Hawks have. The Hawks don't have a bad defense, but they're certainly not good. The Magic haven't been good on either side of the ball, but I think that they have shown a little promise lately. They have some guys that can score the basketball. And to me, I think that they hang in this game for a little bit. They've shown they've looked like they actually do care in the late stages of this season, even though they're not playing for anything. Because you have plenty of guys here, even a guy like Gary Harris, just playing for more minutes in the future, playing for another contract. So I think that the Hawks don't cover here.
Kenny, Clippers and Blazers game total 224. That's down 2.5 points from where it opened. Too high or too low?
I still think it's too high here, even though it's down. The Blazers are 20th in pace. The Clippers, what style of basketball the Clippers play. They love to grind out the pace here. They're fourth to last in the NBA this season. So and again, a good Clippers defense and a Blazers defense that over the past 10 games, it appears on paper that they just haven't fixed any of their defensive problems. But when you actually look at some of the performances they've had since CJ McCollum's been back, they have shown that they can play some defense. They've had some nights where they've played really stellar defense against good offenses. I think that this game can still go under because of that. You also still have, obviously, the Clippers dealing with, who knows who's going to be injured tonight for the Clippers. It's the end of the NBA season. Everyone's out every night. You had Nick Batum out the other night for them. Patrick Beverley's still out. Serge Ibaka, I think they could still be missing a few guys here. So, yeah, I think that this ultimately could be a pretty slow, low-scoring game here. I still like this under. I think it's a little too high.
Nick, where do you sit on this? Too high or too low?
I think it was definitely too high at first, and I think I'm with Kenny. It's still a little bit too high at 223.5 for my liking. I mean, he mentioned the Clippers and how slowly they play. Not a team that's looking to get up and down by any means. They'll grind you out in the half court. I'm more worried about the Portland side of this. I think the way it goes over is maybe it's a blowout in favor of the Clippers and they just have a big night offensively. But you look at the two games without Damian Lillard so far, they scored 107 and 101 against the Spurs and the Hornets, respectively. Super small sample size, of course, but Portland is 29th in pace over the last two games played. They're playing at a pace of about 95 possessions per 100, which is very, very slow. So without Damian Lillard, that offense, completely changes. I know Kenny likes Anthony Simons tonight. I have in general been a supporter of Anthony Simons. There have been times when I've been very much tempted to jump off that ship because of how inconsistent he's been. I will admit that I still love him. He is not Damian Lillard. I have my doubts about, whether Portland can kind of hold up its end of the bargain when you're talking about maybe going over that number.
So Darren Fox has a point total of 29.5 against the Timberwolves. Too high or too low? I know we mentioned him a little bit in the first segment. Kenny.
I think that this is a little too low. I mean, look, I think that he's going to cover it. It's very high. So I don't know really what to say in terms of the technical answer to this question. By the way, I will never forgive Anthony Simons for beating Obi Toppin in the dunk contest. That was absolute robbery, but I
forgot that
still
even
like
happened,
Anthony
honestly.
Simons. I have no idea how he did that. I mean, and I thought he might win anyway. Okay, so Minnesota has allowed almost 25 points per game to opposing point guards the last 2 weeks. So that's why I don't think this number is that crazy. Like at first, I was like, this is way too many points. Now you're looking at specifically the points allowed to opposing point guards. De'Aaron Fox should get almost all of those minutes. The Timberwolves are 4th in pace over the last 10. The Kings are 9th. And also, as Nick alluded to earlier, the Timberwolves are worst, dead last in defensive efficiency over the last 10 games. They are not playing any defense whatsoever. De'Aaron Fox here. We want to talk about a team that is playing for nothing in the Sacramento Kings. I mean, he's just, the usage has been through the roof for him. He's just taking all the shots. He's the only guy who's looked like he has any sort of pulse on offense. They did show a pulse last game, but this team just hasn't really scored. So they've just put the ball in the hands of De'Aaron Fox. He's also been able to get to the free throw line a lot lately. So I like De'Aaron Fox here to cover the 29.5. It seems like a ridiculous number. But when you look at the matchup, it's actually not that crazy.
What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, not a whole lot else to say. I talked about how much I love Fox from a DFS perspective earlier, and I think Kenny's perfectly right to say that like it's not like this. The prop is not set too high or too low. It's probably just about right. I mean, you look at Fox's last 15 games. I think he's at like 29.7 points per game, so it's kind of right on what you'd expect. He's been on some nights where he's at 27, the next night he's at 33. It's kind of been right around that territory pretty much every single night. But the matchup to me certainly implies that he has a better than 50% chance to go over 29.5 tonight. I mean, this Timberwolves team is horrific on defense. The pace should be up. And part of it too is, guys like Tyrese Haliburton and Buddy Hield, especially Haliburton, have slowed down a little bit of late. Haliburton, his minutes have been slashed the last couple of games. It looks like he's maybe hitting somewhat of a rookie wall. And, when you really can't depend on your other guards for production, Rashawn Holmes is going to miss another game tonight. He's been out of late. It's kind of a situation where Fox has no choice but to take a ton of shots, attack the basket, get to the free throw line, and inevitably rack up those points.
All right, dude, real quick here on Slate Approved Pick. Favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook tonight, Kenny?
It's Pelicans -3. They're 14-16 against the spread at home, which, okay, it sounds bad, but they've only covered in 44% of their games. So that's actually good. They play their best basketball at home. The Nets have 7 guys out without Durant and Harden on the floor. They've been kind of abysmal on defense and offense. I think the Pelicans here cover this. It's a must-win game for them. They're fighting for positioning here in the West. They need this win. I think that they come out strong and finally cure what ills them, what's illed them in the last few games anyway.
Next, Slate Approved Pick.
Yeah, I like that one, and I'll double down on that and say Lonzo Ball over 13.5 points. You're not getting a ton of value here, as is typical with these point props on DK. He's at -113 for this one. I like it as a bounce back. I mean, he's played so badly these last couple of games since returning from injury. I feel like he's virtually, has to bounce back. And for as great of a matchup as it is for Zion Williamson, it's a pretty good matchup for that Pelicans backcourt as well.
You two are free to go. Thanks for the help. We will bring everyone home with some PGA price check right after this. That hunger and thirst is one of our gorgeous golf gurus, Jeff Ulrich. It's PGA price check here, dude, ahead of the Zurich Classic. So keep in mind, this is a team stroke play event. You can't draft two teammates to the same lineup. Teammates do have the same salaries and earn the same amount of fantasy points here. So which pair of teammates are you taking at over 11K?
Yeah, thanks for explaining the rules to me because it is important this week, and it is hard for someone like me to keep track of. But the favorites in this event really haven't done that well. I mean, I know John Rahm and Ryan Palmer obviously won the event last time, but you look at the two events before that, we had a lot of just kind of mid-tier and even lower tier teams kind of competing for the win. The first year was Cam Smith and Jonas Blick staying at home. And I like Cam Smith over 11K here. I mean, this is a player who's got a lot of obviously familiarity with this event. He was a past winner here with Jonas Blick in 2017. He's coming off back-to-back top 10s. And now he's bringing in Mark Leishman as his partner, fellow Australian, guy who got a T5 there at the Masters in his last outing. I think you look at the top teams, you got to love the blend of experience in recent form here with Smith and Leishman. And they're also the cheapest of anyone over 11K. Give me them. I like targeting them as like a core play here.
How about in that 10K range here?
Yeah, 10K range gets a little bit more interesting because, you have the experience factor with Billy Horschel, a guy who's won on this course twice. In 2013, he won as a stroke play event, and then he won in the team competition in 2018. So pairing him with Sam Burns, who's just like he's got a solid birdie rate. I think that makes for like a good core play. But for a big field GPP tournament, I think you want to take a little bit more variance on it and maybe go for lower ownership and lower sentiment. I think Bubba Watson and Scotty Scheffler is a really interesting pairing. Scotty Scheffler's got a really high birdie rate. We know this is a player who's been very close. And look, let's not forget, both these guys have done well in the match play event, which I think sets up very well for this style of event. Scheffler getting to the final there this year. Bubba obviously won the match play event a couple years ago. So I think Scheffler and Bubba Watson at 10-9. For big field GPPs, again, you can pay up for like a Horschel in a cash game setting, but I really like Bubba and Scheffler for those big field GPPs. Again, you want to get a little bit lower ownership there. I like that pairing.
All right, the team that tickles your fancy in the 9K department.
Yeah, 9K range is where we start to get like a lot of different options, obviously. You got a lot of like elite players in this range and some not elite players as well. I think some people will gravitate towards Henrik Stenson and Justin Rose, with Justin Rose coming off like a solid Masters performance. Obviously, I'm interested in this Norwegian duo. I'm not going to lie. Victor Hovland, Christopher Ventura. Ventura's played like honestly, if we're being honest, Ventura's played like garbage this year, but this dude can really putt. And again, he's being paired with one of the most elite ball strikers in the game in Victor Hovland. These two obviously have some knowledge of each other as well, being the only two Norwegian players on tour, obviously played some junior golf and things like that together. So I think this duo is really interesting. Ventura, again, maybe not so reliable in like a single stroke play event, but when you pair him with a guy like Hovland, I think you could see some confidence in that putter this week. So 9,700, I like that duo.
All right, we got 90 seconds left in the show. Just take me in that 8K department and under. So take it where you want.
Let's just get a little crazy here. I mean, I like Matt Walls and Graham McDowell here at 8,600. Again, Walls playing extremely well. You're pairing him with an extremely good putter in Graham McDowell. Graham McDowell's the plenty of match play experience too, so you really like that. I will say this, probably my favorite play. I don't even know if it's terms of value. Obviously, we're dealing with a different format, but Roberto Castro and Cameron Tringale, a couple of veterans. Tringale's got a great record at this course and at this event. He's played it a couple times. Roberto Castro coming off a really good tournament. It was at Corrales a few weeks ago, top 10. Both these guys coming off top 10 finishes, both veterans. I kind of really like targeting them at 8K. I think they're a little bit underpriced, and I think this is a team that could potentially compete for the win this week. So give me Roberto Castro, Tringale. You can make it my play of the day, block of the week. I don't know, but they're my favorite team.
So you and Fowler on Get the Green today around like 3:00 Eastern time. You guys will talk a little more DFS, but also some sports betting for the tournament.
Absolutely. Betting. Just get your questions in, but we'll cover the gamut. Obviously, this is a pretty interesting event to talk about, so I'm sure we'll have lots. But yeah, 3 p.m. Eastern after the 2 p.m. sim. We'll be on.
Okay, awesome. First of 6 sims coming up here in just a few minutes, guys. Eagles at the Broncos with Kaufman and Christian. Thanks for watching The Sweat. We'll see you back here again tomorrow morning at 11. Peace.
What's up, everybody? Welcome on back to the Dream Stream. And as this free roll is called for the nooner, the now back to your regularly scheduled sim programming free roll. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman. For anyone that thought with last night's bracket final that we were done, that we were, forget it, you can't find it. I mean, what a way to go out it would have been. It was Emerson and I. It was a thrilling finish with Seattle winning in overtime to take that bracket championship. But no, we are hanging out with you here. And this is, it's right back to normal. The 42-7, as we like to call it. 6 sims a day, 7 days a week for the foreseeable future. Thank you for being with us. And Christian, thank you for hanging out with us. How are you, man?
I'm doing better now that I have you here with me, Koff, and your subtle, comfortable-looking DraftKings we were talking about before this.
Sure.
I'm a fan. What I'm less a fan of is the Denver Broncos in Simland, and yet – I still went out of my way to stack them up. Maybe it's because I looked too quick and I thought, wow, the Broncos and the Eagles both got that far in the tournament. I blanked everything. I'm like, you know what? Let's keep riding that Broncos train. Because I'm the idiot who doesn't look at things like stats or numbers. I go strictly from feeling. And I had to go with, of course, my guy, Cortland Sutton, the captain spot. Cortland, maybe this is the game he shows up, blows up, but probably not. I mean, either way, a wide receiver one at a reasonable price. I got Cortland, I got Jerry Jeudy, I got Drew Lock, which God help me, I have Drew Lock in my lineup, and I threw in Melvin Gordon as well because those like running backs you never like that are like between like 5 and 7K. Occasionally they show up and have a great game, so we'll see if he gets that done. Miles Sanders and Alshon Jeffrey, my 2 Eagles in this one. Koff, what about you? How does that lineup look now that we are in about 30 seconds in this game?
So we are going to have very different results in terms of our standing within this free roll. And the reason is because, as you said, you stacked the Broncos. I went the other way. As a matter of fact, and you know, I'm not paying any attention when I'm setting my lineup to, you know, which team I'm stacking or anything. I'm really just kind of, honestly, I'm not even so much looking at names as I am salaries and point averages and that sort of thing. Occasionally I'll take a peek for certain guys. We have a pick. Broncos DST. Hope you roster them, folks. Interception for Johnson. And we are still scoreless early in the opening quarter, a minute in, but Denver getting the ball right back. That obviously does not bode well for me is where I'm going with this. I originally built a lineup that had 6 Philadelphia Eagles, and then I just hit, save. Incomplete pass from Drew Lock. And then, of course, as expected, you know, the DraftKings site said, no, you can't do that. You have to have representation from both teams. So here's where I landed ultimately after a little tweaking. Jerry Jeudy is my captain. Don't feel good about it at all. But Jerry Jeudy is my captain. And then everybody else is an Eagle, as that ball is completed well shy of the first 7-yard pickup. I have Carson Wentz, Miles Sanders, Deshaun Jackson. I have Jake Elliott getting a kicker in there, and I also have Marquise Goodwin. I believe originally, if I remember right, Jerry Jeudy obviously was on the bench. Alshon Jeffrey was my captain, and I had Zach Ertz in there instead of Jackson. And then I had to, like I said, flip things all around.
Well, it could be a good day, not if you have Jake Elliott, but if you've got the Broncos kicking game stacked up, you got yourself a little Brandon McManus, because he could be out here to attempt a 54-yarder in that thin air mile high. No, they're going to go for it. I like this call, even though they have numbers up front. The Eagles acting like they don't expect to run here.
Good enough, and a whole lot more. All the way almost into the red zone. Down at the 21, Melvin Gordon. Second, he has 17.
Wow, that was some galaxy brain play calling from Doug Peterson. They come out with 8 men on the line, do the Broncos, and the Eagles counter with 7, and Melvin Gordon goes untouched for a first down and more. Knocking on the door of the red zone now, so Brandon McManus will have to wait.
We got a first and 10, another handoff for Gordon, and this time sort of barrels his way into traffic and a 4-yard pickup. Looking at our respective chats, and great to have everybody here with us, obviously. We've got, let's see, on Twitch. I rarely shout out Twitch first, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Ghost407 says, "Sup, boys?" Sup, Ghost? Good to have everybody here with us on April 20th, 2nd and 6th coming up here. There's a handoff and just a little shy of the first. 3rd and 1, 5-yard pickup right there. Hopefully everybody enjoyed the bracket final and just the bracket in general because, it was a fun week-long thing that we did. And again, congrats to our, I guess you wouldn't call it Simper Bowl, but our champs. It was a fun ride. It was quite a lot of activity last night, especially in the chat. I don't know. I assume a lot of you were here with us. 1st and goal from the 10 on the way. Christian was not, and that's notable that Christian wasn't with us because Emerson and I did the sim last night. We had a lot of fun. First time the two of us ever worked together in Simland. So it'd been a long time coming. I think the people really enjoyed it. I hope so anyway. It seemed like the response was good in the chat. That ball is caught. Touchdown. Denver Broncos. First of the day.
Deshaun Hamilton.
How about it? Who's got him?
Wow.
Deshaun Hamilton is owned in, let's see,
1.8%
of lineups in the larger free roll. And we'll look at our smaller one as well in just a moment and see if he is represented well.
That is, someone call up Rossi because I'm a vulture. That's just happens. That qualifies. The rare receiving vulture, and I guess you couldn't really get a rushing vulture because you have 2 useful running backs in that Bronco backfield. So Deshaun Hamilton getting the call there instead. And interesting.
Wide receiver 4. Sorry, KJ Hamler fans, but 7-0 Denver. As BJ Arroyo in the chat says, I got 2nd last night in Cops basketball. Well, congrats out of the 75. That's very cool. Good for you. Steven, who says hello, notes he's got Hamilton. Awesome. But yeah, we had the one sim yesterday, all day long, just the one sim. And Rossi was in the chat basically the whole game. Moose was in the chat most of the game. Glash was in there for a little while. Zach Thompson popped in. Matt LaMarca popped in. There was, a lot of the commentating group were just enjoying themselves on a Monday night. You love to see it.
Yeah.
So, Drew, schedule maker, producer Drew, your magic worked, man.
Caesar.
They all came out to see the party. We got undercover boss Tom, our technical director today, along with Frangelico, and Bert hanging out in game ops.
Look at that. Stephen Leibowitz, all the way down to Cornell. Both of you got Deshaun in there, which crazy to hear that. But hey, I like it. Paying off for you. 2,600 in the flex. So it wasn't even like a cheap punt play. Like cheap punt plays to me. Like you go Richard Rodgers for 1,400 or Nick Vinette for a K, and amazing Deshaun Hamilton. Ooh, did fill a role in Denver last year. Didn't do a ton of work, but was still pretty useful. He fell behind Judy and Tim Patrick in the receiving core, but still managed to, as a wide receiver 4, catch nearly 300 yards worth of passes.
2nd and 11 from the 38. Couple minutes to go here, opening quarter. 7-0 Denver. Eagles trying to even this thing up. Of course, Carson Wentz, in real life, a new Indianapolis Colt. That ball over the top and completed out to the 21. 17-yard gainer right there. Jackson.
A little tippy-tapping. So Deshaun with a touchdown. Now Deshaun getting his team near the red zone. Deshaun he's going to be an interesting case because he currently signed with the Rams, and I actually kind of like that fit a lot. Koff, him and Matthew Stafford, giving that team another added dimension, another deep threat. Now, granted, that's not something the Rams ever really lacked, but Brandon Cooks filled that role, and then Cooks obviously moved on. Deshaun Jackson, Deshaun Jackson, not quite the speedster he once was, but you still bring him in, hope he can add that extra dimension, spread the field long, and then allow Cooper Kupp and Robert Woods to beast in his wake. It's not a bad move at all if he still has something left in the tank. I just have no idea what that would be right now. Called Deshaun Jackson last season. First off, constant injury risk. But in 5 games, 14 catches, 236 yards. Decent numbers, not life-changing numbers. If he can keep that pace up for 16 games, he can have a nice little season for the Rams. Carson Wentz going nowhere in third and goes now third and long.
Final 30 seconds or so here of this opening quarter. NFL draft rapidly approaching, folks. Remember, that begins April 29th, 9 days away as the Eagles start out from the 9-yard line. We can get into some of that stuff as well. Definitely want Christian's opinions, which, as you know, you can always read on postroute.substack.com, as that is a 6-yard pickup. Wentz. 4th and goal. Have to assume after the Zach Ertz reception that they're just going to play conservatively and go for the field goal. I don't think we'll see that until the start of the second quarter.
Yeah, the good news is you got a little break to think about it if you're Doug Peterson. Doug Peterson's still on the sideline here in Philadelphia. And that really seemed like, to me, a situation where it was like the coach was going to go or the quarterback was going to go. Mm-hmm. The relationship between Peterson and Wentz reached that point of no return. And yet somehow they both went. And I mean, all right. I mean, the Eagles they're going to take their Jacksonville Jaguars here this year. They're going to sink to the bottom. They're going to try to build back up. They're going to see what they have in Jalen Hurts. And if it turns out he can't right the ship, guess what? They're going to have a top 5 draft pick next year, even if he's pretty good. And they're going to be able to find their quarterback of the future. As through 1 quarter here. Broncos 7.
Not a lot doing.
That's about it. I mean,
Jackson's the only guy with multiple catches. Has 2 for 29. You got the touchdown. Deshaun Hamilton, 30 yards for Jeffrey. And remember, subscribe at postroute.substack.com. Do you think if we say it enough times and maybe the right dulcet tones that, it'll just operate as an earworm? People will just, they'll be sleeping and think there was something I was going to do today. Oh, right. Now I remember. I was going to subscribe at postroute.substack.com.
They'll be driving their car and they'll be singing along to music and it'll be like, oh, subscribe to postroute.substack.com. Yeah, something like that.
Any type of music you're into, you can weave it in.
Yeah,
4th and goal, they're going to play conservatively, go for it. So if you roster Jake Elliott, like I did, there's a quick 3 for you. 7-3.
And Jake over on Twitch. Now, Jake, is that 6,500 you took down last night, was that in the Madden Madness tournament final? Because that's awesome no matter where you want it. We love hearing about when you guys pull in these huge wins. When you guys pull in the small wins, that's cool too. Drop them in. But
we did have a 2-way tie for first in the 10K first prize contest. So, Jake, that's you, man. Tied for first.
Hell yeah, Jake. That was the case.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Good for you.
Yeah, we're so happy to hear that. That's so cool. It's A, we like giving away money, but B, we like it even more when it goes to the member of the Sim fam. Which, Jake, you've been around the Twitch stream for a while now, so we are very happy for you. 8 lineups, 15 minutes before it started, and one of them hit big. Hell yeah.
Yeah, he says threw up 8 lineups 15 minutes before it started. That's a nice day at the office right there. Good for you. Good for you, Jake. Is that Jake from State Farm? What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Dude, they went in such a different direction with the new Jake from State Farm. Like, the old one was kind of like a schlubby-looking middle-aged dude, and this Jake from State Farm, ripped, jacked. Like, dude is just nothing but like a giant trapezius muscle. Just like they got him in the sweater, and somehow you can see his muscle, he's bulging through an entire sweater. That is how jacked that guy is.
Yeah, I mean they've even got. Remember was it a Super Bowl commercial where they have Drake as his stand-in?
Yeah.
And Drake is just bursting through Drake has never looked so ripped as he did in that commercial. It almost looked fake. It looked like inflated muscles under the shirt just to try and keep up with Jake.
Dude, as far as I can tell, State Farm sells insurance and testosterone
and muscles.
Yeah. TRT and a good rate on your home insurance.
Sells insurance and gains, says undercover boss Tom. And Drake was definitely flexing the entire time. No doubt about it, he was.
Drake never stops flexing.
Usually it's verbally. In this case, it was literally. 2nd and 6 from the 44. That ball is complete. And a first down pickup. Drew Lock and the Broncos moving the chains. KJ Hamler.
Dude's always like, he always looks like he's just about or just coming back from the gym. That is his brand at this point. I respect the person.
Hit the like button, folks. Through one quarter last night. I know it was just a one sim day with the bracket final and everything. People were enthusiastic. They were excited, but we had like 150 likes through one quarter. Right now we're sitting on 35. Early second quarter. Let's go. Smash that like button. Hit the subscribe button. If not for us, really don't do it for us, but do it for Drew. Do it for Undercover Boss Tom. Do it for Frangelico. Do it for Bert. Do it for everybody here with you. We love you being here with us. It's, what better way to start off Tuesday than with the nooner. In a 2nd and 10. Long throw. Did he get it? No.
Get it? He did.
He did. 29-yarder. All right. Take it back. Thought he was out of bounds. He got it. Out at the 17.
How dare you, Paul? How dare you impugn my guy, Cortland Sutton, my captain, even though he lost his superstar trait, which unfair to me. He missed the bulk of the season, like all but 2 games due to a torn ACL.
You got to take it up with Madden, man.
Yeah, I know. I gotta talk it out with the EA people. Like, undeserved. He had a tremendous breakthrough season in 2019 with some of the worst quarterbacks in the league throwing to him. He comes back 1 game, immediately injured, but 3 games, he averaged 22 yards per catch in that injured game. But yeah, that 2019 season.
Incomplete pass. That ball's batted around a little bit.
Oh, there's the Drew Lock we know.
See Reeties, did you know on the Twitch chat trying to start up the hashtag dislikes for Ducey contest and whatnot. Ducey will be with me for the next sim, so save those folks. You may as well use him when he's here. Titans Niners for the Madden Matinee in about an hour and 45 minutes, the two of us. And easy rushing touchdown there for the Denver Broncos. Pretty good. First of the day for Melvin Gordon.
He could have skipped right in, and that Eagles defensive line getting just gashed all game so far by the former Wisconsin Badger, former NCAA record holder for most rushing yards in a single game, 400 plus against Nebraska. And then the next week, Joe Mixon goes out and tops that. Unreal stretch for NCAA rushers back in, I want to say, 2015. A wonderful day to be in Camp Randall Stadium. It's always a wonderful day to be in Camp Randall Stadium, Paul. One of the best college football environments in the world.
Marco here in the Chat Kings conference room, or the DK Treehouse, as we once called it, watching from Rio Grande Valley, Texas. I have been, Marco, to Rio Grande Valley. I have called minor league hockey in competition with the what were they once? They were the
Vipers?
No, the Bees, the something Bees. Rio Grande Valley. It was a CHL team, Central Hockey League. The league no longer even exists. Now I got to look it up. The Rio Grande Valley Killer Bees. That's what it was. The Rio Grande Valley Killer Bees. So Marco, I don't know if you ever went to any of those games. Good time. Nice arena, as I recall. 1st and 10. Eagles down by 11 points. Andrew says, as opposed to the non-lethal bees? Well, bumblebees can't kill you, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm incredibly wrong about that. I have no idea.
If anything, the killer bee has really been marginalized by the Japanese murder hornet. I would much rather take on a swarm of the killer bees, the Africanized bees, than things coming over from Japan who are able to decapitate like 1 million killer bees in about 30 seconds. They are just murder machines, and for that I respect.
Dutch says, you guys are the best hosts on the streams. I appreciate that, Dutch. Love you, Dutch. Steven says, I always like when Christian speaks like there is a period after each word. It's his inner Keanu, as far as I'm concerned.
It's not really. It's more of a Christopher Walken kind of thing, except my Walken is terrible impression. So thank you, Stephen. I appreciate the compliment.
Whenever I think of Christopher Walken, really, I think of Jay Moore's impression of Christopher Walken, which is very good, but also a little, exaggerated or embellished. But I always think of for anyone that hasn't heard it, look it up. Your dog has no tail story just like kills me every time. Jay, your dog, it has no tail. What happened? Gets me every time. Speaking of Keanu, I watched Hardball yesterday.
Hardball? Oh, the one where he was the little league coach?
Yeah, correct. The inner city squad. Yeah. Diane Lane. It's on the wall behind me, and it has been for years, and I've never watched it. And I wasn't like avoiding it. I don't know, never got around to it. I had never watched Hardball, and finally I said, this is ridiculous. How have I not watched Hardball? And so I watched it. Bert says I cry every time I watch Hardball. Bert, I know exactly where. And yeah, I mean, there are some emotional moments in that movie for sure. But if there's one thing that I do, and forgive the spoiler alert, if you've not seen Hardball and you intend to watch it, mute for 30 seconds. Okay, but I'm not going to feel bad.
Spoiler out there for a movie that's 20 years old.
I was just going to say I'm not going to feel bad because the movie is 20 years old.
No.
so it's much like me. If you haven't seen it yet, it's on you. So I watch it, and I take such exception with Diane Lane's character falling for Keanu Reeves' character. Like in real life, that would not happen.
Diane Lane could do so much better. Diane Lane,
not even just that though. Wholesome teacher, falls for gambling addict who can't get his life in order and he's showing up to date smoking and all that. No. And yeah, it's Diane Lane.
Yeah.
20 years ago, Diane Lane, might I add.
God, even now, still outstanding.
Yeah.
Formerly married to the Highlander himself, Christopher Lambert.
There you go.
Yeah.
Steven says, Diane Lane wakes up. Jordan Koff, you say how Glash can beat a dead horse. Well, you've taken an entire stable out with baseball movie talk. That's pretty good. G-Baby is the best sports movie character ever, says Brabawan.
Brabawan. All right.
Diane Lane, yes, one of my all-time faves. Absolutely beautiful back in the day, says Jordan, and still beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, it still can absolutely get it. She's gonna remain that. Precious angel, Diane Lane.
Iconic.
Oh, is this gonna be a Alshon touchdown? It is. He reads the plate. Oh man, Alshon!
My once upon a time zone. I took out of my lineup Alshon Jeffrey.
Oh, look! It's the man who runs like he's perpetually just coming off the injured list. He's been that way since he was catching passes at South Carolina. He plays dad strength football, and he is wonderful at it. Look at that. Alshon Jeffrey makes this a 4-point game.
To Mackline, Koff, did you notice Michael B. Jordan is one of the kids in the movie? I did. I had no clue, and it really caught me off guard because I obviously knew multiple people that were in it, but as soon as I saw him, I was like, is that Michael B. Jordan? And then, next scene was like, that's definitely Michael B. Jordan. How old is this movie? And, looked it up and it was 2001 or something like that. And I went, all right, that makes sense. Before he was, shredded and a walking Alexa.
Yeah, well, I mean, even back then, I mean, he was kind of prolific for a child actor too. He was in The Wire. He was Wallace. Where's Wallace, String?
I didn't know that. See, The Wire's one I haven't done yet.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, speaking of heartbreak, Wallace's arc on the first season of The Wire is a tough one to watch. The Wire is a tough show to watch in general sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I mentioned this the other night, almost a pick right there. as it's 14-10, less than a couple minutes to go in the opening half, that I've never heard someone say a bad thing about The Wire. The Wire is viewed as just one of the greatest shows of all time, and I need to watch it. I know I need to watch it, but I feel like what little I know about it, you need to be in the right headspace to put it on.
That's correct. Yeah.
And I'm very rarely there.
Yeah.
That's my only thing with The Wire.
Yeah, it's not like The Sopranos where there's a lot more levity and comedy to it. Like The Sopranos, you can at least divorce yourself from some of the things going on. The Wire just feels too real and too gritty sometimes, where you're like, oh, this is depressing. I'm going through Oz right now, which is obviously the first prestige drama HBO did.
Yeah,
that kind of set the stage, and obviously there are a lot of guys who came from Oz that went on to The Wire and The Sopranos. And Oz is great because like sometimes it's cartoonishly bad. Like it's a good show, but it's definitely very soap opera-y, and it's a lot. It's a lot.
T-Pike, my favorite take on The Wire is when Peter Griffin watches Breaking Bad and he just gets hypnotized into telling everyone about how good Breaking Bad is, and now it's basically as good as The Wire.
I mean, Breaking Bad's up there, man. Like they're similar, and they're all in that golden era where it's like Sopranos, The Wire, Breaking Bad, Mad Men. Like we had this kind of unprecedented string of great TV dramas. They're like eminently rewatchable. So Alshon Jeffrey getting work done again, and the Eagles, after that terrible 3-and-out from the Broncos, could be in business here. Could take the lead back for the first time rather before halftime here if they can get on their horse. No huddle offense. Minute 10 left. 2 timeouts remaining. Anyway, yeah, it was just a great era because you had these dramas that had great male leads or great ensemble casts, and were just critical darlings that were really great. But as I believe it's Nuke pointed out, Wire never won an award, wasn't appreciated in its time. Reed T points out it jumps the shark after season 3. It gets a little worse. I don't want to say it jumps the shark. It's still a pretty good show after season 3. But yeah, it's not as good. Like season 3, tensions are high, and you have everything going on with Stringer Bell and the Barksdales. Marlowe is a bit too much for me, and then you get the newspaper angle and Chris Beluski and the schools. And for me, the Presbo stuff in the schools, I could relate to it because I come from an educational background and was working in inner city schools for a while, so it kind of made some sense. But I will agree that seasons 4 and 5 of The Wire are not as good as seasons 1, 2, 3. I mean, you're gonna want to go through them, the finality of it all. You want to see what happens to Omar and everyone else, but you don't need to finish necessarily.
So another reason that Hardball hits home with you then, outside of obviously the direct link to Keanu Reeves, the comparisons and the love for Diane Lane, that you used to work in inner city schools.
I did, yeah. I was in Metro Nashville public schools for a couple of years. It was a research job, so I was in there working with students a few hours per day, teaching math, that kind of thing. And the kids were awesome. Like it was a really cool, really occasionally frustrating but really rewarding job. And hopefully we got some really good research. I actually don't know what the outcome of all that research was, but if your kids ever start learning pirate math, Cough, you know where that came from.
Know who to thank. El Paso #1. Have you all watched Barry on HBO? As we're setting up for another Jake Elliott field goal here to narrow the gap to 1 in time for the half. I've not, but I do need something new to binge. I have finished up. What did I watch most recently? Blue Mountain State. So I think maybe Barry will be next.
Dude, Barry is great, and it's pretty funny. I am a big fan. As Rossi's fat cat rubbing in Trent Grisham's breakthrough in 2021, and my stupid Brewers enjoying face there as Jake Elliott kicks the field goal. We got a 1-point game at the half, Cup. This has actually been a pretty solid game behind all the prestige drama talk. Carson Wentz rebounded after that first drive interception. He's got 220 passing yards right now, so bonus well within his sights. Melvin Gordon, 44 yards on the ground and a touchdown. Miles Sanders has not really been heard from too much. 6 carries, 18 yards on the ground for him. And look at that Alshon number.
So good. So good. 5 for 101. He's already at the bonus, a touchdown. Ertz pacing that way, 4 for 52. Jackson, 3 for 38. 1 for 29 for your guy Sutton. How's your lineup looking right now? Mine, not so great after making the terrible mistake of taking out. Not only did I have Jeffrey in my original build, he was my captain. I'm getting all choked up. He was my captain, and wound up on the bench because I had to roster a Bronco evidently in this showdown, and that burned me. That burned me.
Yeah,
what about you?
I'm right now buoyed by Melvin Gordon, Alshon Jeffrey, but the rest of my lineup is Miles Sanders. I know a lot of you guys are calling out for Goodwin on the Not My Kid Award. Miles Sanders with 1.8 points in the flex right now, a much stronger candidate unless he wakes the hell up. Cortland Sutton doing nothing for my captain spot. 1 catch for him, 1 catch for Jerry Jeudy, and Deshaun Hamilton right now, the most useful receiver or tight end for the Broncos right now. Kind of crazy how that's turned out, but here we are as we are in the middle of a 1-point game, so there should be a lot more offense. This is not the blowout that really rewarded any singular stack on one side or the other. We should get a good finish here. I do kind of think the Broncos are due to fall apart. Drew Lock threw some very, very bad passes in that first half. He should be the one with the interception, honestly, and not Carson Wentz. But we'll see if we get there.
I'm mad at myself. Alshon Jeffrey's got about 36 points in the captain spot compared to Judy. He's got like 3. If I had stayed with my original build and just swapped somebody out at the bottom, because I had Ertz, took him out. He's got 9 points. Like, I should be in first right now, or at least top 5. I should be in the mix instead of 95th out of 138 like an idiot. And yeah, if you're 97th or 93rd, you're an idiot just like me. We're all hanging out together. Never mind if you're all the way down in 136th, whatever it may be, 135th. It was actually technically less because we have 3 people at the bottom who didn't put in lineups. Even Lord Silverman is sitting 133rd. Lord Silverman, yeah, I'm talking to you. One of the idiots with the rest of us. Mo shouting out Blue Mountain State. So good. Choker says, finally watch Grandma's Boy. Appropriate day to bring that up. Funny movie. Lead actor reminds me of Cough. Nice.
Monkey?
Really a monkey? Are we talking about Dante, or are we talking about the actual lead actor who was another member of the Sandler clan? Really funny movie though, really solid. Darth, I can't let this go. Darth says Koff hates Armageddon and hasn't seen The Wire. It's all coming into focus. Are we not pretending that Ben Affleck doesn't hate Armageddon? Armageddon sucks. The Aerosmith song from Armageddon sucks. The movie sucks. Ben Affleck in the director's commentary says it sucks. Why? When did we start praising Armageddon?
You know who loves Armageddon? Kenny
No one.
Ducey. Cried when they left Bruce Willis behind on the asteroid. He told me, he's like, real tears, real manly tears. But I was so sad. When Bruce Willis made that heroic sacrifice. And I get it, Kenny Ducey. But next time you see Kenny Ducey, you bring up the fact that he cried at the end of Armageddon.
Well, I'm going to see him in the next sim. Yeah, he's a Bruce Willis in Armageddon. He's a regular Tony Stark in Endgame. Same thing. Bert and Game Ops, don't you dare talk about Armageddon like that. Bert, you could not possibly. Like, nobody loves Armageddon. I refuse to believe that.
Kenny Ducey.
Maybe you like it.
Loves it. Favorite movie of all time. He says he's got everything. He says it's hilarious.
Bert says I love it.
Kenny Ducey said straight up his favorite part of Armageddon was how they defined space madness and how that's a real thing that happens when you go into space. Kenny Ducey said all this. He said, listen, space madness affects 34% of astronauts. Look it up. Kenny Ducey said all this. He is an expert on space madness, and he related very, very strongly to Steve Buscemi's character. I don't know why.
What about that Roland says, doesn't everyone cry at the animal cracker scene in Armageddon, or is it just me and Ducey? Jordan, hey, don't you dare diss Armageddon.
Also,
Armageddon
this
sucks,
is
but I love
amazing.
it, says Cristobal.
Amazing that Robert, behind the scenes. I had a lazy teacher in high school. We watched it once a week. How? How do you justify watching Armageddon in high school in any school at any level? Like, how is that education? Oh my! Like I can understand. Okay, we took a week off because my teacher was lazy and we watched Roots. Okay, cool, that makes sense. Or we took some time off and watched, like, I don't even know what movie, like The King's Speech. But what are you learning from Armageddon? Besides, of course, the very real affliction of space madness that Kenny Ducey can tell us all about.
So, Undercover Boss Tom says, my favorite part of Armageddon is the credits, which had me. And then he writes in his next comment, this is where we diverge, Tom and I. We had a good run. It's actually a good dumb movie like the Fast and Furious series.
It's not wrong.
How does anyone come after the Fast and Furious movies? Have they gotten more eccentric with time? Sure. Does number 9 look outrageously inaccurate in so many different ways and just remarkably unrealistic? And why did these movies, feel the need to become superhero movies in their own way? I get it. The Fast and Furious movies, though, are phenomenal. All of them, other than, Tokyo Drift. They are terrific. But I stand for the Fast and Furious franchise.
Have they gone to space yet?
They pretty much have.
Okay.
Actually, I honestly do think, in the latest trailer for Fast 9, I think they do attempt to go into space in a car. I'm not even kidding.
Okay.
Yeah, Bert says, I think they actually do go into space in the new trailer. This is what I'm saying.
Yes.
They put a car on the shuttle launch.
It's the Elon Musk did, and they just stole. Oh my God! If they heist the Tesla Elon Musk threw into space, that would be the great. Like that's all I want from Fast and Furious now. Like they heist the Elon Musk space Tesla.
I've offended Jared. Jared says, I thought Koff was cool, but then he started talking junk about Armageddon.
It's fair. As McMahon.
Headstone Dance, my favorite part of Armageddon was the end. The very, very end, when it was over. That's good. Field goal's good, folks, for Denver. 17-13.
Brian C. wants to know if you have ever watched The Goonies, which I've got to imagine. There's no way you haven't watched Goonies.
No, I mean, it's been 3 decades or however long, but I have seen Goonies. Lindenbaum, excellent point. You can't praise Fast and Furious while dissing Armageddon. It's the most logically inconsistent thing ever. Why? What do those two movies have to do with one another? Truly, I'm asking that question. I'm honest to goodness asking that question. What in the world do Armageddon and the Fast and Furious movies have in common? Please, someone tell me.
Nonsense.
Tom just says great dumb movies.
It's true. Yeah, if you wanted to shut your brain up.
Like Fast and Furious is kind of supposed to be that way. I don't feel like the makers of Armageddon, whomever they were, thought to themselves, like, we're going to make a dumb space movie. No, like, I think...
Yeah, absolutely they did. Are you... Space madness, Koff. Space madness.
I just don't... I mean, Drew says, and I agree, I don't think Armageddon was supposed to be a dumb movie. It was supposed to be this tearjerker, and it was emotional, and this roller coaster. They're really... Again, I'm not saying they were targeting an Oscar.
Myself, but space madness. That is an actual, very real plot point.
It's clearly Drew and I against Undercover Boss Tom and Christian on this issue.
Yeah. And Kenny Ducey, who, again, loves Armageddon with all his heart. Relates very strongly to the space madness plotline and cries at the end every time. He told me he's watched the movie 99 times. He's saving up the 100th time for the night he loses his spooning virginity. Top bunk, under the covers, spooning and watching.
The Guru says Armageddon is clearly an overdramatic, serious movie. Jared says, in Koff's defense, I'm sure Armageddon didn't hold up well. Haven't seen it in 20 years, and I doubt I ever will again. Michael Bay made Armageddon. 100% supposed to be bad, dumb disaster, where the everyone goes into space here, says Jordan. T-Bike, you mean to tell me that astronauts couldn't figure out how to drill? I mean, at some point in time, though, we all know the Fast and Furious movies are just going to morph into Transformers movies. That is the direction everything is heading. And I'm here for it, by the way. 1st and 10 from the 55. Minute to go in the third. CDA, AK, Drew, Tom. Undercover boss Tom, that is. Frangelico! And Bert. Armageddon lover Bert hanging out here with us. Chris, I will not watch that. First time playing Fortnite, Tokyo Drift, hands down Bow Wow's best acting job. Have you not seen Like Mike?
Sorry. And now we got Ghost throwing Waterworld into the universe. Like, dude, Waterworld, I don't know. Waterworld is one that was definitely not supposed to be a stupid movie. It was supposed to be thought provoking and like get you inside. As we take a look at our third quarter stats here, Carson Wentz at 273, Alshon Jeffrey into the bonus. Miles Sanders still not doing much of anything. He's got 19 rush yards after this. But Waterworld, to me, Koff, do you have Waterworld on DVD? Is on the shelf?
Absolutely not. I definitely not. Waterworld stinks. Come on.
You can't
I can appreciate
how dumb. He's got Jack Black in it as a biplane pilot. Jack Black tries to murder Kevin Costner. It's one of his greatest roles in film.
Nobody supports Waterworld. Literally,
I support Waterworld. It's one of those so bad it's good kind of movies. And Dennis Hopper's out there chewing the seat. Dennis Hopper in Waterworld is a revelation. The man deserved an Academy Award for it because he's out there losing his mind like he's back in the 70s. Like he is just gnawing on. He's so good. He is so good and over the top. And it's like Dennis Hopper saw how bad Waterworld was going to be and he embraced it. And he's the anti-Kevin Costner through the whole thing. Kevin Costner is sulking and attacking children the whole movie. And Dennis Hopper's out there like torturing his minion. It's wonderful. Dennis Hopper alone elevates that movie from an F to like a C- for me.
Oh, well, I guess I'm not giving it proper due. I need to go back and rewatch Waterworld.
Exactly. Kevin Costner drinks his own pee. That is a scene that we are given earnestly. And that's all we could talk about.
Listen, you got to survive. You got to find a way to survive.
He's got like a little convert. It's amazing. It's a great.
I mean, how many different movies have we seen that in? I bet it has its own Wikipedia page. Drink their own urine to survive.
Yeah.
17-13. Just when you thought you knew where you were going on the Dream Stream. Jay Barbs, you have the Postman though, Koff? No, I don't have the Postman. I don't know that I have any Kevin Costner movie that isn't sports related. Jared says, unpopular opinion. I love Waterworld. Christian is correct. I don't have The Bodyguard, Drew, no. You know what? There is one I have. I can't remember the name of it. I'm going to go back in the show. Because I have a general, Mr. Brooks.
Ooh, I have Mr. Brooks. Did you get it just to see Dane Cook get murdered? Because that's why I would have bought it.
Unusual amount of disdain for Dane Cook.
It's typically the right amount. Dane Cook was one of those guys who in college or high school
was a dominant force.
Yeah, and then like the backlash started. And he didn't really deserve either one, you know? Like it's like, okay, he's good, but he's not that great. Like he shouldn't be selling out Madison Square Garden. And then everyone hated him. It's like, all right, he's not that punchable. Are we gonna get? Oh yes, we did. Deshaun Jackson gives the Eagles their first lead of the game. So after Marquise Goodwin got on the board, we got D-Jax finishing that one off as Wentz has his second passing touchdown of the afternoon.
Putting a little respect on my lineup. Needed that Jackson and Wentz stack. Thank goodness. Moves me into the top 60.
It's going to hurt me. I'm top 50, but 47th now. For a hot minute there, I was top 10.
Producer Drew's down around 120. He probably wouldn't want me to highlight that, but you know, Drew.
Why would you do that to him when he supports your take on Armageddon? That's betrayal right there.
I don't know that he supports my take so much as it is also his take.
Yeah.
he said true, and then all caps, Armageddon is amazing. Lindenbaum. Oh, right. I forgot. Koff loves Dane Cook. It's not. I love early Dane Cook. I absolutely love early Dane Cook. I wouldn't say I love current day or even the last 10 years Dane Cook. I just think that it's like cliche to say that he sucks, which so many people do now. Because maybe he rose to a point that was wonderful for him, but maybe unrealistic for the rest of society.
Yeah, indeed. I did like Dane Cook's early stuff. He had some very funny material, but he was just
the Harmful of Swallowed album is one of the great comedy albums. I maintain that.
Yeah, his entire bit about the guy getting hit by the car, outstanding,
incredible. Yeah. I was in my kitchen. I was cleaning a dish. I heard it, and I came out. Where were you? Where were you?
Well, sometimes when it happens, a person's socks will get knocked off too. I was not that lucky. So Johnny Tambourine is walking down the street.
Hey, Barbs, you don't have draft day, Koff? I do not own draft day. Yeah, Bert. Shoes? Shoes? Bleep shoes. Get out of here with shoes. This guy, shoes. I do not own draft day. But I will say this much about draft day. If you go into draft day suspending all reality and accepting it for what it is, which is inaccurate in almost every way imaginable, and you just take it for pure entertainment, it's actually kind of an enjoyable movie. If you go into it looking for it to somehow resemble how life and the NFL draft and sports in general work, then forget it. Don't waste your time. You're going to hate every second of it. We had a 2017 game as the Eagles have jumped in front. Bert also had said, Like Mike is a top 3 basketball movie of all time. My kids would probably agree with you, Bert. Are you also 8 and 6? Split the difference. He's 7. Says mentally, yes. I do enjoy Like Mike, to a point. I couldn't watch it like on repeat the way my kids could. First time playing Fortnite, says Koff definitely owns Employee of the Month, and I do, 100%. I own Employee of the Month.
That's the Jessica Simpson one, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And then Good Luck Chuck is the Jessica Alba one.
Correct.
Yeah, they're just distressed there. Yeah. It was just like, all right, throw Dane Cook in there with like a B-level actress who's also a smoke show and hope for the best, and it mostly worked out. There's that punt. Nets about 29 yards, and Eagles now with an opportunity to close this game out. Touchdown wins it for them. Even just a nice long sustained drive will do it too, and maybe we'll get a little Miles Sanders action, or maybe not. Maybe we'll keep going DJs. Who knows?
I was waiting for Drew after we spent so much time, Lamarca and I, ranking baseball movies the other night, getting into basketball there. I was waiting for Drew to say, basketball movies, rank them.
Go.
Mo says, Employee of the Month is great. Piercy, we see you on Twitch, by the way. Glad everybody is well. Thoughts with everyone, obviously. Eddie is obviously number 1. No need. I happen to have a real soft spot in my heart for Eddie. Whoopi Goldberg coming out of stands, coach the Knicks. I really enjoy Eddie. I think it is a fun movie. So if Drew was being facetious there, I'm taking it quite literally. Eddie is a fun movie. Some unsung, some unheralded NBA players in that one, including the late, great Malik Sealy.
Oh yeah. So Eddie, what would Space Jam? I'm in camp. Space Jam is bad. Space Jam is fine. I think it's not bad. It's not as good as it's meant out to be. It's kind of like the Dane Cook of movies where it got overblown, and it's like it's not that good, but it's also not so bad. Like the How Did This Get Made guys, when they watched it, like Jason Mantzoukas absolutely hated it and was disgusted by it. And I was like, you know what? It's not. It's definitely obviously a marketing machine, and it's a good. It's a great movie if you're like 10 to 12. But like as an adult, it's still entertaining. It's just one of those things that's like, oh man, this is some pandering nonsense. But then Bill Murray shows up and you go, all right, this I can get into.
Tom says, great movie growing up. I can't watch it now. I mean, I've probably seen it 30 times at least because one, clearly I watched it growing up, and then two, the kids love watching it now. And they're like Bird says thoughts on the new Space Jam. When that trailer came out last week, 2 weeks ago, whenever it was, I mean, my kids watched that thing on repeat for an hour. It felt like just let's watch over and over. And I am eager. It's coming to HBO Max over the summer. Don't have to go anywhere to see it. Just throw it right on as soon as it's available, and that'll be a good time. We got a punt coming up for Philly and a good opportunity for Denver to tie this game, maybe even take a lead. 3 minutes to go in regulation, but I don't know. I'm hell of a punt too, down the 1 yard line. I'm skeptical of
what punt, Cam Johnston. Woo, beautiful. Oh, and we are in safety range here. It looks like it's going to be Melvin Gordon out of the backfield. Eagles once again. I mean, I guess they wouldn't want to stack the line here. But,
no safety. Gordon almost broke free. He could have almost a 99-yard touchdown run.
That would have been even better than the safety. I'll say it. I'll take that stand.
Jeremiah B says, underrated basketball movie, Celtic Pride. Even as a Celtic fan, I have trouble condoning that.
Listen, I'm more of a Daniel Stern fan than a Celtics fan, and I am a big-time Celtics fan, so you shut your mouth, Koff.
Look, I am all about Damon Wayans. Byron Scott there, or what's his name? It's not Byron. Obviously, Byron's the real basketball player. I gotta look it up now. Celtic Pride, something Scott. What was it? Lewis Scott. Thank you. Drew's going Lewis. Lewis Scott. I forgot Christopher McDonald's in that.
Oh man, this is actually a great question from Eckabler09. What are our top 3 movie soundtracks? And that's something that we might not even have time to get to it today because that's something I could go on and on about. I will say number 1 movie soundtrack for me, Koff. Snatch. Tremendous soundtrack. Amazing. Heist film. Oh no, Drew Lock, no, buddy.
Touchdown Eagles to put this thing away. 26-yard return. Ruh-roh.
That is a tough one. Just like that, Drew Lock's 2-minute drill falls apart in a very Drew Lock way. Eagles defense gets 6. And hey, good news if you stack up Broncos receivers because they're going to have to throw the hell out of the ball here if they have any prayer of getting back into it.
Are we seriously not even at 100 likes? Hit that like button, folks. 400 watching. Let's get to 100 before the end of the sim. One big push. Ed Zone Dance. Forrest Gump has one of the best soundtracks, in my opinion. Absolutely has a great soundtrack.
You know what show had a great soundtrack? Like they must have spent millions and millions of dollars getting song rights because the soundtrack is awesome. Is My Name is Earl. My Name is Earl had like huge classic rock hits in like every episode. Like just crazy how much great music they had access to.
You don't see Jason Lee in much these days. I think he kind of pseudo-retired with the exception of doing Kevin Smith appearances.
Yeah, he had some personal things come up, and obviously, hopefully he's getting his head right. And there's obviously a lot of behind the scenes stuff, but he's also just always a really likable guy. Those Greg Garcia shows, like My Name is Earl and Raising Hope, they always start off so strong, and then they kind of fade away, and they kind of lose the plot, and they get a little bit too positive. Like it's kind of like the way Michael Schur's shows go, where they start out really strong and seasons 2 and 3 get great, and then they kind of get a little bit too sappy, a little bit too saccharine. As we do have a nice catch there from Noah Plant. And it's the same thing there. But My Name is Earl ended on a cliffhanger, I believe. They didn't really get to go back to that. I enjoyed it. It was a decent 4-season show. No one really talks about it the same way they do with like Scrubs or The Office or 30 Rock, even though it was in that.
Didn't have that longevity either. Like you said.
Exactly. As Drew Lock doing Drew Lock things, taking a sack where he absolutely cannot take a sack, and clock running here. We'll probably get down to the 101 before we get timeout, or maybe the Broncos will blow right through. We'll see.
Undercover Boss Tom, underrated movie that he was in, Dogma. I love Dogma. Is Dogma underrated?
Great movie, yeah.
I feel like Dogma's properly rated. I think everybody loves Dogma. They should anyway.
Ooh, DFS Queenie, The Big Chill has a great soundtrack. That is a good call. It's all Motown. I got it on vinyl. I found it for like $1 at a thrift store, and it's like an all Crunchberries mix of great songs. I think it starts off with Heard It Through the Grapevine, and it only gets better from there.
Fun fact about The Big Chill, if I'm remembering this correctly, and I think I am, just to go kind of full circle, our Kevin Costner conversation. Kevin Costner was actually cast to be it was his first movie role, I think. I don't think he'd ever done anything else. He was cast as the dead guy at the beginning that everyone got together for the funeral. Yeah, he was cast to be that guy, and then was his appearance, which again was just him on the gurney there. He was dead, but his appearance was left on the cutting room floor. So I'd have to Google it to make sure I'm accurate, but I'm pretty sure I am. Kevin Costner was supposed to be.
How damaging is that to your ego when they're like, nah, you couldn't even play a convincing corpse, so we had to cut you out.
You're out.
Yeah, you couldn't even be a reasonable dead guy, so you gotta go.
Big Chill is solid for sure. Yeah. People still talking about soundtracks. I'm actually relatively impressed that nobody has mentioned the Bradley Cooper Lady Gaga, A Star Is Born, because that probably would have been the first one that Glash would have shouted out if he were here with us.
That's true. Kenny, if you were here, would shout out Armageddon because he never wants to miss a thing.
Don't forget, Kenny, on the next sim with me in 1 hour. 1 hour, the Mad Matinee.
Make sure you ask
again. Ducey and I are the only ones in agreement that Titanic is the #1 soundtrack. Just can't get enough Celine Dion.
Yeah. Jeremiah B with a tremendous Walk Hard drop, which dude, all original songs, all outstanding. That movie in general is just it's so fun. One of my favorites. Not a properly rated entry into the world of comedy there, R-rated comedy. People think like, oh, Hangover was a great R-rated comedy. Yes, it was, but I would venture that Walk Hard was better. Walk Hard is funny for like 100 straight minutes. Outstanding John C. Reilly film. Great music. Love it.
Obi-Wan and I don't agree on much, but shouts out Tropic Thunder soundtrack, and that is a terrific soundtrack, no doubt about it.
Oh, we get ourselves that touchdown.
Garbage points before the end.
Yeah.
Folks, Noah Fant.
All right, and now with 5 seconds left, hey, we could get an onside kick recovery and a Hail Mary, and we're not going to, but we could.
Bert says, Get Him to the Greek is a very underrated soundtrack. So I don't remember the soundtrack, but just don't tell me it's an underrated movie, because that movie sucks too, Bert.
Rolling, go see Walk Hard. Walk Hard I think it's streaming on Netflix right now. Absolutely worth it. It basically it skewers every biopic trope, and John C. Reilly in it's great. Jenna Fisher in it is great. It's a great lineup of funny people too. Like they go out of their way to get a lot of hilarious people in cameo roles where they make no sense, like Jack Black as a Beatle, like stuff like that. Outstanding.
How about what's it called? The Clooney one, Soggy Bottom Boys, Man of Constant Sorrow. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? That's what it is. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou has a solid soundtrack.
right, well, that'll do it for this game. Well, I swear to God, are the Eagles going to take a timeout? 1 second left on the clock. You.
27-24 win for Philadelphia to kick off the next, I don't know, series of exhibitions anyway. Obviously, we're not into a season, but the Eagles coming up with the Sim victory. Sorry, there's no tournament on the line here. You will see both these teams again in Simland probably later on this week with the
let's shout out our guy Pac Fan from the YouTube chat, if he's still here, or she. First place in the Cough in Christian free roll by a large margin, more than 5 points. Beautiful, beautiful showing. 27 points from Alshon Jeffrey in the flex. That's got to be the crusty Cough player of the game right there. Yeah. Old man Alshon got it done. And a few decent candidates right now for Babysitter Billy Award, but Miles Sanders with 32 rushing yards, and that's it. 3.2 in the plus.
Dude, 29% owned, 83% in the captain spot for Miles Sanders, who goes for 32 rushing yards. It does. Is that his worst sim that he's ever played? I know we got to go, but quickly, I got to look in the game log. I see a 6-point game, a 4.7, a 9.1, 5.2. He had a 45-yard game with a catch for -3 yards. That was way back toward the beginning of Madden 21. So congrats, folks. You've seen history here. This is the worst sim performance we've ever gotten out of Miles Sanders. Hope you didn't roster him. Oh, but wait, pretty much everybody did. Subscribe at postroute.substack.com. We're going to get out of here, but we want to remind you, Kenny and I will be with you for the Titans and Niners, a couple of premier running backs who hopefully will be better than Miles Sanders. That's the Mad Matinee, 2 Eastern. Emerson Latzia and Zach Thompson will be with you for the Patriots and Cowboys, 4 o'clock. That is, of course, the early bird special, the happy hour sim, Chargers, Jaguars, Brendan Glasheen and Brandon Cristal. Brendan and Brandon, always love that duo. Glash and Kenny Ducey, 2 buddies, Thunder buddies, will be together for Bears and Packers at 8 o'clock, primetime tonight. And then, of course, Madden After Dark, Bills, Cardinals, Jason Rossi popping on in, Jeff Ulrich, and I'll probably be hanging out in the chat harassing both. And I love it. Thank you all for being with us. Christian will be back tomorrow with Moose, Rams, Dolphins at 6 o'clock. We bid you farewell on this day, though, Christian. And we say thanks to, of course, producer Drew and undercover boss Tom, Frangelico, and Bert. Can't beat it. All right, we'll see you again. Enjoy this replay of the sweat if you missed it earlier, because you want to learn all sorts of stuff about your MLB, NHL, and NBA lineups, and so much more golf, I'm sure, as well. Christian, pleasure, buddy.
Always. See you next time.
What up? What up? It is a Tuesday edition of The Sweat coming to you right now on the DraftKings Dream Stream. I am Emerson Latzia, reminding you to watch this show weekday mornings, 11 o'clock Eastern Time. So we have a jam-packed schedule for you today. 6 Madden Sims, plus Get the Green with Reed and Jeff following the 2 o'clock game. And then after the 4, it's an MLB edition of The Slate with Gary and Thorne and Steve Buchanan. And speaking of Bukes, it's time to put them up. DraftKings contributors Nick Fryer and Stan Sun will tell you if they agree with Steve's favorite plays at the following positions, or if they're going to pivot to another. So, Steve, good morning. It's good to see your hairy face. Give me your dude at pitcher.
Yeah, look, I already got some grief about this, and this is before the show even started. But let me tell you fools why you should be taking Luis Castillo going against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Everybody wants to point to, oh, we had a bad start. Opening day, you did terrible against the Cardinals. We all agree about that. But look, everybody has a bad day every once in a while. I'm not going to hold that against him. He's looked good in the 2 starts after that one. And now he faces the Arizona Diamondbacks, who just seem to have a bad day every day of the season. They are not hitting against righties at all. So now you're getting an ace of the staff in Luis Castillo, a former Cy Young candidate at 6,600. That is highway robbery going up against this putrid Arizona Diamondbacks offense, who, by the way, against righties so far this season, jot this down with a crayon, 291 WOBA, 150 isolated power, and just an 80 WRC plus. This offense stinks. Luis Castillo is a beauty. He's going to mow them down tonight. And at 6,600, you're going to be counting your lucky stars.
Ooh, Nick, you picking up what Steve's putting down here with Luis Castillo?
Yeah, I would say that, Steve, you're up for a good day right now with Luis Castillo. I think, yeah, you look at the opening day start, it's like, all right, whatever. I mean, it's going to happen to guys once in a while. And this Diamondbacks team, I'm still thinking about when they lit up Patrick Corbin like a Christmas tree, but he's a lefty. None of that matters. And at 6.6K, how are you going to turn away from a guy like this whose stuff, I know his velocity is down a little bit and his swing and strike percentage is down a little bit, but Steve laid it all out, how the Diamondbacks are doing against right-handed pitching. They're not doing well. So I'm going with Luis Castillo at this price. Come on. And I'm partnering up with Zach Wheeler too for good measure.
Stan, what do you think, man? You like Steve's favorite play here at pitcher? You want to go somewhere else?
I mean, I hate to admit it, but yeah, I do agree with Steve. He's just too cheap. 6,600. I mean, we know, he was 9,100 in his opening day start. The K per nine is only 7.04, but the swinging strike rate is still a healthy 12.7%. It's been over 15% the last few years. So it's a little bit down, but still 12.7% is a very good number. The left on base percentage is 47.9%. So there's been some bad luck involved. I mean, his career rate is 73.5%. Excuse me. The FIP is 4.86. So, I think the main thing for me when I, dug into things is that his approach hasn't changed, or, he's still inducing a lot of ground balls. And that, that's the key here. Steve and Nick both went over why Arizona is a pretty good matchup. They're 17th in strikeouts and 13th in ISO against right-handed pitching.
All right, Steve. So far, so good. Let's see if we can get them disagreeing with whoever your favorite hitter is tonight.
Yeah, I love using Jared Walsh going up against the Texas Rangers, and specifically Jordan Lyles. If Jordan Lyles is taking the mound and you're a left-handed bat, you might as well say, well, I guess I have a 4-for-4 day coming up because Jordan Lyles cannot get out left-handed bats. And then you look at the fact that Jared Walsh has just been a monster against righties since he's come into the major league, since the beginning of last season. 442 isolated power, 453 WOBA, and a 197 WRC plus against righties. He has quietly been a huge force in this Angels team that is exceeding expectations, just like another team in that division with the Seattle Mariners, who, by the way, are in first place. Jared Walsh is in such a good position tonight against Jordan Lyles. Like I mentioned, if you're a lefty, you want to get the lefties in there against Jordan Lyles. That has been his kryptonite all throughout his MLB career, and it's going to continue again tonight.
All right, Stan, what do you think? Jared Walsh, yay or nay?
I do like the Walsh. I do like picking on Jordan Lyles and the Rangers bullpen. It's fine, but I'm going to pivot away from here. I'm going Nolan Arenado at Washington. He's 5K. He has 4 homers on the season. The ISO is at 254. I want to pick on Patrick Corbin and the Washington bullpen. I mean, I know there's some recency bias here because they won off last night. But Arenado didn't participate in the festivities. In his career away from Coors against left-handed pitching, Arenado has a 274, 360, 478 slash with a 203 ISO. That's where I want to go today.
Stan, you really are like the nicest analyst I think we have. You're so respectful, even when you disagree, man. Like, good for you. Nick, what do you think? You like the Jared Walsh? You want to pivot somewhere else too and be mean?
I mean, how about this? It's a fine pick, I guess. But
yeah.
Steve, how are you going to ignore Freddie Freeman when he's going up against Jameson Taillon, who's given up 3 home runs in 8 innings so far, 2 bombs against lefties, and we're playing at Yankee Stadium, Cracker Jack box. I got to go with Freddie Freeman at 5.5K, and there's a lot more expensive options out there. I understand Walsh is cheap at 4.8, but Freeman's six of his 7 extra base hits have come against righties. So I don't know how you're going to ignore this one here. I understand he might be kind of a popular play, but I think he's due for a big night against Taillon, who's not done well to start the year.
Well, there's a thing called a salary cap. You have to stay under that. You have all this unlimited cash in your mind that you think you can use, but that doesn't happen here.
Where did you get off saying that? I've made 2 picks so far, and I was with you on the Castillo one, so we're saving money there.
Don't raise your voice with me.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, Mom.
Here we go. Nick came to play. I love this. Steve, put up your buttes here for a value play.
I'm going to continue to play Corey Dickerson until he's not, near the minimum at 3,100 tonight going against the Baltimore Orioles. And Matt Harvey. Matt Harvey has put this mirage in front of us that all of a sudden he's a reborn pitcher. He can pitch again. He's the Dark Knight. Remember in the Dark Knight when they had like that big fat guy who was walking around thinking he was Batman? That's what Matt Harvey is, okay?
Yeah.
Everybody knows it's not him. He's not going to come back to his old form. He's always had trouble against lefties. So now we have Corey Dickerson, who, by the way, bats leadoff for the Marlins, which is a prolific spot because the Marlins have quite an underrated offense, I guess you can say. But like I mentioned, Harvey's always had issues against lefties. And I know that Corey Dickerson hasn't been hitting for power as of yet, but the power has always been there throughout his career. But again, getting somebody who's batting leadoff at 3,100 is just way too cheap to ignore, setting the table for that Marlins lineup. I am not a believer that Matt Harvey is back and pitching well again. It's very early in the year. He's going to start to crumble sooner or later. So how about the Browns to do that job for him tonight? Corey Dickerson, 3,100. Nick wants to pay up for everybody. Here's a way to save some salary.
Okay, Nick, do you want to pay up for a value play?
I will say I do appreciate the Batman reference and talking about the guy wearing hockey pads out there. But I'm not going to go with Dickerson as much as he's a solid pick here, but I do want to target Matt Harvey and Jazz Chisholm. Look, I know he's a little bit more expensive, and Steve's going to get annoyed with that. I like to spend money where I can, Steve, where it's worth it, because this guy is five extra base hits in his last seven. No, sorry. 5 of his 7 extra base hits this season have come in his last 23 at-bats, and almost all of his power has come against right-handed pitching. And Harvey may have reverse splits right now, but he's not done well historically against left-handed batters. So Dickerson is fine. If you're good with fine, then go with Steve. If you want a guy who's going to pop off and who's done well of late, go with me and DJ Jazzy Chisholm.
Ooh, wow. Okay, Stan.
I'm writing that down. I'm writing that down so we can revisit later.
Stan, are you okay with fine with Corey Dickerson, or do you have something better in the value department?
Yeah, I like something better here. I'm going to go with Dylan Carlson. He's also at 3,100. He's not bad in leadoff like Corey Dickerson, but, I do want to, pick on Corbin. Like I said, 9.88% swinging strike rate, 20% barrel rate, 52% hard contact rate. He's given up 50% fly balls. The launch angles at 18.9%. Average exit velocities at 95 miles per hour. The strikeout rate decreases by 10% when you compare for lefties to righties. Carlson, he has a career 250 ISO against left-handed pitching. He has 3 homers on the season. The ISO is at 255. So, 3,100. I want that stack. So he's part of that stack.
All right, Bukes, a final one here, dude. Take us to the sports book. So give me what you like for a sports book bet here.
Yeah, so rumors were going around that I was going to take this play, take the under, and already the line is moving. So the word got out already. I originally liked the Astros and Rockies to go under 11 runs. It's already moved down to 10.5. So somebody leaked some information out to the public, and they're already running to the DraftKings Sportsbook to get that play in. But quiet, Nick. But here's what I like about this, okay? So supposedly the Astros are getting their full cast of characters back tonight. Alex Bregman, Yordan Alvarez, Martín Maldonado, who cares about him? No Jose Altuve, it looks like he's still going to be sidelined. So they are going to get that back. But John Gray has been actually pretty darn good so far, and 2 of his starts have already come at Coors Field. How are these Astros bats going to get thrusted back into the lineup and perform? And then the Rockies offense, even at home, at Coors Field, that team still has the second lowest WRC plus in the league at 64. 64, second lowest in the league at home. They're simply not hitting at all. So this just feels like an inflated total because it's at Coors Field. Let me let you in on a secret. Just because it's at Coors Field doesn't automatically mean that the over is going to hit. I still like this at under 10.5 runs. If it continues to fall because I influenced everybody, that's one thing. But at least as it stands right now at 11:10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, I like the under in this game.
Nick, put up your Bukes, bud.
This one's fine again, but I have a couple of K props that I like more. I usually lean more towards K props. It's more about me than it is about Steve. So I apologize, Steve. You guys can go and bet on, take Steve's bet, sure. But Zach Wheeler's K prop right now is at 5.5. And I think right now it's at -125. And then Charlie Morton's is also at 5.5 too. You can go with either one of those. Morton's is a little bit more expensive right now. The payout's not as good. It opened at -105. I don't know. Again, like Steve talking about stuff getting out. Nobody knew about my stuff before, and so I'm worried that my Google Doc is hacked. But either way, Zach Wheeler's going against the Giants, who have the second highest team K rate against righties in all of baseball. They're on the lower end of OPS as well, so just in general, not making solid contact. And Wheeler's FIP is at 2.8. 5'9". So he's trending towards better numbers, even though he's done fine so far. So I like Morton too. He did well for me last time, even though he wasn't a good DFS play, and that's why I'm still not going with him today. But because he's at Yankee Stadium. But I like his K prop. But moreover, I think that Wheeler's is a safer one to go with, both at 5.5.
Stan, would you be brave enough to take an under at Coors Field?
Yeah, I would actually. Actually, Gray has been pitching very well today. This year, in 11.2 innings at home, he's allowed 2 earned runs, 0 home runs. The slash is 150, 244, 225. So I'm with you there. Jordan Alvarez for the Astros is returning, but he might not even play. There's no DH. So I'm fine with that. But I'm gonna pivot. I'm gonna go St. Louis. I'm all in on this game. The money line was plus 110 last night, so it's at 112 now. So that's probably not a good sign for me. But like I said, I'm picking on Corbin. I'm picking on the Washington bullpen. St. Louis. Well, let's go to the pitching side for St. Louis. Adam Wainwright. He's a 12.1% swinging strike rate. 4.37 FIP versus the 7.11 ERA. So the BABIP is 4.14. There's a lot of bad luck there. Washington, they don't strike out that much, but they're only 25th in ISO. So, I really like this, game for the Cardinals all the way around: offense, defense, special teams.
Gentlemen, great job. Good seeing all of you. We will deliver NBA DFS picks right after this quick break. Let's hoop it up. 5 games on tonight's NBA slate, and here to play a fun little game of pick and roll. We have DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Nick Whalen. So pick the following player or roll to another at the position, starting with no Harden, no Durant. Which kind of has Kyrie Irving feeling like a logical play at guard. He's going to cost you $9,900. You pick in the Kyrie chalk or roll into a different guard, Kenny?
I'll take the chalk here. I'll bite the bullet. Look, he has 5.2 more DK fantasy points per 36 minutes with James Harden and Kevin Durant on the floor. Does Kyrie Irving? It's a 4.1% usage rate spike. And New Orleans, they play pretty poor defense, especially against point guards, allowing 25.6 points per game to opposing point guards over the last 2 weeks. We know Lonzo Ball is a liability at the position. There's a negative 0.59 real plus minus on the defensive end. And while I don't think that this game means anything to the Nets, and I don't even know if they'll win it, we have seen time and time again in this spot, Kyrie Irving will go off. He gets all of the ball. The Nets have 7 players out, so they need someone to shoot the ball. Kyrie should be taking all the shots here. And oh, by the way, this is they've now only played 7 games together. Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, and James Harden. Just figured I would say that because it's just a mind-blowing stat.
It actually is. I was unaware of that. Nick, you want the highest price guard on the slate, or are you going to roll with someone else?
I mean, first of all, 7 seems high. I would have guessed it was lower than that, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, with the amount of injuries that they've had, so I don't remember them playing that many games together at all. I'm fine rolling with Kyrie tonight. I think it's possible that you maybe look at the last 2 games and get a little bit spooked. 20 points against Miami, struggled from the field in that one, 6 of 19, had just 12 points in that blowout against Charlotte on Friday. So, maybe some people look at that box score and get a little bit scared away. But like Kenny said, there's so many injuries for this Nets team that, Kyrie Irving's not always a guy that loves taking a ton of shots, but with no James Harden, with no Kevin Durant, I mean, even some of their better role players, Nick Claxton's not playing in this game. Marcus Aldridge is never playing in another game. By default, that usage is going to trickle down somewhere. And obviously Kyrie is kind of the head of the snake in that regard. If you do want to pivot to another high price guard, I like De'Aaron Fox tonight. He's at 9,800 at home against Minnesota. Obviously the Kings are a terrible team. They're going up against another terrible team in Minnesota. But, Fox is a guy that regardless of all the losing of late has put up some huge numbers.
Let's talk about Kawhi Leonard here, guys. Returning to the court on Sunday against the T-Wolves after missing 4 games with a foot issue and put up just under 44 DK fantasy points in 23 minutes. So he gets Portland tonight. Will cost you 9,200. So picking him or rolling to a forward who is perhaps a little more trustworthy, Nick?
Yeah, I don't know that there's that many more trustworthy options on the slate. Like as long as Kawhi Leonard is for sure playing tonight, I'm pretty comfortable rolling with him. There's a pretty big jump down to Brandon Ingram at 8,400. And then you start getting into some of the, iffier options, your Miles Bridges, your Anthony Edwards, Buddy Hield, Harrison Barnes, Norm Powell, players like that. So, if you're looking at small forward specifically, Kawhi Leonard is certainly the number one elite option in that regard. Like you said, doesn't need a ton of minutes to rack up great fantasy value. The one thing with him is even if he is fully healthy, there's not a lot of scenarios where you see him playing like 37, 38, 39 minutes. They're generally pretty conservative with him. So maybe he doesn't have that crazy ceiling. But, super high floor player whenever he's on the court.
Kenny, what say you?
I don't know if this is allowed, but I'm actually going to go up here. I think Nick is right to not play Kawhi Leonard. He's more of a good real life player than a good, fantasy player. I mean, his great games are few and far between. He's pretty consistent, but at his price tag, it's never really worth rostering him. I like Zion Williamson at $9,700. I'm going to go attack the Brooklyn Nets, who I just crapped on because they don't play any defense, especially now without Nick Claxton down low. He's actually been one of their more reliable front court players. We know Marcus Aldridge is no longer there. Nick Claxton is out for this game under the health and safety protocols. So I don't think that this front court is really going to be as strong as it needs to be to combat Zion Williamson. It already is allowing a point per play on post-ups this season, which ranks in the bottom 10 of the NBA. And Zion here, he's just been getting a lot of usage lately. You want to look back at the Knick game. He didn't get a lot of usage in that one, but it was also kind of a different game. They couldn't go down low because Nerlens Noel, obviously a very imposing presence. They're hard to go against. They didn't want to drive the ball in on him, rightfully so. But here, I think that the Nets are able to be exposed, and Zion Williamson's going to drive the ball in all day long, post up, just get whatever he wants here against this bad defense of the Brooklyn Nets. So I really like him at 9,700. I think you can rely on him for probably 5X here.
All right, Kenny, this one's for you. Julius Randle of the Knicks has been on fire, producing 50-plus DK fantasy point performances in each of his last 4 games. That includes a 74-point outing against the Mavs. So he's going to cost you $10,100 against Charlotte tonight. You paying up for Randle or rolling to another center, Kenny?
Well, there's 2 things I'll say here. And first of all, the Charlotte Hornets are really good against centers. If you look at their points per the points in the paint allowed per game for the whole season, they're in the top 5, and they just have a pretty good front court. They've been playing pretty good defense lately. It's really hard for me to pay that much money for Randle, even though I do love him with all my heart. And it's even harder for me to say that I like Enes Kanter at $6,100 because I hate him with all my heart. I had to watch him play basketball. I'm sure you did too, Emerson. Not very fun. But one of the things I can admit about Enes Kanter is that he's a very good rebounder. He might be the best rebounder in basketball, if not a top 5 rebounder in basketball. This guy is just really good, especially on the offensive glass. We know what he can do. We've seen him go for 30 rebounds the last time he played significant minutes. He played 37 minutes against Detroit. And I think that this is a great spot. With Nurkic out, this guy should be getting 30, 35 minutes. Yusuf Nurkic's not going to play in this game because of injury recovery or rest or whatever they're calling it nowadays in the NBA. So Enes Kanter should be in line for plenty of minutes, and I just don't see any way I cannot play Enes Kanter. As good as some of the other options might sound on paper, for the minutes you're going to get, I mean, this guy could legitimately get you 10 times your salary. He can get you 60 points here at $6,100. That's a building block for me at center, so I have to play him. I can't pay up for Randall.
Nick, what do you think here? Second highest priced center on the slate.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, Kenny laid out the case for why this isn't an ideal matchup. I don't think you look at the depth chart in Charlotte and say, oh, man, he's going up against Cody Zeller. He's going up against Bismack Biyombo. He's going up against Vernon Carey, who started 2 games recently for the Hornets. But the scheme is really good. Yeah, they keep teams out of the paint. They force players like Randall to beat them in the mid-range and beat them from 3, which he is capable of doing. But, yeah, it's not an ideal matchup. Both these teams are bottom 5 in pace. The one thing you do look to, though, over the last 10 games, Charlotte is bottom 10 in rebounding rate. So even if it's not, a 5th straight 30-plus point game for Julius Randle, maybe it's a game where he makes some hay on the boards. The big thing with Randle is like the floor right now is just so high because of the minutes. And you're kind of just waiting, for that to come down at some point. Like even at RotoWire, when we're looking at minute projections day to day, it's like, are we really going to project this guy for 41 minutes tonight? But then you look and, his last 8 games, it's 39, 37, 38, 38, 39, 42, 41, and then 47 against New Orleans the other night. But we know who's the head coach of this team. I don't think that's going to slow down anytime soon. So if you like Julius Randle, even in a not ideal matchup, he might be playing 6 or 7 more minutes than the guy who's next to him in the pricing on DraftKings.
Well, Nick, sticking with center here and some value, Hornets, we were just talking about Charlotte. Big man, PJ Washington's fresh off a 45 DK fantasy point performance against the Blazers. So it was his return from a 3-game absence due to an ankle injury. Is he a solid value play tonight at just 5.4? Would you roll to someone else for bigger value?
I mean, at that price, it's certainly justifiable. I'm surprised he wasn't bumped up a little bit more, after that big game. Kind of a weird situation where he didn't start that game. They started Vernon Carey. He played less than 10 minutes. Washington essentially, plays a larger than usual workload off the bench of 34 minutes. He's been super hit or miss. On his good nights, he looks like, a complete stud and kind of a steal in his second NBA season. And then he'll go through stretches where 5 or 6 games in a row, he's scoring, 5 points, 8 points, 3 points, 0 points, and looking kind of lost. So if you catch him on the right night, he's a great value. If you catch him on the wrong night, he can kind of bust your entire lineup. Yeah, I think the Enes Kanter call at center by Kenny is a really good one. If you want to pay up a little bit more, I think Clint Capella going up against a very overmatched Orlando Magic front court tonight is another way that I lean. I tend to be a little bit more conservative, so I'm probably staying away from PJ Washington tonight.
What are you going to do? You're going to stay away from PJ as well, Kenny?
I think so. I mean, in terms of value, if I'm looking to get a value guy in my lineup, I think it's going to be Anthony Simons here, $3,800. He's had 30 minutes over the past 2 games, and you can't deny that this guy is going to see the floor a lot here, despite the fact the matchup isn't great. He should get some Reggie Jackson defense. We don't like the Clippers, but we do like Reggie Jackson on the defensive end because he doesn't really like to play at all. And the thing about Simons is he's going to get shots up. I mean, this is a guy that when he sees minutes, and Damian Lillard is going to miss this game, we've seen Blazers Twitter explode like this guy is going to, tell CJ McCollum to go pack his bags because he's taking over the shooting guard job. At times, he looks that good, and he just hasn't really gotten the minutes lately. But if you think back months ago when the Blazers didn't have McCollum and they were just decimated by injury, this guy was one of the guys that really stepped up and played good basketball. He's a good shot maker. He has a good stroke from 3. He took 4 threes last game, 8 threes the game before that when we're looking at the minutes that he's seen. But again, he's not afraid to take any shots. He's not going to shy away from a 3. He's not going to shy away from an open jumper. So I like that type of guy at $3,800 who's going to see probably 30 to maybe even more than 30 minutes here with the shorthanded Blazers team. I think that he's a really, really nice value tonight, and I'm definitely looking to get him in my lineup.
Kenny, slate approved pick time. Favorite DFS play on tonight's slate?
Yeah, I think it might be Cole Anthony at $6,000. This kid has just started to play some really good basketball. The Hawks are 21st in defensive rating over the past 7 games. I think the matchup is right. And when you're talking about Orlando, who do they have? Emerson, they have no one. They're just throwing everything at the wall. They're letting their RJ Hampton play. They're letting Cole Anthony play. So I think he should get plenty of usage, plenty of minutes here, and I like him to keep it going.
What say you, Nick? What do you got?
Well, that was my value play as well. He finally played over 30 minutes in his last game, Cole Anthony. That is, has the best positional matchup on the slate tonight. Obviously going up against Trae Young, probably the worst positional defender in the entire league at any position. So Anthony's a great call. I'm going to go back to De'Aaron Fox though. If you're talking elite money, he's at 9,800. Goes up against the Timberwolves team that's 5th in pace over the last 10 games. That is 30th. That's dead last in defensive rating, allowing 120 points per 100 possessions over its last 10 games. I think this is an ideal matchup. Minnesota's guard situation, still kind of a mess. D'Angelo Russell's playing like 20 minutes a night. Ricky Rubio's rolls all over the place. I don't think they have anybody that can step in and stop De'Aaron Fox.
Good stuff, dudes. We're going to take a sportsbook look at tonight's NBA slate with you two coming up right after NHL opening faceoff with the Moose Man. All right, we got that sticky puck coming your way right now. 7 NHL games on the docket. DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich joining us now to help with some of the top DFS and sportsbook plays. So there's an interesting choice to be made at center. The Maple Leafs have a soft matchup against Vancouver, and you've got 2 centers for Toronto who are seemingly in good spots here. You can pay up for Austin Matthews at 9,100 or save some cash with John Tavares at 7,100. Who do you like?
Yeah, it is an interesting slate, especially at center. I mean, Tavares is coming in. He's averaging over a point per game over his last 10 starts as well. And realistically, whenever you get the Vancouver Canucks on the docket, I mean, you should be targeting them. So this is a really good upside matchup for Austin Matthews. But, let's run down the slate a little bit. I mean, Barkov is playing well. He's got a good matchup. Crosby, the same story. I do think that paying up for Matthews makes the most sense here. He's just so likely that if he gets a goal, he's probably going to hit the shots on goal bonus as well. So I do like the upside there. And I will say this, if I'm paying down, I'm probably going to go to Rupi Hintz on the Dallas Stars. I mean, this guy's just not getting enough coverage right now. He's having a terrific year. He's still in his early 20s. Just over his last 10 games, he's got 15 points as well. He's got a great matchup against the Detroit Red Wings too. And again, he's only 6,600. So for me, I'm kind of looking at it as, yes, I do want to pay all the way up for Austin Matthews, but if you're looking for a bit of more of a value player, you're just looking for a guy to pair with Matthews. Rupe Hintz on the Dallas Stars going up against the Red Wings in a terrific matchup. He is the best, probably pure value at center tonight.
All right, let's go to the wings and things department here. Pittsburgh's Jake Gensel finds himself as the 3rd highest priced winger on the slate. He's going to cost you 7-4 against New Jersey, who he has scored 5 goals and 9 points against in 5 games this season. So would you pay that price for Gensel or go down to a cheaper option at wing?
Yeah, no, I mean, Wing, doesn't look as appealing as center tonight. So I do think Gensel is the guy like you should be targeting here. I mean, New Jersey, the worst penalty kill in the league. And obviously we know Pittsburgh, shorthanded without Malkin in the lineup. They're really top heavy in terms of scoring. They're either getting their scoring from their top line or they're just struggling, right? So Gensel is, I wouldn't even call him boom or bust. I mean, the guy's averaging over a point per game this season. He's in a terrific matchup. And, again, it's just such a weak penalty kill by the New Jersey Devils that the Pittsburgh top line here, you don't necessarily have to pay over $8K for Crosby, but I think paying for Gensel at under 7,500 makes more sense. Realistically, he's a better goal scorer than Crosby at this point anyways. So I do like that play. Again, though, I think if you're paying down, I would go to the Dallas Stars again. Jason Robertson, 6K, having a fantastic rookie year, averaging a point per game now. This matchup against Detroit is another one that you can target. So just another option out there. I do think Wing isn't as deep tonight, so paying up for Gensel, maybe eating a little bit of chalk there is fine. But Jason Robertson at 6K, again, if you're looking to save a little bit of money, that's the guy I'd be targeting.
How about the blue line group? John Klingberg of the Stars cannot be ignored. He's on a 5-game point streak that includes a goal and 5 apples. He'll take on lowly Detroit this evening, so it's a good matchup as well. You need him in your lineup tonight at 5'8"? What do you think?
Apples, assists. You've really brushed up on your hockey talk, and I love it. Defense isn't as deep as last night. Like I know last night I was kind of talking about I want to pay up for at least 2 guys on defense, and I really like them. But this one, it feels a little bit thinner. The matchups maybe aren't as good. Maybe it's just the players that we have available to us. I do like Klingberg. Again, I think it pretty much revealed my hand here. I like the Dallas Stars against the Red Wings. They're playing better. Their top line is really clicking, and Klingberg is clicking too. He's a type of streaky player you kind of want to target when he's starting to get points every night. He doesn't get as many block shots as Miro Heiskanen, who's 5,500, but Klingberg is the guy target in this matchup. Again, Detroit allow a lot of shots on goal. They don't have a great penalty kill. There's a good matchup, weak goaltending. It could probably go on and on. The other player you might want to think about paying up for here is Chris Letang at 6,200. Again, it's the worst penalty kill in the league. It's the New Jersey Devils. So Letang doesn't look as good over his last 10 games. I get that, but this is a spot where, the Pittsburgh power play could easily come up with multiple goals. So Letang going to be involved in that. 6,200. I like him as well as Klingberg.
All right, dude, let's take a look at and see what's cooking on the DK Sportsbook. Any of the games on tonight's slate to choose from, which team do you like at plus money?
Yeah, I mean, I tried to find a big underdog that I could really get behind tonight, but there just isn't one. Now there are some teams at plus money I like, but again, they're more sort of even matchups. And the 2 I was looking at were the Rangers and Hurricanes. I like the Hurricanes tonight. This is a team again, Carolina. They're up there in terms of expected goal rate. They're up there in terms of power play efficiency. They almost rate out as a better team overall than the Tampa Bay Lightning in a lot of ways. And again, we have to remember, like, the Lightning don't have Steven Stamkos in their lineup. They're starting a guy they just called up from the AHL on their top line now. You can still get the Hurricanes at plus 102 on the money line. I mean, those are really good odds for a team in Carolina. Like I said, I mean, they're up there with all the elite teams in terms of things like expected goal rate and other advanced stats. So I look at Carolina. They've got Peter Mazurek coming back. They did lose the first game of the series, but Mazurek stopped 33 shots, kind of assuming he's going to get the start again. But even if they don't, Nedeljkovic, their backup has been fine as well. So I like taking the plus money here. I think Carolina is the deeper team right now. And if you're looking for, a bit of an underdog, I wouldn't call them a massive underdog here, but if you're looking for an underdog play, the Hurricanes would be where I'd stop tonight.
We're looking for a slated proof pick from you right now. So your favorite bet or DFS play tonight?
Okay, let's keep it with we can do a little bit of both. Obviously, I like this Dallas top line here. Joe Pavelski, 7,200 for DFS. It's a little bit expensive, but if you go to the DraftKings Sportsbook, his shots on goal prop 2.5, you can take the over there for plus 125. You're getting really good plus odds. Pavelski's averaged 2.7 shots on goal over his last 10 games. The Red Wings allowed the 8th most shots on goal in the league per game as well. And realistically, Pavelski comes in, he's shooting the puck more. This top line's playing really good. He's hit the over on this prop in 4 of his last 5 starts as well. So I think the fact you're getting plus 125 on Pavelski's over shots on goal totals, I think it makes for a great bet tonight.
All right, dude. Great seeing you, but I need you to hang out because we need you for some PGA price check coming up after one final trip around the NBA, okay?
I can do
Thanks.
that.
I know you can. Back for one more time. It's our NBA panel consisting of DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Nick Whalen. So we did that DFS thing earlier. So right now I need you to tell me if the following spread, totals, or props are too high or too low, which is why we call this segment too high or too low. Let's start with a prop here. Zion Williamson against the Nets. Point total set at 28.5. Too high or too low, Kenny?
I think it's too low. This guy's usage rate was at 34 and 36% before the Pelicans played the Knicks, which was kind of a different animal. You know, they couldn't really drive in on a pretty imposing front court. Frankly, it was just a good defense in general. The Nets are not that. The Nets are, you know, in the bottom 10, in the bottom 7, actually, of the league in defensive rating for the entire season. Over the last 7 games, it hasn't gotten much better. You know, they've kind of had sporadically good defensive performances, but tonight they're going to be without 7 players. No Nick Claxton for them, which will hurt them in the front court. It'll also hurt their rebounding here, and the Nets generally aren't even that good of a rebounding team to begin with. So I think Zion Williamson here should just, you know, have his way, whether it's on putbacks or just driving in or even on post-ups where the Nets are allowing 1 point per play. I think that he should have plenty of ways to score the basketball. And again, just you can't ignore the fact that his usage has just been through the roof over the last really 7 games, minus that Knicks game. So I think that he should have plenty of the ball here and he should get it. I mean, he's gotten 30 points on a pretty consistent basis.
Yeah, Nick, are you nodding your head in agreement?
Yeah, I am. And we kind of hinted at this in the last segment. I mean, it's such an ideal matchup. You know, it feels crazy that we're just harping on like how important Nick Claxton is to this Nets front court, but it's true. I mean, when you consider the other options behind him now, I mean, DeAndre Jordan, they're kind of doing everything they can to not play DeAndre Jordan, and now they're virtually going to have to throw him out there. That's a pretty major mismatch against Zion. Everything stacks up in his favor. You know, we actually haven't seen Zion score 40 points yet in his NBA career. I'm not going to go out on a limb and say it's going to happen tonight, but if ever there was a situation for it to happen, I think this would be it. He's come very close a number of times this season. He has a few 38-point games. He had 39 against Denver back in late March. I mean, this is a game that I think the Pelicans are so inconsistent that even though on paper, you know, they're the team that should probably win this game, the Nets will probably find a way to keep it close. Kyrie will probably keep them in it. Zion's probably going to play 35 plus minutes. This really might be the best matchup that he's walking into all season.
Nick, the Hawks favored by 11.5 hosting the Magic opened, I believe, at 13. Is that too high or too low? 11.5.
Well, I was going to say 13 was a little too high. So I'm not surprised that it's now down to 11.5, like you said, at the DK Sportsbook. I think the Hawks can cover it. I mean, there's a pretty big mismatch in the front court here, especially. You know, Wendell Carter's looked okay for Orlando, but Clint Capella has been fantastic for Atlanta all season, especially on the glass and as an efficient finisher. So I think there's a mismatch there. You know, I know we talked a little bit about, you know, liking Cole Anthony's individual matchup against Trae Young. I like that from a DFS perspective. I don't know if I like it from a winning NBA basketball games perspective. And we also have to keep in mind the motivations for these two teams. I mean, Atlanta has a ton to play for. They're playing for playoff positioning, playoff seeding, which can swing dramatically in that kind of middle of the Eastern Conference night to night. So every game's really important to them. And every game could not be less important for the Orlando Magic, who are kind of trying to stealthily, I think, improve their lottery odds as much as they can.
Yeah, Kenny, you kind of alluded to that in our last segment, just how terrible Orlando is and how they're basically playing anyone and everyone.
Yeah, and I used to be a big narrative bettor. I still am. I still like betting teams that have something to play for versus teams that don't. But to me, look at what's happened with the Dallas Mavericks. I mean, how many of these games for the Mavericks? They need to win these games. Luka Doncic came out and said he doesn't want to play in the play-in tournament, and they've lost some really, winnable games they should be winning. Especially one to my Knicks. So I don't think that it's always as cut and dry as, the team that needs to win is going to cover here. I do think that the Hawks win this game, though. I am in agreement with Nick, but I think that this is still too high. When you look at the games that the Magic haven't covered this 11-point spread, right? The blowout losses, they've come to San Antonio, Milwaukee, Utah, and then, we won't talk about Washington. Washington was just a weird one, but I mean, these are good teams, right? Even Washington's playing really well right now. These are all really good teams, really efficient offenses, good defenses, too, with Milwaukee, Utah, and San Antonio. That's not what the Hawks have. The Hawks don't have a bad defense, but they're certainly not good. The Magic haven't been good on either side of the ball, but I think that they have shown a little promise lately. They have some guys that can score the basketball. And to me, I think that they hang in this game for a little bit. They've shown they've looked like they actually do care in the late stages of this season, even though they're not playing for anything. Because you have plenty of guys here, even a guy like Gary Harris, just playing for more minutes in the future, playing for another contract. So I think that the Hawks don't cover here.
Kenny, Clippers and Blazers game total 224. That's down 2.5 points from where it opened. Too high or too low?
I still think it's too high here, even though it's down. The Blazers are 20th in pace. The Clippers, what style of basketball the Clippers play. They love to grind out the pace here. They're fourth to last in the NBA this season. So and again, a good Clippers defense and a Blazers defense that over the past 10 games, they have, it appears on paper that they just haven't fixed any of their defensive problems. But when you actually look at some of the performances they've had since CJ McCollum's been back, they have shown that they can play some defense. They've had some nights where they've played really stellar defense against good offenses. I think that this game can still go under because of that. You also still have, obviously, the Clippers dealing with, who knows who's going to be injured tonight for the Clippers. It's the end of the NBA season. Everyone's out every night. You had Nick Batum out the other night for them. Patrick Beverley's still out. Serge Ibaka, I think they could still be missing a few guys here. So, yeah, I think that this ultimately could be a pretty slow, low-scoring game here. I still like this under. I think it's a little too high.
Nick, where do you sit on this? Too high or too low?
I think it was definitely too high at first, and I think I'm with Kenny. It's still a little bit too high at 223.5 for my liking. I mean, he mentioned the Clippers and how slowly they play. Not a team that's looking to get up and down by any means. They'll grind you out in the half court. I'm more worried about the Portland side of this. I think the way it goes over is maybe it's a blowout in favor of the Clippers and they just have a big night offensively. But you look at the two games without Damian Lillard so far, they've scored 107 and 101 against the Spurs and the Hornets, respectively. Super small sample size, of course, but Portland is 29th in pace over the last two games played. They're playing at a pace of about 95 possessions per 100, which is very, very slow. So without Damian Lillard, that offense, completely changes. I know Kenny likes Anthony Simons tonight. I have in general been a supporter of Anthony Simons. There have been times when I've been very much tempted to jump off that ship because of how inconsistent he's been. I will admit that I still love him. He is not Damian Lillard. I have my doubts about, whether Portland can kind of hold up its end of the bargain when you're talking about maybe going over that number.
So Darren Fox has a point total of 29.5 against the Timberwolves. Too high or too low? I know we mentioned him a little bit in the first segment. Kenny.
I think that this is a little too low. I mean, look, I think that he's going to cover it. It's very high. So I don't know really what to say in terms of the technical answer to this question. By the way, I will never forgive Anthony Simons for beating Obi Toppin in the dunk contest. That was absolute robbery, but I
forgot that even
like
happened,
Anthony
honestly.
Simons. I have no idea how he did that. And I thought he might win anyway. Okay, so Minnesota has allowed almost 25 points per game to opposing point guards the last 2 weeks. So that's why I don't think this number is that crazy. At first I was like, this is way too many points. Now you're looking at specifically the points allowed to opposing point guards. De'Aaron Fox should get almost all of those minutes. The Timberwolves are fourth in pace over the last 10. The Kings are ninth. And also, as Nick alluded to earlier, the Timberwolves are worst, dead last in defensive efficiency over the last 10 games. They are not playing any defense whatsoever. De'Aaron Fox here. We want to talk about a team that is playing for nothing in the Sacramento Kings. I mean, he's just, the usage has been through the roof for him. He's just taking all the shots. He's the only guy who's looked like he has any sort of pulse on offense. They did show a pulse last game, but this team just hasn't really scored, so they've just put the ball in the hands of De'Aaron Fox. He's also been able to get to the free throw line a lot lately, so I like De'Aaron Fox here to cover the 29.5. It seems like a ridiculous number, but when you look at the matchup, it's actually not that crazy.
What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, not a whole lot else to say. I talked about how much I love Fox from a DFS perspective earlier, and I think Kenny's perfectly right to say that, like, it's not like this. The prop is not set too high or too low. It's probably just about right. I mean, you look at Fox's last 15 games. I think he's at like 29.7 points per game, so it's kind of right on what you'd expect. He's been, have some nights where he's at 27, the next night he's at 33. It's kind of been right around that territory, pretty much every single night, but. The matchup to me certainly implies that he has a better than 50% chance to go over 29.5 tonight. I mean, this Timberwolves team is horrific on defense. The pace should be up. And part of it too is, guys like Tyrese Haliburton and Buddy Hield, especially Haliburton, have slowed down a little bit of late. Haliburton, his minutes have been slashed the last couple of games. It looks like he's maybe hitting somewhat of a rookie wall. And, when you really can't depend on your other guards for production, Rashawn Holmes is going to miss another game tonight. He's been out of late. It's kind of a situation where Fox has no choice but to take a ton of shots, attack the basket, get to the free throw line, and inevitably rack up those points.
All right, dude, real quick here on Slate Approved Pick. Favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook tonight, Kenny?
It's Pelicans -3. They're 14-16 against the spread at home, which, okay, it sounds bad, but they've only covered in 44% of their games, so that's actually good. They play their best basketball at home. The Nets have 7 guys out without Durant and Harden on the floor. They've been kind of abysmal on defense and offense. I think the Pelicans here cover this. It's a must-win game for them. They're fighting for positioning here in the West. They need this win. I think that they come out strong and finally cure what ails them, what's ailed them in the last few games anyway.
Next, Slate Approved Pick.
Yeah, I like that one, and I'll double down on that and say Lonzo Ball over 13.5 points. You're not getting a ton of value here, as is typical with these point props on DK. He's at -113 for this one. I like it as a bounce back. I mean, he's played so badly these last couple of games since returning from injury. I feel like he's virtually, has to bounce back. And for as great of a matchup as it is for Zion Williamson, it's a pretty good matchup for that Pelicans backcourt as well.
You two are free to go. Thanks for the help. We will bring everyone home with some PGA price check right after this. That hunger and thirst is one of our gorgeous golf gurus, Jeff Ulrich. It's PGA price check here, dude, ahead of the Zurich Classic. So keep in mind, this is a team stroke play event. You can't draft 2 teammates to the same lineup. Teammates do have the same salaries and earn the same amount of fantasy points here. So which pair of teammates are you taking at over 11K?
Yeah, thanks for explaining the rules to me, because it is important this week, and it is hard for someone like me to keep track of. But the favorites in this event really haven't done that well. I mean, I know John Rahm and Brian Palmer obviously won the event last time, but you look at the 2 events before that, we had a lot of just kind of mid-tier and even lower tier teams kind of competing for the win. The first year was Cam Smith and Jonas Blick taking it home. And I like Cam Smith over 11K here. I mean, this is a player who's got a lot of obviously familiarity with this event. He was a past winner here with Jonas Blick in 2017. He's coming off back-to-back top 10s. And now he's bringing in Mark Leishman as his partner, fellow Australian, guy who got a T5 there at the Masters in his last outing. I think you look at the top teams, you got to love the blend of experience in recent form here with Smith and Leishman. And they're also the cheapest of anyone over 11K. Give me them. I like targeting them as like a core play here.
How about in that 10K range here?
Yeah, 10K range gets a little bit more interesting because, you have the experience factor with Billy Horschel, a guy who's won on this course twice. In 2013, he won as a stroke play event, and then he won in the team competition in 2018. So pairing him with Sam Burns, who's just like he's got a solid birdie rate. I think that makes for like a good core play. But for a big field GPP tournament, I think you want to take a little bit more variance on it and maybe go for lower ownership and lower sentiment. I think Bubba Watson and Scotty Scheffler is a really interesting pairing. Scotty Scheffler's got a really high birdie rate. We know this is a player who's been very close. And look, let's not forget, both these guys have done well in the match play event, which I think sets up very well for this style of event. Scheffler getting to the final there this year. Bubba obviously won the match play event a couple years ago. So I think Scheffler and Bubba Watson at 10-9. For big field GPPs, again, you can pay up for like a Horschel in a cash game setting, but I really like Bubba and Scheffler for those big field GPPs. Again, you want to get a little bit lower ownership there. I like that pairing.
All right, the team that tickles your fancy in the 9K department.
Yeah, 9K range is where we start to get like a lot of different options, obviously. You got a lot of like elite players in this range and some not elite players as well. I think some people will gravitate towards Henrik Stenson and Justin Rose, with Justin Rose coming off like a solid Masters performance. Obviously, I'm interested in this Norwegian duo. I'm not going to lie. Victor Hovland, Christopher Ventura. Ventura's played like honestly, if we're being honest, Ventura's played like garbage this year, but this dude can really putt. And again, he's being paired with one of the most elite ball strikers in the game in Victor Hovland. These two obviously have some knowledge of each other as well, being the only two Norwegian players on tour, obviously played some junior golf and things like that together. So I think this duo is really interesting. Ventura, again, maybe not so reliable in like a single stroke play event, but when you pair him with a guy like Hovland, I think you could see some confidence in that putter this week. So 9,700, I like that duo.
All right, we got 90 seconds left in the show. Just take me in that 8K department and under. So
okay,
take it where you want.
Let's just get a little crazy here. I mean, I like Matt Walls and Graham McDowell here at 8,600. Again, Walls playing extremely well. You're pairing him with an extremely good putter in Graham McDowell. Graham McDowell's the plenty of match play experience too, so you really like that. I will say this, probably my favorite play. I don't even know if it's terms of value. Obviously, we're dealing with a different format, but Roberto Castro and Cameron Tringali, a couple of veterans. Tringali's got a great record at this course and at this event. He's played it a couple times. Roberto Castro coming off a really good tournament. It was at Corrales a few weeks ago, top 10. Both these guys coming off top 10 finishes, both veterans. I kind of really like targeting them at 8K. I think they're a little bit underpriced, and I think this is a team that could potentially compete for the win this week. So give me Roberto Castro, Tringali. You can make it my play of the day, block of the week. I don't know, but they're my favorite team.
So you and Fowler on Get the Green today around like 3:00 Eastern time. You guys will talk a little more DFS, but also some sports betting for the tournament.
Absolutely. Betting. Just get your questions in, but we'll cover the gamut. Obviously, this is a pretty interesting event to talk about, so I'm sure we'll have lots. But yeah, 3 p.m. Eastern after the 2 p.m. sim. We'll be on.
Okay, awesome. First of 6 sims coming up here in just a few minutes, guys. Eagles at the Broncos with Kaufman and Christian. Thanks for watching The Sweat. We'll see you back here again tomorrow morning at 11. Peace.
Well, we say goodbye to Christian DeAndrea, albeit for a short while. Turns out he's going to return in place of Zach Thompson for the next sim at 4 o'clock after this one that we've got, the Madden Matinee between the Titans and the Niners. And we say hello to my buddy, Kenny Ducey. I am Adam Kaufman. What's up, man? How are you?
Yeah, you better slowly roll there with the buddies. I'm doing well. It's good to be here with you, Kauf. And I love doing Titan sims because I love my little strategy of captaining Corey Davis, throwing Tannehill, A.J. Brown, and Jeff Swaim into the mix. So it should be pretty fun.
All right. Well, we'll wait for the complete lineup for just a couple of moments, but obviously heavy on the Titans for you. For me, I went a little heavier on the Niners. I'll tell you, George Kittle is my captain, which is not something I tend to do often in Simland, at least not in Madden 21, maybe a little bit more in Madden 20, if I even remember
I'm not
right.
a big Kittle guy in Madden.
Yeah, 26 touchdowns across, let's see, 65 sims coming into this one. He's actually been a pretty regular double-digit threat. In fact, a few games ago, he went for 30 points, had an 8 for 21 game with a touchdown. He has touchdowns in 2 out of his last 4. So we'll see. Basically, it's one of those situations where the salary works. You know, he's $7,200 in the flex, 10-8 in the captain spot, getting about 14 points a sim. You can justify it, but I have to expect Kenny, and you know, let me know if you feel the same. With Derrick Henry, with Raheem Mostert, most people are going to have both those guys, but do you suspect that a lot of people are going to pay up for, you know, captain of one or the other? Is it going to be, you know, kind of a split ownership there? What do you think we're going to be looking at?
I think that we're going to see more Mostert than Henry. He's just been better in the Sims than Derrick Henry has been lately. I think that obviously both of them will be pretty popular, but yeah, I mean, in terms of this one, I didn't go after Derrick Henry.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking I could definitely have fit him in, but I didn't want to. But I did get Mostert. I mean, Mostert's just, again, been the better running back in the Sims consistently. Henry's had a pretty low floor, which is kind of surprising, with about, you know, I don't know, 12 points a couple of times out ago. So again, I do expect that Henry will be pretty popular, but I don't think he's going to be nearly as chalky as Mostert.
Yeah, he actually, and this isn't too recent, but he had a stretch of 3 out of 4 where he went for 7 points or fewer, which was just kind of ungodly for Derrick Henry, a guy who has 63 touchdowns in 70 sims coming into this one. So we'll see what we end up getting here. So lineups have locked. Like you said, you went heavier on Tennessee, but what's your full build look like?
Yeah, I went with Corey Davis in the captain spot, Raheem Mostert, Ryan Tannehill, A.J. Brown, Deebo Samuel, my man, and Jeff Swain as well. So I like Swain is a nice little value option. People don't normally like to take him, but he's definitely in the mix all the time. And the rest of this lineup, I'm in love with it. I think Tannehill is one of the most underrated sim quarterbacks around. So I'm digging it.
Well, I opted to fade Tannehill, and hopefully I guess I don't end up regretting that, but we will find out. As we are scoreless, ready for the first play from scrimmage. It is a Mostert run, and not a long gain, just 3 yards on the ground for Raheem. Top ownership in the large free roll. Unsurprisingly, Raheem Mostert and Derrick Henry are the guys. Mostert, 80%, Henry at 75%. Then my captain Kittle at about 66%. Tannehill, who you mentioned, at about 42%. Deebo, who's going to be popular here in this one, at 37%, who is rounding out the top 5, although basically the same percentage points as Kendrick Bourne, new Patriot in real life. And on that note, as we have a 3rd and 5 coming after another Mostert pickup, I have Kittle at captain, Derrick Henry, Raheem Mostert, and then Dante Pettis, and then just my Patriots bias, although I do think that they are justifiable plays, so it's not that alone. But I have both Kendrick Bourne and Jonnu Smith. So excitement on the Pats offseason additions as part of my lineup for this Madden Matinee, which is called, by the way, the Hank or Meowstert free roll. So that in mind, let's take a little look-see at our contest and see what the ownership numbers look like for those guys, because you guys, you know, we look at the ownership numbers for the larger contests all the time. Frankly, I just care more about what the ownership numbers are in our smaller free rolls, because I know that you all are the hashtag team always here, the ones that really are invested in these contests. Mostert, 41% in the captain spot, 91% owned. Henry, 84% owned, just 12% at captain. As Garoppolo, 2 for 2 for 25. It's a pickup to Bourne, 1st and 10 on the way from the 44, as San Fran keeps the ball 90 seconds gone.
Koff, we putting $5 DK on this one again.
Wow.
I'm feeling good about my Titan stack.
When we decided that the last time around, you and I basically were in the same spot in the standings. Where I know we're just underway. Where are you right now? Drew says no.
I am
no more.
In 112.
Drew doesn't want it. All right. Well, if Drew doesn't want it. Drew's in charge.
Yeah, I'm right now sitting in 112th with half a point. Just I'm off to a really good start here.
Andy
really
says I'm 26th, so I just, for a point of pride, I do intend to beat you still. Andy says, did you blow dry your hair today, Kenny? You're looking good.
I look like this every day. What is he talking about?
Well, there are some days that you look better than others. Like you're not wearing a hat today, for instance. You've obviously put some effort into your hair.
I always put effort into my hair. That's like the thing I put the most effort into.
In your life?
I don't understand what he's talking about. Well, I mean, my job, my relationships with people, but my hair also. I'm losing my hair. I'm trying to make sure I keep my hair. I'm doing a lot. I got a lot of balls in the air, Cough.
Yeah, it sounds like that. Focusing on my relationships, my job, my hair. Our pets' heads are falling off. Smash the like. Do it for Kenny's hair. We're up over 100. Let's get to 150. See if we can do it by the end of the first quarter. One big push. 3rd and 16 on the way from midfield, right on the nose. Garoppolo. It's a long pass deep into traffic and into the end zone. Touchdown! San Francisco. Deebo Samuel, 50-yard score.
As expected, Deebo Samuel, monster of the Sims, my man.
Congrats if you got Deebo.
Cough is going down here today, ladies and gentlemen.
That's going to hurt me, no doubt about it. We'll look at Deebo's ownership, which I suspect is pretty good. 35% in our smaller free roll, 4.3 in the captain spot, picks up a quick 12 points there, 18 if you got him captained, obviously, as undercover boss Tom, who was making his lineup just prior to kickoff, says, thank God I made the move for Deebo. Like I said, I had him in my build, and I took him out to put Jonnu Smith in, as I recall. I think that was the swap that I made.
It's been a great start for me so far. I think Jonnu Smith is a fine play, but I don't know if he's going to get there.
That quickly plummets me from 26 to 75. Where are you?
I'm in 57th now.
There you go. See?
Oh, TP says he has Kendrick Bourne.
So I screwed up.
Fun's over.
Oh, well. Good time while it lasted. That is the worst, by the way, when playing DFS. And, you go through so many lineup constructions, or maybe you have multiple lineups and you care about them more in one spot versus another, depending on how many contests you're in, or head-to-heads, or GPPs, whatever it may be. But when you think you have a guy and then you're convinced of it, you celebrate the touchdown or a guy going for 40 real points in a basketball game, whatever it may be, and then you realize when you go and look at your thing, oh wait, I didn't play him after all. It's a soul-crushing feeling, Kenny.
Absolutely. I had a real life incident like that where it was I think it was wild card weekend. It was the Browns game, and I thought that I had put in, who were they playing? I thought I had put in whoever the backup running back is for Pittsburgh. I think that's Benny Snell, maybe. I thought I had put him in, but I actually put in Donovan Peoples-Jones as like the other punt play, and my lineup was the second highest scoring lineup, and the one with Benny Snell was the top scoring lineup. So if I had just actually put him in, I would have won. I would have split the pot 3 ways, but instead I came in second. It's pretty terrible. I would not wish that on my worst enemy. I would not wish that on worst enemy. Phil. Not even on Brother Phil.
Not even on Glash, after berating you by calling you buddy over and over and over again. Would you wish that upon him?
No, Glash and I get each other. We're going to be on later tonight at 8
You
o'clock.
are?
Yeah. Derrick Henry had a good start to the game here. That's nice.
We missed you last night. Not that, you know, you had any obligation to be there or anything like that, but Emerson and I were doing the bracket final sim at 8 last night. It was the only sim on Monday, as we know. And, you know, much to our surprise, Glash, Moose, Rossi, Lamarca, ZT, they all popped into the chat at one point during the sim, and we just kept saying all we're missing here is we got to have Ducey, we got to have DeAndrea. It's, you know, it's not a full party. It's a party, but it's not the same party.
Well, you guys could have said something. You could have, you know, tweeted me or yeah, I was a little busy last night. I was working DK Live, but yeah, man, I would have showed up. You guys really missed me, you know.
Just to hang out, just to be with us. 3rd and 10 from the 25, a little more than halfway through the opening quarter. Again, 7-0. Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman. We got Drew, our producer, undercover boss Tom, who is our technical director. Frangelico, game ops, and Bert. Bert hanging out. Armageddon lover Bert. Not unlike yourself. Men who cry at Armageddon.
Yeah, I'm really loving watching these Ryan Tannehill scrambles, and now it's the 31st. See, the thing is, people don't think about him as a running quarterback in the Sims, but he absolutely
I do not. You're
is.
right. So do you remain high on Ryan Tannehill in real life?
Somewhat high. I think that he's good. I think that he's a quarterback that I'd want leading my team.
Even more so than Zach Wilson, since that's the quarterback who projects to be actually leading your team?
No, hey, that's not what I said. I didn't say that. I didn't say I'd rather have Ryan Tannehill over another guy. I just said I'd like to have him running my team. If I were a Titans fan, I think I was in pretty good hands with Ryan Tannehill. That's what I think.
7-3 San Fran. I'm sitting 101. Frosty ATS is in front in our Madden Matinee, the Hanker Meowster free roll that we've got going right now. Mr. Ducey is, I don't know where you are, but you're definitely doing better than I am. Producer Drew is 28th. Just to keep an eye on that. Oh, you're right behind him, 31st. I see you. Frangelico is 35th.
Right above Frangelico.
The crew is representing here, folks. Other than me, the crew is representing. T-Pike, don't ask where I am. Bert, did you make a lineup? Are you in the contest? Are you in the DK SimFam Friends League, Bert? It's important to know. A couple minutes to go opening quarter. On the subject of the draft, Kenny, and I got into this a little bit with Emerson yesterday, as Bert says he's getting his account set up today. Good. Drew says Bert's on the scoring. Don't distract him. I'm sorry, Bert. I mean, you should pull a Zach and just mute us. Don't even listen to us.
Not that anyone people listening might care. Big news with the Europe Super League. Looks like Man City is out.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Look, Chelsea is withdrawing as well, I'm seeing. Chelsea's asking out of the Super League.
I think it's because of all the backlash. There was a report this morning that at least one team was considering leaving because of all the negative backlash, or pulling out, I should say. And yeah, now I guess we're getting 2 names of clubs that are out, but definitely good. You know, you don't want to see these guys ruin the sport, you know. I mean, I'm not a football purist by any means. I just got into the sport a few years ago, but it definitely would be a lot different if it were, you know, if it were the other way around, where we had the Super League and you didn't have the finishing in the Premier League to that mattered. Like, and I think that is something that American sports should adapt. I think that our sports would be a lot better if there was an emphasis put on where you finish in the regular season, and that's exactly
we should have relegation.
Premier League.
We should have relegation.
I absolutely agree with you. And the thing about how they go about their seasons that I think is amazing is that we have like winning the regular season title is a huge deal. That's like what every team strives for. That's like championship is winning the regular season title. And then the playoffs is, essentially Champions League and Europa League and whatever, all the season end tournaments. But that to me, like if we had, and that's sort of how baseball used to be, if you had like an emphasis on what's going to be which team is going to have the best record in baseball, it would be amazing. I really think like there, it would be a season long race and you'd see like teams start to separate themselves. And then like, the early games in the season have more importance, right? Cause like you don't want to start in a hole because the good team's just going to keep winning. I think that the playoff system right now is fine, but it would be interesting to see either that or maybe football go that way, where it was like, okay, let's see who wins the regular season because that's going to be a big deal. And then like, the top 4 teams from the AFC and the top 4 teams from the NFC and the top 4 Canadian Football League teams all battle for who's the best football team or something. I don't know. But it'd be fun.
Tater Hater says the DK Sim Fam League is the only super league. Every other league is a poser, which I think we all support, Tater. No question about it. Debo Samuel 1 for 50, a touchdown. He is basically the offense in this one. 7-3 San Fran through 1 quarter. Again, Deucey Koff, all y'all hanging out here with us, and we appreciate it. But I need to read more on it. Honestly, I don't know nearly enough about this Super League that this news just coming down this week, obviously in the last couple of days. But I would absolutely, to the point of what you were just discussing, I'd love to see some of those trends come over to North American professional sports leagues. I just think it would be so great to, removing the whole tanking element of the conversation that we get into with every sport, most commonly NFL, NBA. People don't talk about it as much in baseball or hockey, but just to remove it from the conversation altogether, to actually fear, as Drew points out, the new season of Ted Lasso is going to drop July 23rd, I guess, on Amazon. To go all Ted Lasso and what they were trying to avoid at the end of that first season, relegation. If you had, and I used this example last night, if you had the Baltimore Orioles, playing in fear of being, all right, well, sorry guys, you're a AAA team next year. Like how much fun would that be?
Right. I mean, it would also that's the kick in the butt that you need, right? I definitely think that it'd be a lot of fun. And, whether or not even you have, college football teams and I don't know, like what kind of we can get in the mix, but like, I definitely feel like more competition is always good. Especially when like, I really wonder about the quality of some of these teams in football specifically, like American football. Like last year, I really think that if we had a soccer style regular season where like these football teams had to play every week for like 3 months, you would have seen that there was like 4 teams and then the rest were crap. Because the Bills last year, and look, I've talked about the Bills so many times on these streams. I think everyone knows where I stand on them. I think that they're good. But if you look at the games that they won, I think they only beat 4 playoff teams. And the rest were they beat up on the AFC East, which is easy last year. And they beat up on the Panther. Like they played the NFC South, which again, like the NFC South does have the Saints, but it also has the Panthers and the Falcons, which are 2 easy wins if you're like a halfway decent team. To me, like they just, they did play, I believe they did play this, and maybe they played the NFC West. Okay, Drew's saying NFC West. So I don't know. I just, the NFC West last year was a down year for them as well. I mean, because the Niners were completely out of it. The Cardinals basically were broken by the time they played the Saints, and the Cardinals even beat them. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. But my point here is like, if you look at the regular season last year, they did not have great competition. And so I'm curious what would happen if they were held up to better competition. If they had to play every team in the league. If the Bills like had to go play, we got a Derrick Henry touchdown.
Yeah, we do. You faded him. First of the day for D. Hank.
If you had like a, like they had to play the Packers and the Buccaneers and the Steelers twice, and like if you just put them up against good competition, I really don't know if they would have been the same type of team. And we'll never know. We'll never know.
Raheem Mostert doesn't like it. Planning to get even when he gets back on this field. 10-7, Tennessee in front after the Derrick Henry touchdown. Again, I'm sure a lot of you are excited about that, given that he is popularly owned today. 84%, 12% in the captain spot. It's going to lift a lot of people, although only so much, obviously, with those big numbers. 122 for me. Baggies to win in front right now by about 4 points. Frangelico, top 10. He's moved into 7th, so good on you. Mr. Ducey, not having him, I imagine that hurt you quite a bit.
It didn't help.
48.
But I'm still 48th.
Yeah.
I'm still hanging out here. Doing all right.
He was taking exception to me going after his Orioles as my example multiple times. And now he's just getting personal. He's getting heated. He's triggered. Red Sox might be the worst team in the AL East when all's said and done with, Koth. I don't believe that, Chris. I think the Red Sox, not to turn this into a Red Sox conversation, just to quickly hit on this, I think there were a lot of people rightfully wondering going into the season, what will the Red Sox be? A lot of people probably had them in that, 75 to 84 win range, something like that. Basically mediocre. What they have shown themselves to be.
Well, I mean, let's not get carried away here. I still think that
I'm not
a bad team.
I'm not about to tell you the Red Sox are going to win the East this year. Those aren't the words that are coming out of my mouth. But I think they have won 11 of 14. They have shown they're not just hot, but they are resilient. They're a good baseball team. And I do believe that they are. I said coming into the season, I felt they were a wild card team, and that was when nobody was in on the Red Sox. I had them at like 87 to 90 wins.
No one's going to listen to you when you say the Red Sox are a wild card team. Look, they're not a wild card team. What are we doing
I think
here?
They are. I think they are, Kenneth.
They started off on a good note, but they don't have the pitching, they don't have the bullpen to sustain any sort of level of success.
Why do you feel that way? If they're healthy, you think they don't have the pitching?
Yeah.
Their pitching has been terrific.
Evaldi and Garrett Richards and Erod are very unproven arms. They just are. Erod, first of all, has never stayed healthy, but he also just has never put it all together. And I'm not totally convinced that, Evaldi, I mean, you can't even say if he stays healthy because he's not. You know that. He's never going to stay
I think
healthy.
Evaldi is a much bigger question mark than Eduardo Rodriguez is. I'll go with you.
My point is that you can't say, if Evaldi stays healthy, he's not going to stay healthy. He never has stayed healthy once. He's not. You just know.
I like Drew
I don't know. I mean,
out of this conversation because I know that Drew believes the Red Sox are a good team. Drew's in.
I mean, you can be a good team and not make the playoffs.
He says not in. You're in, Drew. Where it says who's going to beat them? Won't be the Yankees this year.
Okay, I mean, who cares? The Yankees aren't good. Everyone else is going to beat them.
If we could project ahead several months, I'd love to see it.
The White Sox are going to beat them. The Rays are going to beat them. The Twins.
Personality, Red Sox 4th. Pitching will not hold up.
Of course it won't. It's a nice story. I like Alex Verdugo. I think Alex Verdugo is very good. This is not a playoff team. I mean, it's a nice team. It's okay. They're not going to be the worst team in the league.
I mean, the whole conversation obviously began with the Red Sox better than the Orioles, which, yes, Chris B, they are. But second to that, I do think they're a playoff team. This is what the problem with baseball, unfortunately, is it's such a long season that we could spend the next 2+ quarters yelling about this and it would get us nowhere because it's April 20th. We're not going to even have any even remote frame of mind on this issue, really, because it's, again, like you can lose.
Well, because
it's
you're not
like
being
people say
objective.
with,
That's why you just
no,
need to
it's
be
not even that. It's
objective
like
about
it's like people
this.
say,
You do.
round one of a golf tournament. Like you can't win this early, but you can lose. Well, all right, the Red Sox are doing what they're supposed to do, and then some right now. Quite frankly, among the top teams in the American League, record-wise, judge their talent however you want, but record-wise, they're among the top teams in the American League, and I don't think we'll be able to have a realistic conversation about them until like the end of July.
I mean,
And I think that's true of any baseball team, by the way.
I have been the biggest vocal supporter of the Tigers. I think that the Tigers are better than a lot of teams, or a lot of people are giving them credit for. But like, I'm not ready to say the Tigers are good or the Tigers are a playoff team because they started out the season and won some games in surprising fashion. Like, I don't understand. You need to separate a hot start from like a good team, and like it's fun to watch the Red Sox, but they also got their souls crushed. Right before shelling Lucas Giolito, who, by the way, is terrible in day games. Lucas Giolito's never pitched well in day games, so it's not like you figured something out against Lucas Giolito. It's like, well, you just run into him on a good day. I just personally think that, again,
I'd hardly say losing.
You're playing Kike Hernandez in left field. He is a platoon player. He doesn't hit righties.
I would hardly say that losing a
Bobby Dalbec, whoever that is like your biggest power threat.
Soul crushing. They had a bad day.
It absolutely was so. What do you mean? They got killed. They crashed back down to earth. This lineup.
I'm sorry. Who swept the Red Sox their first series of the season? Yes, the Orioles. That is correct. Connor says, "I'm a Philly fan." Cough. Don't fall into the trap. That might be the most apt thing that
I think
we've,
if you look at this lineup
heard.
objectively, there's a couple of good hitters or a few good hitters, and that's it. And like,
I think they're going to have.
The rotation is very shaky. The rotation is my biggest concern for them.
Feel how you want to feel about the pitching, and I would not even tell you you're wrong about that. Like, you should be concerned about that.
Okay.
I agree. I think they will have one of the best offenses in baseball, though. I don't think that's
that is ludicrous. What leads you to believe that?
The depth, the power.
What depth and power?
Consistency.
Bobby Dalbec? That's what you're staking this claim on?
No, not him alone.
To be one of the best to be one of the best offenses in baseball, you have to rank inside the top 5, right?
Sure.
So what teams would you concede have a better offense than the Red Sox? The Dodgers and the Padres and the Braves are all there. 100%, right?
Yeah.
How about the White Sox?
Where are they right now? And I know it's early. I don't know. I'm asking the question. Where are they right now? MLB team stats.
Well, I'll take a look right now. But again, I'm not even. Who cares about the early season? I mean, the Yankees have been one of the worst offenses in baseball, but I still think that they have the opportunity.
I
to be
care
much
because
better than the
I don't
Red
think
Sox.
what they're doing to this point in time is a fluke. The Red Sox lead baseball in runs right now.
Right. But
the
Reds did. You know who else did? The Reds about 5 days ago, and look where they are now. They look like they're dead.
They're third.
A week and a half ago, really.
They're third.
My point is,
Reds
I'm just
are still
saying
third.
objectively, okay? We're just talking objective.
Yeah.
You can say with certainty, right? Like, just looking at the lineups, looking at the names that they're penciling in on a daily basis, the Dodgers and the Braves and the Padres all have better lineups than the Boston Red Sox. I think that is objectively true, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You would agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. So you look up and down any of these other lineups. What do you think the Red Sox are better than the Astros when healthy? Because all those guys are on the COVID list.
The COVID list is an unpredictable element of this whole thing. Admittedly.
We're not that. Don't change the subject. I'm just saying.
But it's true.
It's
true.
Don't change the subject. I don't care how unpredictable it is. I'm saying
I would take the Red Sox offense over. Yes, I would take the Red Sox offense top to bottom over the Astros offense.
Okay, so how?
You mean how? They're just
JD
a stronger
Martinez.
team top to bottom. And obviously, if guys like Martinez and Bogarts and
you would take Xander Bogarts and JD Martinez and
But this is
Alex Verdugo. You
but
take those three guys and Rafael Devers, okay?
But the problem is,
I'm asking you a question.
It's not 3
You would
against
take
3. It's top to bottom.
You would take those 4 guys over Alex Bregman, Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez. And, like you would.
But that's not what I'm saying.
And Michael Brantley. You would take them over those 4?
Well, for one, producer Drew says he would, as a matter of fact. He's saying, yes, I would. But moving that aside.
Bogaerts doesn't even deserve to be listed in that. I mean, okay.
How is that?
This is what happens when you talk to Boston people.
When did Xander Bogaerts all of a sudden be
Xander Bogaerts isn't nearly as good as any of the 4 players on the Astros. He's not even better
I disagree
than
with that.
Carlos Correa.
I absolutely disagree with that.
Carlos Correa is better.
That's not right.
Bruce boycotting the Red Sox for 3 years, so he doesn't want to talk about them.
He says, "Don't make me defend their honor."
I'm not. I mean, Houston's just
why
one
is it a
team.
3-year boycott? How did that get? What's the math on that?
Probably leaving time for the rebuild.
That's fair. He says it's personal. That's where Obi-Wan would say, "Stop prying."
I don't get it.
Yeah. Listen, we could continue doing it, but then we would just be really Executive Sessions enjoys it. He says, "Cough, Ducey, best banter ever. Please, producer Drew, more Ducey and Cough." Stats are updated. Thank you very, very much for Angelico and Bert. We could keep going. We're not going to keep going, not because we're not enjoying it, but because it's just so wildly irrelevant to what we're talking about.
Oh, no, I don't want to keep going with this. This is a ridiculous conversation.
When we get off kilter and go off on tangents, they're a little more entertaining. I think arguing about the honor of the Red Sox lineup versus those across Major League Baseball might get a touch boring for the people. Even I recognize that.
Yes, thank you.
Although Drew writes, Bogaerts has 3 Silver Sluggers. Correa, who plays the same position, has 0.
Okay, that's great. Carlos Correa is a better player right now. I don't care what he's done in the past. Xander Bogaerts was once good. So were the Red Sox. The Red Sox, once upon a time, were really good. Not anymore. Correa is a better hitter. I would 100% rather have Carlos Correa right now than Xander Bogaerts.
I like how invested everybody is in this. LOL like for Ducey, says Tom's Microwave. Do it. Let's get to 150. Past the half. We're almost there, folks. Smash that like. Chris says, get this game going before these two continue this cat fight. There's a lot of Astros slander. The Astros were an interesting example on your part, given their recent history, as we know. But moving that aside.
But that's still a better. I think that they have better hitters.
Can I ask you a football question?
Sure.
I asked Emerson of Shore, just defeated. I asked Emerson about this last night, and I really wanted his opinion as just, Joe Jaguars fan that he is, as this team prepares to draft Trevor Lawrence with the #1 pick, as it should, by the way. So take nothing from what I'm about to say for anyone that wasn't here last night as, what are the Jags doing taking Trevor Lawrence #1? No, that's who you take, and I'm sure he's going to be very, very good. But were you, just as a sports fan, doesn't even have to be football, just as a sports fan, were you at all alarmed by some of the comments that he has made in the last week about not having, and I'm paraphrasing, as we have a touchdown, A.J. Brown, Tennessee going ahead here by a score, extra point coming. Alarmed by him basically saying, I don't have that crazy gene. I don't have that, I stop at nothing to win. Football's the most important thing in the world to me gene that all-time greats have. And furthermore, he doesn't want it. How did you feel about that when you heard or read those comments?
I don't care. This is being drummed up by the media so that way potentially the 49ers or the Jets get Trevor Lawrence. That's what's happening. This is always, always, always a media creation. Who cares? Who cares?
Nobody created this. These are his words.
Do you think that Aaron Rodgers has that drive?
No, I don't.
Doesn't want to play football, but he won a Super Bowl, so who cares?
Because the difference is, I truly believe that mentality, that difference, that football is first, is the difference between Aaron Rodgers winning 1 championship and Aaron Rodgers winning multiple. That's
mean,
the difference. That's why I care.
But you'd
That's why
obviously
I
rather
care
have
for
Aaron
Jaguars.
Rodgers than almost every quarterback in the league. So I don't get it. Anyway, my point here is it's not a big deal. Aaron Rodgers would rather be hosting Jeopardy, but he is the best quarterback objectively in the NFL, besides Patrick Mahomes, I guess. So I mean, if Trevor Lawrence turned into Aaron Rodgers, you win. So I don't understand what the problem is.
As T Pike says, what's more important, making a Super Bowl run, or wait, what are you saying? Maybe making a Super Bowl run, or you make a Super Bowl run, is what his question is. Raheem Mostert, holy crap! Raheem,
wow,
what a juke! See you later,
Raheem
pal.
the Dream.
Raheem to the stream, 72-yard score, takes a selfie of himself to celebrate.
Well, Koff, I was in 7th place before that run. I'm curious where I'm going to be now because I have Mostert, but I do not have him in the captain's spot.
Yeah, and 40% of people do, so that's going to drop you.
Yeah, I think I have the suspicion that it's going to hurt me. Well, I'm in 10th place. That's not that bad.
Well,
okay.
Is it totally updated after that?
Yeah.
Already?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. 10 and 10. You know, no big deal. This is your boy Kenny with Jeff Swain with the catch, sitting in 10th place.
I don't think this is where I'm going to disagree with you again. Apparently, is I don't think this is much to do about nothing. I think this is, again, it's not to the point where, like, oh, Jags don't take Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence isn't a winner. None of that. I'm not saying any of that. But I absolutely would want my franchise quarterback to have that, whatever we're going to call it. I'll just, for lack of a better term, that crazy gene. That, you know, that, and maybe I'm spoiled by seeing it for 20 plus years of Tom Brady overall in his career, including the Tampa season. Football is first. Nothing else is nearly as important. I am going to dedicate all that is me to football. My nutrition, my diet, my fitness, my mentality, my game prep, my everything, all that is my being. Football comes first. Not going and I want to be the host of Jeopardy and not, whatever other example we want to use. Like, football is first. That does matter to me. I do think that is, like Tom Brady's a multiple time champ in my mind if he doesn't have that, but he's not winning 7. In the same way that I think that Aaron Rodgers wins more than 1 if he had a little bit more of that versus the 1 that he won on talent.
I mean, I just don't. I think that, like, you're asking too much if you want Trevor Lawrence to be Tom Brady. I mean,
I don't want him to be Tom Brady. I want him to be a little psycho about football and not say, I'm not one of those guys and I don't even want to be one of those guys. It's a little weird to me that the projected expected number 1 overall pick openly says football's not the most important thing to me. And I'm not even saying it has to be, but I at least want him to fake it.
All right. I mean, I don't know. It's fine to me. Totally fine. I'm not. It's not I'm not caught up on it. So.
Yeah. And Jordan, I'm not suggesting that, as you put it, that he's half in or whatever. I mean, clearly he hasn't floated to through life to become the number 1 overall pick. That's not my insinuation. But like Must Be says, no, Kaufman, you're correct. That's the difference between a pro athlete and an all-time great. And I'll go a step further. Like, Trevor Lawrence could be, should be, expects to be great. But it could be the difference between being great and being an all-time great. That's all I'm saying. And I think that's true of a lot of the quote-unquote all-time greats that we look at across sports.
I think that your drive is absolutely important, and I think that you absolutely have some athletes that stand out. But, like, to me, again, you're just paying a guy to throw a football and lead your team, and he's been able to do that with great success. in recent years. So like I don't understand what else you want. I don't know.
Irwin says the Jags are probably taking Fields now because of this. Ha ha ha. No, and I don't think that's true at all, obviously. Urban Legend cough, please stop crapping on Trevor and messing up my birthday. Kelvin, no one is psycho like Tom Brady. Football isn't the most important thing. A lot of players had that love football drive and football shelved them. Well, yeah, I mean, sports are cruel mistresses. Jordan says, my point is actions speak louder than words. Who cares what he said? His performance suggests he's dedicated as he can be. Unfortunately, I guess those two things kind of go hand in hand, the words and the actions. Or at least for us, us in the media that have to look at it that way. Or choose to look at it that way if you don't believe we have to. Great. A blocker. Tannehill throws it away.
I was going to say, speaking of looking at things, can we look at this game for a second? It's really good.
Yeah.
It's tied at 17. Just because we're not in the Madden bracket tournament anymore doesn't mean that these games don't matter to these teams. These teams are still fighting it out, giving everything they have on the field, the gridiron, whatever you want to say. Yeah, and this has been a great game. It's been a treat to watch. Derrick Henry has the X factor now. He's going to run guys over. And, yeah, I mean, I'm still in 34th, so I still got a chance to win this. I'm still.
How about this
good.
How about this from Pizza Man? Frangelico's top 5. Henry is the bonus. How about this from Pizza Man 7480? You want your franchise quarterback to hate losing twice as much as he likes winning, and has a complete dedication to becoming the best ever. That's the difference between TB12 and Rodgers. Do you agree or disagree with that?
You want him to hate
losing twice as much
more than
as he likes winning.
I guess, yeah, sure. I think that this is all ridiculous. I do.
You think this is all just manufactured stupid media stuff? You don't think competitive drive is a real thing?
I think that this stuff, because here's the thing.
Can I drill it down to?
You've been talking for a while.
Go ahead, please.
My take, is that
touchdown Henry, by the way, second.
If you look at a guy that wins, right?
Yeah.
A guy that wins, no one's ever going to come out and question whether or not they're a great competitor, whether or not they care about football. Like, it doesn't matter. And you don't hear anybody try to say anything negative about Aaron Rodgers, even though we know that Aaron Rodgers probably is not one of those freaks. Like, do you think that Mahomes is? You just kind of assume that about competitors and professional athletes, and especially good ones, right?
I don't think,
but I don't think that necessarily is true. Meanwhile, if a guy is bad, that's the first thing that people do is just this unquantifiable, well, he doesn't want it enough. Like, that's true in certain scenarios. Like, I think that's true. Like, I think that there's, especially in tennis, there's plenty of guys that I think don't try hard enough or just don't put in the work and don't just don't want it. But at the same time, the majority of these guys, they all want to win every game. Like, how often do you hear someone say, well, they're not going to lose game 6 because they don't want to go to Detroit for a game 7. Like, obviously they don't want to go to Detroit for a game. They want to win every single time. So it's ridiculous to me that these narratives are perpetuated and we just talk about whether or not some guy wants to, of course Trevor Lawrence doesn't want to lose. Think Trevor Lawrence is going to the NFL saying, I just want to get paid and I want to lose every game? Whether or not you think he cares about football, obviously, if you want to make money, you want to win football games. If you lose, you're not going to make enough money. And whether or not it's money or glory, whatever that motivates him, to be a professional football player, he's obviously going to want to win.
Let me frame it a different way.
Oh, you hear me, but you can't see me. Okay.
No, you're back. Let me frame it a different way. Kendrick Bourne comes up with the first down. 1st and 10, 30 seconds to go, third quarter.
Do people really think that Trevor Lawrence doesn't want to win games? Do you think what does he want? What's his objective in life? He just wants to get one contract and that's it, which isn't even that big because of the NFL's new rookie deals. Like, at the very least, the guy's going to want, if he's, again, no matter what he's motivated by, if he's motivated by money or winning titles, he's going to want to win football games so he gets paid, right? So what's the point? Who cares what he believes in? Who cares what he wants?
Let me frame it. Well, yeah. What Bert say? What do you do? He says he does think that. He said, "What's he think in the playoffs? Or what do you do in the playoffs after he won one? He got drummed twice."
So, fine. You know what? Fine. If he wants, if you think he just wants to win one Super Bowl, that's total. If I'm a Jaguars fan, if I'm a Jets fan, that's totally fine with me. If the deal with Trevor Lawrence was you're going to sign up for a guy to be really good until he wins the first Super Bowl and gets paid again, that's totally fine with me. I'll take a Super Bowl no matter how it happens. You move on from Trevor Lawrence to whatever. You trade him, you deal whatever it is, right? Just you sign up for a Super Bowl. If you can sign on a dotted line for a Super Bowl, you do it as an NFL franchise. It makes you money. It makes your fans happy. And any fan would agree that no matter what happens, if the guy's going to win a Super Bowl, you deal with it. And I don't understand what no one is giving me an argument against Trevor Lawrence right now, except for, well, he doesn't want to win. He doesn't have that drive. As long as he's good on the field and wins the Super Bowl, he could do whatever he wants. He could retire after that. Like, okay.
Both running backs, by the way, are into the bonus. Henry by a lot with his couple of touchdowns has 141. You have 3 for 84 for Debo, your guy, in a touchdown. Brown 3 for 50 in the score. Corey Davis 3 for 58. So it's 24-17 Tennessee in front through 3 quarters here in this Madden matinee as Frangelico is only a point off the lead. He's in third. Our man in game ops crushing it. Doing real well. Kenny, I don't know where you are, but you're definitely well ahead of me because I'm 117. Where are you hanging out?
I'm in 90.
All right. Well, then I could still beat you, theoretically. T-Pike, Undercover Boss Tom, is 53rd. We'll keep an eye on this as we go forward, just for funsies. The Bartlett, someone or others. Cough Deucey just schooled you. Gary says, unpopular take here. I think Lawrence will be a bust. Let's see. Kenny, that's a dumb stance, says must be. Of course, everyone wants to win, but what will he sacrifice? Time, sweat, film, what? Ed Zone just wants you to take a breath every once in a while. Stats are updated, by the way. Zachariah, it's just something he said. He won't be the first pro athlete who fails to articulate what's in his heart. The reaction is ridiculous, which obviously Kenny agrees with. Jordan says, this is sports media doing what they do before every single draft, turning a small hill into the Himalayas. I guess let me spin it a little differently. Let me hit it closer to home for people like us who cannot relate to what it must be like to be the Trevor Lawrences of the world. I think there's something to be said for how you're wired, right? Just as a person. There's something to be said for how you're wired. And, you do a lot of writing. And I don't know how much of that writing shows up in places that have comment sections versus those that don't. But we all have Twitter, right? And people respond however they respond, obviously, on social media. There are a lot of people that are anonymous, people in the chat, whatever it may be. I was a columnist once upon a time for a few years. And for a period of time, it was difficult to read the comment section because a lot of the time you just have, people spewing crap in there who didn't even actually read the article. They just see the headline and react to it. I think that's,
right.
90 whatever % of the people that even bother to respond. Like, people who respond to articles online in general are far more likely to say this sucks than this was really good. That's just common sense. That's the rule of thumb. People don't generally waste their time complimenting something that they read. It's if they disagree. But if you are someone who is wired, so, whoever it was, I don't remember now, Pizza Man, I think, who brought up the point of, you want him to hate your QB, to hate losing twice as much as he likes winning. I am absolutely, and I think this is a negative thing, but I'm one of those people that is wired to, I could read 10 good things about myself and one bad thing. And the one bad thing is absolutely going to stick with me for the rest of the day. And I won't even remember the good things. That's how I'm wired. That is a flaw, man. That's not a good thing. but I think it speaks to how people are wired, how your professional athletes are wired. Competitive spirit, drive, the way they approach certain things, that matters. That matters. Like that's why teams have these interviews with athletes and have these, psychologists talk to them, and they take these exams and like all of the Wonderlic, everything, all of this stuff is relevant to what you should expect from your draft pick, quarterback or otherwise, as a person, as a character, as an individual, more so than even just the talent. And I'm not saying like Trevor Lawrence is a guy you need to be concerned about. That's really not my point, despite what people might think based on the way we've had this conversation so far. Tennessee comes up with a fumble recovery, might take it all the way back. Garoppolo, nope, Jimmy's not going to get that tackle. Tennessee DST, wow. Congrats if you got him, folks. Turned into a rout here for the Titans. I don't need to ramble on and on any more than I already have. You get where I'm going with this. I just think the way guys are wired, that does make a difference. And if Lawrence is not wired a certain way, as maybe a Fields is or a Lance is or a Mac Jones is, and I don't know that they are. I'm just giving alternatives, obviously. It could obviously matter.
Sure. I mean, if it matters to you, then I guess that's all that matters, right? I don't think that it will determine how good they'll be at all. And
Drew says might not matter
if his talent is that much better.
Sure.
100%. Yeah.
What we got in the chat?
I think that's where we're at. So the Super League is dead, huh? Great big day.
What a transition. So the Super League's dead, huh?
I mean, what a day.
Didn't they just create this thing like 2 days ago?
Yeah, already
and
dead.
It's dead that fast?
Yep, dead that fast.
All right, well, that worked out.
It certainly has. And I think that, it's a long 2 days for people just all over the place, just complaining and talking about how it was going to ruin soccer, and I think that they were right, but just crazy that the way that it's worked out, man. Really.
31-17, 5.5 to go here in the fourth quarter. Virtual San Francisco. Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman. We've got Drew, our producer, undercover boss Tom, our technical director, Frangelico, Bert, doing their game ops thing. Tater Hater says, if Trevor Lawrence really doesn't, if he really cares about winning football, he'll go on a strictly no tater tot diet.
I saw Emerson say something nice about tater tots the other day, and just Tater Hater right in there immediately lambasting him.
as you would expect. Look at that. Look at this running back showcase. Raheem Mostert for 70 yards. Are you kidding me? Touchdown, San Fran.
Unreal. Last time I don't captain that guy. I'll tell you that.
That's going to hurt a lot of us who even rostered him. We just get penalized for not captaining him.
Wow, and that was like on a slant route too. That wasn't even like just out of the backfield. This guy's just killing the Titans in many ways. And I don't know, Koff, is this game over yet? I feel like it might not be over yet.
I certainly felt like it was
to the
over.
Niners. You just said it was turning into a rout.
I know. I felt like it was over. And then Raheem Mostert had other ideas. T-Pike is in 47. I'm 117. Where are you at, Frangelico? Have you fallen? You've fallen. You're in 11. John Burney. That's Old Man Dog fan. John Burney's in front by about 3.5 points right now. with just some outrageous numbers. In particular, 87 points from the running backs. Mostert, 56 and change in the captain spot. Henry, 31 in the flex. How do you decide for player of the game between those two right now? I mean, a lot can change in the next
really difficult.
4+ minutes.
Really, yeah, it's so difficult.
It's just whichever guy's from the winning team.
I mean, I might have to go with Mostert. I think that he's the leader in the clubhouse right now.
Well, he is, as noted, the captain in the leading lineup. That matters.
181 rushing yards is ridiculous.
141 for Henry. They each have low receiving yards.
I thought Mostert had caught a pass. I guess I was wrong. Like, I thought that was a touchdown catch.
Correct. Oh, that's right. That's right. Actually, yeah, fixing the stats now. So the double bonus is in play. Correct. 85 receiving yards from Mostert, 111 on the ground. You're muted there, Kenny, or something happened to your mic anyway.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, gotcha.
I was just saying that if he hits a double bonus, he's definitely player.
A shoe-in at that point.
Yeah.
That was big not only for obviously Raheem Mostert, but Jimmy Garoppolo as well. John Burney's still in front, but a slightly more narrow margin, 2 points.
Man, I don't know how I started out so well.
Where are you now?
I'm outside the top 100.
I'm 121. How's our competition of pride going?
Not well. 103 to 121. That's
I've got 90 points, pretty much on the nose.
I've got 99.34.
No, it's
You
not.
have Derrick Henry though, right?
Yeah, but I feel good about you winning this one. Unless Henry breaks one off, obviously.
Could happen.
As Drew reminds us, we had a Raheem Mostert double bonus just last week during the tournament. Yeah, that ridiculous 100 points in the captain spot. Never seen anything like it. Not even close. That's the thing today. Like right now, Raheem Mostert in the captain spot has 58 points, which is a crummy game compared to that 100 that he had.
Right.
And the dude has gone off today. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, stiff arm!
Oh.
Derrick Henry's gonna go! Touchdown! He falls in on his backside. Oh my goodness! 49.
What is it with you
score.
in the end of games? What is it with you?
Wow! Wow! That's nuts.
Oh, now I'm down to 114, and you're in 112. Now you're ahead of me by a point. You happy?
No.
Are you happy now?
No. I do not validate my successes on whether or not I come ahead of you in the free roll. So many stats, says Frangelico. PWP, Haykoff, when does that golf pick show with Fowler air? I want to make sure I catch it live. 5 yards away from 200 for Henry. Glad you asked, BW, because it is right after this sim. It is next. It is coming up after this sim, so just don't go anywhere. Stay tuned into the dream stream, my friend. So Bernie is still in front here by 1.5 points. Derrick Henry suddenly may have put himself in the player of the game position with 195 rushing.
I think so.
3 touchdowns.
I definitely think
42
so.
in the flex.
Definitely always a good day when Tater Hater is in the chat, though. Love to see all you guys. Jizzo, Barbs, Robbie Noble, Burt Macklin, of course, DeMaclion. We got a whole crew. We got a whole crew in here. Cast of characters.
Let's go, team. Big series right here, so we gotta step it up.
Dart says Kyle Brandt would be loving this game. See a big running back guy, Kyle Brandt?
I don't know about Lyle.
Lyle.
I don't make him tick. Yeah, Lyle.
Double
Lyle
bonus
Brandt.
for Mostert. He's there. Double bonus.
There he is. Wow. So we got double bonus versus, 195 yards. I mean, what do you want?
And 3 touchdowns, mind you.
Gosh, which one do you pick?
It's unbelievable to me that I have both those guys and I'm 113. Obviously, neither one in the captain spot. That makes a big difference.
I feel like if I don't pick double bonus,
I mean,
then I'm wrong.
can one, and this is really more of a question for the crew, can one be so bold as to give out co-players of the game?
Huh.
It's not like they haven't both earned it. Drew says there are no rules.
No, I'll respect the game, and I'll go with 1.
Drew said there are no rules. This isn't the Football Hall of Fame.
No, respect the game. Respect the game.
Julian Edelman would be in by now.
It's one Krusty Koff. You're Krusty Koff himself. If anyone could make a ruling, it'd be you.
That's a good point. I mean, I just hate to slight either of these two men. What a day.
There's only one player in the game.
Henry goes for 42 in the flex. Mostert was 45. Jimmy G and Deebo Samuel bonus. Stats are still trickling in, folks.
Wow.
Bonkers game. Just a bonkers game. 38-24. The win for Tennessee. It's going to take, obviously, our crew a few moments to get all the numbers right with the manual scoring, although they're not far off. They're getting pretty close here, but just ridiculous. Absolutely
crazy.
Ridiculous statistical performance here in this Madden matinee. Well,
I mean, what an exhibition by both running backs, really. I mean, we just saw incredible running from both of them. Raheem Mostert through the air with all those catches, hit the double bonus. My player of the game, Koff, it's going to have to go to the man of the little bonus. It's Raheem Mostert. At $9,800, 45.3 DK fantasy points. I hate giving it to the guy that was the chalkiest. I hate giving it to the guy that, 90+% of people owned. But to me, you cannot do better than a double bonus. I will take the double bonus over the 195 rushing yard game. Mostert just did it all through the air and on the ground. He had that long touchdown catch. He had those great jukes. I mean, couldn't ask for a better game, and he asked me to play of the game.
I just can't believe that we went, 1,800 simulations or some wild number, seeing one double bonus ever. And Raheem Mostert has 2 in the last week. Dude is just
crazy.
Off he's out of his mind. He's off the chains.
Yeah.
Bam. Who's your babysitter Billy, not my kid, still single, and probably will never have a family player award winner?
Hey, well, that's not me. That's Billy. George Kittle has to be it for me. $7,200, 5.1 points. Absolutely stunk. 3 catches for 21 yards. And guys, this is a constant reminder for you all. If you're ever doing a Niners sim, everyone sees George Kittle and they think, oh, we got to get George Kittle in there. Think about how many great tight ends there are in Madden. There's Darren Waller. There's Travis Kelce. George Kittle's another one. He's got the superstar traits. No. George Kittle stinks in Madden. Don't roster George Kittle. It's the Josh Jacobs curse all over again. He has some great games, but for the most part, you're going to be better not rostering George Kittle as you were today. Never roster Kittle. Hashtag never Kittle.
All right, we're going to go. I will be back in Simland, not today, but tomorrow for the first two with Zach, Kenny again. Look forward to it. The rest of the day today, though, do not go anywhere, because coming up immediately when we are done, you will have our new show, or at least newly named, Get the Green. Reed Fowler, Jeff Ulrich, I imagine taking a little look ahead to the Zurich Classic. So you want to get a lot of PGA thoughts from these two. They are standing by in our Zoom window, waiting to talk to all of you. Madden continues on, 4 o'clock, Patriots, Cowboys. Emerson Latzia, Christian DeAndrea will be along at an hour from now. 5 o'clock, the slate, MLB, looking at baseball for tonight with Steve Buchanan and Gary and Thorne. At 6 o'clock, to kick off the late classic, Brendan Glasheen, Brandon Cristal, Chargers, Jaguars. Jeff calls them both Brandon, so it doesn't really make a difference. Bears, Packers, Glash, and Kenny. Kenny coming on back for the 8 o'clock. And then after primetime, Madden After Dark, Jason Rossi comes in with Moose for Bills and Cardinals. Our thanks, obviously, to not only Game Ops, Frangelico and Bert, but our producer, Drew, and undercover boss, Tom, our technical director. Just great being with everyone. And Kenny, we will be together again tomorrow. I look forward to it.
Looking forward to that as well. Buddy, take care.
All right, my man. Let's go get the green. Reed and Jeff, take it away.
Thanks, pals, for that beautiful transition. As always, glad to see that Raheem Mostert is trolling all of us here, just absolutely destroying in Madden. But Jeff, we are here. This is Get the Green. I kind of like that name. You and I were talking with our producer Slate and saying that's a pretty good name. How you like it?
Yeah, I definitely didn't come up with it, but I do like it. Appreciate everybody tuning in. I'm just terrible at coming up with names for shows. Like I said, I would just named it like Jeff's Golf Show with co-starring Reed Fowler. But no, absolutely like the name. Like the fact that people are tuning in too. So smash that like for us if you could. We're going to go over the Zurich Classic. This is going to be a weird one this week, Reed. So I'm kind of looking forward to this show, because it just feels like one of these weeks we can just talk about every pairing, and they're probably all going to have some legitimacy to them. So
this is the best pairing though of the Zurich Classic is Jeff and I for this show.
We'd be too expensive for people to roster. We'd be like 60,000 of your $50,000 salary cap.
Yeah.
So that's
chalk, and then we'd be chalk as well. We would just be chalk. But no, this is an interesting one, and we'll get into it. Some of the rules for DraftKings scoring. We finally have, Jeff. We finally have the ability to get this show with at least more than 35 minutes, because Ducey and Kaufman gave us that time to do so. But if you take a look at this tournament, what stands out to you? I always like to ask you this question. What stands out to you about this tournament that we know it's a team event, and we'll get to some of the details. What are you looking at that other people aren't right now, or that we haven't just heard in circulation right now?
So this is such a unique event. It's 80 teams. You're only rostering one player per team. They're going to get the same amount of points, so it doesn't matter which player you roster. But only 33 are making the cut. And like the way it's set up, it's set up where it's like if you get 6 of 6 through, you're going to be in great shape. So we've seen this event in the past. Obviously, we had Palmer and John Rahm kind of go nuts here, but we've also seen like mid-tier and teams and teams like, we're talking like 150, 200 to 1 in the odds, like go really low here. So it really does feel like a week where, again, I don't think you need to get like too insane and just like roster everyone under 7K or something. But, really you might be able to get some really low owned. Like this is a week for me in GPPs where I don't want to play any chalk, like none, like nothing to do with any chalk. I'm fine like taking guys who are like 5%, because it really does feel like a week where we're probably going to get a couple of those insanely low owned guys in contention.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. And the chalk right now, right, and you'll see here, Charlie comes up, says, guys, it should have been hit the green. Get it? And that's actually pretty good too. Where were you last week, Charlie? Says producer Drew. But like this is a tournament that the chalk itself, right? Most of these stat sheets that we use, Fantasy National, whether it be fan share. It might be a little tough, right? Because there's not a lot of data on having team events like this, because most of the time these things break certain stat databases because it's a weird event, right? It's an outlier. So if you're looking at sentiment, right, think about it this way: the teams that like a Patrick Cantlay, Xander Schauffele, John Rahm, Ryan Palmer, these teams are going to be chalk, right? Even when you go down the list, Bubba Watson, Scotty Scheffler might be. I'm not too sure. Tony Finau and Cam Champ. We know that team, it just looks good on paper. So you have to play it a little bit that way, as opposed to maybe looking at some of the other stat boards that we usually look at.
Absolutely. Yeah, like it's going to be one where you kind of go all the way up till lock to really kind of figure out, I think, who's going to be popular this week. But again, the reason I think this one is really interesting is that I really do feel like we need to talk. You need to consider every single team in this field. Maybe not Rocco Mediate and Woody Austin, but like other than them, yeah, everybody else is kind of in play here. We see these just crazy teams sometimes, like the powerhouse teams. I remember the first year here, we had Henrik Stenson, Justin Rose. They were both like top 10 players in the world. Everyone's like, it's the power team, the dream team, the mega powers. They were terrible, and it's just Then you go down and look at them, and you're like, oh, DJ Tran and Ricky Barnes, but like those are the type of teams that we've seen like go low here, and those guys can kind of rack up birdies quick as well. So it's I'm really interested in it from a strategy standpoint this week. I think it's really interesting. Really glad DraftKings has the contests up for it, and obviously there's lots of big contests up for it in the lobby. $600K $10 entries. So check those out for sure.
Yeah, and so you'll see here as we share the screen, and you'll see some of the specifics that Jeff was talking about at the top of the show. And Carolyn Asak, what's up, TA, in the chat right now down in Florida? We're all jealous. She says that you and I are greater than four greater than signs, Kaufman and Deuce. Well, Carolyn, we know this. This is obvious. Does a bear poop in the woods? The answer is yes. Some things in this world are very obvious, and that's one of them. So you take a look at the graphic that's up right now on the screen that's up. Here are some of the rules, and we'll get to your guys' questions, so make sure you load them up in YouTube and Twitch. This is just a very high-level overview, but it gets down, to what you were talking about earlier, where you're still selecting 6 golfers, staying under the $50,000 mark salary cap, but you're not going to be able to draft players from the same team. The partners, right, each player on that team will get the same points no matter which format it is they have at the end of the day. And then the points will be based on classic golf scoring. Contest begins at the earliest tee times. So, you'll see that right now, right? Is that like the rules are somewhat different, but you're used to what the DraftKings scoring can be. Mm-hmm. So let's just go over, actually, Jeff, I want to actually take you to the DraftKings Sportsbook right now, because this is probably the more intriguing. Like, we'll get to the DraftKings board in a little bit, but I want to go over to the Sportsbook right now and get your thoughts on, when you're looking at this board, how does it differ from DraftKings, right? Because we don't have to worry about chalk or sediment. It's just not something to worry about on the board. But where are you starting, right? Because we mentioned the variance of this tournament. Where are you starting when you're looking at it, when you want to bet outrights at this tournament? Are you starting in the mid? Are you starting high? Or you, like you mentioned, you're not going chalk, so maybe you like some of the other guys that are below, let's say, 50K. Yeah.
So, of the top teams, I'm interested. I think Cam Smith's playing great. He's obviously a former winner of this event, now paired with Mark Leishman. I do like that pairing. I'm a little bit intrigued by this Bubba Watson, Scotty Scheffler pairing too. These are two guys who, Scheffler just reached the match play final. Bubba's won the match play. Like that's that's basically what we're playing here. I know it's an alternate shot and we're getting strokes and stuff, but it is kind of a bit of a match play format, right? So I am at the top of the chart. Like that's where I'm interested in. Now, just as an overview, I'm not really interested in betting any favorites this week. We saw like the first year we had Scott Brown and Kevin Kisner, Cam Smith and Jonas Blix. Those guys weren't favorites. Like they were mid-tier plays. I think Blixt and Smith were going off in the 60-1, maybe even bigger range. And then the next year you had Horschel and Piercy win, guys who, again, 50-1 range. That's the range I like. I mean, again, you look at this board. I think the guys in the 40-1 range, there's no one I'm really like over the moon with. But when you start to get down in that 50-1 range, it gets really interesting. I know some people are kind of over Justin Sue, Doug Gim. Really like that pairing. My favorite pairing in the DraftKings Sportsbook right now, and it was at the start of the weekend, it's Roberto Castro and Cameron Tringali, 55 plus 5,500. Another veteran duo. I mean, again, we saw Blitz, Smith, Piercy, and Horschel. I mean, these guys have been around a bit. They played the course a bit, and they just remind me of those pairings the most. Two guys coming in with good form, played the course a lot. That's going to be where I would start. Even if that's not the team you're on, I still think that's where you start, because there's, like I said, there's other really interesting pairings in there. You can even make a case for like Wyndham Clark and Eric Van Ruin. So that's where I like on the DraftKings Sportsbook this week, guys. If you do have questions, like just betting questions, though, throw them up. Charlie coming in. I like Wallace and McDowell too. That's another one. I'm actually not sure where they are on the sports book. They might even be bigger. They're plus 7,000. So that might even be my next target if we were going down in the odds.
Yeah, no, I like it. I think you're bringing up a really good point here. And this is the type of tournament that you want to take these guys like Tringali, who, again, you're right. He's playing well. He reached maybe his, a little fatigue towards the end, but we saw him probably in the first 2 or 3 months this year, 2 months, be number one in strokes gained approach. Like every single week, this guy was firing with his irons, but he just couldn't close it, right? Golf is hard to close. Golf is hard to win on the PGA Tour, and he just couldn't do that. But we've seen his name pop up time and time again when you're looking at the stats. A team that I'm very interested in, Jeff, and let's see where they are. I don't know if they had any drift so far. Is this that? A little bit. Yeah, a lot of it, actually, is Jason Kokrak and Pat Perez. But you're right. I'm trying to stick right here. If I had to go up top with any favorite quote unquote team, it's Horschel and Burns at plus 2,200. But I really like Jason Kokrak and Pat Perez. We know what Kokrak has been doing over the last month or over his last 4 tournaments. This guy is top 10 in 3 of those last 4 tournaments. We know how great he is at ball striking. Not the greatest Bermuda putter, but guess who is, right? Especially when he gets hot. It's Pat Perez. When we see him play well, we see him make a ton of putts. And on top of that, this is us trying to glean information from all these different parts. These two played in the charity golf tournament, or excuse me, the charity 9 before the Wyndham Championship at Sedgefield back in 2020 against Charles Schwartzel and Brendan Grace. And these guys dominated. They're good friends. And again, this is something that you want to see. Kisner and Scott Brown always mention that they know each other's games so well. Yep. They love playing here together. They always perform well. Kokrak, let's see how he plays with Pat Perez. Perez with Duffner finished runner-up in 2018.
Yeah, dude, this is good information by Reed. And you're right. I did forget about that Perez finished with Duffner. And look, these guys might get a little bit popular this week, but this is definitely, again, we're not paying like 12,000, 11,000 for these guys either. Like if we're bringing it back to DFS for a sec. But I think this is a fair price for them. I think Kokrak probably getting a little bit discounted. I don't think Perez has really played that poorly either. Like Perez is a guy who can light it up on the greens. He's got experience here. I love the fact that you brought in that nugget about them in the Wyndham. Now it's kind of, I remember that now that right when that happened. So a great pairing. Like I said, I definitely like them for DFS, but I'm definitely not going below 3,000. Like I said, a little bit interested in Scheffler and Watson, but I'm probably not going to bet them. But I think in the 4K range for betting, you can definitely make a good case for targeting them there. I definitely like them over Stenson and Rose. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, Stenson and Rose. That's actually go off on that, because Stenson and Rose. Stenson was one of my deep sleepers for Augusta. He made the cut, so that's all we needed at $6,200. He was close, man. He was at -1 for 3 of the 4 rounds, and then on Sunday, he just completely imploded on the back 9. But what do you think about this? Because Rose, we know what he just did too.
Yeah, I just don't think this is like those guys were gearing up for the Masters, right? Like that's yeah. I just don't know if they're going to get up for the Zurich Classic. That's what worries me. I know they played better. These guys could use like a win, like quite frankly. I mean, they should be kind of hungry because they're dropping in the world rankings. But
right,
I still think these guys are veterans. I think they're just going to have some fun, try and sharpen their games a little bit here. Maybe they get into contention, but if you're giving me a choice, yeah, I'll take the Kokrak Perez pairing, another veteran pairing. Those guys, they're PGA grinders. they played together before. They've come here and actually played well. Yeah, I'd take them over Rose and Stenson. I could see Rose and Stenson, making the cut though this year, maybe playing a little bit better, but still wouldn't be my target over Kokrak and Perez.
Right. And who's going to save them if they're, like when Justin Rose, when he can't make those 5-foot putts, right? Is it going to be Stenson?
Exactly. If Rose starts hitting it in the drink again, we got another. Is he just going to walk off the course and leave Stenson to finish on his own, right? So, like he did at the Arnold Palmer. I mean, and Stenson might, he's another guy who'll just get hot. So, no, I just can't do it with those two. They're also, if we bring it back to DraftKings again, they're 9,500. Kokrak and Perez are 8,300. I mean, and then you look at the odds; they're the same in the betting odds, right? So, really getting a good value on DraftKings with Kokrak.
Very nice. Yeah, Kokrak, like you mentioned, and Perez 8,300. And this is a range too, Jeff. When you take a look at this and past winners here, you might see some guys that you haven't seen a name in quite a bit. And the Nick Watney, Charlie Hoffman is something that you have to take a look at, who's right by Pat Perez and Jason Kokrak. I know they're getting some pub. We know Charlie Hoffman has been playing very well over the last handful of tournaments. And so it's not weird to see Charlie Hoffman and Nick Watney, who again, Nick Watney has been a great player, as someone who irons and putting, right? Like that. At Watney's game back when people were hitting at 340 yards, he was great off the tee. Like he was one of the longer hitters on the PGA Tour, but obviously with technology and the younger guys coming through, he had to really change his game. And we've seen him play well in these setups. I'm surprised, though, Jeff, maybe not so much surprised that Kuchar isn't here. Like, if Kuchar was here with whatever teammate that he had, that would be the place that I would want to go. But this is really a range in the 8,000 where I'm going to try and build a good chunk of my lineup, just because I don't think anyone's if we take a look at roster construction, it seems as though someone's going to try and get one or two of these guys up at the 10, maybe one at the 9, and then really go bargain shopping. So I kind of like this 8K range.
Yeah, 8K range to me, again, I mean, obviously I like the Tringali Castro pairing, but right above them, you got Sue and Gim, Wallace and McDowell in there, Kokrak and Perez. I mean, you could make your whole lineup from here, in my opinion. You could even make a case for Alex Noren and Norlander. Noren played well last week. Norlander, we know, can get hot with the putter. I mean, the dude is not playing well. I mean, just, I can't even remember the last time he made a cut. Yeah, 4 missed cuts in a row, but he can gain 8 strokes with his putter. Absolutely he can. If Jonas Blix can win here, Henrik Norlander probably can too. So, this 8K range to me, it's my favorite to target. Absolutely. And again, because when we're doing this teams, obviously we don't have many stats to go on, but we can compare and contrast, right? Keegan Bradley and Brandon Steele, 9,300, are they really that much better than Kokrak and Perez? And we can do that again with Peters and Lewis. I mean, I like Thomas Peters, but Matt Wallace is playing better. Graham McDowell, I mean, those guys are cheaper, right? So this 8K range, I assume a couple of these teams will probably be pretty popular, but not all of them are going to be popular, and you're saving a lot of cash down there. So I think there's a lot of reasons to be targeting teams in this range.
Yeah, and this what I see with this tournament as well is that a lot of players, a lot of people probably playing on DraftKings don't have a great concept of how this tournament plays out, right? It's a blind spot for a lot of people when they're looking at DFS, and they're saying, well, this is actually the first year, right, that DraftKings is putting on a contest for the team event specifically, where it's the classic scoring. There's some question marks, but I would argue that the best times to play PGA DFS are the days and the weeks where you're having some question marks. When fall golf is around and people are focused on football and NFL, that's where you can really start to leverage the field, because not a lot of people are doing a lot of research on golf. This is the same thing, is that when you take a look at other things and other information like the QBE shootout, right? The thing that I talked about at Sedgefield, Pat Perez and Jason Kokrak, maybe you glean some stuff from the Ryder Cup and President's Cup. I don't necessarily think that's a big place that you want to get a lot of information about how these guys played at the Zurich Classic when it was a stroke play event. There's some guys that have popped there, and so they know the course. Who plays well on Pete Dye courses, right? That was last week at RBC. Now it's this week as well at TPC Louisiana. So there is information to glean from, or there is places where you can get information. It's just a matter of which one's applicable. And so, Jeff, I ask you, when you're looking at the top of the board here, and let's go from 11,700, which is Xander and Cantlay, all the way down to the 10-1 range, which is Brendan Todd and Chris Kirk. Who are you? Who are like your favorites of this group? Are you attacking guys like Horschel and Sam Burns who are going to be chalk?
Yeah, look, Horschel and Sam Burns, again, you're making a core cash game lineup. That's probably where I would start. 10-5. Horschel's playing really consistent, loves this event, loves this course. Burns is just a good DraftKings scorer, right? I mean, look, he brings a little bit more volatility. I mean, if he starts hitting in the water or something, or his drives just get too off the line, could be bad news. But both these guys are really good putters too. So that's probably where I would start. Obviously we're talking about elite pairings, Finau Champ, things like that. I'm just not that interested. Like Patrick Cantlay, not playing well. There's just no doubt about it. Struggled on a course last week where, legitimately he had top 10 every year in his career. That's just like a bad sign. And regardless of whether it's off the field stuff or just, he's trying to change his game up a little bit, it's not good. Obviously the case for Rahm and Palmer will probably, choose over that. But in the 11K range, I would really lean towards Smith and Leishman, both guys really high end putters. We know they're coming in with confidence. Cam Smith is playing great golf. So hard for me, I know there's more elite players in the field, but like, to me, the pairings that I would really want to target there and that I trust the most is probably Smith and Leishman. So the only other one that I'll really mention up there that I really like, and again, look, this field is so wide open. We could, like I said off top, we could talk about every pairing. We could talk about Danny Willett and Tyrell Hatton. I mean, but I do think Chris Kirk and Brendan Todd, I kind of like that they're priced up for DFS, because I think if this group was like 9K, they'd be super popular. But at 10-1, I'm not sure how popular they're going to be. Chris Kirk is playing great golf, like 9th in strokes gained tee to green stats coming in. He's got a T6 at the Zurich Classic from like way back in 2013. So he's played this course before. And I just like this pairing. These are two guys who've completely revamped their game over the last 2 years. Kirk won last year on the Corn Ferry. Todd's obviously had some wins. I could see this group really getting hot this week because they're both coming in with playing some pretty consistent golf. So, in the 10 range, they're probably sort of my favorite. Like, if you're going to pivot off of Burns and Horschel, I'd go down to Kirk and Todd. And then again, in the 10-1 range, if you're not planning to play Rahm and Palmer, or you just want to save a little bit of money, it'd be Smith and Leishman for me.
Yeah, I love that call. And when you take a look at the Cam Smith and Mark Leishman, I'm glad you brought them up because, again, you take a look at the names that are around them, right? The Morikawa Wolf, that's just going to be a popular grouping because of those two guys. Those are popular players. And Morikawa is the 4th ranked golfer in the world. So it's not just popularity and sentiment. There's talent. And Matt Wolf, he's had some issues lately, but he's a young player and now he gets to play with one of his BFFs or, is a good friend of his. And so I think people are going to gravitate towards that name. We mentioned Bubba Watson and Scotty Scheffler. One thing though about Mark Leishman that I think a lot of people maybe don't realize, or if they do, kudos to them. And this took me a while to figure out too, is that Mark Leishman doesn't need a lot of current form to play well and to pop. When he won the Farmers, what was that, in 2019, I believe it was, he was coming in with lackluster, if not bad form, like putrid form. And then he comes back and he absolutely obliterates the field, makes every single putt. We know what his ball striking, his tee to green game can be when he's playing well. And so Cam Smith is allowing, right, just the same way Chris Kirk is bringing that price tag up for Brendan Todd. And that's the same with Cam Smith for Mark Leishman. But let's not forget, Mark Leishman is a guy who's also played well in bigger tournaments. So, he's a player that, people are potentially sleeping on in this team. I really like it because Cam Smith looks like he just can't miss a green. It's like he's putting it within 10 to 15 feet and just burning. He burned so many edges last week at the RBC. If he just made those putts, he would have won. He would have, at least contended with Stuart Sink because he was playing great, but he just burned too many edges.
Showed up Saturday completely hungover or something. I don't know what his Saturday round was doing, but you're right. Other than that round, he was he couldn't miss there. So had one terrible round, but you're right. He's just playing good golf. So yeah. And then Brendan Todd. I spoke about Brendan Todd being a nice pivot off of Siwoo.
last week. Didn't really work, but like Todd is still that player that if Kirk is putting it and hitting it the same way he's been hitting it for the last 2 or 3 months, Brendan Todd can make a putt from everywhere, from anywhere. This guy's such a good putter. We know how good he is on Bermuda greens. His wins have come on Bermuda greens where it's been a lot of putting. It's Pete Dye-esque, right? The courses that he's won, maybe not as diabolical in the sense of its architecture as Pete Dye is, but it's very much of a shot maker's course. We got to put in the right spots. More resort course wins for Brendan Todd, but we know he plays well. This one to me, Jeff, as we go down into the price range, and guys, make sure you load your questions in the YouTube chat, smash a like, hit subscribe, hit the bell button so you know when these shows are coming up, is Victor Hovland and Christopher Ventura. Short game wise, Ventura has been nice. Everything else has been bad, right? And we know that's the exact opposite for Victor Hovland. And that's kind of teams that I'm looking at is how can they complement like where the other one is deficient. And yes, I get that. Yeah, I get that. Like if Victor is not hitting the ball well, this team is screwed. But that's true for every single team.
Yeah, no, definitely. Ventura is a really talented player, but I think the one thing that this group really has going for it is obviously they know each other, right? Like 2 young players have played together, coming up a little bit and stuff, and so that should benefit them. I look at this 9K range, and I'm just not. It's hard for me to get behind anyone in this range. Like it really just feels. Yeah, I do not know why Brandon Grace and Harold Varner III are 9,600 this week. And then you got Louis and Charles, like maybe not playing that great. It's a weird range, and Vic and Ventura definitely kind of stick out a little bit because Hovland's played so well. And again, we know Ventura is a good putter. So yeah, I can get behind it a little bit. Again, we could talk about each one of these groups individually, but whenever you see Hovland, like, at 9,700 and then compared to Wolf up there, even Scheffler is like way more expensive than him. You've got to at least take some interest. So the group has potential. If Ventura shows up this week, that's going to be a tough one to get. I worry that they're maybe not going to have quite enough firepower to get there. Either Ventura's ball striking will let them down, or Hovland just will start missing putts, but they're interesting for sure. I just really don't like that 9K range, like anyone in there.
Yeah. I was thinking about like the match play. One of the reasons why I was high in Scotty Scheffler during the match play is because he was closer to match play format, like less not that far removed from college as opposed to the other guys. And on top of that, right, he was playing well. That was sort of my tiebreaker to be like, I like Scotty Scheffler because of that. Do you think that plays a factor here that, like you mentioned, some of these players, look, this is kind of true with Ryan Palmer, not to the extreme extent, but Ryan Palmer after this win with Jon Rahm, like all we saw from him was this, right? This win maybe put a little pep in his step, a little extra commas and zeros in the bank account, got an invite to TOC. Like, that kind of put a little pep. Maybe you relax a little bit because you have that. Davis Cup points were clearly there, and so he knew that he was probably going to make it to the playoffs. Like if that's the case, right? Like to me, a guy like Ventura should be like churning and trying to make sure that he's going to be prime for this event, because if he wins, it's going to be huge for his career.
No, and there's tons of pairings like that, right? Like, you could say the same thing about like Kokrak and Perez. I mean, Perez should be chomping at the bit here. Ed Castro, the same thing. Like Roberto Castro doesn't have PGA status. I mean, if he got a win here with Tringali, even just like a top 5, it'd be massive for him, right? So a lot of teams like that where you could kind of think about like, well, if this other teammate does show up, and I think there's a lot of motivation for some of these guys like Ventura to show up this week. So yeah, don't necessarily write off a team just because they have like one really weak player. I think that's another good note just to keep in mind. Again, we talked about even like Hoffman and Nick Watney. I know Nick Watney's been like brutal, but like those guys know each other. They've played here a bunch. They've played pretty well here a couple times. I think I even bet one year. Now that I'm thinking back, but like, don't be shocked if Nick Watney just like shows up and plays pretty good. I know. Wow, he's missed 10 cuts in a row. That's pretty terrible, but still.
This is all he needs, man. This is all he needs.
It's a different format, right? Like we're not talking about stroke golf. I mean, the pressure will go off, the swing will get a little freer with some of these guys. So, I think that's another good thing to keep in mind. Don't just write off a squad just because one guy's quite frankly playing like crap.
Yep, Watney and Hoffman are currently at plus 6,600 on the DK Sportsbook, as you see right there. So that's a range that we like, right? We like this range where you're getting some pretty favorable odds and some players that we usually wouldn't see, right? Like Charlie Hoffman. Nick Watney, if we got him at 6,600, you'd be like, that's not a great bet because he should be at like 700 to 1 at plus 70,000 because he's not playing well at all. But I take a look at this event too, Jeff, and when you take a look at how these players can shape out and how they're going to attack this course, I think it's definitely advantageous for the guys who really are coming in with either completely like the extremes, right? In my mind, either completely relaxed, saying we're going to have fun because we see that works. When Sergio did that and said, I'm not going to put a ton of pressure on myself to win a major. What happened? When Stuart Singh is saying, hey, I just want to have some fun. I want to win and be competitive, but I want to spend some good time, quality time with my son who's on the bag. What happens? He got 2 wins so far this year. Jordan Spieth kind of, Jordan Spieth-esque, where he was like, I'm going to grind, but I'm not going to put a ton of pressure on myself. We see it time and time again when these players relieve some of that stress and pressure that the games have to come around. It's either that or it's like a Sungjae Im, where he's just grinding, man. He's just grinding, and he wants to win every single tournament.
I mean, that's another pairing we should talk about. I mean, it's a very similar situation. You got Sungjae Im, who's obviously got great status. Then you have Byung-Hun An, who's coming in off 4 missed cuts now. But this dude almost won like an event at TPC Louisiana. He lost in a playoff year back in 2016. We know at the very least, like Benny can get hot with like the irons and I don't know if his putting is going to be enough to like carry them, through to a win or something. But again, I think that at 9K, they could go a little bit overlooked because people are like, well, I don't want to play Benny An. I'll just pay down. Right. So another pairing where if Benny An shows up this week, like, wow, then all of a sudden you've got Sungjae Im at like 9K, which is like $600 cheaper than Brandon Grace, cheaper than Brendan Todd, so Sungjae that pairing I think has a lot of interest as well.
Yeah. And this is a point too, where we're looking at all this different type or these tidbits of information. And it's a ton of fun to think about. One thing I failed to mention about Sam Burns is guess where he went to college? Like he went to LSU.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. LSU. Yeah. He's from Louisiana, isn't he? I think
So what is that? Like 50 miles away from TPC Louisiana, right? That's the kind of stuff that can make or break your lineups, your outrights. Is that something like that where the guy feels comfortable, the golfer feels comfortable, the team feels like they have an extra leg up because he's got some local knowledge, anything like that, right? And this is something that I talked with Emerson about. This is a tournament where we'll see, and days 1 and 3, so rounds 1 and 3 are best ball. That's where these guys can go super low, right? It's just the best score, and we see the low scores on best ball format. Rounds 2 and 4 is alternate shot, and that's really where like Hovland needs to be putting it in the middle of the fairway, or else Ventura, and vice versa, right? It can be it can be bad. It can go south very quickly. That's the kind of stuff that you want to take a look at, is how are these guys, like, what is this random maybe piece of information that could be the difference maker, maybe the tiebreaker in how I construct my lineup?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a good thing. I think that, and also just bringing up, like, going back to look at some events, like you said, the QBE Classic or whatever, like the team events. Are these guys familiar? Because I think that is going to factor into it. Like, we see these weird teams show up, but a lot of the time they have some kind of familiarity. Scott Brown, Kevin Kisler is like the perfect example. These guys used to play in like cash games all the time in like partner formats. There's stories about them just dominating in it. So I think that kind of cohesion, I think it's a great point with like Kokrak and Perez that it could lead to good things here, right? At the very least. So I think when you're researching, look for things like that. Do these guys have a connection? And our familiarity with the course is probably what I rank number 2. So.
Yeah, and sometimes you can't find that stuff. Like, don't go down the rabbit hole to see like a picture on Pat Perez's IG account to see if Kokrak is there. But if you find something like and maybe it's, you just have a memory of them watching them during the Wyndham Championship, then that's something that can maybe push you and make you feel more confident about your pick. But new props, Jeff, came up on the DraftKings Sportsbook yesterday, I believe. And there are some interesting ones if we just head on over to the DK Sportsbook and look at some of these props. There is a make/miss cut section. And I have right now to miss the cut, a handful of players here to miss the cut. And you get some pretty big numbers on guys like Cantlay and Schauffele to miss the cut at plus 400. It looks like my team here, my Kokrak Perez at plus 140. The books feel pretty confident that it might be tough for them to make the cut. Remember, it's top 33 in ties, top 33 teams and ties. There was a little confusion if it was top 35. But that was when it was when the field was set at 70. Like the normal fields were set at 70, top 70 in ties cuts, like the regular stroke play events. Since they moved it to top 65 in ties, now the team events have moved down, especially this one, to 33. So any team right here that you're fading and choosing to miss the cut?
I mean, I'd be fine taking the Cantlay Schauffele to miss the cut. Like, absolutely, man. A plus 400. I mean, the favorites just don't do well here. Like Xander just doesn't care about these events. Like, I know he's playing and stuff, and he's played it before, but like he's never done well. Like there's a good chance, and we know the form Cantlay's in, man. I mean, if these two start off slow, like, do you think Xander and Cantlay are just gonna be like, yeah, let's like really like try and grind it out? No, they're probably just gonna like take the night off and just come out and be like, well, whatever, on to the PGA Championship, where we make our actual sponsor money and stuff. So I think Cantlay and Schauffele are ripe at that price. I'm really surprised that there's a no. And again, like only 33 teams make the cut. Like well under 50% of the teams are going home here after 2 rounds. So you have to play well. You have to start like fast. And again, I'm just not sure where this guy's head's at. I mean, Xander, his first appearance since obviously the Masters, I don't know if we should call it a meltdown because obviously he did well to get him. And I guess you can call it whatever you want. But first appearance since then, is he back in it? Cantlay, we know, just like coming in with a brutal stretch of golf here. I like that. And Cam Champ and Tony Finau. I mean, I like these guys. Love Cam Champ, but like, think putts on day one, like,
oh god,
quick too, right? This isn't a course where the average driving distance is like well under tour average. So I don't know how many times these guys are gonna be able to blast driver and stuff. I don't think it's a huge advantage for them this week. At plus 250, I'd be okay chasing them. Maybe you bet on both, and if you hit on one of them to miss the cut, you're gonna make profit. So I kind of like that strategy, to be honest.
Yeah, Bruce Drew says, and that's why they call it get the green. But this is something, here we go. When these types of props come out, what I like to do is stay away from the middle, right? Like I just do not want to deal with the middle. What I mean by that is, Brendan Steele plus 150 for Tally Streelman plus 150, like Grace Varner's either right by them. I just like it's a coin flip, right? I don't have any conviction necessarily on those players, making your miss in the cut, especially in this event, right? In this event, and if you take it and you parse that through and you extend that out to the regular stroke play events, I want the absolute extremes when it comes to taking a look at how to bet these props, right? Either I know I have a higher probability, because that's all it is, right? We're speculating that the probability of something's going to happen. There's a higher probability with the odds like Kokrak. I hate to say it because I like them, but it's a lot easier to see a guy like Kokrak and Perez missing the cut. And even look at what Sanjay Im and Anna are. They're tied with Kokrak and Perez, and objectively, Im is the best player of these 3 players, right? Like you can go down the list, and Im's probably the best player all the way down to Finau and Champ, and I would argue just as good, if not better, than Tony Finau. So, like, I want to say the extremes, either going where you went with Schauffele and Cantlay, Ryan Palmer, and John Rahm at plus 400. Those guys, or go at the top where the probability is higher.
Yeah. I mean, if I was targeting the make miss props this week, I would definitely be targeting the bigger teams here. It's probably like, again, the opposite of the strategy you might do in the majors or something, but where sometimes those to make the cut parlays is what you want to do. But here, again, less than 50% of the teams make the cut. We got a highly volatile course that's going to bring in a lot of different styles of play. And we have history to rely on too, where we've seen like these big teams, falter time after time. So I'd be targeting the bigger odds on the bigger name teams to miss the cut here for sure.
Emerson Latzia, Jr. has entered the chat. He was talking about some of his Madden lineups earlier, so he's flooding the chat with information that we don't care about right now. We're going to care about it after this show, but he says Morikawa. What was that?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was going to say he put in the chat Morikawa and Wolf plus 275 to miss the cut. Book it, all caps. She's using Fantasy Hawk style, just putting all caps.
Yeah, very
in the chat, so we make sure to read it.
Is this like a tell? Does this mean that Emerson is Fantasy Hawk?
Oh, we haven't seen them in the same room. You're right, Jeff. You are right.
We've never seen them in the same room. So
there.
Have I just
something's afoot here?
Emerson's burner account. Who knows? Anyways, that's interesting. Matthew Wolf could certainly use like a made cut. So I feel like Wolf will be motivated here, but it's still not really a team I'm 100% getting behind. Also, Morikawa struggling with the putter still, which is always scary in an event like this where if you're not rolling in your birdie putts, you can get behind real quick. So
any deep sleepers, Jeff, as we're heading towards the end of our show here with about 6 more minutes left of Q&A. So guys, make sure you get any last minute questions in for the Zurich Classic of New Orleans. Any deep sleepers, I'm talking like 6K, maybe like high, like low sevens. What are you taking a look at for some of your deep sleepers?
Yeah, we probably should. I mean, again, we could talk about like every team in this.
I know we can. It's great.
But let's definitely spend some time on the lower price guys. I really like Keith Mitchell, Brant Snedeker this week. Again, I like the kind of setup. We know Keith Mitchell plays better on Bermuda. Snedeker can absolutely light it up with the putter. I love it. I think these guys are both playing it coming off good starts too. Like they've got some recent form. I think they should both be motivated to be chasing wins here. They're one of my favorite groupings just to target in general. Peter Uihlein, Richie Wierenski, another one at 7,100. Uihlein coming off a win on the Corn Ferry Tour last week. He can get red hot with his putter. Will make a lot of birdies. Wierenski always seems to come to life in these weaker field events. Now, Seamus Power had to withdraw from the tournament because of COVID. I really like that pairing with David Hearn. They got really good course history here. Power can make a ton of birdies. He's out though. Now Hearn's playing with Zach Sucher. I would just stay away. I think I would rather go up to Ben Martin and Chesson Hadley in that range. Ben Martin's played well here before. He's actually playing a little bit better. Both these guys missed the cut last week, but like they were playing better before that. So I like this pairing. I think Ben Martin, Chesson Hadley at 6,700 is going to be my new kind of favorite one to target over Hearn. Now that we've had the Power withdraw.
The Bhatia Piercy pairing is very confusing to me. Like I don't know.
Yeah, that one's interesting, isn't it? Like, I mean, I don't know how these guys hooked up. First of all, but
it's like maybe also, same agent. I don't know.
Why Scott Piercy's not playing with Billy Horschel this year? Because like those
maybe Billy is like, maybe Billy wanted to upgrade. He's like, sorry, Scott. Like, no. Horschel he called Scott and said, like, oh, I can't make it. Only doesn't look like my schedule is going to be opening up. And then the side, he texted Bernsey.
It definitely seems weird. I would like to know how Scott Piercy and Bhatia show up. Bhatia's a guy who could just come in here and sink a lot of. I'm not going to chance it with those two, but an interesting pairing nonetheless. As we get down here, again. There's some interesting.
These are dart throws down here at the bottom.
Yeah, right? I don't know. Is there anyone down here that like super catches your eye? Because like I said, it was Hearn Power for me, but I would switch over to Martin and Hadley, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think Hoagie and Hostler present some upside. We know Tom Hoagie is such a great ball striker. Bo Hostler is so good around the greens and on the greens. Less Bermuda, more the other surfaces, more bent. But look, Hostler is when you're a great putter, it doesn't like the surfaces. It's more of a preference. But if he's got the the flat stick rolling, I think Hoagie and Hostler can really make some waves. The other one that I was taking a look at, Jeff, is Hogard and Von Taylor. Rasmus Hogard, is a guy who just plays just really good golf, right? Internationally, he's fantastic. You take a look at some of his finishes worldwide. He just puts up really good numbers. And so I really like that. And Von Taylor, I know is one of your favorites. He's a guy that just every now and then pops up, right? On these type of courses. Like Von Taylor at like RBC Heritage, Von Taylor at the Safeway. Like we just see Von Taylor every now and then pop up because of what he can do with his ball striking. His ball striking is so good. And look, he's got 4 missed cuts out of his last 5 tournaments. So it's not great. But at the same time, when you're with someone like a Hogard and another weird pairing, like Hogard and Von Taylor, like how do these two guys connect? I like those two teams.
Yeah. Hogard definitely, just from the talent perspective, I can get behind. I think at that price, he's probably one of the most talented players in that range, if not the most. And I do like the Hosler Hoagie one too. Again, if Hosler, it's very similar to it's like a lesser version of Benny Ann and Sung J.M. Like obviously we know Sung J's playing well, we know Tom Hoagie's playing well, but if the other guy shows up, it could really lead to some things. So yeah, I can get behind that one for sure.
Emerson also just mentioned, excuse me, I know someone who used to date Peter Uihlein. That's it. That's all he said.
Fair enough.
That's all he said. I don't believe him.
Came up with a big Corn Ferry Tour win last year, so I like Uihlein. I mean, like I said, I think that pairing at 7,100 has some legs. Uihlein's a really good putter.
All right, Jeff. This is the part where we have closing statements where if it can be anything, if there's one team that you really want to promote and say like this team is going to win, if there's one piece of information from the tour, if it's like the tour saying that guys like Tiger Woods and Bryson DeChambeau should be getting paid more money because of the fans that they bring to the tour. If you want to talk about that, that's perfectly fine. The stage is yours for closing statements on the first edition of Get the Green. Now, this show's been around for about a month or two. This is the first time we were branded, and Jeff, you get the floor to close us out.
All right, man. I mean, I'm not going to go in with anything crazy this week, but coming off a week where we saw, Stuart Sink grab a win, second in like 6 months for a 47-year-old. I mean, we're getting another driver, sort of less than driver Pete Dye course. You're probably going to see like another dude who just not a big bomber, maybe not a big name come through, another pairing like that. So again, don't write off anyone just because they don't have the star power this week. Keep the Tringalis and the Castros in your mind and really, go from there. Build some nice balanced lineups. I think it's going to be a fun event. I'm really happy DraftKings has it on there. So check out the contest in the lobby, guys. And like I said, don't be afraid to target some of these guys who look a little bit, their teams don't look as good just because one guy's not playing too well, because I think this course is going to bring to life some guys.
Yeah, I absolutely believe that as well. My pick there is Jason Kokrak and Pat Perez. A surprise. I think Billy Horschel and Sam Burns are a solid team, even at the chalk. So
I'm going to stick with Castro and Tringali.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I think Tringali is just playing great, hitting the ball very, very well. The next sim here, Jeff, coming up at 4:00 with Emerson and Christian will be Patriots and Cowboys. Very interesting to see now when I'm doing the sort of the breaking down the NFL draft, because we're going to have a lot of programming, a lot of shows coming up about the NFL draft. You, myself, and all of us, Bukes, Julian, we're going to be doing mock drafts. It's going to be a ton of fun, but going through some of these, thinking about how these teams are going to choose, and the draft is going to be very interesting. A ton of quarterback talent. And if one pick goes a certain way, we'll see how that pans out for other teams and how that changes the trajectory of their future. But Patriots and Cowboys are at 4 p.m. Then we have the slate, Jeff, at 5 o'clock or after that 4 p.m. sim ends with Bukes and Gary. And excited to see how mad he gets at Emerson for whatever reason on that transition. I know he's a guy that does not like when Kaufman and Kenny Juicy give him the floor, but they'll be prior to the Chargers and Jaguars at 6 p.m. That will be with Glass Sheen and Brandon, and then Bears at Packers, Glash and Kenny will be back. And then you and Rossi for the 10 p.m. game, Bills at Cardinals, Jeff. So a good schedule for Madden coming up.
Yes, I will be back for Madden After Dark. I've had to remind myself like 3 times today because I've been busy that I have to Madden After Dark, the shift tonight. I got to make sure I don't want to leave Rossi on his own. He gets scared too. It's a late night one, so I'll be there. Don't worry.
Oh, I love it. Just put a Post-it like on your head. Just make sure that it stays there, and so you're always reminded of it. But that will do it for us, Jeff. Thank you very much. Follow Jeff on Twitter at The Fantasy Grind and at Reed T. Fowler. Again, we'll be posting a lot about golf, a lot about football, and ask us questions. That's not just sequestered for this show. Ask us questions whenever they come up, and we'll try to answer them as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Good luck, you guys. Take care. And watch us at Classic. Should be a lot of fun.
Oh,
And
hello.
we are live. First off, Christian, happy National Pineapple Upside Down Cake Day. That's what everyone knows this day for. So hope you're able to celebrate responsibly and go grab yourself a slice, buddy.
You know, I'm a big fan of Dole Whips, and I'm okay with pineapple on pizza. I don't think I've actually ever had a pineapple upside down cake, though.
It's really good. It's National Cheddar Fries Day and also National Lookalike Day. We can dive into that a little later. I think are you freezing up on me already?
That's interesting. A little bit.
Are you?
A little bit.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay. No one panic. No one freak out.
Right.
I will say this. I'm going to give you mad props for first off being here because ZT was originally scheduled for this. He has like a migraine. I've been sending him pictures of my dog, so he's starting to feel better already, which is great. That's the kind of fantastic teammate that I am. Yeah, he feels better. He says, I already feel better. I said, I know you do, bro. It's the Sassy Springers. Follow him on Instagram. But were you able to get a lineup in? Again, last minute addition here.
What was I ever? And like a true fool, like the guy who captained Cortland Sutton in his last sim, I went back to that well and I captained N'Keal Harry. He's in the top spot in my lineup. I stacked up the Patriots in this one because that Cowboys defense is bad. It's a bad D. So I got Harry, I got Cam, I got Julian Edelman, and I got Devin Asiasi alongside CeeDee Lamb and Amari Cooper. Emerson, how does your lineup look?
Well, allow me, young man, to pull it up for you. And first things first, I would like to thank the 94 human beings who decided to build a lineup in our contest. That's phenomenal. So I have CeeDee Lamb, captain spot, Prescott, Newton, Cooper, Asiasi, and Sony Michel. Are you okay?
Yeah, sorry. You get the TV on in the background kind of loud.
Yeah. Sorry, my wife is producing her show at the same time. This is kind of a hectic time, and it's obviously a massive decision in the Chauvin trial here that's expected to come down soon. So she's producing her 6 o'clock show. So you may hear quite a bit going on in the background. This is just the life that we live this kind of year. So I go ahead and I'll apologize for that.
I understand.
Actually, you know what? I apologize to absolutely nobody.
Dude, not only possibly the high point of Conor McGregor's career, because obviously it's been iffy since then, but like I have enjoyed his recent back and forth with Dustin Poirier in that he never paid up the $500K, and now he's like, well, since you called me out on it, no, I'm never gonna. It's like, all right. So we don't get a first down there. My prediction, the Patriots offense would run roughshod here, failing to pan out, and then we are going to get a punt here, barring maybe a fake. I mean, the good news is we did get a little N'Keal Harry, but let's see what happens here on fourth down. I got to imagine Gord Murphy there and not Bill Belichick is going to punt this one away, and that is going to be the case.
Yeah, dude. So little less than 2 minutes into this game, I was listening to sports radio around Boston today, which is always super, super positive as that punt is down inside the 9. And some of the guys around the region here today are thinking that it's an absolute travesty that the Patriots have yet to do anything with their quarterback position. I think they will just be moving forward with Cam Newton and Jarrett Stidham. How big of a problem do you think that will be? Or maybe fresh pieces around Cam will be enough to make him look like a different quarterback?
I mean, yes, I think Cam Newton, I think no matter what they do with the draft, Cam Newton's going to go into the season as the presumptive starter, and I think he will be better. I mean, he looked good, and then he came down with COVID, and he never really got to be the same guy he was. He had a terrible sporting cast. And I think this team is built to win with a shaky quarterback behind center, especially with those missing pieces, the defense back in place, some necessary adjustments made there. I am actually in the middle of researching tomorrow's post route, in which I have broken down every single first-round trade Bill Belichick has ever made. There are 14 of them. and only 4 of them has he ever traded up. Now, the good news is, if you're a Patriots fan, when he does trade up, he gets his guy. He gets guys who turn into long-term starters. He's not throwing away picks unless he's taking a wide receiver. In that case, those have not worked out as well. But
No.
yeah, I mean, obviously drafted is Bill Belichick's day to shine.
Gilmore comes up with a sack.
Former defensive player of the year, forcing a 3-and-out. So we are off to a very wild weather Wednesday start here in the indoor confines of Arlington, Texas. As 3-and-out met by another 3-and-out here.
We're also in blocked punt, recover for a touchdown in the end zone territory. Something I love to bring up when teams are in this position, because I was able to witness that recently, and that lit a fire in my loins, dude. See, I don't understand why the punter isn't standing like farther back in the end zone, and also why you don't send the house.
What?
I don't know what just happened there.
He got scared of it. He saw it coming down from the sky. He thought it was a hawk. Julian's not a big guy. He's like, that hawk could carry me off and dash me upon the rocks like a turtle, trying to crack me open and get the delicious, delicious meat inside. And you know what? At least he's honest about it. I too.
Wait a minute. How easy is it for a hawk to crack a turtle shell?
I feel like that's like a common thing. Like you
don't they pick it up? I feel like they pick it up and then they drop it. Like
take them all the way up. Yeah, they take them up like 300 feet and they drop them on the rock. So if like you're in New England at New England beaches, sometimes you just find like exploded crab pieces, like a bunch of shells that have like clearly been hit by a cannon. It's because like a hawk has grabbed a turtle or a crab or on the rare occasion a lobster. They never get a lobster, but you know what I'm saying. And they just have dashed them up on the rocks with impunity.
That's amazing. I mean, like, you think about it, that's really smart. Just like, alligators, dude. Like, those things will just pull you right down until you just run out of air. You're just floating around. Then they'll snack down on you. It's terrible. 2nd and 9, Cam Newton. Is that intercepted? It is.
Cam. Oh, this game is bad.
It's terrible right now. And you know what? I was super stoked for this when I saw that on the 4 o'clock we had like 2 really good teams like in Madden. I'm like, oh my God, like what did we do to deserve this? And then ZT died and you had to slide in, and now we're here having the time of our life. Let's go. Amari Cooper on the reception. Down at the 33, Dak Prescott, his first completion of the game.
Well, now we might get some offense at least.
So let me see in the $250 free contest. So almost 9,500 entries. Zeke 75%, highest owned player. Cam Newton 62, Prescott 58, Cooper 50, and Devin Asiasi 47, rounding out the top 5. Then there's my captain in the 6th spot at 42%. And a sack. Love it.
Yeah, just as I was thinking, the Cowboys were in field goal range. They might still be. They got Legatron back there. He could drain a 58-yarder, but not a great showing from an otherwise useful offensive line. You see the 2 superstars up front for Dallas, but they've done a little.
Is that Jarwin?
It doesn't matter anyway. Blakey Jars. Old Blakey Jars into the red zone. We got ourselves a scoring opportunity. We got a chance to reverse the outcome of the first 3 drives. Dallas trying to turn that Cam Newton gaffe into points here. I'm looking at your Twitter right now. I'm very excited about this birthday cake, Fruity Pebbles.
Dude,
I didn't think it could improve on Fruity Pebbles, but ooh.
Oh my God, that was almost picked off. It was the McCourty twins, one of them. Dude, someone slid that into my DMs about like 30 minutes ago. And I said, holy hell. I mean, I was sitting here with my wife and I even said out loud, I said, oh my God, they have birthday cake Fruity Pebbles, dude. And from what I could find on Twitter, was, I think they're at Sam's Club. So if they're at Sam's Club, maybe able to find them at Walmart, since I think those are basically like owned by the same company, same store. Inside the 5 now. And is that CeeDee Lamb? No, that's not. Is it? I got to look at my lineup. Michael Gallup, number 13. So first and goal coming up from the 2. But Dude, Walmart gets like all these crazy cereals that I post. A lot of them, like they get them like exclusively. Like they had the Dunkaroos cereal like exclusively. Yeah. I don't know what it is. Maybe just a big box store like that. You have a lot of money. You could.
They actually have that at my local Woodman's. I saw that the other day and I thought of you.
Well, thank you very much for doing that. Zeke Elliott, that's a 1 yard pickup. He's only got 4 yards on a couple carries. Producer Drew says Emerson risking to become a person of Walmart just for the cereal. Dude, my mom goes to Walmart all the time, and I was visiting her like a few years ago, and she had just had shoulder surgery. So she was in like a sling, and she was walking around Walmart in her pajamas as Zeke, the freak, scores the first touchdown of the game. And yeah, my mom looked like a freak there at Walmart. Oh, God. Great woman.
lovely person. I so badly. I look forward to meeting her one day.
Yeah.
Absolutely little.
Yeah, I've told you once. I'll say again. I know she would love you. You're right up her alley, dude. And I have a David Rogers who just tweeted me and says Costco has it, 2 bags in a box. So yeah, Costco is one of those things you like go in to buy a gallon of milk and you leave with a kayak. So you go in there to get 1 box of cereal, and it's like they make you get 2.
I occasionally, like, it's not always a good deal too. That's what I found. Like Costco is like, if they get stuff on sale, it's pretty good. And there's some things they do better than others, but like a lot of Costco stuff is actually kind of pricey. Cereal especially.
Yeah, sometimes like the bulk stores like that, it does look like a great deal, but I mean, do you really need like 10 gallons of ketchup? Like that's going to expire in like a year. Like you're not going to have it unless you're hosting like a cookout for your big ass family or something like that.
Maybe you're just taking little nips of it. You really need that lycopene rich diet. Looking for that vitamin C. Maybe they blocked out the sun in your town and you're suffering from rickets, so you got to replace that vitamin D somehow. I get it, man. Sometimes you just got to take that Hunt's ketchup or catsup. Dude, Hunt's is garbage ketchup. Hunt's Red Gold imposters to the throne of Heinz. There is one true ketchup, Emerson Lacia, and I think we both can agree. It's the one that comes in the classic bottles out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. One of 57 flavors, Heinz ketchup. There's N'Keal Harry on the board. I mistook Harry for Demir Bird earlier, and for that I apologize. That's offensive somehow to both Demir Bird and N'Keal Harry, but he gets the catch there and drives his Patriots out near midfield.
Oh God, we have TP on the ones and twos. Thomas saying Hunt's is what I would give my worst enemy. So we do have a hell of a team with us today. So it's Kristen DeAndrea and Emerson Lacia here on the call with under a minute to go in the 7-0 game. Under a minute to go in the first quarter. TP Thomas on the ones and twos. Producer Drew with us. Frangelico and Robert Hood from the ops team helping us out today, adding up scores manually from home. Frangelico.
Frangelico, the master, old Bert, the apprentice. So Bert's flying solo on the live stats. Bear with him. Bear with us. He's going to get them right. He might just not get them right away. So don't worry. The scores might not be immediate, but they will always be accurate. That's the DraftKings guarantee. The other DraftKings guarantee is that our lineups will be trash. Mine, absolutely in that range. Although Cam Newton finally up into positives after that first 2 drives. He's at negative 0.4 points, which is not ideal. Neither quarterback today. They're looking at dude Dak Prescott for the. Occasionally he shows up, but Madden 20, he was a must start. You could not fade him. And then recently he has just been a wet fart on the face. Horrible, terrible play from behind center for him. Almost as if they baked in the ankle injury in real time.
Yeah. All right. So last game out, 15 points, 19, 27, but then you go 10, 14. There's an 8 in there. There's another 10, another 10, another 12. Like, you want like 20 points at least out of your quarterback.
Yeah, he used to be like Madden Mitch, except he could throw the ball. You know, he would run for 60 yards per game, and he'd give you the passing bonus. And he's now no longer. Speaking of bonuses, no one on pace in the running game. 15 yards total between these two teams, but Zeke does have that touchdown.
So 3 catches, though, for 40 yards for N'Keal Harry in the receptions department. After that, a smorgasbord of just one grab first quarters with James White, Asiasi, Gallup, Jarwin, Cooper, Damiere Byrd. But at least Cooper and Jarwin have at least 22 yards on those grabs, and James White has -2. So ripping through a few of the stats there.
Yeah, not a super exciting start to this one, but Cowboys dropped into gear. Now the Patriots looking to respond in field goal range at the very least for Nick Folk. And if this were the real world, 47 would be automatic for him. He was awesome last year. Here in Simland, not quite as respected, but he's going to be looking pretty good. And hey, remember how we were talking about Patriots in the first round, Emerson, and how they might have to go after quarterback? Well, coming tomorrow, I'm going to break down every single one of those first round trades, what they can expect if they jump up, what they can expect if they move back, and how this year's look at free agency and how Bill Belichick deciding to open up the pocketbook may change the way he drafts. That's all coming tomorrow, and it's absolutely free. Right in your inboxes, you subscribe to Post Route. Substack.
Yeah. I see a few of your comments there on Twitch and YouTube. I know Christian just mentioned it, but we have a new member of the ops team with us today. So he'll be working alongside Frangelico, learning the ins and outs of this. The scores will all be correct. Eventually, may not be up to date as quick as we are used to from time to time, but hey, it's a learning process for the ops team to all be right in the end. All good in the hood, man. So just have a little extra patience today. And I am looking forward to receiving that post route tomorrow in my email inbox. Since I had subscribed like a month ago, it is nice waking up and seeing that information just right here on my phone, dude. That's it.
Sometimes it's waiting there for like your lunch break, and you're like, okay, you have a sandwich in one hand, phone in the other, and you can wolf down your Italian sub just like that. Dude, oh man, I had a good Italian sub this weekend. Like, it's nice. The thing we're doing now, taking a little one out to swim lessons, and afterwards get a couple 15-inch subs, big old meat. Oh yeah.
Hey, well, hold on a second. There's a couple comments here. It must be, and then had Edward Pride saying the shirt's a little too tight that I have on. I honestly look at this thing. It's got plenty of room. Yeah. I have much tighter shirts. I can put some dry fit stuff on here. You know what I mean?
I think the problem is, I think they're intimidated by your muscles right now. I think they just didn't, they didn't realize they were going to get all that forearm meat and that tricep mass all in one shot.
Listen, big day at the YMCA today. Spent about an hour there just straight up clanging and banging. Got a double chicken breast sandwich on my way back. Straight protein. Oh, by the way,
so did you throw some sauce on that though? Because double chicken
breast. Yeah. Yep. It's comes from a little local chain around here. Be Good. Double chicken breast, bacon, jalapeno slaw, and then I got some French fries on the side too. And I stuffed this French fries between the 2 chicken breasts and just went to town on it.
With slaw and French fries on a sandwich, you're basically eating a Manny Brothers sandwich right there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Nectar of gods.
100%, dude. 100%. So here we go. We are underway here in the second quarter. Christian Giandria and Emerson Latzia with you here. Great team behind the scenes, as well as Cam Newton on 2nd and 10. You know, I feel like he doesn't run as much as you see him in actual, like, real life.
Yeah, he's like good for like 20 to 30 yards, and that's about it.
Yeah.
If he was good for a little bit more, he'd be a must-start kind of guy, but yeah, you're right.
Like, let me look at his rushing yards here. Okay, so, like, last time out, nothing. Then 5, then 17, then 15. There's 32, 18. Oh, had a 73-yard one, but 8 and 9 after that. So, yeah, he's not like Madden Mitch. As on 3rd and inches, just terrible work by the Patriots. And where are they, on the 22?
So it's not even going to be a 40-yarder for Folk after that. If Cam could have lost one more yard, all the Nick Folk owners out there could have picked up an extra point, but instead it was just going to be a 30-plus yarder. Hold on.
All right, we got our first 3 points of the day for the Patriots with under 6 minutes to play in the first half. Mr. Hawk says Cam's the only running quarterback on Madden who does not fumble.
That might be true. I was thinking about that when he got stopped just shy there, but it looked like he was stretching the ball out like he should have had it. But one of those things where if you saw Madden Mitch do that, you knew the ball was going to be on the turf minutes later, seconds later, moments later.
Mr. Hawk talking about the protein powder, which in my brief research of the birthday cake flavored Fruity Pebbles, there is a birthday cake Fruity Pebbles protein powder out there actually. What do you have? Where did you go? Are you going to get protein? Okay.
It is birthday cake protein right there.
Look at you, dude. I noticed you've been looking a lot thicker, like 2 C's, like hot, thick, like shredded and lean, and it's the birthday cake powder that you're mashing.
Must be.
Dude, you gotta take that sweater off and flex for us at halftime. Is Zeke the freak?
Oh no, Zeke!
I
don't think we're gonna get him.
End zone, touchdown!
Oh my God, Zeke is a must roster today. That makes 2 for him. And after 5 rushing yards in the first quarter, he picks up 73 on his first carry of the second. My goodness, that man is a problem. Producer Drew, use the birthday cake protein in the milk with the cereal.
Ooh. An absolute Zeke of nature. Dude, you remember like right when we were in the quarter break and we were like, yeah, no one's close to the bonus. Yeah, times are a-changing here, kids.
These Patriots getting handed to them. This is old Gord Murphy there. Not thrilled with his Patriots performance right now. They are struggling to keep pace as that typically impenetrable defense absolutely gashed by Zeke for 70+ there.
What's going on, everyone hanging out with us on YouTube? North of 300 of you chilling with us. Coming up after this game, it's Gary and Thorne and Steve Buchanan for an MLB edition of the slate. And then the late slate of Madden games will kick off. So this game wraps up the early slate. I've got that contest open right now. Current solo leader in that one as Sony Michel spinning and going in the wrong direction and looking like a nincompoop. But he has, or she, solo leader. Let's see, players he has or she has in this game is Zeke Elliott, N'Keal Harry, and those are the only 2 right now. Damn, Raheem Mostert went off today. What is this? I'm looking at this. He had 45 points, had 102 receiving yards, 111 rushing yards, 7 catches, had a receiving touchdown, had a rushing touchdown. Yeah, dude.
Amazing.
And he fumbled.
Yeah. So it could have been even better. Wow. I mean, yeah, he had 100 in the captain spot not too long ago, too.
Are you serious? Where it must have been in like that 3-week vacation I took.
Maybe. Could have been. You might have been upstate New York, getting some wings, enjoying a garbage plate or 2.
Oh, yeah, kid. I feel that. All right, 3rd and 13, and that is not going to get it done. It was James White, though, that'll get you a receiving point, a reception point. And so the Patriots are going to punt away the football again, and Dallas with a 14-3 lead. Just in total control of this game right now.
This has been grim. I mean, the plus side is that Ryan Allen's punts have been really good. So just like in real life, let's see where this one goes. Yeah, pretty solid. 50 yards.
Yep.
Not bad. Not bad.
Robbie Noble's in the house today, as always. Can always count on him being here. Kyle Waters, Mr. Hawk, Mo, Buzz Killington, Andy James. What's up, dude? Mike Bizzle. Good to see everybody here. I saw Tater Hater floating around. Hopefully we can repair our broken friendship. My sweet tater-hating chinchilla.
Is that because you went out of your way to give the creator of Tater Understandable. I mean, I can understand why he would feel personally attacked by that. First thing I did when I saw that tweet, I went, A, Emerson's absolutely right, and B, this is going to create a divide between him and Tater Hater. But to be fair, the tot is quite possibly the greatest use of the potato. I would maybe argue waffle fries above tot, but it really depends on what kind of food.
I love,
especially tachos, breakfast tachos.
Wow.
Especially topped with a little bit of eggs, salsa, some chopped onions, maybe even with chili too, if you're feeling it.
Yeah, you know what? I'd like to take this moment to appreciate the versatility of a potato. Baked potato, 2nd and 1. Dak is sacked. But yeah, baked potato, mashed chips, cheesy potatoes, scallop, potato salad, potato skin, sweet potatoes, French fries, steak fries, wedge, home fries, waffle fries, hash browns, tater tots. Just an outstanding vegetable. Frangelico throws in potato pancakes. Absolutely, dude.
You figure out everything but the skin and cover them in. Are you kidding me, Patriot?
I'm seriously, I'm like, how the hell did that happen? But he goes right to Michael Gallup for the first down across his body. Yeah, TP, it is the Swiss Army knife of vegetables. You got that right. Piercy, what's up, dude? Ziwa, Yogi, Ghost. Good to see the squad hanging out today over on Twitch.
Piercy A, doing the Lord's work in plugging the lovely newsletter. But B, every time I want to complain about the weather, I'm reminded that Piercy's in Canada. It's like, he's almost certainly got it worse than I do. It snowed here today. It was snowing earlier. I wanted to make it a Tank Top Tuesday, and the weather did not comply.
Oh, wow. Goes back to Gallup. Does he get in? He does.
Oh, he did. Oh, no. Patriots in danger of getting run off the field here if they can't figure out something quick, Emerson. Just inside the 2-minute warning, and bing bong. Michael Gallup finished off a crazy drive.
32.5% owned, 6.5% in the captain spot for Michael Gallup. If it makes anybody feel any better, currently in our Happy National Pineapple Upside Down Cake Day contest, out of 94 entries, your boy is 94 right now. This is the worst performance I have ever put together in the history of these Sims and the history of DFS at DraftKings. My captain has 0 points.
I'm currently 90th, and I'm getting 10th for my captain. I'm 92nd now. I'm 92nd.
I see you, dude. I'm just down at the bottom of the leaderboard, and there's 2 of us. Like the 2 people calling this game are just the worst.
You and I are separated by 0.3 of a point.
So less than 2 minutes to go. The Patriots will have all 3 timeouts, a little bit of time to work, but plenty of time to march downfield. But their offenses just seem inept, decrepit this entire first half. But now would be a good time to wake up. And wow, right on cue, just an overthrow. Terrible throw by Cam Newton.
Things are going great. And on cue, Piercy tells me he got 6 inches of snow today. So yeah, nothing. We had like flurries here, but the problem is like we had that fake spring, like where it got up to 80 degrees, and I was walking around wearing shorts, and like that just ruined my cold tolerance. Great work, Cam Newton. That throw goes to nowhere, and 3rd and long coming up. There's a chance the Cowboys get the ball back with a chance to make it 28-3 before halftime. The good news is if there's any team equipped to come back from 28-3, it's this one. Bad news is it probably won't.
Rock forever. Emerson, have you seen the cream pie cereal? That has to be disgusting. So when I was visiting my parents, yeah, dude, it's actually, okay, so Rock forever, you got to try it, dude, because it's exceptional. I'm not going to lie. I did a little taste test thing on Instagram when I was back home visiting my parents, a little more, I don't know, like 6 weeks ago or something. That's when we when I picked up Georgie. But my mom is huge on cereal too. She just eats it dry because she doesn't do the whole dairy thing. But she has that in the pantry, and I try it, and it gets better and better and better as it starts to absorb like the milk. But they're really soft, like puffy pieces with this like little bit of like a cream coating around them. And it tastes pretty similar to an oatmeal cream pie. So definitely don't knock on it until you try it, dude. I have a feeling you will enjoy it.
That is a god tier snack cake, and that was another one. Like I found the Dunkaroos, the oatmeal cream pie. Like I was buying cereal because the toddling one over here is now in like her cereal phase, and like we've been giving her Golden Grams, and she's 1,000% into it because Golden Grams are a great cereal. But I was like, and now I got to look at like sugar counts because I don't want to have to deal with that all day. And a rowdy child bouncing off the walls and losing their damn mind. So
that's a real thing. Like they have too much sugar, dude, and they just start going crazy.
Absolutely, yeah. No, 1,000%. Like, and like nap time's a mess anyway. So, like at best, we got to try to rein that in. I mean, sugar is basically just like how little kids get drunk. I do remember fondly
how little kids get drunk.
And just lose it. Yeah.
Oh man, Dak testing the atmosphere and it's pulled down.
Man.
Are you kidding me? The Patriots.
Are you kidding me?
The New England pathetic Patriots here right now on this sim. It's 1st and goal from the 5. They still have a timeout to go. I think that was Amari Cooper who pulled it down. No, it was Michael Gallup. That was Michael Gallup. That was his that was his 5th catch. Already has a touchdown. He's in the receiving bonus. And this team, them Cowboys, are cooking right now. And okay.
You are out of 94th place in the DK SimFam free roll.
Is that right? Yes!
Yeah, you are 93rd. I am 94th.
You know what, dude? Just because you were an amazing enough teammate to step up when we needed someone to slide into this chair, I truly hope you finish 93rd and I take 94th. You don't deserve this, buddy. Dak, don't panic. Don't panic. Yes, that's my guy. That's my guy. Koopa Loop. Coop. More, baby. More gruel. Let's go, sir.
Wow.
Hell yeah.
An absolute mollywhopping take. Emerson, what do you want to talk about in the second half? Because it's probably not going to be this game unless it somehow finishes up 56-6.
No, so I could tell our loyal viewers here on the Dream Stream, whether it's on Twitch, in the Game Center, or on YouTube, you guys can start thinking of questions you may have for tonight's baseball slate, because at least Steve Buchanan and Gary and Thorne will be coming up after this game to help all of you get your lineup set, maybe place some bets on the DK Sportsbook. Start thinking about that. Any questions you have about the late slate, questions about life, food, dogs, the weather. It was amazing here today. You said you got snow. It's like 70 degrees here. I'm taking the dogs out like 20 times today.
That's why you got this T-shirt on. That's why I see you get to go T-shirt. I'm wearing this like fisherman sweater from LL Bean, made of real wool and like got 3 layers on underneath. Ooh, and I just got a text message saying that I gotta call my mechanic.
Uh-oh. Why? Did you drop your car off earlier?
I dropped the car. I just normal tune up, and then so if like 3 weeks after I bought my car, like 5 years ago, that I snapped off the side view mirror, like pulling into the house, didn't even realize it, popped the thing right off. So it's been like glued and duct taped together for the past 5 years. And now I'm finally like, you know what? I should be a grown adult and actually get this fixed instead of just kind of holding it in place with cardboard. So that's where we are.
Bro, so you got a new car, and 3 weeks after that, you snapped the mirror off.
Oh, yeah. Pulling into my own garage, too. That was the best part. Like, not only did I snap up my car's mirror, but I also took a good chunk of molding off the garage entryway. It's, like, just beautiful. Like, 11 a.m., too. Just like a normal, like, driving home. Just, nope. Wasn't dark. It wasn't like a kid yelling in the background. Nope. Just completely, like, zoned in, driving, and pop. As, well, Dak Prescott having himself a day.
Dude.
220, 2 touchdowns for him. Well on his way to the bonus, but you got to think Zeke Elliott is going to have a chance to get there too because his team, what do they have to – they don't have to score any more points and they're going to win this game. I don't have any confidence in New England scoring 4 touchdowns right now. Do you?
Yeah, it's not going to happen, but we're all going to be keeping an eye on Zeke. Yeah, he was at 86 yards on just 5 carries. You would think that they would just run the hell out of the football, try to burn the clock up a little bit. Obviously, we've learned these Sims can do the complete opposite of what they probably should do. But as for everyone else, the Patriots just have nothing to show for this pathetic performance, a little bit to show. 4 carries, 14 yards for Sony, 2 for 5 with James White. Cam Newton's got 1 scramble for 9 yards.
Yeah. I mean, if you stacked up the Patriots, you're really, really hurting this one. I mean, N'Keal Harry has something. I mean, it's 10-5. Yeah, 3 catches for 40 yards for Harry. And Edelman, nothing. Devin Asiasi, 1 catch.
Yeah.
Cam Newton, 2.3 points in the flex. And then, look at that Gallup line. My God. 5 for 143 and a touchdown.
So there is, and I talked a little bit about it last night in the championship, in the Madden bracket final game with Kaufman, which that was a good time. And shout out to all of you guys and gals who joined us for that or filled out a lineup. It was a fun little time. Hopefully we're going to bring more unique events like that to you guys. But big weekend coming up here in the Dream Stream. So 6 Sims on Saturday, only 5 on Sunday because it's 6 o'clock. Since it is Oscar Sunday, is going to be the red carpet film feast, the DraftKings and Major League eating red carpet film feast. So I've been doing some interviews with a lot of these guys.
Names, right?
Yeah. Amazing dude. That guy has like an energy that I want to stuff inside me. He's such a positive, like humble dude. And like, cause he doesn't need to like talk crap or anything because he's just the best at what he does when it comes to chugging liquids or salsa or gravy.
Yeah.
But
and pretty good rapper. I mean, that's like not only do I love the George Shea introductions every 4th of July, but Badlands comes up, they rap together. It's outstanding. It's
amazing.
My favorite part of celebrating America. Badlands Booker gets up on the stage. He and George Shea rap it out. Everything gets insane. It's beautiful. I'm just so hopeful. Hopefully this is a year we get back to surf in Stillwell, get back outside and do the Nathan's hot dog eating contest right. Because 5 guys indoors surrounded by plexiglass. It was a pale imitation of the real thing.
Yeah.
And celebrating America we deserved.
And you know what? When I was talking to Chestnut on Monday, is today Wednesday or Tuesday? Was that yesterday I talked to him?
It's Tuesday.
I don't know.
Tuesday.
I can't remember. So he was saying the same thing. I said, just this event because Chestnut did not win the first one, the Candy Bowl that we did around Halloween. And then I think finished 2nd or 3rd in the big game snack down around the Super Bowl. I said, well, what are you really looking forward to here? You're probably really looking forward to getting some revenge on these guys. And he's like, actually, I'm really looking forward to, there's going to be a semi-small crowd there. So having some people back, in the house will be like really nice. And Chestnut was actually really open about how he needs to win this because he feels like people will start thinking that he's like losing it, losing his like grip on that.
He no longer has the stomach for it anymore. The jaws are
exactly. So that'll be super fun. But there's 3. The main card is going to be Chestnut, Esper, and Matt Stoney. They're going to be trying to eat like a boatload of popcorn. How many 24-ounce servings of popcorn can they eat in 8 minutes? The one I'm actually looking forward to the most is one of the undercards trying to eat 50 eggs. Who can finish 50 eggs first or eat the most within 6 minutes? Yep, that's exactly what it is. Because it's on Oscars Day. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense.
That's probably it. That's got to be the greatest good movie-inspired eating challenge there is. Right? I can't think any others. I mean, there's some terrible movies out there, but like Cool Hand Luke is objectively good. And are you kidding me? The Cowboys got the ball back to start. Oh my God, this is a nightmare. No, that was one of the ones we used to watch. Like, we had the broken down buses for lacrosse games at Carnegie Mellon, so we could only throw VHSs in there, and we had Lion King, Aladdin, and Cool Hand Luke, and we watched all three on repeat all day, every day on the road to like Dayton or Gas City, Indiana, or East Grand Rapids. So a lot of appreciation for Cool Hand Luke. I could barely put down one hard boiled egg. That's a lot. That's a lot for me.
Yeah, and you know what? I think there's a reason they didn't put Chestnut in that one, because he's the one who holds the world record. He set it back in 2013, I think it was. I think it's like 141 hard-boiled eggs in 8 minutes. That's what he has.
Oh, God.
I know. Unbelievable. Just imagine, like, the yolk just all over their face in, like, white shirts. Just looks like baby vomit all over them. And then there's
that's not worse to me than like 60 or 70 hot dogs. That just sounds horrible.
There's a mega movie soda chugging contest as well. It's going to be a whole gallon. Is that CD Lamb now coming alive again?
I think it was.
Yeah, it is. So 31 yards there. Had the one-handed. So it's going to be Badlands Chugs against Derek Hendrickson, who can chug a full gallon of soda the fastest. They're going to be in like regular standard cups, so it's not like sucking it all out of a gallon. But that will be, if you've seen Badlands Chugs.
Like 4 cups out there.
Yeah, I think they're going to be a bunch of cups laid out in front of them.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a great question here. Clem asks, Emerson, which one of the DK hosts do you think would win in an eating contest? And I'm going to go ahead and take
Clem Fendak.
I'm going to say it is yours truly 100%. As Zeke gets into the end zone.
3 touchdowns for Zeke as this is getting out of hand. The Patriots defense, I have nothing good to say about them, so I guess I won't say anything at all. My goodness.
Yeah.
32-point game here, extra point pending. And we can just sim to the end of this, right?
I don't think there's like a mercy rule. Maybe we should reconsider that. But at the same time, you hang out. Who knows? Patriots get a couple touchdowns. Like, it means nothing for the results of this game, but it could mean maybe a couple dollars for your lineup. Mike Bizzle, totally disagree with you. Rossi would not stand a chance against me. Like, we should do something like that for fun. We already have the one-on-one basketball tournament coming up between Glash and I, but I'll lay out like 50 chicken nuggets from like McDonald's or something. Let's do that.
So I think the question is, are you going for fastest or are you going for most food? Because I think those are two different things. You're just like having a wing eating contest.
Well,
most in 10 minutes versus most overall.
Okay, so I mean that's kind of like you have whoever can finish the 50 eggs first, or there's a time limit of 6 minutes. So who can finish the 50 chicken nuggets first? Or we could set a limit of like 8 minutes on it. Do something like that. Like, don't get me wrong. It'll be stiff competition against him.
We should make this all part of the decathlon for when I come out to New England, eventually make my return to the great 6 states of the Northeast. And I mean, obviously we're going to have some kind of eating contest, maybe some golf, maybe kicking some field goals. We got options, but obviously we should make some kind of gurgitory celebration part of it.
Are you coming here at all like this summer? Do you know?
I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know when it would be, but trying to make a schedule, find a time that I could actually get out there. The problem is my parents don't live out there anymore, and then like the friends I have, I mean, obviously they're still in the New England area, but they're a little bit more spread out now. Like one guy moved up to New Hampshire, one guy's out like the western part of Connecticut now, so it's just getting a little tougher. Like for a while there, all my friends stayed clustered in Warwick, and a whole bunch of them still are. But
Yeah, you got to get your tail here and meet the Sassy Springers. And yeah, we got to do like a fun little weekend of like events.
Yeah, a little home run derby.
Yeah, home run derby, chicken nugget eating contest. We'll do field goal kicking, like not on frozen ice. Irwin, boneless wings or nuggets? Well, they're the same thing.
Cam Newton stat, LOL. Yeah, 2.3 right now on the click. It very clearly headed towards babysitter Billy status, regardless of how his Patriots respond here. And it doesn't seem like it's going to go well. Uh-oh, I am getting the internet unstable connection.
Well, hang in there. If there was a game where you needed to dart out or just give up on and quit, this is definitely the one to do it. We got 3:11.
I may. Hey.
Yeah. Do your thing and come back. We have 3:11 watching us right now. 163 likes. So if you got an extra like to give, feel free to do it. I know you look at the screen. I see the passion coming from many of you, like Mr. Hawk says, ban the Patriots from these Sims. This is a pathetic performance. No argument here, dude.
I see y'all bringing up Ducey. I know he's on the last sim. Did anyone ask him about Armageddon? How many times he's seen it and how many times he cries at the end when Bruce Willis gets left on the asteroid? Because we talked about this in the earlier sim. Kenny Ducey, Emerson, has seen Armageddon 99 times. And 99
No, that's not true.
Has cried when Bruce Willis selflessly takes Ben Affleck's place on the asteroid and blows himself up.
Okay, so that's why Darth is asking, what are your thoughts on the movie Armageddon? So that was the topic of conversation earlier?
Yeah.
Okay. Why has he seen that movie so much? Like, there are other movies you should see. I don't mind if you see a movie like a few times.
You know, I think in his mind, Kenny's like, you know what? I am Steve Buscemi, and the Jets have driven me to space madness. That's how it happened.
There really are some just gut-wrenching scenes. Really, like, will tug at the heartstrings a little bit. Yeah, especially that finish. When did that come out? Like 98? Wasn't that one of those 3-hour movies too?
I think 90. I think it. Yeah, it's like 2.5. I think.
Yeah, because I remember that was the year I had to go to summer school, and like the album, I had the CD, and I would put it in like my old CD Walkman as Jarwin.
Oh,
wow, the Cowboys are not taking their foot off the gas.
Yeah.
1998. Yeah, that's right. I had to go to summer school, and I was taking the bus in every day, and I would pop that. That was a pretty good album for that movie. I remember listening to it all the time back when you had the CD Walkman.
Yeah.
You know?
Would you just put "Don't Want to Miss a Thing" on repeat and just get yourself psyched up for summer school on the bus with that, or?
No, I really liked Sweet Emotion. I think that may have been the first one on the album. Wow. They were going for 6 more.
Yeah, they are not messing around. They want the Patriots to feel pain.
Yeah, there were some good ones in there.
Armageddon, the album.
Come Together. Another Aerosmith. God, I forget. Is it like because Steven Tyler's kid was in the movie, he had to do like every song for it?
Maybe. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 different Aerosmith songs, and Sean Colvin. A decided hit from Sean Colvin. Leaving on a Jet Plane by John Denver. That is how you psych yourself up for summer school.
Mm-hmm. Congo Cab in the house. If you are just joining us now, everybody, as you can see, the Dallas Cowboys are showing no mercy, straight up curb stomping the Patriots right now. And on third and
long stuff.
Oh my God! And they complete it. Like this is absurd, dude. 22
Gallup
yards for
again.
Michael Gallup.
Is going. Gallup and Zeke Elliott have both been just playing out of their damn minds today, and
Just
this game by 40.
well, I tell you what, it's good that you were able to join us last minute for this one. Like, there's no other game I'd rather be on with you than this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy for the company in this one. I'm glad we're not suffering through this one alone. I'm glad I have you, Emerson. I'm glad I have you, Twitch fam. I'm glad I have you, YouTube fam. I'm glad we have the millions and millions watching across the globe on the Dream Stream. Is
that his fourth
Bundy.
touchdown
One
of
game,
the day?
4 touchdowns. Oh my God, Patriots.
Dude, this is a real Zeke show right now.
They're going to lose by 50. If you don't have Zeke and Gallup in your lineup, you might as well just trash those slips. You're not going to get any. This is unreal. This is the worst. This might be the worst beating I've ever seen anyone take right now. And it's
Yeah, I've never seen something like this.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, hold on. Piercy says, or who was it who just said it? That Koff got Ducey so fired up. Yeah, here it is. That Ducey started doing the screeching thing when he gets excited. we all had to hit the mute button. Oh man. 8 seconds to go in this third quarter. It is 42-3. Tyler Toms, how is this happening? What is going on? I have no idea, dude.
Yeah, this has been wild. I mean, we have no answers for you on this one. I mean, the good news is anything can happen in Simland. This game proves it. The unexpected very much in play. That's going to take us to the fourth quarter, and the Patriots only need 6 touchdowns in 8 minutes to get back in this one. Emerson Lotzie, do you think they can do it?
That is going to be a no for me, dog.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
If this were like a high school game, they would go running clock the entire fourth quarter. If this were a college game, they might go running clock the entire fourth quarter. I've seen D3 games where they're just like, you know what, let's just shake hands and get everyone out of here. No one getting hurt. I mean, I guess that's the good thing about arcade mode is no one's risking injury in a blowout here because you can continue to churn along. But look at that, Dak, 346 and 2 touchdowns.
The bonus. 346,
Yeah.
Zeke's like, it's just going to be a lot for the Cowboys, and it's going to be a little for the Patriots. Because Sony's got 7 for 39, James White 3 for 7, Cam Newton still at 1 for 9. But at least it's April 20th, which we know as National Cheddar Fries Day, National Pineapple Upside Down Cake Day, and National Lookalike Day. That's the only holidays being celebrated on April 20th.
The only thing you need to celebrate. What could be better in this life than a good cheddar fry? The problem with cheddar fries, if you use the real cheddar, they're awesome for like 4 minutes, and then you're just getting like one fry with an entire like wedge of cheese stuck to it.
And it's like a limp. It's like a real limp fry.
Yeah, it's a limp fry, and the cheese is like got to the point where it's solidified, but it's still kind of sweating. And
it's a moist.
That's the fake cheese is the way to go.
Yeah, a moist, limp French fry. Gallup 6 for 165, 1 touchdown. Cooper has got the only other receiving touchdown in this game. 3 for 44, because this has been about Zeke. Rushing bonus and 4 rushing touchdowns up to this point.
Yeah, this game feels like punishment for something we did wrong in a past life, Emerson.
You know, man, let's just ride it out together.
Here.
You and me, 8 minutes to go, big boy. And then I'm also looking forward to you and I are back together on Friday. Steve Buchanan and Gary and Thorne will be coming up after this game for a baseball edition of the slate. So you guys keep an eye out for that. Have your DFS questions ready to go, sports betting questions. You can also have those answered every morning at 11 o'clock for the sweat. And then you want to tell everyone what's coming up one more time for you tomorrow, what to look forward to?
This is going to be
Post round?
of what the Patriots are up to, what their past shows, what the past Bill Belichick draft trades might tell us about where they're going to wind up next Thursday. Is Bill Belichick going to move up? History says probably not, but history also says he's always had a top-tier quarterback to build around. So if he does move up, what can he be looking for in return? Is he going to win that trade? Is he going to give up a Niners-style haul to get there? I'll break it all down for you tomorrow morning, directly in your inbox at postroute.substack.com.
Guys, I have been told by Thomas on the 1s and 2s that stats have been updated. Check it out. Where are you? Thank God I am no longer last. I'm currently sitting in 84th place.
Oh, only 10 spots ahead of me, buddy.
Wait, are you in last place right now?
Am I ever?
Oh, my God, you're terrible. K2700 currently with a big, beefy lead, 15-point lead right now. The winning lineup in our free contest, Zeke has almost 60 points in the captain spot, has Dak, Cooper, Gallup, Bird, and the Cowboys defense.
Yeah, even with Bird there, Bird's going to give him a few more points with that reception, so that's only going to widen the lead. But the Cowboys D right now, 13 points in the flex. Even if the Patriots get a touchdown here, they're going to remain a pretty viable piece of a winning lineup.
Yeah, currently winning $25 in the near 9,500 entry contests here. Red Joey, 147.79 points, has Zeke, Dak, Gallup, N'Keal Harry, Jarwin, and the Cowboys D. And there's N'Keal on the reception. 1st and goal. So this is the closest the Patriots have been to scoring today.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to see him get on the board. We're beyond any hope of a comeback. I think the good news is we should scoot right along without any timeouts from either side. I got to think that even fake Bill Belichick there is going to agree that this one is over. Old Gord Murphy. No, that's not his real name, but that's the name Koff came up with for him, and I appreciate the sheer Canadianness of it all. I mean, speaking of cheddar fries, few do it quite as well as the Canucks do in Quebec with their poutine. I haven't had a good poutine in a while. And to be fair, I've had great cheese curds every month because I live in Wisconsin. I'm blessed. But like a good poutine, some good crispy fries, gravy, and a nice cheddar curd on top of it. As we do have a touchdown, the Patriots find the end zone, and it's Dalton Keene.
Oh my God! Of course it is. Of course it's a Dalton freaking Keene touchdown. That's so stupid.
3K in the flex, 3.7 fantasy points per game, 2.6% owned the $200 free contest. Of course, it's the dumbest possible touchdown. Maybe not the dumbest possible touchdown. I guess it could have been like a Rex Burkhead vulture, but good lord, I don't like this game, Wilson. I'm not enjoying it.
Kyle Wader says, I'm scared, bro. I need Patriots to score to get this Cowboys defense off my back. I'm only up half a point.
Yeah. Caw-caw.
That should help. Hooty-hoo, hooty-hoo. Oh, Mr. Hawk, no wonder why you're so passionate about hating the Patriots. I stacked all of the Patriots stooges.
Oof.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm loving watching the Super League fall apart before our very eyes. It was a good 2-week run they had, or 2-day run rather.
What's that?
The Super League.
Oh yeah. So everyone started pulling out today, right?
Yeah. I'm happy that like these teams are listening to their fans. I'm in this situation though where I wonder if fans would do that in America, like if they have that same level of passion. I guess the only place you would really see it that it would be applicable right now would be in college sports for like the SEC. It's like the Power 5 teams broke away. It's Zeke. No mercy from that dude right there. He might go 200 today the way he's running. Good Lord.
Yeah. You mentioned Dalton Keene's ownership numbers, 2.6%. Silly, dude.
I mean, the good news is Dalton Keene got me up all the way to 93rd because I have Cammy in my flex and had a Domino Joe today's dates by a solid 4 points now. So, Emerson, I think I might escape the ignominy of a last place. We're not out of the woods yet, but we got a shot.
Something to add to your LinkedIn page, man, if you are that successful. The late slate today, Christian, 6, 8, and 10 o'clock as hot diggity damn. Zeke cannot be stopped.
Zeke on his own, more points in the captain spot than my entire roster right now.
That's silly. That's silly, but it's also impressive, like, that you have built that bad of a lineup.
It's kind of impressive. Yeah.
It like, dude, you should no longer be sad about that. You should be happy that you have the talent to do something so bad that no one else could match your terribleness.
That's fair. Yeah, you had a good point there. I can't really argue with that.
Chargers at the Jaguars, America's team, coming up at 6. Glash and Brandon will be on the call for that. Then Glash back to back. Kenny returns. You guys can talk about Armageddon for another hour and a half at 8 o'clock. And then the Bills at the Cardinals, Rossi and Jeff to bring you guys home for some Madden After Dark. And Dak scrambling, hang on to that football down at the 11, 1st and 10 coming up. But again, the slate and MLB edition, Steve Buchanan, Gary and Thorne, right after we are done here. It is 5 o'clock here, even on the East Coast. May get weird and do tater tots for a second straight night for dinner. We will see. I will keep all of you updated. Do not apologize.
Is Zeke going to get a receiving touchdown?
Oh, my God. Back of the end zone. Is it Gallup for the second time today? This is unbelievable.
Yeah, I would be furious too, Cam. Are they going to bring it back? Or are they just going to let Zeke get his 5th touchdown instead? I kind of want them to overturn it so they just hand the ball off to Zeke a couple times here. Let's see.
Oh, that's good. He's in. Now, no, you know what I want them to do? I want them to go for 2 and give me that 50 spot. Oh, cowards. Weak cowards.
Hang half 100 on him.
I love the aggressiveness here. It's like I could see almost teams doing that in real life if they were actually beating up this bad on the Patriots, really giving it to Bill Belichick and just pouring it on.
You think teams forgot about 2007?
Yeah.
Oh, well, 2:24 left. The question now is whether or not the Cowboys can get to 50. That's all I want out of this sim now. I want to see the Patriots go 3 and out here. And I want the Cowboy, I use those timeouts, kick the field goal as time expires. Give me a 65-yard Greg Zuerlein field goal as time expires to make this a 42-point win for the Cowboys. That's what we deserve for sticking around through this entire awful sim.
Tater Hater says, if you do tater tots again, Emerson, so help me God. It's unlikely. It's unlikely, but it's one of the few foods, not cereal, that we have in the apartment right now. So we'll play it by ear, but Cam Newton, 2:15 to go. James White with the reception, 3 yards, out of bounds, stops the clock. Yeah, if I'm the Cowboys defense, I'm having a little bit of fun. I'm taking my clothes off. I'm enjoying myself.
If you're poor Tony Pollard, you're probably standing on the sideline trying to figure out why you can't get in the game right now. Just watching Zeke run the ball all over the place, make you feel bad about yourself. Oh, I am back into last place.
Yes, dude. Yes.
Domino Joe has, yeah, I guess Dak, maybe. Oh, he has Gallup. Oh, Gallup 38-6 in the flex right now. My goodness. Zeke 43-9. I mean, Zeke with his 4 touchdowns might not win Krusty Koff MVP honors today. That's amazing. It might have to go to Gallup.
Currently in our Happy National Pineapple Upside Down Cake Day contest, still K2700. The lead, the gap is closing as Newton's scrambling for his life for the first down, slides.
Ooh. We needed the punt there, and then we needed the 90-yard bomb to Michael Gallup. And it looks like that will not come to fruition right now. It makes me sad.
Well, a minute and a half to go here, and the Patriots doing what they can to make sure that this last minute and a half lasts forever.
Yeah. They really do not care for the slate. They are fighting off. I get it. If you're the Cowboys, you don't want to lose that market share to the team across the parking lot in Arlington. You don't want to give the Rangers the time of day.
I tell you what, you want to go ahead and get ahead of this a little bit.
Yes.
And
we'll drop them in there. We already know. It's a tough call for the Krusty Koff player of the game, but you take a look at those numbers, in the flex. Michael Gallup not too far behind what Zeke put out there. Zeke, yes, cracked the 40-point barrier, 43.9 for him. But Gallup in the flex, 38.6. And Zeke was the most owned guy out there. So if you had Gallup, he was a difference maker. Let's go ahead and Krusty Koff Michael Gallup today, just because we so rarely get the opportunity to.
Wes was saying this has to be the highest scoring classic ever, which in the free roll, 266.34 points. That's insane.
And let's talk about that babysitter Billy. Man, so many good candidates. Julian Edelman with his one catch for 2 yards. Might have to. We'll babysitter Billy Julian Edelman. Cam Newton probably deserves it more. Asiasi was pretty well owned too, but he at least had more than 5 points. Oh. All right, let's see. Are the Patriots even going to get a playoff here? Are they going to try to get this one in at the buzzer? 5, 4, 3.
Oh, incomplete. Sons of a guns.
Alvin Keene could not get it done. So are we going to have the walk-off? Was the spread on this one 35? Because that's the walk-off spread cover right here.
Wait, are we talking about a backdoor cover? Yeah, 4th and 3 seconds to go. This will be the game, y'all. Again, Steve Buchanan standing by right now. He'll be joined by Gary and Thorne for a baseball edition of the slate here on this Tasty Tuesday. Two of the tastiest analysts that we have. Oh, Matt LaMarca has entered the chat. Tell Christian to stop ducking me in trivia. So that's coming eventually. That's coming eventually.
We're going to get it done. It's going to happen, LaMarca. We're going to have this showdown of kings, of empires. This is going to be Hannibal crossing the Alps and trying to engage in a land war in Russia. That's exactly what this is going to be. Elephants battling it out.
So, guys, we have, before we get to Steve Buchanan and Gary and Thorne, first off, thanks everyone for hanging out with us throughout that sim. The late slate is coming up. I want you all to keep an eye on the scores and whatever contest you're in. They will be going final here momentarily. Christian, great time with you today.
Yeah.
TP on the 1s and 2s. Producer Drew, Frangelico, all you guys. Robert Hood, appreciate you, dude.
And, you know what? Maybe get updating that scoreboard so we can make sure I don't finish 94th out of 94 people in the free roll.
Yeah, they're taking care of it for you, big guy. I promise you that. Before we get to an MLB edition of the slate, though, little NBA clip from the Sweat. Sweat guys, we're running it. We're airing it. It's live. I'll host it tomorrow morning, again, 11 o'clock Eastern time. A show, 1 hour filled with DFS and sports betting information and knowledge from all of our analysts, 11 o'clock in the morning, Monday through Friday. So check it out. Here's a little bit of NBA insight from this morning's show. And again, thanks for watching this last sim. It was an interesting one.
It was a challenge, yeah.
no Harden, no Durant. Kind of has Kyrie Irving feeling like a logical play at guard. He's going to cost you 9,900. You pick in the Kyrie chalk or roll into a different guard, Kenny?
I'll take the chalk here. I'll bite the bullet. Look, he has 5.2 more DK fantasy points per 36 minutes with James Harden and Kevin Durant on the floor. Does Kyrie Irving? It's a 4.1% usage rate spike. And New Orleans, they play pretty poor defense, especially against point guards, allowing 25.6 points per game to opposing point guards over the last 2 weeks. We know Lonzo Ball is a liability at the position. Is a negative 0.59 real plus minus on the defensive end. And while I don't think that this game means anything to the Nets, and I don't even know if they'll win it, we have seen time and time again in this spot, Kyrie Irving will go off. He gets all of the ball. The Nets have 7 players out, so they need someone to shoot the ball. Kyrie should be taking all the shots here. And, by the way, this is they've now only played 7 games together, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, and James Harden. Just figured I would say that because it's just a mind-blowing stat.
That actually is. I was unaware of that. Nick, you want the highest price guard on the slate, or are you going to roll with someone else?
I mean, first of all, 7 seems high. I would have guessed it was lower than that, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, with the amount of injuries that they've had. So I don't remember them playing that many games together at all. I'm fine rolling with Kyrie tonight. I think it's possible that you maybe look at the last 2 games and get a little bit spooked. 20 points against Miami, struggled from the field in that one, 6 of 19, had just 12 points in that blowout against Charlotte on Friday. So, maybe some people look at that box score and get a little bit scared away. But like Kenny said, there's so many injuries for this Nets team that, Kyrie Irving's not always a guy that loves taking a ton of shots. But with no James Harden, with no Kevin Durant, I mean, even some of their better role players, Nick Claxton's not playing in this game. Marcus Aldridge is never playing in another game. By default, that usage is going to trickle down somewhere. And obviously Kyrie is kind of the head of the snake in that regard. If you do want to pivot to another high price guard, I like De'Aaron Fox tonight. He's at 9,800 at home against Minnesota. Obviously the Kings are a terrible team. They're going up against another terrible team in Minnesota. But, Fox is a guy that regardless of all the losing of late has put up some huge numbers.
Edition of the slate. It's a Tuesday, a beautiful Tuesday. Things happening all over the place, but we are locked in right here for this massive slate going on Tuesday evening here on DraftKings. A little bit of an early start, getting in some of those early 6:30 p.m. Eastern games, starting with the Minnesota Twins and the Oakland Athletics, kicking off the slate starting at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. So make sure your lineups are ready for that game there, as that will kick off the slate. I'm Steve Buchanan with my astute co-host here, Gary and Thorne, as we're going to go through everything to get you guys ready for tonight's slate. As always, make sure to drop any questions, comments that you have over in the YouTube chat. We'll get to those as the show progresses. A couple of notes that I want to hit on before we start diving into this slate. This was a 13-game slate. It has dropped down to a 12-game slate as the Pirates and Tigers game has been postponed. I don't think that changes a damn thing, so we don't really have to worry about that game. I highly doubt we would have talked about that game to begin with. Couple of notable absences for this slate, though. No Ronald Acuna Jr. He will not be in the lineup for the Braves, obviously with dealing with a mild abdominal strain, which is probably the best news the Braves fans could have got from that one. So not a huge deal, but he'll be out tonight. A-Ray Adrianza, I hope I said that right, will be leading off at the bare minimum for the Braves here tonight. So something to also keep an eye on as well. Also, Rhys Hoskins out of the lineup for the Phillies. He's going to be replaced by Brad Miller, who's batting 5th for God knows what reason, but that's what they decided to do. So there's something to consider as well. But those are the notable absences. That is the weather concerns. This is Gary and Thorne. How are you, my friend?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Just to pick up right where you left off, we've also had a couple things in the last 20, 25 minutes. I guess Jace Tingler is like, hey, everybody, just play Corbin Burns, because I'm not going to put Fernando Tatis or Manny Machado into the lineup tonight. So that seems like it's going to be a situation where, I mean, I guessed last night 50%, maybe getting up to 55. What are you thinking, Steve, for Corbin Burns ownership tonight?
Yeah, I mean, look, I was fine using Corbin Burns to begin with. And then Tingler releases this Padres lineup. And yeah, he's just daring you to play Corbin Burns tonight, and that ownership is going to be sky high. And, Matt LaMarca and I talked about this on the last slate where Max Scherzer was pitching on Friday. We expected his ownership to be through the roof because it was like a 6-game slate. That's probably going to happen here with Corbin Burns now, because there's some nice names on this slate, but there's not a lot of like slam dunks.
Yeah.
Corbin Burns feels like that slam dunk now. So you play him in cash, but
100%.
now does he become an intriguing tournament fade because that ownership is probably gone up 15% maybe since the news came out?
I mean, I think there's a couple ways to look at it. You could obviously say that in general, fading someone who you project to be 50 or 60% owned is never a bad idea. But I do think with so many games on this slate, you do have a variety of ways to differentiate your lineups. I mean, a 12-game slate versus a 6-game slate, we're not just talking who you're sticking in that SP2 slot, but which stacks you're utilizing on offense. So I think there's going to be a lot of ways to kind of change things up, but this is kind of like a perfect storm scenario when it comes to Burns, because not only do you have him being absolutely dominant, that 48.4% strikeout rate so far this season, but as you mentioned, we've got lineup concerns with the Padres. And on top of that, let's kind of just dissect the top 5 priced pitchers on this slate. We've got Chris Paddock, who the sabermetrics and advanced stats are saying like hasn't been that bad this season. He's been bad. He's not been a good DFS asset, and he's $10,000. No one's paying that.
It's insane.
Zach Wheeler's in a pretty good spot. I think you could use Zach Wheeler. But after that, Jameson Taillon has looked terrible through 2 outings. He's giving up home runs left and right. And Zach Gallen, for as much as I like Zach Gallen, and for as good as he looked strikeout-wise in his first start against the Athletics, we could still be dealing with a pitch count there. We don't quite know if he's like at 100% mid-season form, Zach Gallen. So there's just so many question marks that are pushing you in the direction of Corbin Burns.
Just real quick, Mr. Hawk in the chat said, here is not available on DraftKings. He is on there. He's eligible at second base. And let me just pull up second base and third base. He's 2K. So you got to go literally all the way down the list. Like he's there. You just can't find him because he's 2K. So he is available. So that is something you can take a look at here. Just throwing up his card here. EHIRE. Here. All right. Whatever you want to say. That's his name. That's the guy. He's batting lead off for the Braves tonight. Switch hitter. So there is that. But that is your leadoff hitter for the Braves. Going back to the pitching. The other thing that kind of concerns me about Burns, and there's nobody who has, his stuff is absolutely electric. His stuff is unbelievable. But the Padres do have the lowest K percentage in the league against right-handed pitching. And you look at the people that Burns has faced so far, some pretty favorable matchup when it comes to strikeouts. The Cubs, who can't hit anything. The Cardinals, who feel like hitting one day and then not the next 5. And then the Twins, who have been pretty much, very underperforming so far. Does that concern you at all as well? Because, when you're rostering somebody who's 10,800, you're probably expecting close to double-digit strikeouts as possible. I don't know if he's going to get that here.
I mean, it's true. I would say that last night's performance by Brandon Woodruff is somewhat it's somewhat of a good sign if you're looking for evidence that maybe elite strikeout pitchers can strike out the Padres. He did strike out 7 guys across 6 innings, so more than a strikeout per inning. Wasn't quite up to his usual standard of like fantasy point production. I think he had 27 when everything was said and done in that game. So that, to your point, would not be enough if you're rostering someone at that kind of ownership level. But I do think Burns and his swinging strike rate, which is like 19%, which doesn't even make sense.
Insane numbers.
I think he's a little bit of a tick in the right direction. Although it's funny, we talk about, Fernando Tatis Jr. not being in this lineup and how that's maybe something that is enticing to people to roster Corbin Burns. It was Fernando Tatis Jr. that had most of the strikeouts on this Padres roster. So it's definitely interesting. I would say I'm going to end up light in comparison to most people, but I will have Burns exposure. Like I don't think this is a slate you can go into naked on this guy, because you're just going to feel like an idiot if he struck out 8 guys in the first 3 innings.
Right. No, I agree with that too. So I do think Burns is a very important part of this one. And then the SP2, you and I seem to kind of agree on. So I thought I was being cute. I thought I was being creative with being like, I want a lot of Luis Castillo tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And then I moseyed on over to DraftKings.com/playbook. I went to the Targets article that was so eloquently written by Gary and Thorne, and he is also on Luis Castillo. So you look at his numbers, pretty ugly.
Yeah.
Kind of like the Topps, digital card launch today. Pretty ugly.
Yeah. Oh.
Disaster. Okay.
Oh.
Let's hope we don't partner with Topps anytime soon. But you look at Luis Castillo's numbers, and wow, this is not the ace that we're used to. Or is it? Here's what I like. The majority of that damage that he's allowed so far came in that first start against the Cardinals, who have been so unbelievably inconsistent. This was one of their good days. Then he had some pretty decent starts after that against the Pirates, which you should have a decent start against the Pirates, and the Giants, who have been much, much better offensively against lefties than they have righties. So he has 12 strikeouts in those last two starts. Now he's facing a Diamondbacks team that has consistently struggled all throughout this season so far against righties. Their offensive numbers are bad. And if there's one thing that we can point to that Luis Castillo has at least done in these three starts is that he's still missing bats.
Yeah.
He's not giving up a lot of barrels. So there's hope there for me. But to get him at 6,600 is so just unbelievable.
It's
like
wacky,
I saw 6,600 and I said, are we sure he's starting tonight? Is this like one of those things where the algorithm was a little off and his pricing was odd? What? No, he's starting. So I feel like you just have to do it. Luis Castillo at 6,600 is way too damn cheap against this bad of an offense on top of that.
I mean, I almost just feel like I'm pot committed. Like I remember us having basically this same conversation last Tuesday.
Yep.
Where we said Luis Castillo is $7,100. What's wrong with the algorithm? This is crazy. Right. And then he disappointed. But to your point, like he got roughed up early in that game against the Giants. He gave up a couple home runs. I think he gave up 3 barrels in that game, which is very, very outlierish for someone like Luis Castillo. But the really promising thing I took from that start, one, he struck out 7 guys in 5 innings, which going into that outing, that was the big question. Where have the strikeouts gone? The second question was, where's the fastball velocity? And in that first start you were talking about where he had his easily worst start of the season, his average fastball velocity was just 94.8 miles per hour. His last start, it was up to 96 miles per hour. So it seems like the stuff is coming back. He's just so good. If I'm not on Luis Castillo and he pitches like Luis Castillo, I'm going to be mad at myself. So this is almost just like an endurance thing for me at this point. He could give up 19 runs tonight, and the next time he's on the slate, I'm still putting him in a lineup because he's going to be Luis Castillo at some point again. And I think it's tonight. Like this Diamondbacks lineup, I know they've been middle of the pack, which is actually says more about the pack than it does about them. There have been very few teams hitting well so far this season. But no Marte, no Christian Walker. They lost Tim LaCastro last week. Like, that's the entire top third of their projected starting lineup. It's just such a good matchup.
Quick question in the chat. What does the blue exclamation points mean next to certain players? I don't see that. I'm guessing maybe that's Android, but if I had to guess, that might be for the Twins athletics game, which is 7 innings tonight. It's part of a double header. So I would guess that's what that is. It's for the double header players. So those guys are only playing 7 innings tonight, whereas all the other games on this slate is for 9. So I don't know for sure. That's my guess. But that would seem to make the most sense if that answers your question. Yeah, I'm scared to fade Castillo tonight just because of the matchup, just because of how cheap he is, because there's a lot of bats that I want to pay up for tonight too as well. I want to stick with the pitching first, but we'll get to the hitters later, but there's definitely a lot of bats that I want to pay up for. So Castillo is going to help me do that, because if you look at some of the names down here, look at some of the dopes that are in the range of Luis Castillo. I don't want Jordan Lyles. He's an absolute disaster. Good luck getting any of those lefties out. I don't want Adam Wainwright. He's pitching way over his head. Good matchup against the Nationals. I will say that, but no chance I want Wainwright. Matt Harvey and his mirage that he's a good pitcher again, not believing it. I don't think that he's a good pitcher at all. He's totally lost it. Decent matchup again against the Marlins, who just lost Sterling Marte, one of their better bats, but still I want no part of Harvey. Like there's nobody in that range that I want, that I feel comfortable going with. Nobody's going to play Corbin. I doubt anybody's going to pay Rich Hill. Rich Hill, throws 2 pitches, he lands on the injured list. That's how it works with him. So Castillo sticks out like a sore thumb. But again, is the ownership going to be too much? Because if I'm seeing that, if you're seeing that, a lot of people are also seeing that.
I think there will be some people a little skeptical. I think last week will work in our favor in the sense that we had this same conversation last week and people got burned. So maybe people aren't as willing to go back to the well and try to, strike it rich. It's true though that it's a wasteland once you get below. I mean, let's even say I'm not lumping Ohtani in with these guys, but we know he's on a pitch count, so it's just hard to use him. So once you get below Ohtani, it's just really hard to find any guys you like. I will say, for as much as we kind of joked about, if you had to lose a game on this slate, I'm glad it was Pittsburgh-Detroit. I had a little bit of interest in Michael Fulmer, just in the sense that anyone below 6K who's got decent strikeout numbers pitching against the Pirates has to be viable. But now even like an emergency valve like that is off the table. So when I kind of look around at the pitching, I think the one guy who's in the mid tier that really sticks out to me is probably Taijuan Walker, $7,600. It's risky. I will say this though, his fastball velocity is up higher than it's ever been before. He's been working on breaking pitches all off season. He's been generating more swings and misses than ever. It's just 2 starts. But I do look at someone like Walker, and it's mostly matchup based, if we're being honest. Cubs can't hit, and on top of that, they lead the National League in strikeout rates, so that's just amazing DFS fuel for any pitcher you're going to oppose them with. And also, all reports seem like it's going to be a bad offensive night at Wrigley tonight. We have good nights and bad nights at Wrigley. It's one or the other, and this seems like it's going to be a bad offense night at Wrigley.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Taijuan Walker, because historically he's been a really bad pitcher, especially when it comes to get against lefties. And the Cubs can throw out quite a few lefties out there, but they have been so bad. It's almost humorous how bad they are at this point. They have a 76 WRC plus coming into tonight, which, believe it or not, is not the worst or the second worst or the third worst. That's actually fourth and the fourth worst in the league. Giants, Orioles, and then the Rockies, who are just like they're a double-A team at this point at 48. But the Cubs have just been so unbelievably bad. They're striking out a ton too as well. 27.3 K percentage against righties. So, you look at Walker, 12 strikeouts through 10 and a third innings. He's averaging over a strikeout an inning right now. That's pretty impressive for somebody that was getting knocked around a lot for most of his career, especially with Seattle. And speaking of Seattle, they're first in the AL West, by the way. But
are they winning right now? I haven't been keeping up with that game. I should check.
We should check, because that is very important. So I'm stopping the show right now because I need to see if the Mariners are winning.
Dodgers up 1-0 in the 5th.
1-0. They're just absolutely. The Dodgers come in.
They're slow playing.
Exactly. But they have absolutely shown everybody that they're the real deal. If they're scaring the Dodgers, that they can't score, and they won last night, by the way. But back to Walker. I mean, he's cheap, 7,600. Not probably going to get a lot of love. And if it was anybody else against the Cubs, they probably would be, because we just talked about how bad that offense has been so far this season.
Yeah.
Can I interest you at all in Logan Webb going against the Phillies? Logan Webb he had a fantastic spring. I don't know if you caught that. Logan Webb had a really solid spring. Like, he was on the cusp of getting a rotation spot or not, but his spring training earned him a spot in this rotation. Logan Webb has had a pretty decent schedule so far. He lost to the Mariners, no big surprise. Everybody does. But then he faced the Rockies, who, should have been an easy start. He did okay in that. The Reds, who have been a really tough team. And now he sits here and gets the Phillies, who have been another team that have been so inconsistent offensively. They've been much better at home than they've been on the road, but sitting Reese Hoskins tonight, getting Brad Miller, hitting in a prime spot in the lineup for God knows what reason. Alex Baum has been a really big disappointment so far. Bryce Harper has been pretty inconsistent. Any thoughts on him at 7,400 tonight?
It's not something I'm necessarily opposed to doing. I think the strikeout upside of Walker intrigues me a little bit more, but I will say the Phillies kind of went really like full press into playing the platoons tonight. As you mentioned, there's no Reese Hoskins, there's no Andrew McCutchen, which, generally speaking, I'm fine with that sort of strategy. But when your alternatives are Brad Miller and Matt Joyce,
right?
Maybe just play the better players. I mean, I'm sure those guys need a day off too. I think it's Hoskins' first day off so far this season. But
it is. Yep.
This is not. Let's call this the B- Phillies lineup.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, look, I think he's viable. I wouldn't say there's like crazy 30 DraftKings point upside here, but you don't necessarily need that from someone who's $7,400. Luis Garcia, he's someone who's another interesting name. 7-7. We talked about Colorado. They're just bad. I guess the concern with Garcia is just how long do you think he's going to pitch in this game?
Right.
If we can get 85 pitches out of him, maybe he pays off his salary, even at Coors Field. But, a lot of strikeout potential in that arm. So I'm not necessarily opposed to that either.
Let's switch over to this game as a whole for a second here. So Garcia 7,700. I'm going to switch over to the DraftKings Sportsbook here for a second and see where that total has landed so far. It was 11 runs this morning. I expected some movement. Okay, it has come down to 10.5 for the over under because this one is in Coors Field. Don't forget that. So this one is in Coors Field. If we look at how this the line has moved here today, which you can do on the DraftKings Sportsbook, you don't need to have special privileges for this. Privileges for all. But yeah, so it's jumped back up and down from 11 back down to 10.5. I really want to take the under in this game.
Yeah.
And this is even before we get the Astros lineup, which I do not believe has come out as of yet because obviously they're dealing with COVID issues. So they've had a lot of those starters out.
All the big guys. So they probably have some roster moves going to come out late.
So it's looking like they are going to activate those guys, but they still probably won't have Jose Altuve and they probably won't have Yordan Alvarez because there's no DH.
Yeah.
So they probably don't want to have him in the lineup either. I hate taking unders. There's nothing worse than taking an under for a sport that needs more offense and needs more excitement to begin with. But under 10.5 just kind of feels like the play for me here for a couple of reasons. John Gray has pitched really well so far. And two of those starts have come at Coors Field.
Yep.
The Rockies offense has been absolutely putrid. We've already mentioned this already. Like I said, they're like a AA team at best at this point. And you mentioned Luis Garcia has some pretty good strikeout potential. He's faced the Angels. He's faced the Tigers. 8 strikeouts in 7 2/3 innings. Nice arm. I usually don't like to fade Coors Field completely, but like from an offensive standpoint, I want like no part of this at all. Like Coors Field is hardly even on my radar tonight from any purpose. Like I don't want to go out of my way to play John Gray. I could be talked into using Luis Garcia, but for an atmosphere that we're always trying to target, like Coors Field is like barely on my radar tonight.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird spot in the sense that I'm with you in this. I like the under if I'm betting this game.
Yeah.
But I had a similar line of thinking to you earlier in the day where I just wasn't really getting any part of that game. I wasn't all that interested in doing it. So obviously this comes down to how many lineups you're playing, but I kind of just made a pact with myself that I would make a couple lineups because I feel like a lot of people are just going to kind of gloss over this one. There, even if only 5% of people forget that like Bregman's back, that could be enough to get you a slight edge. So it's like you said, it's not a game I'm looking for massive amounts of exposure to, but I'll have a couple like Astros lineups just to kind of put them out there and hope that maybe they don't come at the normal ownership that a Coors stack would.
Looking in the chat now, if you had to splurge on one of the top pitchers, are you going with Burns or Wheeler? Really interesting question, because we talked about, obviously, Corbin Burns is nothing less than a stud. But I also look at that Giants club, and they're leading the league in K percentage against righties right now, 30.3%.
Yeah.
That's the highest in the league. But also, and we've talked about this, the Padres have a very abnormal lineup tonight. No Tatis Jr., no Manny Machado, two of the bigger bats there. Although I think it's safe to say, Tatis has hardly been a factor so far this year because of injury. And it's so clear, so abundantly clear that he's trying to compensate because of that shoulder issue.
Yeah.
He's just not swinging the same at all, which is really unfortunate for people who have one-of-one superfractors. But clearly that, the loss of Tatis as of today is not as big of a loss if it was, sometime last year with how he's swinging the bat. I kind of want to side with Wheeler on this one because you're going to save 1,000. Wheeler's been great. The strikeouts have been there, man. He has at least 5 and he has at least 6 in two of his three starts. Struck out 10 against the Braves, most recently 6 against the Mets. I kind of like Wheeler from an ownership perspective and the ceiling, because the ceiling with Burns is there. Don't get me wrong, but this has been a tough team to strike out.
No, definitely. I'm with you. I'm gonna have Wheeler. I think, to me, it doesn't necessarily have to be a choice between the two.
Yeah.
The way I'm looking at this slate is, and it's the way I look at every slate, but I think you have to concentrate your pitcher ownership into 4 or 5 guys. And right now, for me, it's Corbin Burns, Zach Wheeler, Luis Castillo, and Taijuan Walker. And I might play around a little bit with Garcia, just, depending on how we feel about that game. But you mix and match. You don't have to go 100% Wheeler, obviously. But I do think he's viable. As I mentioned when we went through those top 5 pitchers, I mean, he's really the only one aside from Burns in the top 5 that is actually deserving of having that price tag. And you you don't even have to argue it. He should be more expensive than Chris Paddock. The fact that he's not makes absolutely no sense. So you're probably getting savings right now on Zach Wheeler. So yeah, he's definitely viable.
Just out of curiosity, if we put Wheeler and Burns in the same lineup, it gives you about just under 3,700 for the rest of your lineup. That's kind of tough.
Not impossible.
Not impossible. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do Wheeler and let's do Castillo. Where does that land us? Oh man, 4,200. If you get the Castillo that we all want and hope for, holy crap, you can build a stud lineup with an average of 42 for the rest of you. Punt catcher, because who cares about catcher?
There's some nice mid-tier catchers on this slate too.
Oh, please. I don't even care about the mid-tier ones. Give me a guy who's 2K. Give me Chance Cisco. I don't care what he does. He can walk 3 times for all I care. He's 3,200. Just throw him in there and call it a day.
Against near dirt, he might. That guy has more walks than innings pitched so far this season.
But yeah, that's a nice combo right there. Good strikeout upside. 4,200 for the rest of your lineup. I like that a lot. All right, let's move over to some of the hitters because we've been talking about pitching for a lot here, but rightfully so. This is a really studded slate for pitching. Where are you first drawn to offensively? For me, I go right to the Angels because, like I said, Jordan Lyles, absolute dope. I don't know how he's still pitching in the major leagues. All he does is give up home runs. All he does is can't get out lefties. I mean, lefties, when they see Jordan Lyles on the schedule, if you're a lefty, you're like, oh great, I'm going 4 for 4 today. Really excited about that. So the Angels are my first inkling, and they're a little bit cheaper because there's no Ohtani hitting.
Yeah, it's almost a crime that Ohtani doesn't get to face Jordan Lyles today.
Right,
right. 2 home runs.
But I love that they moved Jared Walsh up in the batting order. He's been so underrated this season so far. He's only 4,800 tonight. He's been mashing righties since he's been up. Love that he's in the 2 spot. Mike Trout, obviously one of the most expensive guys on the slate, 6,100. But Upton's been swinging a nice bat. Pujols has been quietly getting it done. This has just been a really good offense that's averaging just over 5 runs per game. So I look at that very affordable lineup. You take the 2 pitchers we're talking about, maybe make some Angels bats. That's where I'm probably starting on this slate.
Yeah, I mean, look, like you said, David Fletcher his price has only dropped from the first series of the season. Now they're at 3,500. You're not getting power. He's not someone who's going to get you 25 DraftKings points, but gets on base a couple times ahead of Jared Walsh and Mike Trout. That's all you can ask for. And then, Jose Rojas just don't really know a ton about the guy, I'll be perfectly honest, but if you're going to get a number 5 hitter for $3,200 who's in a left-on-right matchup against a pitcher who cannot face left-handed hitters, there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's I believe they have the highest non-Coors implied run total on this slate as well. So Angels is a good call. I think another popular team, but one we should definitely talk about and one that I'm going to have exposure to is the St. Louis Cardinals against the decaying husk of Patrick Corbin. Look, I love Patrick Corbin. That's one of my dudes the past half decade, but
the
velocity's gone. He's given up, I believe he's got 25 batted ball events so far this season, and 5 of them have been barreled. He just can't get anyone out right now. And St. Louis, it's a small sample, granted, but they come into this game with the number 1 WRC plus against left-handed pitching in all of baseball at 153. And it's not like this is some sort of weird aberration either. Paul Goldschmidt has crushed left-handed pitching since the moment he walked into the major leagues. Nolan Arenado has done the same, even outside of Coors Field. Tommy Edman, you look at his career splits, he's got a 140 WRC plus as a right-handed batter at the top of that lineup. You go back to 2019, Yadier Molina had a 130 WRC plus against left-handed pitching. So there are just guys in this lineup in good spots who hit lefties well. And yes, you're going to have to pay $5K each for Goldschmidt and Arenado, and Edman's also pretty expensive, but Molina's 4-1, Carlson's 3-1, DeYoung, who, coming off a 2 home run game, so he's probably going to be popular. So you could maybe filter him out of the stack if you want. But
he's got good numbers against lefties, though.
Yeah,
DeYoung's got decent numbers.
He's a good
lefties.
play. He's a good play. Yeah. I'm thinking if you do want to maybe switch up your Cardinal stack a little bit.
Okay, sure.
He's going to be popular just because of his price point and the fact that I think he had the most DraftKings points of anybody on yesterday's slate. But even Austin Dean, not necessarily someone who even has good career numbers against lefties, but $2,600. If you got to save some money somewhere, you got a Cardinal stack anyway. Why not toss him in?
I can already tell you what's today. Today is the 20th. I feel like I've been burned by St. Louis 4 times already this season. We're 19 days in. It's so inconsistent. Last night, so funny story. So yesterday in my best bets article, this was one of my best bets. I was excited for under 4.5 runs between these two teams. They scored 12 in 5 runs. I'm like, are you absolutely kidding me? Only this time when I was yep, love the under. Hate taking unders in MLB, but I'm taking the under in the first 5 innings. They scored 12 runs in the first 5. Okay, let's just crap all over Steve. You know what I mean? But yeah, that was an absolute disaster. I apologize to anybody who lost on that bet because believe me, I was right there with you. But yeah, you look at this Cardinals team and you look at that lineup and you go, that's a good lineup. But for whatever reason, they haven't been able to click on a day-to-day basis at all.
Well, Goldschmidt's been super cold to start the season, but it seems like he's got, I think, 3 multi-hit games in his last 4 starts, had the home run last night. So it seems like he's coming around with the bat. Molina's been hitting pretty well lately. DeYoung has 10 hits this season and half of them are home runs. So if he makes contact, you got a good chance.
Yeah.
It's a weird lineup to be sure. And, even if you just want to game stack this, because as we talked about, Wainwright is also terrible, specifically against left-handed bats. And there's not a ton of left-handed bats in this Nationals lineup, but, Josh Bell's pretty affordable at 4-4. Soto, if you can. But, if you're playing Zach Wheeler, if you're playing
no chance.
Burns, you're not going to have enough money to get Juan Soto in there. But Kyle Schwarber, 4.9, not a terrible play either. So you can maybe find some value on the National side too.
I'm just so sick of old man Wainwright. I just love to see him get hit hard. 39 years old, still pitching halfway decent, but he shouldn't be at all. So he just annoys me. I just can't stand when he's on the mound. He's like Rich Hill. Get these old geezers off the mound. Let the kids play.
I'm thinking too. I remember 2019 because he had a weird year where he was just kind of good last season. But 2019, he could not pitch away from Busch Stadium. He was terrible on the road.
Yes.
So maybe that starts playing. And so far this season, his one terrible start was on the road. So maybe that's something to factor into.
Another offense that I was kind of eyeing a little bit, and I'm glad that you're on the show because you are our resident Blue Jays, insider. You don't have that title, but I just gave it to you. But Hyun-Jin Ryu is going up against the Red Sox, and the Red Sox have been one of the hottest teams in Major League. They've been one of the biggest surprises of the Major League season thus far. Some could say that it's the Mariners, but I already told you guys that in February, so that's shouldn't be a surprise. But the Red Sox have been shooting off, fired on all cylinders on offense. Hyun-Jin Ryu has pitched well so far in his 3 starts, 19 innings, averaging over a strikeout an inning, not walking anybody at all. He's always had really good command anyways, rarely lets the ball leave the park, really good numbers overall, but it's to the point now where if you're not getting some part of that Red Sox lineup, it's a good chance you're not cashing because they've been putting up some insane offensive numbers, insane fantasy points.
Yeah.
I think they're an excellent tournament stack here tonight because
I would agree.
It's not a team that people are looking at. They do have some really good splits against lefties. JD Martinez has been a monster, especially at Fenway Park against lefties. Xander Bogaerts is another guy who's really good numbers against lefties. Christian Vazquez has some insane power numbers against lefties. Like, you don't even expect that, but that's another guy that I think is in a really good spot here too tonight. What are your thoughts on the Red Sox offense? I love them for tournaments. What do you think about that?
I mean, there's some really cheap exposure you can get too. I mean, Kike's not cheap, but hitting leadoff, we know Kike's history against left-handed pitching. Christian Arroyo is batting second tonight. So that's a nice little cheap addition to a stack if you're doing it. And then you've even got like, Hunter Renfroe, who this team just has a bunch of people who historically are left-handed mashers.
Yeah.
I think he's batting seventh. So that's not the greatest lineup positioning. Seventh there, but at $3,000. Marwin Gonzalez also has, relatively decent numbers in his career against left-handed pitching. He's 3,000.
Hunter Renfroe.
Yeah. So there's
3,000.
Super cheap exposure across the board here. I mean, again, this is why this is a variance play, but don't be surprised if this doesn't work. Like,
right.
For as much as if there's one thing I've learned by watching Ryu pitch every time he's taken the mound the last 2 years, because you get this perception in your head, it's like, oh yeah, he's got great numbers, but like he doesn't throw hard, he doesn't have great stuff.
Right.
We got about like a 5-year sample now of I think it's only Clayton Kershaw has a lower ERA than Ryu. I believe he has the lowest barrel rate of any qualified pitcher since he signed with the Jays last season. Yep. Never gives up hard contact. So this could be very frustrating if you stack the Red Sox and watch this game. But at the same time, like you said, there's a lineup full of left-handed mashers. You've got incredibly cheap exposure in Arroyo and in Renfroe and in Marwin. And even Kike is just 3.6. Like, that's really good for a leadoff hitter. It's a good stack. It's a really good stack.
Nimmo or Renfroe for a third outfielder. I'd probably go with Nimmo. I definitely like attacking Jake Arrieta, especially with the lefties. Renfroe has had good numbers against lefties in the past, but it just has not come into play at all. And then they're not even on the same level when it comes to lineup spots tonight. Nimmo's batting leadoff for the Mets. Renfroe's batting, I think it was 7th or 8th for the Red Sox. So I mean, you're not even close in the spot in the lineup. So that's where I would go with that one. We only got a few minutes left in the show. I just want to quickly go over to the sportsbook side, just talk about a few bets for tonight. I already talked about how I like the under in that Coors Field game, which is at 10.5. Is there any bet that's kind of caught your eye for tonight? Anybody, any player props or anything like that that's kind of sticking out to you?
I mean, this is one we talk about a lot, but I would take a shot until it doesn't hit. I'm going to keep going back to Corbin Burns' first 5. Why not?
Yeah.
Right now, he's only allowed 3 hits the first 2 trips through the order through his first 3 starts.
Wow.
Has yet to walk a batter and has a 50% strikeout rate. And you go back to last season, he's got like a 1.69 ERA across the first 2 trips through the order. So he's almost unhittable the first 2 times you face him. So I'm going to go back to that one, as I always do. One that was kind of interesting to track. I would still bet it, although obviously I'm happier about when I got to bet it. But that Washington St. Louis game opened at 8.5 as the over/under. It has now jumped all the way up to 9.5. Wow. Rightfully so, because again, these 2 pitchers are not good. So obviously you've got a little bit more risk involved at 9.5, but I still think it's a relatively sound bet.
Yeah, I do like that one here too. And people have asked too, how do you find these first 5 bets? Because really you're focusing on the 2 starting pitchers. So that's why I think it's so key to get on these ones, especially if there's a very lopsided starting pitching matchup, kind of like we have here tonight. So when you go to a game, and I'm going to kind of walk you guys through this, when you find a game you want to do this and you click on the game. So we're going to go to Brewers and Padres here. And then when you get to the first screen, you want to go to innings. And scroll down here, you'll see money line after X. So there's a first 3 innings play you can make, first 5 innings. First 3 is kind of a little too risky for me. I like the first 5. I think the first 5 is much better. And you'll see here, the Brewers are minus 130. So obviously they have to lead after the first 5 innings for you to win this bet. So 130 for the Brewers here. Padres, if you want to get some plus money, is at plus 106. Mr. Hawk asking Devers or Martinez, which one is more valuable? I think Devers is out tonight.
Pretty easy answer tonight. No Devers.
Yeah,
no.
But to be fair, with the lefty going on, JD Martinez numbers are just astronomical, especially at home. His power is at Fenway Park is like almost over 350. That's coming off the top of my head, so I could be wrong, but like serious power against lefties, especially at Fenway Park.
Has crazy numbers at Fenway too.
Correct. So it's definitely Martinez. Even if Devers was in, it would still have been Martinez. So we'll just pretend he's in and answer your question as you asked. That is going to wrap it up for the show here on Tuesday. We'll be back again on Friday with my guy, Matt LaMarca, handsome dude, into cards. Hopefully he didn't get into that Tops disaster today, but we'll talk about that at another time. Oh, good. He escaped that. Yep. Apologies to Tops if you were interested in doing a partnership. But there's still plenty to do here on the Dream Stream. Coming up 6 p.m. The next up, just about 10 minutes from now, we get Chargers at Jaguars. Brendan Glasheen, who I still have blocked on Twitter and Instagram. He will be on the call with Brandon. I don't even know who Brandon. Do you know who Brandon is? I don't know who that is either. I'm sure he's a great guy. Oh, he's the Broncos insider. Yep.
Okay, cool.
Totally. Yep. I know who that is now. I'm sure he's a good guy, though. They're going to be on the call for Chargers at Jaguars. So make sure to get your lineups in for that one. And still plenty of other action on the Madden stream as well. For Gary and Thorne, I'm Steve Buchanan. Check in Friday.
Well, hello, everybody. It is time for the late slate Tuesday, excuse me. Feels like Monday because of the bracket final last night, but it's Tuesday, April 20th, 2021. Chargers, go Chargers, go. And the Jaguars, Brendan Glasheen, Brandon Cristal, Joe from Ops is here, producer Michael, Andrew, our technical director. Lineups are going to lock in just a minute. Here's my piece of advice. I'm not going to play quarterback. I am all set with that. But I'm going to play like a lot of weapons. No defense. No quarterback. That's my suggestion. What do you got?
I filled my lineup out in 30 seconds as you started talking. I was like, oh, darn, I do not have a lineup. So I captained Keenan Allen. I've got the Chargers D, DJ Chark, Eckler, Herbert, and Lambo, because, he's good for some points. So I do have one quarterback, Herbert.
All right. That's okay. I'll allow it. You are allowed to do that. It's just a suggestion. Lineups have locked. I'm sure we can talk about Trevor Lawrence and if he likes to play football or not.
Yeah, I actually talked to one of the Jaguars reporters yesterday, podcast hosts, because it just times out perfectly with my podcast with the Broncos, picking 9th, that I could talk to, Monday through Friday, picks 1 through 5. Next week, Monday through Wednesday, picks 1 through 8. Then get to Thursday with the draft. So yesterday, talked a lot of Jags. Today, talked a lot of Jets. But I am more up to date on the Jags roster and the Urban Meyer world that Jags fans are living in now, and what the expectations are with Urban and all of that. So we can get into everything Trevor Lawrence related and otherwise.
Well, what are the expectations? What are you hearing?
That he's going to win a Super Bowl next year and probably every year after that. That's the
Wait,
hope.
was your interview with Emerson Latzia?
That's the hope, though. That I'm laughing and coughing at the same time. Look, the Urban's going to stick around, right? That it's not just going to be 4 years and out or less or whatever it may be, and that Trevor Lawrence, he is the quarterback that they should be excited about. And the last time they were really excited about a quarterback was Mark Brunell, because he played well and obviously had the Jags winning games. That was a long, long, long time ago, right? You're talking late 90s or mid to late 90s, early 2000s. And so even though Blake Bortles got him, as you well know, as a Pats fan and everybody listening to AFC title game a couple years ago, a lot of people thought that was a lot of smoke and mirrors and a really nice roster around him. But that not only do you have a building block, they've got 2 firsts the next 2 years to go with all these other picks. And so they're in really, really good shape here in draft-wise, cap space-wise. And if Urban Meyer can get people to buy in, and Trevor Lawrence is the real deal, and I think he is. I know some people want to pick on his game a little bit. I think that maybe the Jags will make a little bit of noise in that division, where the Colts, you don't know what they'll be long-term with Carson Wentz. The Texans are certainly a question mark. And how long can Tennessee get this out of Ryan Tannehill, especially without Arthur Smith calling plays?
Oh, there's no question. I feel like that division is going to have some shifts. Of course, if Frank Reich can get the most out of Carson Wentz, the ceiling is very, very high. I'm down on Tennessee because of all of the losses to their offense. Humphreys, Davis, Jonnu Smith. Defensively, they should still be very good because they're well coached. And then, of course, Deshaun Watson in that situation in Houston. Even take one, never mind Watson, just the roster altogether is not very good.
Their roster's atrocious right now, and there's no reason to think it's going to get better. You saw what they did in free agency. They're adding Mark Ingram on a 1-year deal. They're adding Phillip Lindsay on a 1-year deal. They just added a kid named DeMarcus Walker, who you have to either really love Florida State or pay attention to what the Broncos have done in the draft. He was a second-round pick a couple of years ago. Told us what chip on his shoulder he had, and then I think he's had 7 sacks in 4 years. He does have a website if you want to buy his clothes, though, livinglegend57.com. And his Twitter's at livinglegend44. But I'm not sure he's living up to his moniker. So those are the types of moves that the Texans have made. And with no draft picks, thanks to the trades Bill O'Brien made, it's if and when Deshaun Watson does ever get back on the field and stays in Houston or whatever, it's going to take a long time to rebuild that roster. So I like the Colts roster. There's no reason not to. It's can Carson Wentz return to form like we saw when he was a likely MVP candidate and maybe going to be the winner before he tore his knee. So I think that the Jags could become the toast of that division here pretty quickly. Certainly in a couple of years, right? We'll call it 3 years. Year 3 of Trevor Lawrence. Why can't they be the best team in that division?
Oh, no question. I mean, look, it really does not take long, fair or unfair. We will all do it. We will all overreact or one way or the other that Trevor Lawrence is the real deal. He's a bust. We will all jump to conclusions within 1 year. And folks will jump off the bandwagon if it doesn't go well in 2 years. So it better go right, I think, by year 3. That's my opinion, because I think Urban Meyer has to keep interest. There's DJ Chark, 32-yard catch. Urban Meyer hasn't dealt with a lot of, I don't want to say adversity, just losing.
Right.
Adversity he certainly has dealt with. Some of it his own doing, of course, but talking just like wins and losses. Trevor Lawrence, too.
His own doing or his own complicity, perhaps, yes. or whatever, and that's a different conversation for a different day, I think. Mm-hmm. Right. At Utah, they were good. The year he had Alex Smith, and Alex was a Heisman finalist. They were really good. And then, obviously, he went from there to Florida and Ohio State, where things were really easy. I imagine Bowling Green, before he got to Utah, was I don't remember them in the national championship conversation, but maybe they were winning the MAC, and that's how he ended up at Utah. The NFL, we know, because we can list all the college coaches that have had real success, and the list is very short, right? And Jimmy Johnson's your gold standard with 2 Super Bowl rings. Then Barry Switzer picked up a third, mostly on Jimmy's coattails, and Pete Carroll. And that's about it. Am I missing anybody?
No, I don't think so.
There's a lot more. The list is much longer of college football coaches that tried and failed, even Nick Saban.
It is great to have you all with us. First drive of this sim between the Jags and the Chargers. Jags had the ball first. Chris Thompson remains busy. DJ Chark caught a big ball for 30-plus yards. 3rd and 8 for Minshew. Gets rid of it before Bosa comes by. Complete to Eifert, but not enough for the first down. It's plenty for the Lamborghini. There's a question in the chat from Eric Winalda for you.
Okay.
Serious question. Thoughts on American ownership creating Europe's Super League?
Well,
NFL model.
Oh. Yeah, well, I would rather have Eric's thoughts, because didn't it already came in and left, right? Is he saying as it relates to soccer, or is he saying an NFL model that trims the fat, and the Patriots, Cowboys, Steelers, Packers, I'll throw the Broncos in there because I think the viewership in this region, because it's the Raiders, let's just keep going, right? But let's pick a dozen to 20 teams and cut the Jags out, and cut the Texans out, and cut the Titans out, and cut a few. Is that what he's asking? And look, there's plenty of people that'll tell you you should have relegation in the other major, pro sports in America, and you don't even have it in the MLS really. But that would be pretty wild if you had 20 teams like in an A league, and the other 12 are vying to get into that league one way or another, and maybe you're expanding the second division, if you will. Could you see that working? I think that's what Eric was asking. That no matter what, the Cowboys are in it every year. The Packers are in it. The Steelers are in it. The Pats are in it. The Giants are in it. The Jets aren't. Like, you can't have 2 New York teams in it. One LA team's in it. The other one isn't. The Niners are in it. Seahawks aren't. I don't know.
We just got a fumble on the kickoff. James O'Shaughnessy recovers for Jacksonville. Wow.
You don't want to go with no dice there?
I was watching the play very carefully, and booth review.
I'm watching the replay. Yeah, he just scooped it up right there. James O'Shaughnessy's Johnny on the spot.
I had to keep my eyes on it, because if I kept listening to you and going on and we totally dodged that, we would have been like, oh, what the heck?
I know. We would have spent the next 3.5 quarters. The next 3.5 quarters not talking about the game.
Yeah, Eric, please weigh in your take.
Well, I guess I want Eric's take both ways, and everybody jump in. Could you see an NFL that's split into 2 leagues, essentially?
The heck
or
was
the
that?
NBA, for that matter, or Major League Baseball, or hockey? And then I'd love Eric's thoughts on what happened the Super League that came and went so quickly there in Europe. I was excited to watch it, but I also don't live there and think about my team, and Champions League being a second-tier thing now. I guess I don't care enough either way, but it would have been cool to see Man U and Barcelona and Liverpool and PSG play all the time. Not that PSG was in it, but to see them play every year all the time would be cool.
The very next play, the ball is in the hands of a Chargers linebacker, and Chris Conley caught it. That's a handoff to Thompson. I'm with the chat here. I thought he was down too. I'm surprised there was not a booth review to overturn that call. I thought he was
the virtual Al Riverani. He said it was fine. Well, I'd like DJ Chark to catch this year.
From the 12, Minshew to Thompson. Oh, extension!
How about
Short.
that effort? How
He
was
was
that not a
out of bounds
touchdown?
at the
Review
5.
that. Did he step out?
Must have.
Well, when the action slows down, I'd like you to weigh in on what separated NFL work. I mean, the NFL works pretty perfectly as is, although they do keep tweaking it. We're getting more games. We're getting extra playoff teams.
Yep.
The extra playoff teams, though, you had 18 teams in the playoff mix.
I think a lot of people, after watching... Now, the pandemic, I think, has something to do with this. The fact that people could not go anywhere, to have an extra weekend of more games.
Ooh. Osa again.
I think that a lot of folks were not negative, but didn't have a great feeling about what what the extra playoff team would do, and the fact that it gave us, 3 games a day?
3 and 3. But didn't it seem like it was awesome? It was awesome for me.
It was great. That's what I'm saying. I think after consuming it, I'm like, oh, this is great. Like this was not too much. This was awesome. These are folks up here in the Northeast where it's snowing and it's miserably cold out. Give me an extra game.
We were at a ski resort up in Copper Mountain, and I didn't ski at all because of all the little kids, but my wife and the older one was skiing, and I was just like making sure naps didn't interfere with the games. It was awesome.
I mean, not all the games were very good, if I remember correctly, but I was into it. I was into it all across the board. Vid always is very pleased to see that Lambeau has kicked a couple field goals. So if you missed it, the Chargers have not had one snap from scrimmage because their kick returner fumbled on the return, and James O'Shaughnessy recovered and put the Jags in great field position, which ended up resulting in the field goal. Glash BK, producer Michael, Andrew on the 1s and 2s, Joe from the Game Ops team. We went over our lineups, 144 entries in the Let Trevor Lawrence Be free roll. That's how I look at it. He's just a kid. But then again, he is about to take over I say $1 billion. The Jaguars probably aren't they're not as expensive as other teams, but pretty much every team in the NFL is $1 billion.
Every team in the NFL is at least $2 billion.
Okay, so there you go. You're about to run $1 billion franchise.
What makes them more interesting is the London factor, and that was one of the things I did talk about with my man Phil the Filipino. That's his Twitter handle, at Phil the Filipino. Phil Smith from Believe in Jags podcast. Is that some years they were set to play 3 games. I think last year had the pandemic not hit, the Jags were going to have 3 games in London. I don't think you'll ever have a current NFL team in London full time. Although one thing that when they've talked about the idea of it, and I talked with somebody who's pretty high up in the league about it, that the idea is if you did have a team in London, the schedule wouldn't be as unforgiving as you think, but essentially they would have just call it a second home in Orlando, and that's where their personnel people would be, or some of their personnel people would be, so that every Monday or Tuesday they're working guys out and then putting them on a plane so they can play that weekend if they need to play in London. But they would basically play, all their games would be in groups of 2, so it'd be like first 2 games of the year, then in America for 2 weeks. 2 more games, then in America. So you could make it work. It'd be tricky for those first early teams that wouldn't want to buy that early. And I guess now there's 17 teams. But it did feel like the Jags, as Shad Khan was trying to buy Wembley Stadium, and that fell through, and he owns Fulham over there, that he was trying to get him there a fair amount. Maybe not all 8 games, or in this case 9 games, depending on the year. So, the one thing, though, that hadn't been talked about a lot, as part of the new CBA in the 17th game and all that, and a team playing in Europe every 8 years is a home game. They're also talking about adding games in, what was it, Frankfurt or Germany, and one other country that I'm drawing a blank on now, like Spain maybe. So in addition to these London games, you still have Mexico. They're adding more places. So I don't know if they'll ever add teams. It's just interesting to kind of track.
Gardner Minshew is 6 of 7 for 71 yards. Justin Herbert has thrown one pass for 8 yards.
Perfect.
Thompson 5 for 7. There's also some breaking news in the NBA that just came through. James Harden has suffered a setback with his hamstring. He will be out indefinitely, the Nets say.
So that should take him out of the MVP conversation.
Is he going to take the Nets out of, like, title contention? Durant just got hurt again. I mean, oh, boy.
If they can just get healthy in the playoffs, that should take care of itself, you would think, right? For the most part. I know they haven't played a lot together, but they'll have 4 rounds to figure it out.
M. Roach on YouTube. Am I getting this right? Jaguars got the kickoff, punted. Chargers fumbled the punt. No. So what happened was Jaguars kicked a field goal, and on the ensuing kickoff, the Chargers fumbled, recovered by Jacksonville, resulted in another field goal. Vid always. You look like you're a beast in flag football. Haven't played in a while.
Yeah, me neither. I got too old.
Hugh Banks, what's good, bro? You on chill mode today?
Are you on chill mode?
Nah, I'm good. I was in the chat last night for the bracket final.
I thought about
buttons.
it and
That
then
was
forgot.
fun.
I did make a lineup, though. Guess what place I finished? At a 155 in our, or 125 in our. Ours was pretty low, actually.
Eric Winalda, did you answer that? I walked away for a second.
Oh, okay.
Oh, man. We got to it right away, Eric.
I literally answered it almost immediately, Eric.
was like the
And then I
whole
tried to throw
score.
it back at Glash because I was just trying to interpret the question. And sorry for everybody else, but if anyone else has played 100 games for America, you get a second answer of your question. But until then, you're just going to have to endure. But basically, I said if they split it up and it was Cowboys, Packers, Patriots, Steelers, I think Broncos, we'll pick the 20 teams. And you had 20 in one league and then 12 to 16 in another league. Could that sustain itself? I think so, just because of our thirst for football, and everyone loves those teams. But the NFL is close to perfect. I think other leagues could probably do it more easily. And I was excited to see it in soccer, even though I understand, and Andy James made some good points in the chat. But I wanted to see Barcelona play Man U every year, or Liverpool play PSG is what I said. Could it work in the NFL? It could, but the NFL's run pretty perfectly, pretty darn close. And they keep tweaking it, which is what I said, adding games in the regular season, adding games in the playoffs. But in general, with the schedule rotation, the parity, it'll be interesting to see, one, how many Super Bowls Patrick Mahomes gets to and or wins. And then do we have any other team that does what Tom Brady and Bill Belichick were able to do?
Sure.
It just doesn't happen very often. That's what's been great about the league is, yes, more teams have won more than some others, right? The Chargers have never won a Super Bowl. The Jags have never been in a Super Bowl. But the NFL is pretty darn close to perfect, so I don't know why or if they would think about doing it. I know they wouldn't think about doing it, but it's a fun conversation, I guess. Could you see it work? You could see it working. Could you see it happening?
No. Well, it'd take a while.
Yeah, right. They're not going to do it tomorrow. Even that Super League wasn't going to start for 2 or 3 more years in soccer. What else has come and gone as quickly as that? I saw where our pal DA said it was like Crystal Pepsi, but with less product.
I didn't even know there was such thing.
Yeah, you're too young to remember Crystal Pepsi.
Oh.
Producer Michael does.
AFL, I was just going to go there, Andrew.
Yeah. No, AFL played, though. AAF played. I mean, what has been an idea that everyone was on board with for a day that went away after a day? Ronaldo remembers Crystal Pepsi. Pepsi, was it called Crystal Pepsi or Pepsi Clear?
Well, that's me. I don't know.
It was basically what you would think. It was supposed to taste like Pepsi, but look like Sprite or 7-Up. I don't really know. I mean, because of the color of the soda staining your teeth.
All right, so Eric has just
okay. Yeah, Ronaldo said Europe taking the NFL model. Agree that the model works. He's pissed off a ton of people in the soccer community. Yeah, well, I guess you could make the case, or you could ask the question: do the domestic leagues? It's weird because of the size of Europe, right, versus the size of America. None of those countries are anywhere close to as big as America, so that's kind of why the NFL works. And then you have college, and you don't have any of these other minor leagues. You have way different sports. In soccer, like in Europe, there's not a bunch. Yes, there's a Europe basketball league, but that's it. And there's those European hockey leagues, I guess. Soccer dominates that continent. And so while you could argue that all of these teams would be like the NFL teams, it would, as Andy James said in the chat, it would cripple or crush some of these smaller teams, smaller towns that rely on, their teams in these domestic leagues.
First and goal from the 5. Mike Williams with a nice move to get the first down. Herbert looks, stands tall, end zone, got him. Nice catch, touchdown. Mike Williams. Owned in 40.8% of lineups, 7% in the captain for the $250 free showdown contest. All right.
When were you born?
What year was I born?
Yeah.
92.
Oh, well, that's when Crystal Pepsi was also born. No, Pepsi Clear, BK. I thought it was called Pepsi Clear also. I'm just going with what our pal DA, Damon Amendola, was.
Wait, I thought you said Crystal Pepsi. Guess what?
He said Crystal Pepsi. I said, or is it Pepsi Clear? And I didn't remember.
Oh,
but
okay.
Coke also did one. Coke did New Coke, which was, they just tried to tweak the formula. And I think that's what Coke Zero is now. That was 1985, New Coke. Reformulation of Coca-Cola.
Huh.
Discontinued pretty quickly. Coke 2 was what it was also called. I guess, I don't know, it just didn't work. So was it called Pepsi Clear or Crystal Pepsi?
Crystal Pepsi.
Yeah, Crystal Pepsi. And people just called it Pepsi Clear. Yeah, Crystal Pepsi.
Only this was Madden After Dark. We'd have a Pepsi versus Coke sim, or Pepsi versus Coke.
On Easter Sunday when I was working, I sent the 14-year-old to go get the Peeps Pepsi that Pepsi did for Easter, but you had to tweet #hanging with my peeps and they'd mail it to you. So you ended up just spending $10 of my money buying soda and Twizzlers, but not coming back with it.
Hey, must be. Take that back. DA is our buddy.
DA was in my wedding.
DA, that's right. DA was in your wedding. He's the man. This DA.
You could not like him, but we're not going to acknowledge that beyond just
telling you you're wrong. Yeah.
Just disagreeing with you.
Retease Did You Know says Ducey says play Cantor. Kenny Ducey will be on the next sim. We'll be together at 8 o'clock. The Bears taking on the Packers. Thompson. There's a flag. 2 field goals for the Lambeau. And a touchdown for Mike Williams holding. It's coming back. Smash that like button if you haven't already. Almost 200 likes on the Dream Stream on YouTube. 320 of you watching. Minshew is back to throw, drops it off. Thompson looking for room and instead goes into the rear end of someone else. And now it's 3rd and 11. Let's see.
Jordan Warren says, Crystal Pepsi reminds me of the movie Bebe's Kids. I remember drinking a lot of that when Bebe's Kids came out. I wish I could get my hands on some Crystal Pepsi, although it probably wouldn't taste great. Just for the nostalgia. Ooh. Big stick.
Ross 635 is in first place in our free contest about Trevor Lawrence. Let him be.
Was Brother Phil in a band? I'm just reading his comment. It says 92 Glashy. LOL, made my debut at the original House of Blues in Cambridge in 93. You make me feel ancient, sir. What'd be funnier is that if he had nothing to do with music and his debut is just going there. Like he's some great patron like Norm from Cheers. I'm going to assume that Cheers was a TV show that was on before you were born, but was set in Boston.
Brother Phil, aren't you based? I think Brother Phil's on the Cape these days. Cambridge. The original House of Blues. Nice. Cecilia, Pepsi also had the Pepsi orange slice and lemon lime and grape slice back then.
Huh. You know who's definitely paving the way for most I don't say innovative flavors, just extra flavors and all this extra stuff now with their energy drinks and everything, is Mountain Dew. The Mountain Dew portfolio, which I think is owned by PepsiCo, is crazy. Right? Every time if you go to a grocery store or gas station or whatever, it's the number of different things that have a Mountain Dew. It's like the Jordan brand of sodas. Now, I don't know if they obviously don't have the same market share, but you know how there's a Jordan logo on 1 out of every 2 shoes in the basketball players buy?
Sure, yep.
Like Zion shoes about to come out. I saw that today. That's what I feel like with Mountain Dew. Every color under the rainbow, got different blasts. Now they've got all these energy drinks that are all Mountain Dew. Oh, yeah, Brother Phil plays the blues. Plays blues guitar and sings. I wonder if he can play the guitar and sing at the same time, which is something that B.B. King could not do. Fun fact.
Is Brother Phil like your performer name? Or do you go by Phil when you
Brother Phil Lesh from the Grateful Dead?
Let's give it up for Brother Phil. Woo-hoo. Or is it let's give it up for Phil?
Mike Bauer says, I think every new soda Pepsi thinks of, they just call it Mountain Dew and put it in different flavors. I'm going to open up. I mean, how many different Mountain Dews do we think there are just that are under that brand, under that umbrella? Well, like in Texas, everything's a Coke. What kind of Coke do you want? Mountain Dew, 7-Up, whatever. Seriously.
Yeah.
It's just the way, I don't know why, because it's not like Coke's based in Texas. They're obviously based in Atlanta.
My favorite Mountain Dew is the Code Red.
Code Red's not bad. I get Baja Blast when I'll swing by Taco Bell.
Come on, Herbert. Go. Go. There you go.
You had some points here before the half.
Watch your back. Looks like it hurt. Hope you're all enjoying your day. 6 sims a day here on the Dream Stream. I know we had one yesterday, but the bracket was wrapping up. Back to 6 sims a day. 7 days a week for the most part.
I'm going to read these names, and I should just make one up and see if you can guess which one's fake.
Okay, give it to me.
Hang on. All right.
Do it.
Major Melon. Code Red, so that's kind of cheating.
Oh, but I knew
Live Wire. Hang on, I'm scrolling down. Sonic Blast. Voltage.
You gave me 5 options.
Yeah. Major Melon, Code Red, Live Wire, Sonic Blast, Voltage.
Sonic Blast is not one.
No, I made that up. Oh, there's one more. Whiteout. Oh, we can keep going. Pitch Black.
No.
Code Red Diet. That's it. Come on.
But they have a Code Red Diet Mountain Dew?
Yeah.
Oh,
They also have Zero, Major Melon Zero. John Cena apparently is a spokesperson for him. For Major Melon.
Brother Phil says yes, meaning he would go by Brother Phil. People started to ask me, or people started to call me that. Didn't like it at first because of the girls would ask me, are you some religious guy? No, darling, no vows of celibacy here. Oh, well, the name stuck. Voltage is good too, M. Roach. It's true. Voltage is good. I mean, I don't drink a lot of soda.
Yeah, me neither. I do currently because of the lack of sleep, but fundamentally I don't.
As Adam Kaufman would say, I don't actively drink soda. But if someone gave me one, I'd drink it.
Unlike pizza.
I don't actively. Koff loves soda. Last time I checked. Maybe that's changed.
I've been drinking these carbonated waters, not to the level of excitement of flavored water that Rossi does. Bubbly. My wife buys them.
Ooh, Minshew putting it upstairs, tipped around. In
the second half, I'll go through all of the Mountain Dew flavors of all time. as quickly as possible.
Is that going to take a while?
It might take the whole third quarter.
God.
No, it won't. I mean, I can, but there's a lot.
Yeesh.
See what place I'm in. I'm probably in first place.
I can confirm you're not.
No. In every contest or just ours?
I don't know.
I'm in 32nd.
Okay. I'm in 90th. Let's look at the quarterbacks.
In the free showdown, I'm probably in first. Same with Classic.
Herbert is 10 for 10, 99 yards. Minshew is 8 of 10, 79 yards. Herbert's touchdown to Mike Williams, the only touchdown of the first half. Eckler 8 for 23. Thompson, not great, 5 for 7. Herbert has one carry for 20 yards.
Well, it's good average.
Yeah. Justin Jackson has a carry for 5 yards if he was your punt play. Eckler does have 4 catches for 41 yards. Thompson 4 for 14. Williams 3 for 21. Keenan Allen 1 for 9. Joe Reed 1 for 12. Hunter Henry 1 for 16. Dede Westbrook is my captain. He has nothing. Nothing. And I think Chark and Conley each have 1. Yep. Conley 1 for 19. Chark 1 for 32. You know it's not good when every catch is memorable.
Dede Westbrook retweeted one of my tweets this year. It wasn't very exciting.
What was the tweet?
OU legend Parnell Motley was being signed from the practice squad of the Niners to the Broncos late in the year, but they were teammates. So Dede retweeted it. I got more run on that from like OU fans than any other meaningless, like low-level roster move all season. And it wasn't even close. A lot of Parnell Motley fans out there. P-Mott.
Evan says, when I turned 37, all of a sudden I loved bubbly water.
Yeah.
Old man drink.
Weird. I'm a little bit older, but my 2-year-old thought it was beer, even though he's never had beer. He had a sip of it, and he's like, that's beer. I was like, no, it's soda.
It might be a good way for him to not drink. I would go with
Sure.
beer. Just tell him that.
All right, so Mountain Dew, 1940 to present. Caffeine-free Mountain Dew, 76. Diet Mountain Dew, 88 to present. Code Red, 2001 to present. Live Wire, 2003 to present. Also Voltage, which is now an American flavor. That's what they called Live Wire in Malaysia. Pitch Black, 2004 limited time. 2011 limited time. 2016, I don't know, these years are jacked up. Mountain Dew Baja Blast. Mountain Dew Game Fuel, Citrus Cherry. Mountain Dew Voltage. Mountain Dew Throwback Real Sugar, 2009 to present.
You said Voltage twice.
Just reading what it says. What the hell? Oh, no, I said Voltage is what they called Live Wire.
Oh,
in
okay.
Malaysia.
I'm just trying to follow the timeline of Mountain Dew.
Voltage was announced in America in 2008. Mountain Dew Throwback / Real Sugar, 2008 to present.
What does that mean? Real sugar. It's all real sugar. Sorry, keep going.
No. Mountain Dew Whiteout. Mountain Dew Electric Apple, 2012 to present. Mountain Dew Whiteout's 2010 right now. Mountain Dew Solar Flare, 2014 to present. Mountain Dew Spiked Lemonade, which I guess has alcohol in it. No, it's not. It just has a thirst-quenching prickly pear cactus juice. No artificial sweeteners, real fruit juice. Mountain Dew Ice, limited time, 2018 to 2020, off the shelves now. Mountain Dew Berry Monsoon, 2018 to present. You can only get it at Sam's Club. Mountain Dew Ice Cherry, 2018, and then 2019 to 2020 in certain regions, so also discontinued. Mountain Dew Merry Mashup, 18, 19, 20, yearly cranberry pomegranate holiday flavor. Mountain Dew Sweet Lightning, 2019 to present.
Oh my God.
Mountain Dew Maui Burst, 2019 to present. Mountain Dew Voodoo, DEW, only in 2019. Mountain Dew Baja Blast Zero Sugar, you can only get at Taco Bell and limited in bottles and cans. Mountain Dew Zero Sugar, just introduced in 2020. Mountain Dew Frost Bite, also 2020.
So
Mountain Dew Atomic Blue, 2020.
They've come out with like 20 flavors since 2020 started.
It seems like I've got 5 more. Mountain Dew Atomic Blue, 2020 to now. You can only get it at Come and Go in Sheetz locations. I don't know what Sheetz is, but I assume it's a convenience gas station like Come and Go. Mountain Dew Southern Shock, 2020 to present. A fruit flavor only offered at Bojangles fast food restaurants. More Mountain Dew Voodoo in 2020. Second release of the mystery flavor, but different this time. It was described as a fruit candy explosion. Mountain Dew Major Melon, which I just mentioned, 2021, and Mountain Dew Major Melon Zero Sugar, again, John Cena, is pushing that. And so, to my point, they also have the whole Kickstart brand. And without giving you all of the...
Yeah, please. Might as well.
Kickstart Dew Fruit Punch. Kickstart Dew Black Cherry. Kickstart Dew Pineapple Orange Mango. Kickstart Blood Orange. Kickstart Blueberry Pomegranate. All of these have been active since 13, 16, still present. You can get all of these Kickstart flavors. Midnight Grape. Kickstart Raspberry Citrus. Kickstart Mango Lime. Kickstart Original, which came out in 2018 somehow. And Kickstart Ultra, also 2018. Then they have different Slurpee flavors, international. That's crazy. Upcoming flavors.
No.
All in 2021, March of 21. These were all announced.
Real quick before you do that, here's my takeaway. Whoever is the marketing director for Mountain Dew, they deserve a raise or they must be making really good money. How can one sell all of this? How is we need to get one of these Mountain Dew flavors to sponsor the Dream Stream. There's too many of them.
You should get our own exclusive DraftKings Mountain Dew flavor.
Yeah, Mountain Dew DraftKings.
Yeah. Well, it tastes like winning money.
Boom.
There's your marketing.
Okay, keep going.
So coming out in 2021. This all says March through, so some of these should be out. Mountain Dew Rise, which is pomegranate blue burst. Mountain Dew under the Mountain Dew Rise. Oh, that's the energy drink because I had one the other day. Mountain Dew Rise, so that's their energy brand. Pomegranate Blue Burst, Strawberry Melon, I had that one. Berry Blitz, Tropical Sunrise, those are all out, as is Peach Mango Dawn, as is Orange Breeze. Coming in a couple months, June, Mountain Dew Baja Punch. Oh, these are new Mountain Dew flavors. Baja Punch, Baja Flash, then holidays, Mountain Dew Snapped, S-N-A-P apostrophe D, Gingerbread Dew flavor, and Mountain Dew Riddler's Brew is unknown. So there you go.
I gotta say, though, I'm looking at Mountain Dew's Twitter page. Some of these, the branding for some of these, the pictures.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. They're marketing. You're right. They're marketing folks. Their favorite part of working there has to be coming up with new flavors and names. Every week, you know how like SNL has those pitch meetings every week where you have to come up with sketches? Every week, you'd come up with a new name and a new flavor combo. Austin Eckler walking into the end zone, by the way. That helps my team.
There you go. Eckler in for the score. Second touchdown of the sim. Mike Williams has the other one. Must be. Shut the hell up, Glash, you two. Both shut up for 20 seconds. My brain hurts.
Is it too much Mountain Dew or just the right amount? Or could we work at Mountain Dew with how much we talk about Mountain Dew now?
Well, I mean, if Mountain Dew ever decides to join the Dream Stream, this is our demo.
They could be a sponsor for the bus. You could have a Mountain Dew soda machine on there.
Is there more Mountain Dew or more Dream Stream broadcasters?
I think more Mountain Dew.
Close.
So Emerson and Koff called the game together. First time they've ever worked together in this setting.
Yeah, it was all right. I thought they did okay.
Who did Adam do the play-by-play?
I think they switched back and forth. It was all right.
It's like when you're in college and you have to call the first half and be an analyst in the second half and vice versa.
Koff did most of it, says producer Michael. No, we had a meeting earlier today with the boss, and manager starts off the meeting by saying, "Oh, well, the bracket wrapped up. How'd it go last night?" And I started and said, "I thought it was okay."
Were they bummed that there weren't more superlatives attached to that?
Just to stir the pot.
Oh, okay.
You know. But actually, I had to hop out. I was in the chat. A lot of us were in the chat. LaMarca was in there. Jeff Ulrich was in there. Buchanan was in there. Jason Rossi was in there. The fire alarm went off again. There was an electrical fire in my building, so I missed the end of the game. Wow. Apparently, it went to overtime and everything.
Oh, that's exciting. I saw Seattle won. I had picked the Bucks. Felt good about my pick. And then when I made my lineup, still felt good about the Bucks. Didn't feel good about my lineup. That's why I finished 75th or whatever. But Congrats to the Seahawks. I don't know if it makes up for the loss in the Super Bowl and the Malcolm Butler interception, but maybe it lessens the sting a little.
Oh, the Seahawks won?
I think, right? 23-17, I saw.
Wow.
Does that sound right, Michael?
Yes, that was the result. Cool. Good. I thought Tampa won. I thought Tampa, wasn't it like 17-7 Tampa? That was the last score I saw.
Man.
That was the last score I saw before I had to leave the building.
Then they shut it down. Andy James says, I have no idea what Mountain Dew is, but God, I hate it. I guess two things there. One, good for you. It's fine. You can hate it. Two, how do you not know what Mountain Dew is? Or is Andy watching us in Europe?
That's pretty cool. Come from behind win for Seattle. Good for them.
Yeah.
Trent asks, why is Funchess better than the best wide receiver? Because Funchess has emerged as a very, very good wideout too. You're asking for an explanation on the pricing. The pricing department is totally separate from us. We see the prices just like you do when we go in to make our lineups in the free contest that we create, the private leagues. It's not a trick. Most expensive tight end and running backs make no sense. Wide receiver, for that matter. Look, if I had to make an educated guess, whoever does end up coming up with pricing, they go off ebbs and flows of what they see in previous sims.
And they don't rotate receivers very often in formations. So the best wide receiver, we'll call him Devontae Adams on the Packers, lines up, if they're playing the Rams, on the right side of the formation against Jalen Ramsey. Whereas Devin Funchess is on the other side against the number 2 corner. And the drop-off on most rosters from the first corner, who's especially someone like Ramsey, who's obviously the extreme example, to the second corner is usually significant.
Yep.
Or noticeable, I should say.
Ed Zone Dance. Clash, do you live in a third world country? Why does your building have alarms sounding so often? That's a great question. I was talking about this with Sarah.
You said there was an electrical fire, so I'm glad that it worked.
No, walking out with Sarah last night when the alarm went off, it's been happening way more in the last 6 months than it has ever. We've been in this particular building for 3 years now, and we were like, this is happening way too often because it's happened now. It's happened twice while I was on a sim.
But how many times otherwise?
Yeah, but it's ridiculous. We've had some new people come in and run the place, and I hope they're listening. I hope they can hear me. It's like, what are we doing here? Like, teach someone how to cook. But this time it was an electrical fire. And the worst part about those is it affects, so it happened in room 502. Poor people on 402, they were affected because they were flooding 402 at that stage. So, yeah. I mean, it could have been me.
It's the downside of living in a community with shared walls. Interception.
Yep, I am moving to Kaufman's Porch if this place ever burns down.
That's one option, I guess.
I actually messaged both of them last night on I texted them both and said I would have stayed for the rest of the sim, but I got kicked out again because of an electrical fire.
Why didn't you just follow it on your phone like so many of our great viewers do in the DK Sim fan? Your phone was working. Fire wasn't affecting cell towers.
I suppose you're right. A little frantic.
I get it. I guess if you're worried,
because there actually was a fire this time.
Well, sure. When my wife and I first started dating, she was living in an apartment complex that was one of those really, really big ones, like multiple pools, because they have that many people living in them. You know, like just 4 or 5 stories, multiple buildings, probably a pizza delivery person's nightmare. And no lie, maybe it felt like it was just during the summer, the fire alarm had to get pulled every other week. Never a fire. Somebody drunk just doing stupid stuff.
Yep.
But my stepson was 5 at the time, and I remember him like more than once. He got used to it, but coming in like crying because he doesn't know why these super loud alarms are waking him up at midnight, 1, 2 a.m. Dogs are barking, right? Then we have to go outside. It's so stupid. You obviously want to be safe, but who knows who pulled it and how far away they were from us. So I don't miss that. Really, the best thing about living in an apartment typically is the pool. Otherwise, there's not much more. Height, I guess, if you want to be, if you want a nice view. Potential.
Face mask. What you gonna do, Doug
I'm
Marone?
curious to see what the Chargers. We spent a lot of time before getting into silly stuff about Mountain Dew and fake leagues, talking about the Jags, but the Chargers with Justin Herbert, who's already proven to be a good NFL quarterback, we think, with Brandon Staley coming in, Joe Lombardi, Vince Lombardi's grandson, has spent all his time with Sean Payton, so you would think running some sort of version of that offense. And obviously Joey Bosa and a bunch of talented players. You think Derwin James is healthy?
Mm-hmm.
Never really know. Could the Chargers make some noise? I think that they certainly have a chance to give Kansas City a run for their money. I don't know what to make of Kansas City's roster. And every year it's going to be like this, I think, where it's Mahomes, a couple nice pieces, and can these other guys fill in?
Yeah, but they'll with Mahomes there, they'll always get veterans that want a prove-it year or end of the road, trying to go for a ring. They're going to be in that.
They may get that more than even Peyton Manning and Tom Brady ever got. Like, it may become the norm because Kansas City's right in the middle of the country, so it's not going to Indy, it's not going to New England, and I understand you're from there, but if you're a kid from Florida or from California, all you can think about is how cold it is, right? Which isn't really fair because you're not even there in January, February, and March. And it's remote, sort of. But Kansas City, I feel like you'll see what Le'Veon Bell did every single year for this kid's whole career. And you see he and Tom Brady going at it on Twitter today?
Yeah, I did.
Going at it's not really the right word, but.
No, it was just playful stuff, and it's just like.
Well, because whoever the player was for the Royals, and apologies for not knowing, clearly he lost a bet.
Isn't it
That's
Salvador
why he was
Perez?
wearing,
Salvador
Perez? So Perez
I think
is wearing a Tom Brady jersey because he clearly lost a bet.
And he said Mahomes is still the best or something, right?
Yeah.
Or Mahomes is the best. We're looking at stats. My bad. Williams has a touchdown. Eckler ran one in. It's been kind of a gross sim. Eckler has 5 catches, 57 yards. 38 rushing yards for Eckler. Thompson is not doing anything. 158 yards for Herbert. His squad's up 11, so doubtful he'll hit the bonus.
If you like Mountain Dew or creating fake leagues, or as many people in the chat are celebrating today's date, then you're probably okay with the sim. But if you wanted lots of scoring, lots of points, this is not your sim. Yet. I'd love to see Derwin James play a full season, by the way.
Trent says, Glash, I got to say, you are definitely cooler than the other dudes. You can tell you're real.
Right. You're cooler than the other dude.
That is funny. I appreciate it, Trent, but stay here longer, and then you'll be like this guy, Glasheen. Get lost. There's Chark. Third catch. Kareem, this is a tie-dye shirt that I made with my family.
Does it have a DraftKings
Sarah's
logo on
super
it?
into the tie-dye. What's that?
Does that have a DraftKings logo on it?
No, it's a plain white tee. I've got a tie-dye sweatshirt. I've worn it on The Sims. It's like blue, purple, and green. I really like it. Some of the tie-dye comes out really cool.
That says DraftKings on it?
No. I know which one you're talking about. The one that DK gave us during the holidays.
That looks pretty kind of tie-dyed to me, right? The white and black.
Yeah, well,
one?
I didn't actually do it, though, you know?
Yeah, it wouldn't have come out that cool, probably.
No. No, and Trent, if anything, Christian's like one of our best guys in terms of wealth of knowledge of the NFL. All of our hosts and analysts are great. Andy James is
real.
Christian's always looking at the chat.
I think you're real.
We're all real. In a sim world, we are all real. Noah Moon needs Conley to score a touchdown. Congo Cap says more DJ.
I'll take DJ Chark. He's in my lineup. Only he and Lambo. Those are my only two Jaguars.
We have a new
Chris
username in
Harris?
here called DK Troll.
Okay.
Isn't that
Sounds
nice?
like they're keeping everything above board.
Mm-hmm.
Just having fun.
Guys, only 5 likes from 200. Smash that like button. About 350 of you here. I'll be here with the next sim with Ducey. Bears at Packers. 3rd and 13. Complete. Eifert to the 7. Eifert or... Yep, it's Eifert.
Not O'Shaughnessy. He's busy scooping up fumbles. That's it.
Javier Flores just got home from work. The champ is here. Did you win the big money contest last night, Javier? Jamal says, what's up, guys? Always here. Like 194. I need Allen in the next drive, please.
Yeah, Allen's my captain. He hasn't really done much.
Trent says, well, yeah, but it's like some of these guys don't realize what they're doing. Haha. Did the application say, quote, looking for dudes to talk about anything on their mind? Oh, and there'll be some game on, too.
If you want to throw football questions my way, I'm happy to chime in there, too. The Mountain Dew rabbit hole did, trip us up a little.
Trent, here's a big aspect to this. Is Trent, I don't think you were here when there was no sports absolutely happening when this all started last year. It got to a point where we talked about the Sims so often we needed to have jumping off points, and it became such a family oriented stream that we were willing to go there, and we just kind of did it. And I think some folks have fun with it. But I get your point. There's got to be some allegiance to the Sim. Totally get it. There's got to be a balance. All good. I can appreciate that. I can understand that.
Congo Cab asked me not to talk about the Broncos. Not that there's anything going on. So
big Raiders fan, Congo Cab. Sounds personal.
I'm also not going to talk about the Raiders because there's nothing going on there either. Right now, what I like to call this time of year is the lying season. Pretty much, really from the start of the combine, when everybody gets together and people are, NFL decision makers are together and agents and all that, media, everybody's there. You can't believe anything anybody says as it relates to free agency. Then after free agency, the lying ramps up a notch. So anything you hear about what teams want to do or might be doing, it's all because someone wants you to put that out there. Or everyone's just guessing. And they know they can't really be held accountable because you just say, oh, that's what I heard. Turns out it didn't happen. So unless you come out really, really hard and say this almost happened and didn't and are refuted by people at the top of the profession and or coaches or GMs who say that's 100% false, you can kind of throw anything out there. Oh, I'm hearing this team's thinking about trading up. Oh, these guys are looking at trading back. Because they all are. Almost everybody's looking at moving one way or the other.
Right.
Or are open to it. Here's who's not moving. The Jags and the Jets and the Niners. After that, any statement you hear about a team is probably true. Do we think Cincy's going to go up to 4? No. Okay, that's the only one that would sound false. But other than that, from 4 on, every team moving, and maybe Miami's not going back up either. Detroit could go up to 4, though, for a quarterback.
Yep. Agreed.
So, team 4 could be moving back. 5 and 6 could be moving back. 7 could be moving up or back. 8 could still be moving up or back. 9, and just keep on going down the list. And they all like every player.
And not every player will be good.
That's a fact. In fact, Jeremy Schaap from Outside the Lines tweeted earlier today, and I could find it, but essentially, and I'm paraphrasing, but 50 years of drafts. Quarterbacks taken first, second, or third in those 50 years. Guess how many won a Super Bowl with the team that drafted them? First, second, or third overall pick. Now, that's obviously not every year. But in the years that a quarterback has gone 1, 2, or 3, there's been a lot of them. Jared Goff and Carson Wentz are on the list of guys who didn't win a Super Bowl, but guys like that. Marcus Russell, Sam Bradford, Andrew Luck. 50 years. Guess how many have won a Super Bowl with the team that drafted them?
0.
No. Troy Aikman won a couple Super Bowls. He won 3. Can you think anybody else that won a Super Bowl that was taken in the top 3?
Give it to me.
The Indianapolis Colts in 1998 drafted Peyton Manning first overall, and he won a Super Bowl.
Yep.
That's it. We're done with the list.
That's it?
We're done.
So, and both the players, of course, were quarterbacks.
Well, that was my point.
Right. Well, that's
quarterbacks taken 1, 2, or 3.
That's why the draft is exciting, because there's so much hype, and especially when there's a class like this where you're like, ooh, who does San Francisco really like? Is it just all smoke screens? Are they actually going to take Fields at 3 and they're just telling everybody they love Mac Jones? And then all of a sudden it comes and we're like, oh, what's the fantasy value here? There's really none.
Statistically
I shouldn't say
speaking,
that. Receiver's been very good.
A bunch of these guys could make a Pro Bowl because a couple of years ago, Mitch Trubisky, Deshaun Watson, and Mahomes all went to the Pro Bowl. So they could all go to a Pro Bowl. Let's look at the 2018 class a year later. Josh Allen, Pro Bowl quarterback. Baker Mayfield, really good rookie year. Went to the playoffs this year. Sam Darnold hasn't made a Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
Josh Rosen is basically out of the league. Might as well be. And Lamar Jackson's a league MVP.
Yep.
So, and obviously a multi-time Pro Bowler. But that's five quarterbacks in the first round a couple of years ago. You're going to have 5 taken perhaps in the top 5, if not almost certainly in the top 10. The law of averages say that one of these guys could be really good.
Yep.
One will be solid. And a third may or may not be good, and 2 just are going to flat out stink.
2 are going to flat out stink. Yep, absolutely. And that's not hating. That is just usually how it goes.
It's math. It's just if history is any predictor of future results.
And nobody actually knows who the 2 will stink. I think we all agree, I think we can all say, like, we'd all be shocked if Trevor Lawrence was one of them. That's a nice catch and run. Chark touchdown. Wow. He basically pushes off the corner for some force into the end zone and a 2-point conversion away from tying the sim. Talk about the sim. Trips to the right side for Minshew, looking to throw. Got a man.
Uh-oh. We gonna have free football in Jacksonville?
Conley. Chark, touchdown. Conley, 2-point conversion. Joe is fast and furious updating scores. Chark has hit the bonus also. 108 yards, 5 receptions, and the score. All right. Matt Lamarcus in the chat.
What up, Matt?
Healthy back and forth with Trent.
About Top Shots?
No, just about, talking football versus talking sim football. It's all good. But, Trent, the last thing I'll say, Trent, what I think it all comes down to? I think if we came on here and tried to analyze these sims as if we knew everything, we'd be cowards and we would be lying to you as a sim fan. So that's why we're willing to dive into so many different topics, and we also follow the sim. I think when people try to talk like they know everything about everything, especially about these, we'd be lying to you. So we dive into other topics.
There's a couple variables that we can't control. One, the computer's AI.
Decisions. Yep.
Right. Also, we just saw Anthony Lynn on screen there. Unlike, say, Tony Romo, who does talk to Anthony Lynn when he was still the head coach, or will talk to Doug Marrone or now Urban Meyer, we have no insight other than what we read, or if, someone like me who covers a team, what I get from people with the Broncos. And I know people with both of these organizations. It doesn't mean it before a sim I would talk to them. So I don't know what they're trying to do that week, what their game plan is, what tendencies they're trying to exploit based on the sim data that we talked about that helps set the pricing. So it's one of those things where maybe we could call the game a little more, but Glash wants to be a professional play-by-play. Koff used to want to. I think Emerson likes his gig, but beyond that, and I don't know about Rossi, we all have other jobs.
Rossi likes his life.
But we're not auditioning to see if hopefully one of the talent scouts at Fox or CBS is watching this, saying, we need these guys calling Fox NFL Sunday. Joe Buck and Aikman are probably about done. Let's get Glash and BK to start calling America's Game of the Week.
They do need us.
Well, I could make that case.
Because they just see how often you have the winning lineup. We need this guy's analysis. All good, though. Susan says, most of us love the topics. I've learned a lot. Laughed a lot, too. Yeah, we're here for a good time. That's the goal.
Yeah, every now and then we miss a play, and a big play, and that's usually my fault. But we call the scoring plays.
Come on, Minshew, big play!
Oh, that should have been picked off. Chris Harris. See what place I'm in. I'm in 31st.
2:20 to go. 3 timeouts apiece. Congo Cab, appreciate you. Antisocial. Got to get back to work. Have fun, everyone. Thank you, Antisocial. Please come back if you have the time.
I think the Chargers are going to win this with a game-winning field goal.
Think so?
Mm-hmm.
Rich Sharp says, I'm in 4th place. Pretty much the best I've done so far. Let's look at the old leaderboard. I'm in 42nd. In our free roll, RKL56 is in 1st. We have a 12-way tie for 1st place in the $250 free contest with Chark in the captain spot. Chargers defense is in the flex. One of the flex spots.
I have Chargers D.
That ball is caught by Westbrook.
All right, I'm going to amend my prediction to Josh Lambo, game-winning field goal.
I mean, you have him, right? So that's good.
I do. Could get me in the top 20, maybe. It's a long one.
Oh, Andy James, I'm sorry for your loss. It's terrible. And Monster. Sorry to hear that. Must be. Dude, forget dang play-by-play. Engage with your chat. Must be. How do I engage with the chat, though, if you're going to, keep pulling the fire alarm on me like you admitted to? Let's see. Chark has a touchdown. Conley cut a 2-point conversion to tie the game.
How's a 2-point conversion score? Just 2 points? Feels like it should have higher value because of the rarity.
In DraftKings scoring?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's 2. Brian Whalen says, I'm getting married this weekend. It's been a long, crazy year. Never would have made it without the Sim fam. Now that means the best. I mean,
Mazel tov.
You're simply the best. Ed Zone Dance. I enjoy all sorts of topics that we have. However, if multiple Sims in a row have the situation we don't get much of an opportunity to hear the game being called. Understand. 3rd and 10. Can Minshew deliver again on 3rd and long? Yeah.
Well, now I feel better about my field goal prediction that I'm going
It was
back
in the
to.
hands. In the hands.
Sean Preston asked me about a tight end that Washington picked up. Admittedly, I'm following every transaction. Now I want to see who they picked up.
Jordan Reed announced retirement this morning.
I did see that.
Yeah. That's too bad.
His body just failed him.
Yes. Should we talk about if Jordan Reed is a Hall of Famer?
I mean, he did go to a Pro Bowl.
Come on, guys. That's what happens, right? I mean, if we're going to do it with Julian Edelman, we got to talk about Jordan Reed. Is Jordan Reed a Hall of Famer?
And Alex Smith.
And Alex Smith. What a great duo in Washington. Actually, they were never together.
They weren't
Reed went
together,
to San
but
Francisco.
I get your point.
All right, let's forget the sim. Jordan Reed, Hall of Famer. Kaufman, we need your opinion. Come on, Kauf.
Sent me a basketball contest I forgot to get in.
From the 20.
Could use a Keenan Allen touchdown here. That'd vault me up. 80-yarder. Throw it to him. He was open there, Justin.
No, Mr. Hawk says Jordan Reed greater than Edelman. Wow, man. I am offended.
Whose career would you rather have? Calvin Johnson, Edelman is always a fun one.
Here we go.
Somebody like that, or Randy Moss.
Here we go.
Hall of Famers versus guys with lots of Bob Orry, like we talked about.
Right. Who's the other one?
Horry versus Charles Barkley.
All right. Horry or
Malone.
someone else. Derek Fisher.
Derek Fisher or John Stockton.
Yep. DFS Queenie, Jordan Reed is injury Hall of Fame.
Yeah, absolutely. Ruining fantasy drafts Hall of Fame. Now, he wasn't ever taken like in the first round, but he was overdrafted a lot.
Just to let everybody know, this was not an invitation to read your comments about whether or not you think Julian Edelman is a Hall of Famer. I am not reading them. We are moving on.
Wait, Rossi thought Mike Tomlin should get fired? I mean, he got extended. That guy's won 10 games almost every year he's been there.
Rossi hates the Steelers. He hates Juju. He hates the Steelers.
You can hate the Steelers. I mean, you hate Jared Goff. I get it. But
Jared Goff is just a sim thing.
Yeah, you don't hate him in real
life. That's based off Rossi's fandom, if I had to guess, because of the Patriots.
Here, Mike Tomlin. I'm just going to see if I can find his record real quick. I think Mike Tomlin's won 9 or 10 games almost every year.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Tomlin, the personalities he's had to deal with, keeping that train on the tracks, deserves a lot of credit. Now, okay, do you think Tomlin was behind, and by behind I mean in support of Big Ben coming back for another season?
No. I don't know, maybe. Maybe just at least I know what I have with Ben, and maybe we can coach around it a little bit versus having to deal with anything else.
Yeah. I want to see Tomlin, because at the end of the day, like, we think every head coach, especially him and his stature, and he's one of the best coaches in the game right now, like, he's making the call on those great receivers. They're in field goal range, by the way.
Well, I think Kevin Colbert's a hell of a drafter, and that's why he keeps drafting all those receivers. That's why he's had that job forever.
Give me a younger quarterback with those receivers. Wait, hold on. What are they doing? They're not going to kick it from there. You got to be kidding me. They could have kicked a 48-yard field goal.
Why would they play for?
I thought for sure we were going to get the field goal.
Well, now I'm pulling for the Jags. This is why Anthony Lynn got fired.
This is
that's unbelievable.
Oh my God. I'm like, oh yeah, let me look at the chat here for a second and look back and see a field goal attempt. Are you kidding me?
I'm definitely pulling for the Jags. 100%.
Terrible.
Makes no sense.
Terrible.
No sense.
I can't believe they just did that. Well, I can believe it, actually.
Yeah, sure.
But, like, what?
It makes no sense. Just kick the ball.
Producer Michael, that was like the real Chargers under Anthony Lynn.
Yeah, that's why Anthony Lynn in real life got fired, and that's how the AI works. Like, we're doing the things Anthony Lynn would do.
And now they're getting the ball back.
Guess how many years Mike Tomlin's coached in the NFL as a head coach with the Steelers?
Now, a lot of you are laughing in the chat, which is good. You know, it's good that you're,
more points. Everybody wants more points. Like, nobody has the Chargers kicker.
Typically, everyone wants overtime. Well, now
nobody has the Chargers kicker. If anybody thinks this game's rigged, though, come on.
Yeah.
There's my captain, Keenan Allen. Guess how many years Mike Tomlin's coached Pittsburgh?
15 years. 14.
14 seasons. 07 is a 35-year-old. He took over. At that time, may have been, if not the youngest, close to one of the youngest head coaches. Second year they won the Super Bowl. So 10-6, 12-4, 9-7. This is pretty crazy. So 12-4, 12-4, 8-8, 8-8, 11-5, 10-6, 11-5, 13-3, 9-6, 8-8, 12-4. He's never been below 500 in any of those 14 seasons, and only 3 times was he 500. So he was 500 or better every year. 11 out of 14 years he was over 500. His 650 winning percentage, is that higher than Belichick's because of the Cleveland stuff? Keenan Allen.
Keenan.
It's my captain. Gonna get the bonus now. So.
See, here's a great example of how that fourth quarter just ended and why it does, in fact, help someone. DeMac Lion, Glash, I am laughing about this because I'm in second. You see that, everybody? There is a situation where we all thought the norm would be to kick the field goal. But at the end of the day, it's actually going to make someone smile and feel good about themselves. So no matter what you say, it's still going to help someone. There will be a winner, and there will be a loser. That's just how it goes.
I'm not pulling for the Chargers here, though. I want to see a field goal and then a Jags field goal. Jags touchdown. So Bill Belichick's actually won 67% of his games, 673 winning percentage. It's pretty good.
RKL 56 still in first place, and Let Trevor Lawrence Be, the free roll we created. 12-way tie remains in the $250 free contest. That ball is batted down. Keenan Allen was open again.
Even after all these Keenan Allen catches, I'm only in 39th place. Wait, no, just kidding. I'm in 6th place.
Wow.
That's
yeah,
cool.
there you are. 6th.
My captain Keenan Allen, 18.6 points.
But we're going to call it a fake 6th because they should have kicked a field goal. How about Virgil Green?
Fake 6th place. I'll take it because even somebody's going to get a fake win. RKL 56 got it right now in ours.
Nicholas Pride. This is dark. I was going to come in first until overtime. Then my dog died because he's a Chargers and Kickers fan.
A Kickers fan. I like the idea of a Kickers fan.
Herbert Williams!
I'm glancing over my Twitter feed. This is from the Denver Post. Heir to Cheese Empire sells Littleton Mansion for $3.5 million. What cheese empire is
that? Andy James, DK gets their percentage no matter what, but someone's still going to win and be happy. Can't we all acknowledge that? Someone's going to be happy. 2nd and 3. Eckler.
First down. Throw it to Allen now. Let me win this thing.
Throw it? You know what, Herbert? Throw it to who everyone has.
I'm in 2nd place.
I see that. You are climbing. You've made the climb.
Touchdown, and I'm winning this.
There he is, single coverage. Looks like a run, though. Oh, Flake to Verge.
Oh, a little pitch. Eckler around the leg. Oh, look at that cut. What?
He had the leg.
Why did he cut in? What is going on?
Please, everyone. Brian Z says, throw it to Glash. I want to do the Kenny the Jet and go in the game.
Yeah, go into the game.
Eckler, try again.
Touchdown.
Oh, that looks like it hurt, but it's a touchdown and a win for the Chargers.
I guess I'll see where I finish since I have Eckler not as my captain, so I cannot catch the people in front of me.
Oh,
nonetheless,
wow.
top 10 finishes looks like it's in my future here. We'll see.
All right, we need a player of the game and a not my kid.
It's probably going to be Eckler, right? He's got 41 points or something in the captain spot. I know
2 touchdowns, yeah.
Highly owned. He's at 36.45 before that score, so that's going to put him at almost 50 points, right? As it's rolling up, it's still going. 45.9, so it's, without question, Eckler. He'll go near 50, even though he's highly owned.
Okay, and the not my kid award. Let's see. And there's DeMac Lyon, first place as of Joe's calculations right now.
What are Minshew's numbers? I mean, what's his points? I'm trying to find the lineup that might have him.
Gardner. Let me find it.
Got 16 in the flex.
Minshew was 5% owned.
39. He's only 5% owned.
5% in the cap. 39% overall. 15.3 points.
So he and Herbert are almost tied.
You know who should get it? BK is Chris Thompson.
Chris Thompson, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Chris Thompson, you got it. Way to go.
56% owned, 10 points. That's not enough.
Yeah. No, you got to be better, Chris Thompson. Be better. Do better.
All right. Well, I'm sure someone is really happy that we went to overtime, and
the Chargers earned that win. Good job, Chargers.
Good job, Chargers. You had a chance. You just wanted to make it more entertaining, more fun.
They had that much confidence in their offense. Like, we're going to win the toss, just like Matt Hasselbeck in the playoffs, Seattle and Green Bay. We want the ball and we're going to score. Well, this time it worked out.
Coming up next here on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Ross Tucker, joined by former NFL quarterback Sage Rosenfels to discuss their playing time together and what Coach Shanahan, Kyle Shanahan, looks for in a quarterback.
Sage is great.
It's the biggest question going right now, leading up to April's draft. Well, it is April. Next Thursday's draft. Who are the Niners going to take with the 3rd overall pick in the NFL draft? Here's Ross.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Monster Monday presented by DraftKings. New week means new winners. By the way, I'm so fired up for today's guest, my buddy Sage Rosenfels. I got to ask him, I think 12 years in the NFL as a quarterback. Maybe I'm shorting him one. Maybe I'm giving him one he shouldn't have. I don't know. I know this much. He got drafted 20 years ago this month because we were rookies together on the Washington football team back in 2001. Where does the time go? Sage played for about 1 million teams, including Kyle Shanahan. So I wanted to pick his brain a little bit on Kyle Shanahan's system and who he thinks Kyle might be targeting at number 3. First, though, you need to know how you can be part of the show. You can be the winner if you spread the word via social media, at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod. I'm not sure there's an easier contest. I love sending you guys autographed press passes or football cards or pictures or whatever. Sponsor confirmation email winner. Take advantage of any of the glorious sponsors like Keeps, if you're trying to keep your hair like I am, or any of the ones we talk about. ExpressVPN. They're all on the sponsors page at rosstucker.com. But also, you get a chance to go ahead and get a great deal, but also get your question asked and answered on the show and maybe win a little something. Then the YouTube shout out, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
All right. So I guess we should start with that, Sage. How many years did you play?
Well, I like to say 12, but legitimately it was 11. It was 11 accrued seasons, I think is the phrase they used. But my 12th year, I got a $500,000 signing bonus and didn't make the team. And as you know, Ross, as we were rookies together, and I think it was $209 was the rookie's salary. So when someone gives you $500,000, you do the offseason work, you do the training camp work, and you get cut, to me, that counts. So I always say 12 years, but in actuality, it's only 11.
So wait a minute. What team was that when?
It was the Minnesota Vikings. Christian Ponder was in his second year. I had signed back there, and they kept 3 young quarterbacks. Joe Webb, who, I don't know if he's still in the NFL, but, long time sort of special teamer, great athlete. But he was like the super sort of physically gifted quarterback from UAB. And I can't remember who else they kept, but I didn't make the team that year, 2012. They ended up making the playoffs, and Ponder was hurt, and Joe Webb had to start that playoff game against the Packers, and it was pretty ugly. So, that's the way it goes. But, yeah, I'm pretty proud of my 11/12 seasons, and obviously started off with you in Washington. For the listeners out there, Ross Tucker in my family was known as Uncle Ross because I had a small child at the time, my son Peyton, who is now a freshman in college. Out at Loyola Marymount in Los Angeles. He's 19, almost 20 years old. And Ross was sort of like the uncle. He'd come sort of hang out with us a little bit, meet us at the playground outside the apartment complex. And he and I were 2 guys probably just a little different than everybody else. I'm not trying to say we're smarter, but we were different. We liked conversations about all sorts of things. We weren't just sort of football only. We could talk about a lot of things. If I wouldn't have got a scholarship to Iowa State, there was thoughts about maybe going to an Ivy League school. For whatever reason, Ross and I sort of hit it off right away. 2 rookies trying to make the NFL. Marty Schottenheimer, Brian Schottenheimer, my quarterback's coach. He was 26 years old. Jeff George was our starting quarterback for a couple games. And Ross and I, we could talk about that for days. But yeah, you and I go back a long ways. 20 years ago. Probably 20 years ago in the month of May is when we met. I'm sure after the draft, a week or 2, we flew out there for like a rookie mini camp or something like that. And you were, trying to make the team, and you did. You played right guard, you played right tackle, and then all of a sudden there's a preseason game. I think it was the second one where you were playing left tackle with a broken thumb. And you told me on my 7-step drops to not get any depth. And looking back on the film, I distinctly remember getting about 5 yards deep on a 7-step drop because Ross was going to run them around the outside and he wasn't going to get it to 10 or 11 yards. And so, yeah, we go back a long ways. You protected me many a times, and I'm very thankful for it.
Dude, that is awesome. I mean, I told you 20 minutes. Honestly, just you talking right there, it could be an hour, 20 minutes. No question about it. I do have to ask this. Was that how your career ended, getting cut by Minnesota? Was that it? Was that the last year?
Yeah, that was the end of it. It's pretty interesting how my career went. I played a ton. Played some in 2006. Kyle Shanahan was just our receivers coach with Gary Kubiak in Houston. 2007, Kyle was my quarterbacks coach. And you could tell, sort of having a lot of influence with Kubiak and what we were doing. And then full on 2008, he was the OC. And I think for the most part, calling the plays, especially that second half of that year. And I started 10 games in 2007, 2008. So I was starting to play a lot, years 7, 8, 9 in the NFL. And then, I went up to Minnesota, backed up Brett. I was hoping to start. Brett Favre showed up. Well, that ended. I got to have that amazing 2009 season with him and in the NFC Championship game and the New Orleans Saints and the Bounty Gate game. We got to be a part of that. And then the next year when Favre came back a second time, traded to the New York Giants, backed up Eli. And then I went on IR the following year and sort of ended up in Minnesota and got cut. And that was the end of it. And what's amazing was in that 2007-8 seasons, I started 10 games and never threw an NFL pass after that in a regular season game. A lot of preseason games, but never actually threw an NFL pass in a regular season. That's what happens when you back up Favre and Eli. Those guys never get hurt. Their backups never play, and they just sort of go away. And that's what happened to me.
Well, listen, I don't want to belabor the point, but getting $500,000 to end your career is not a bad way to go out. That is amazing. So I'm glad you brought up Kyle Shanahan, because I know you played in a lot of systems. I don't even know. You could probably tell me how many, but I know multiple times you have told me that Kyle Shanahan, Kubiak, Mike Shanahan system was by far the best one you ever played in. Why? What makes it so good?
Well, let's not forget Matt LaFleur was quality control on that staff. Robert Saleh was quality control on that staff. And it's pretty amazing going back to, that 2006, 7, 8 year in Houston, those years and the coaches that end up in wherever they went after that. It's pretty wild. But Kyle's system and Kubiak's system really allowed me to sort of just do my job as a quarterback. And you played with Tom Brady in New England. A lot of audibles, a lot of checks, a lot of things that Tom could do. He sort of had the whole full menu at his fingertips. That's a lot for a quarterback. That's a lot for an offensive lineman to have a coordinator or a quarterback constantly audibling and changing things up and changing protections, right? A lot of thinking going on. And that system, not that it doesn't force a quarterback to think, but it doesn't force a quarterback to have to sort of manage every aspect of the offense. You are a part of the offense. You are not the offense. And so you can go out there and just sort of execute and function and do what you're sort of taught in practice. Your feet sort of tell you where to go with the football. All of your reads, are sort of pre-designed, and you talk about in meetings. Hey, when we get this coverage, we're going to go here. When we get this coverage, we're going to go here. On this play, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 versus all coverages. And it's just very precise that way from a sort of a quarterback responsibility standpoint. There's not a lot of gray area. And I think people don't realize gray area for a quarterback can create just not that you're second guessing yourself, but you have hesitation. That's probably the right word, right? Hesitation. When when the ball hits your hand, black and Kyle told me this, black and white, this is what my read is, and you've done it so many times, you can then just go out there and play. And there is no hesitation. There isn't versus this coverage, maybe we're supposed to go, but we could go back here. You know exactly where you're supposed to sort of go with the football, at least start your reads and your progressions. They also, of course, do a great job of getting guys open. Andre Johnson was probably the top receiver or one of the top receivers in the game during that era. Yet he's still catching 120 balls a year, 115 balls a year, 110 balls a year. How do they do that? They the way they designed plays, they would get guys open, right? I always say the quarterbacks that are great throwing to their first read have coordinators that are really good at getting that first read open, one way or another, through a formation, through a play action, through a bootleg, whatever it might be. They can get that first guy open. On top of it, by the way, the play action and bootleg game for a quarterback that's a quarterback's best friend. Of course, to have the running game, we all know it helps out a quarterback, but then to have something off of that running game that looks like the run, but then allows a quarterback to actually have time. Ross, if I asked you when you're an offensive lineman, if you could run the ball, throw screens, 3-step drop, play action, bootleg, or 7-step drop back up out of the shotgun, which is the worst?
7-step drop out of the shotgun.
Exactly right. Well, you watch a lot of football teams. You watch, you watch the Houston Texans over the last few years. Deshaun Watson shotgun on first down. It's not easy to live that way. Now, he had all that ability to run around and do all these things, but for most guys, that's a hard place to be. For the left tackle, that's a hard life to live when your coordinator is calling shotgun 7-step drop on first down. They didn't do that. So when you fake that run, whether it's a boot or a play action, the defense has to play run for a good second or two before then they rush the passer. Well, then and also it sucks up the linebackers. It sucks up safeties. It gets guys out of their sort of drop back passing lanes. When I would just drop back, linebackers and safeties drop back to in the spots where they're trying to keep the ball in front of them. But the running game and the play action bootleg stuff really sort of throws them out of their drop back lanes and allows guys to become sort of wide open and allows the quarterback to have more time, allows you to fake a run and really actually take a shot down the field. If you catch a ball in shotgun and try to throw a post route, you might be having to shuffle around the pocket a lot to buy some time so your receiver can get 50 yards downfield. The play action bootleg game allows you time to do that.
I know from having talked to Kyle Shanahan a couple times, one time in particular, he made it clear how much he loved Matt Schaub. This might have been his first year in Washington, and he really thought Matt Schaub was a really good player. It's been well documented how he feels about Kirk Cousins. What is it about Schaub and Cousins do you think that Shanahan likes so much?
So this is going to lead into Mac Jones, right? I know where you're going with this. I think he loves accuracy, accurate quarterbacks, right? Steve Kerr can design whatever play he wants, but if he doesn't have Steph Curry out there to shoot the ball, it doesn't really matter. You need to have a guy who's an accurate passer. Kyle probably feels he's good enough to design plays to get guys open enough. He just needs an executor back there. He needs somebody that can really execute what his plan is. And he doesn't. He wants a guy he can depend on day in and day out, knows the offense inside and out, and is just going to be consistent all the time. Matt Schaub is a very consistent passer, right? He didn't miss guys that were wide open, very often. And I think that's what Kyle's really looking for. He also, and as we talk about the draft here a little bit, when I watch Mac Jones, what excites me about him and those qualities that everyone's sort of comparing to a Kirk Cousins or comparing to a Matt Schaub or maybe a Matt Ryan, is that Mac has great rhythm in his feet. And that's hard to describe over a podcast or a TV show unless you're actually watching film. But the ability to sort of go back, looking to your right, and as you're going back, not liking what you see, like the pass pattern that the coach has called is not going to be open, and then in nice rhythm, working your way backside to like an in cut coming backside. This is a drill I do with my collective quarterbacks all the time, because it teaches you to sort of move on with progressions while keeping your feet in a nice rhythm. And rhythm creates accuracy, right? It really does. And Mac Jones does that. Kirk Cousins does that very well. Matt Schaub did that extremely well, of having this sort of nice rhythm in the pocket to sort of move on with your progressions. A lot of quarterbacks don't do that very well, in particular in college. They sincerely don't teach that in college football. They don't teach any sort of rhythm passing to sort of progress through your reads in that way. I watch enough film that I don't see that very often. And Kirk Cousins and Matt Schaub do it. So they're accurate and they have nice rhythm to sort of progress through the reads to end up finding somebody with this beautifully designed play that Kyle Shanahan or Matt LaFleur or Sean McVay has designed.
Okay, so I don't want to put words in your mouth, Sage, but it sounds like you think that's who the Niners are going to draft at 3, or do you think it could be Justin Fields or Trey Lance?
Well, about a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks, not been like 2 weeks ago, I hadn't really watched Mac Jones, to be honest with you. I'm not one of these big draft gurus. Maybe I should get into that business more often. I know people just love the draft and they love the quarterbacks in the draft. And I'd watched a little bit of Mac Jones tape, and I just was like, I'm just not impressed. This guy, to really trade 2 to 3 first-round draft picks, I'm thinking you're going up for somebody special, like who has a very high ceiling, who has really special talents. And, go online and look up a picture of Mac Jones with his T-shirt off. You don't see special. You see a Ross Tucker is what you see. He's not like he's a physical specimen. He's not a runner. He's not fast. He doesn't have a big arm, right? He moves around pretty good, but he's not a great athlete. And so I thought to I tweeted like, Mac Jones is not going number 3. I didn't see that. I didn't see the top end window for Kyle or any offensive coordinator to sort of sell out for the next couple years for this guy who's sort of to me doesn't have a high ceiling. But when I went and watched the SEC championship the other day, about 4 or 5 days ago, I sat there and I was really sort of blown away by, again, like what I was talking about with Matt Schaub and Kirk Cousins. His accuracy obviously is very, very good, but it's his ability to sort of progress through the play with his feet and stay in rhythm and move around just a little bit, just enough to help out his offensive lineman. For a college player, I was really impressed. And a lot of times I not that I look down on a little bit, but the guys that play at Clemson, the guy that plays at Alabama, the guy that plays at Ohio State, they're dealing with the best players in college football against inferior opponents every single week. I mean, they do, they unless it's the championship game or a BCS game or something. So I always sort of go, did they make their team better? Like, did Alabama win because of Mac Jones? Did Alabama win because they probably have some of the best talent in college football, right? And so I always like the guys like a Drew Brees who goes to Purdue, who raises the level of everybody else. If you took Drew Brees off of Purdue, maybe they win 3 games in 2000. They definitely don't win the Rose Bowl, right? So Drew made them better, brought them to a whole nother level. And I just didn't sort of see that with Mac Jones. When I watched that SEC championship game, I was like, wow, this kid he's like NFL ready. He has that ability to sort of step in. I can see him running Kyle's offense. I can see him run a Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur offense extremely well. His accuracy, his decision-making, that rhythm I was talking about, you could see that. And again, you don't see that in college football very often, somebody that's that far along. It's almost like he's 3 or 4 years along from a sort of footwork standpoint into the NFL as a, to-be rookie right now. So that sort of changed my opinion of like, well, maybe Mac Jones could be that guy. I don't know. I do know this. I had a conversation with somebody related to the San Francisco organization within the last year. And they definitely said that Kyle was really wanting to have a more athletic quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo. He's probably watching Russell Wilson run around and make things happen. He's watching, obviously, Pat Mahomes run around and make things happen. Great passers, but also guys that can do more. And it's just really hard unless you sort of have Tom Brady, maybe a couple other guys, to get really far in this league with sort of a statuesque quarterback. And, Tom wins with his accuracy is off the charts, but obviously with his mind, he has seen every single look 1,000 times. Well, you're not going to get that with any rookie. That's going to take a decade or 2 to build up. So I just was sort of like, that Justin Fields made sense to me. When everyone's talking about this Mac Jones and Chris Sims came out and think Mac Jones is going to be the guy. I'm like, I know Chris and Kyle are friends. I'm not sure that's a smoke screen there. But that didn't make a lot of sense to me because I'm thinking Justin Fields has the top end talent. I worked with Justin Fields at a camp. I watched him throw when he was 17, 18 years old. Now was just blown away. Like, this kid is going to be an awesome college and maybe pro football player. And physically, he has like sort of the body of a running back. He ran a 4.44 or 4.43 or something. His numbers are astronomical in college ball, and they're not throwing wide receiver screens over there at Ohio State. They are pushing the ball down the field regularly. You know, he has that sort of Russell Wilson accuracy of down the field, which you don't see, you know, a lot, especially amongst a really athletic quarterback. So when that happened, that trade happened, to me, it felt like Justin Fields was going to be that guy because of these sort of the high ceiling. Like, you could get a transcendent football player. I didn't see Mac Jones as a transcendent football player because of just sort of the physical limitations. But then again, as I said, I watched that SEC game against Florida, and I recommend you go back. I mean, it was like 56-48 or 60-52 or something crazy high scoring game, and he was just on fire in that game. Now, he was going against pretty good team with University of Florida, but that sort of changed my mind. Like, maybe it's not Justin Fields. I can see Kyle watching that game, late in the NFL season, as we know, on a Saturday night. You have a game on Sunday and watching the SEC championship game and being like, this is the kid I want. I can see that. I can see Kyle going, this is the type of guy I'm looking for. Accurate, smart, great rhythm in his throwing motion, natural thrower. That's a big thing they talk about, being a natural thrower. In a weird way, Justin Fields isn't a natural thrower. I don't feel like his motion's a little bit interesting to me. Throws a great ball, but doesn't feel totally natural, and definitely doesn't have great rhythm in his feet. But maybe he wasn't taught that. You never know what these guys are being taught in college either. So honestly, that sort of changed my opinion of maybe it's not Justin Fields, maybe it is Mac Jones. I really don't know. It's the great mystery of the 2021 draft, isn't it? And it's like no one even talks about the Zach Wilson thing to the Jets. We just sort of figure that's going to happen. But shoot, maybe they take Justin Fields. We have no idea, right? So, but it does seem like that third pick, and then also maybe the fourth pick from that are the great mysteries of this draft. It's been an odd draft offseason in the NFL this year, in particular amongst quarterbacks, because there's a whole bunch of really good. We haven't even talked about Trey Lance, which I've only watched a little bit of film on him, but he's a really talented kid as well. He has that sort of big upside too that I can see a young coach, really, really liking.
So, Sage, last thing I want to ask you is about you. How many times were you traded?
3.
Is that a record?
It might be. I think Randy Moss has traded 3 times. So me and Randy, we have a lot of similarities. We have a lot in common, including 3 trades. But yeah, Washington, as you know, with Marty Schottenheimer's rookies, Steve Spurrier comes in that second year. I don't know if you were starting, but you and I played in a preseason game in Osaka, Japan, right? Not many people can say that. I started that game against the 49ers. And then at the end of that preseason, first trade to the Miami Dolphins. 4 years later, I'm a free agent after playing for Nick Saban. Free agent, go to the Houston Texans. And after 3 years there, I sort of forced a trade because Schaub was the starter to the Minnesota Vikings. And then again, when Favre came back that second time, Jim Sorgi got hurt in New York backing up Eli, and I again got traded for a third time to the New York Giants. You got 3 trades in that career.
That is unusual, man. I got traded once, and I was so happy because I'd already been cut 3 times, or maybe twice, 2 or 3 times. I was like, traded? What they trade for me?
Trade's the best way to go for a couple of reasons. One, if they cut you and you have to go to a new team, you have to pay for all of your move. That's right. You get traded, they pay for everything.
Yeah.
2, it means somebody really wants you, like is willing to give up something for you, right? It's always nice to be wanted. When you're cut, it's like nobody, it's like you can't get into the prom. Like nobody wants me. When you get traded, it's like, oh, I just got a different girlfriend now. That's not a bad deal. And they'll pay for my move. But yeah, being traded is much better than being cut.
Check him out on Twitter at Sage Rosenfels 18. As you can tell, he is the man. GOAT of the preseason. I never saw that before on your bio. You got to check out all the things he's got going on. As you can tell, absolutely awesome guy. Sage, thank you so much for coming on the show.
All right, Ross, thanks for having me on.
Man, honestly, I got to get him back again soon, really soon. That was awesome. Speaking of soon, UFC 261 is this weekend, and they've got 26-1 odds on either title contender to reign victorious. Masvidal, Usman, how about that? Just use code Ross to turn your $5 into $130 if the fighter of your choosing takes home the crown. Always DraftKings Sportsbook, always code Ross.
Tux Takes.
Hey, Ross, well, let's start with a story we talked about last Friday. Rams, Aaron Donald. His accuser apologized after the video shows Donald was actually a peacekeeper.
You know, and what I don't like, Bri, is always the initial report gets a lot more attention than the apology or the cover up or whatever, right? Whatever you want to call it. But certainly you watch the video, Aaron Donald was actually trying to get guys to stop hitting this guy who was down on the ground. And then when somebody pulled Aaron Donald out of there being like, hey, you can't be associated with this in any capacity. So the guy apologized, thankfully. It's a good lesson. It really is, and why we should always take a little bit of time, take a deep breath, and allow things to play out a little bit. And I guess it's a good thing that they've got cameras a lot of places now, too.
Tux Takes.
On the transaction front, the Cleveland Browns released D tackle Sheldon Richardson. That saves them $11 million on the cap. And cornerback J.C. Jackson signs his tender with the Patriots.
Sheldon Richardson's a good player. It wouldn't shock me if he signed back in Cleveland. Probably not. Usually doesn't happen, but it does happen sometimes. Vince Williams was one. Carlos Dunlap was another. But this saves them a lot of money on the cap. My guess is the Browns will see how the draft goes. And depending on how the draft falls, probably take a D tackle. If it doesn't go real well, then the Browns could circle back to Sheldon Richardson. But after they paid Clowney what they paid him, obviously the Browns had a lot of money they were giving to Clowney, and they needed to free up some cap space. J.C. Jackson's interesting. He was a restricted free agent. There aren't many of them these days, but he was a restricted free agent. And I saw a report out there that he really tried to get an offer sheet from someone. Any more money than he was getting New England, any more money than the tender, wasn't able to do it.
Tux Takes.
And lastly, presumptive number one pick Trevor Lawrence tweeted about comments he recently made to Sports Illustrated regarding not having a chip on his shoulder.
Right. I thought that was interesting. First of all, he talked about the fact he was interviewed by Sports Illustrated. I didn't read the whole thing yet, but I saw the quotes where he said, like, I'm not that guy that has a huge chip on my shoulder, and I'm not going to pretend like I am or manufacture. I just can't do that. I can't make it seem like I've got this big chip on my shoulder. Well, of course, Trevor Lawrence, number one pick. People made a big deal out of that. People made it sound like he doesn't love football that much. We even had a conversation with the patrons, patreon.com/RTmedia. By the way, shout out to Matthew Silcox. He's the latest patron. We love it. Patreon.com/RTmedia. Thank you, Matthew. Welcome aboard. But I know on our private Slack channel for Tuckheads, they were even saying, I don't think he'll have a long career. Doesn't seem he's that committed to it. So he wanted to tweet to make sure people realized that he loves football, very internally motivated to have a great career. He just doesn't have like this big chip on it. He just wouldn't define it as a chip on his shoulder. And honestly, why would he? I mean, number one high school player in the country since he was in ninth grade, number one prospect, number one at Clemson, wins national championship, all that stuff. Going to be the number one pick. I mean, where's the chip? You know, what chip is on his shoulder? What slight is he looking to come back from? But that doesn't mean he can't be like Peyton Manning, Andrew Luck, or these other guys that didn't necessarily have a chip on their shoulder. Also, Brian, the Bengals got new uniforms. I like, would it be monotone? Not monotone. What's it? Monochromatic? I like the all black and the all white. What is that, Bri?
Yeah, where the pants are the same color as the shirts?
Yeah, mono what? What's it called?
We'll just go with mono.
I think it's monochromatic, I want to say. Interesting, because you think it should be monotone, but monotone is like monotone, talking in a monotone voice. I believe it's one color is monochromatic. I'm not sure. So instead, I'll say number one, Emory's Elite on today's college draft podcast was amazing. The 12 guys, more than any other, Emory wants on his team coming out of this draft, no matter where they get drafted. Check it out on today's college draft podcast. And then the shout outs, Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Well, hello, everybody. It is the 8 p.m. Madden Sim Bears Packers kickoff moments from now. Glash and Ducey with you for this one. You were here earlier today.
That's right, I was working a double shift, Glash. Long day.
Do you typically do night games?
No, I was going to say it's really nice to be back on Madden After Dark. I haven't been here in a long time. I missed it. I mean, it's a great atmosphere. It's great being with you. I know that this is where you reside. This is where you spend all your time on Madden After Dark. And just happy to be here, man.
Yeah, oftentimes you just kind of get sucked into the night.
Well, this is what do you do this every night? I feel like you do this every night.
10 o'clock usually, but I've been a little more of a balance now. But yeah, typically during the week.
I'm not gonna lie. I got coffee. Like I gotta stay up for this. This is tough to make it through. I'm either an old man or I'm working too much. I think it's the latter. But I was like, I was out on a walk. I was like, I gotta get some coffee.
I am a double coffee day on when the night sims come around because I'm up doing some other stuff. Other jobs.
That's the thing. I got other stuff to do also. We all got other stuff to do. It's stuff during the day. It's stuff at night. It's stuff all the time, Glash. It's stuff during the week. It's stuff during the weekend. It just never ends.
And then,
but I wouldn't pick a different career. It's great.
Exactly. You're absolutely right. And to that point, to bring the appropriate amount of energy to the people, you say, well, to ensure that I'll bring it, go get the coffee.
That's right.
Suck it down.
A little dunks. I like the dunks. I'm a dunk guy. I don't want this to be a hate symbol. Because I'm drinking Starbucks. Okay. I love. There's a Dunkin' that just opened right on my block.
Oh,
it was a great day. I've gone there twice already. It's only been open for a week, but I love going there. It lights me up every day when I get to walk by, see a Dunks, drop in, get a medium iced coffee. I find that the medium is like a large. Like, why get a large? Why get a small? The medium is just the perfect size at Dunkin' Donuts, the iced coffee. I know that you might have just been drinking the small, so I don't want to offend you, but
no.
Medium is, to me, like, I think it's the best deal out there anywhere. Like, you talk about places to go, food chains, restaurant chains, coffee shops, whatever it is. I think that Dunkin' medium iced, one of the best deals around.
So I actually get a large, but I get less ice in the large to consume and hopefully get more coffee. And then I get my second one as a small. So I probably get too much in a given day.
Well, so when I was in high school, way back when, there was a Dunks on the way to school, and I would go every single day. I never drank Starbucks. I just had Dunkin' Donuts every day, and I would get a large ice then. And then what I would do is I would, midday get a little hot cup at the cafeteria.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, that's what I got. I mean, you seem like a coffee guy. You seem like a coffee drinker. You got you big energy guy. Yeah. Oh, Neil Walker just retired. Happy trails, Neil Walker.
Just retired?
Just retired, yeah. Neil Walker retired and Jay Bruce retired like 2 days ago. Just all these former Mets. Asdrubal Cabrera still kicking in Arizona, still having a great season. But yeah, I rock a hot cup of coffee in the morning. I usually get up, I every single day make too much coffee because I'm gonna have 2 cups today. I'm gonna have 2 cups, and then what happens is I get 1 cup, and I'm so locked into work, I can't even finish the first cup, or I'll finish it, but then I won't get another. Anyway, so I just do my hot coffee, and then when I'm out, after I'm done with my initial wave in the morning, maybe before a sim, I'll go grab a Dunkin' on the way home or a Starbucks. How about you? Are you just doing? Where is the Dunkin' Donuts in relation to where you live?
It is a walk around the corner. It is pretty phenomenal.
So you live like in the city part of Boston, not like a lot of these other DraftKings folks that have
fake suburb people.
Drive to Dunkin' Donuts. You can just walk. That's beautiful.
Just walk. Yep.
Because I feel like when I talk to people who work here, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna run out and grab a sandwich. I feel like people might assume that I'm jumping in a car. It's going to take 15 minutes. Literally, the deli is 10 paces out to the left.
Well, Emerson's a city guy. Kaufman is in the burbs, I know that for sure because of where I may have used his woods as a service.
Look at Mitch, baby. Mitch just never stops running. This man is a sim god. Sorry, continue.
Just keeps running. Just keeps running. Just keeps running. Yeah, there is a sim here. Mitchell Trubisky. Wow, 51.5% owned in the free showdown. That's very low. 9.5% in the captain. I think that's low. What stands out?
That is very low. Mitch Trubisky, I think, is the best bat. Sorry, I almost said best bat in this lineup because Gio Urshela just homered. Best guy in this sim. I think he's the top option, man.
I'm a cold brew coffee drinker, Deucey.
Whoa! But you don't drink the cold brew at Dunkin' Donuts, do you?
Sure do.
Oh my goodness, that's disgusting.
Why?
Gosh, what are you doing? Oh, it's. Have you had it? Like it tastes
Yeah,
gross.
Have
you had real cold brew?
From where?
Look at this guy. How do you not draft this man? The man just continues to run. He takes hit after hit for your team. I don't even care if he has a good game. I love rostering Mitch Trubisky because he leaves it all out there for my lineup.
For your lineup and everyone else's lineup.
That's right. By the way, just some crazy stuff popping off in the chat here. I have to bring this up.
Uh-oh.
Well, Brian C. said, Glash and Ducey, the best duo on TV. I definitely agree. Someone just said, trying to look at who said it. Here we go. Trent. I'll let you call this play. It's going to be a touchdown.
Trubisky on first and goal. Has a lane and slides prematurely. At least he slid. Continue.
You left it all out there. Trent said, go Bills. First of all, no. Then he said, hope y'all have fun. Okay. Then he said, Dublin Donuts talk LOL. Just can't. Is he leaving because we're talking about Dublin? We're not talking about Dublin Donuts, Trent. Come back. We're talking about Dunkin' Donuts, Trent, not Dublin Donuts.
Well, spell check does come
Classic
up. There's Montgomery.
Mixed up.
Oh, David.
Obi-Wan says he doesn't drink coffee. He's a tea guy.
Who?
Obi-Wan. He's a tea guy.
Himself. Got it.
Bert, black coffee every morning. I love it. Andy James said, please no Mountain Dew chat. It's banned. I'll let Drew and Michael determine whether or not the Mountain Dew chat is banned. I think Mountain Dew is one heck of a beverage. I don't have it often. I can't remember the last time I had a Mountain Dew.
Same.
But props for a unique soda. It's very tasty. I think the Mountain Dew is quite a product.
Yeah, we dove into all the types of dew from over the years. Brandon Cristal eloquently.
Oh, it's an inside joke that I'm not a part of.
You weren't there for the last sim when we talked about it. No, but Trent is very invested in building his lineups. He just doesn't like that we were just getting all caught up, and Montgomery scored a touchdown.
Why does Brandon Cristal, why does that name strike me as someone who would talk about sodas or like be a soda, manufacturer, or just like be a member of Big Soda, like
Crystal Coke?
Maybe it's because of like Crystal Light or Cristal. Like maybe it just sounds like Crystal Coke or Crystal Light, but then it like the end of it makes it sound like it's got a little pizzazz, like it's a smooth finish. So your last name is Cristal.
It sounds beverage-like.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like that guy would be like a soda executive, Brandon Cristal. So I trust anything he says about soda. Oh, Brother Phil is in the chat.
What's he saying?
I'm not going to read it. I don't read his comments. Just see he's in the chat.
Why don't you read his comments?
Because he's mean. He's a mean person.
Wow.
Not a brother to me.
He was discussing how he used to sing. He's a blues singer.
Brother Phil?
And he would sing at the original House of Blues in Cambridge, Mass. And I asked him if he actually took on the name Brother Phil as his acting name, or if he went by, "Hey, I'm Phil." But he used to go by Brother Phil. Didn't work with some people in the crowd, so he decided to just go by Phil. Then the nickname kind of stuck. You know how that goes,
Yeah, well, I mean, it sounds like he had a pretty fun life. Don't know why he needs to yell at me, but seems to always do it.
He needs his lineup to do well.
I feel like he had a pretty fulfilling life, Brother Phil. Why come after me? I'm just trying my best over here.
He may think that will help his lineup, which that's what we're here for. Believe whatever you want to believe that might help your lineup succeed.
Oh, man. We got some ownership numbers in here.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, I don't know how he's throwing this football. It's just flying out of his hand. He's at 12% captain, 72% owned. Devontae Adams, 63% owned. MVS is almost 40% owned. I'm kind of confused about that. I mean, I guess the price is really nice on MVS, and I have MVS. I drafted MVS, but I don't get why he's such a popular option. Aaron Jones, 57.4%, and that's also surprising to me given the quality of games that Aaron Jones has had lately. Aaron Jones has been so good.
Yeah.
I don't understand why people are fading him, but I guess that's just me.
Devontae Adams was compelling. Trent was talking about that last sim. He was surprised how Funchess was more expensive than Adams and didn't really understand. And I really was making the point that correlation sim to sim is important. Also, formations don't change all that much. So when you consider who's guarding who, if you got the corner one, like a Stephon Gilmore, for instance, he's going to stay where he is. Ramsey's going to guard the wideout one. But sometimes you might see a scenario where Adams is being guarded by Kyle Fuller. In this case, for the Bears, Funchess might stand out, and Funchess has made a catch.
Yeah,
So
I didn't roster Funchess.
I didn't either. I rostered Montgomery, so that's good. He scored a touchdown. That's the guy who scored, if you missed it. 90 seconds to go in the first. Clash and Ducey, producer Michael's here. Andrew on the ones and twos. Joe from Game Ops. Thanks for being here, everybody. Did you check out the Madden bracket final at all last night?
I did not. Sorry, I was taking a big gulp of water.
There's a party in the chat.
I heard about it, and then Koch was like, "Oh, we missed you, Kenny." And I was like, "If you really missed me, someone would have, tried to locate me, tried to reach out to me, tried to say, hey, where's Kenny? Hey, Kenny, why don't you join the chat? We're having a party."
That's a very good point. I do agree with you on that. Hey, I miss you. Well, I haven't heard from you.
Exactly. I like that. Like, Koch's like, "Oh, we missed you last night." And I was like, "Koch, you could have just said, hey, everyone's in the chat, come pop in," and I would have popped in, and then you wouldn't have missed me.
Huh. Interesting.
Interesting. Very interesting. You know what else he said? He said something about how we were going to argue or something on our sim. And I was like, you're just trying to drive a wrench or whatever, a wedge. Or a
driving a wrench? Never heard that.
Between me and Glash. And I was like, come on, man, what are you trying to do here? Glash and I get each other. Meager said, Ducey, we yelled loud for you in the chat, but you didn't hear it.
Yeah, I got I'll break it to you. I got a text from both of them saying, "Where are you?"
See, this is what I mean.
There you go.
You might not miss me. That is fine. I'm not a missable person. But don't tell me that you missed me when you didn't miss me. If you missed me, you would have texted me, or I guess he would Instagram, whatever.
Right.
Follow me on Twitter.
They had plenty of fun without you, and he just couldn't say that to you. Unbelievable.
Oh, everyone was there except for you. I actually did almost pop in. Now I'm glad that I didn't pop in, so I can hold against Koch. Yeah, that is like Emerson and his storylines about me and my bunk beds and the proposal. Like every week, you just got to have something that you can. This is like a TV show, and you got to just have your storylines.
That Adam Kaufman, huh? Unbelievable.
Okay, now I got something to bring up to Koch. Red, White, and Green says Glash is like Michael Jordan. He's befriending Kenny, then gonna go off in the second half.
Second half of what, his career? Because Jordan didn't win anything the first time?
The second half of this sim, are you just gonna turn on me and start insulting me? I don't know what that comment means.
Well, if it was like a movie, I guess there's got to be a climax at some point.
Right. Glash is just buttering me up in the first half, and then he's just going to let me down real easy in the second half. Tell me what he really thinks of me. Oh, man! No!
See? Letting you down.
No, Mitch.
Ridiculous.
That's how the quarter ends. What a somber note to end the quarter on. My goodness.
Somber.
It's very somber. It's a very somber note.
Let's look at the stats. Aaron Rodgers, Jeopardy host, ended on Friday. The guest host, 5 for 5, 65 yards. Mitchell Trubisky is 2 for 3, 39 yards passing and a pick.
We were having a debate on the last sim, me and Koff, about he was bringing up the Trevor Lawrence comments about how he doesn't care about football, and I was like, who cares? And he was like, oh, you gotta care. And then I was like, do you think Aaron Rodgers cares about football? No, he just cares more about being a Jeopardy host. I don't think he could care any less about football, frankly. And the guy won a Super Bowl, and he's gotten to, he's had plenty of success. Like, and you would take Aaron Rodgers over pretty much anyone except for Patrick Mahomes, right? And frankly, just career-wise, like, the assurance that you're going to get, 20 great years at Aaron Rodgers, you'd take that right now over Mahomes. Like, you just don't know what Mahomes is going to do the rest of his career. Obviously, everyone expects him to win 5 Super Bowls. I don't want to go on a rant, but my point is, like, if Trevor Lawrence turned out to be Aaron Rodgers, you're happy. And he's like, whoa, what if he just wins 1 title and then he's, stops caring? And I was just like, no matter what scenario you're painting here, the guy wants to win some football games, right? It doesn't matter if football is his whole life. He's going to want to win football games because he's going to want to make money, or he's going to want to win, 1 Super Bowl or whatever, cement his legacy. No matter what it is, like, he's going to want, he's not going to want to just get drafted high and then just flop, right? Or like flunk out of the NFL.
Yeah.
Because that's absolutely not what he wants to happen. I don't think that, like, why are you concerned that, like, this guy's not a football nerd? Like, there's plenty of football nerds out there that end up being backup quarterbacks and coaches because they suck. Like, I'd rather have a good, talented football player than someone who's just, like, loves football and you know what I mean?
I'm raising my hand. It's kind of like how Koff said he missed you last night. He's not really concerned.
He's not concerned. He's just drumming it up.
Yeah, he's just like, oh, what can we talk about? What can we fill for the next hour? I'm the Kenny Whisperer. What can we talk about?
Yeah, I don't like that he says that.
What can I get for him to rant about?
I think that if there was anyone who is a Kenny Whisperer.
Wait, so hold on. How about you? I'm sorry. Go ahead. You had something to say.
No. I don't have anything to say. I'm always just rambling. It's always incoherent.
Did you squeeze into that little soliloquy that you don't think Aaron Rodgers cares about football because he's doing Jeopardy?
No, not because he's doing Jeopardy. I don't think that he cares about football as much as most of these other quarterbacks do. Like, I don't think that. Let's put it this way. Derek Jeter,
though.
Okay, hold on. But it's not an insult. That's the point. It's not an insult.
Yeah.
You look at Derek Jeter. Derek Jeter could not care less about baseball. Derek Jeter hated baseball. He as soon as the season was over, he was relaxing. He wanted to go to warm climate. He said openly that he didn't. Sorry, I was trying to adjust my headphone volume. No, that's not good. He said that he didn't want to. He didn't want to coach. Derek Jeter. He didn't want to manage because he didn't want the grind of getting up in the morning, going to spring training. Like, he's not about that baseball life. Like, once he was retired, he's like, yeah, I'm psyched about being retired. I'm gonna just not do baseball. A-Rod, meanwhile, right? A-Rod's a baseball nerd. Like, the guy watches baseball at night, every night. After he would play, he'd go home and watch baseball. LeBron's the same way, right? But then there's other guys who just don't, they're James Harden. Like, I don't think he really cares that much. Kyrie Irving clearly doesn't care about basketball. But the point is, it doesn't affect these guys on the court, and it doesn't affect, like, how good they are. Like, Kyrie Irving has won titles, and people have all these questions about whether or not he really cares about basketball. You know what I mean? So Derek Jeter, again, literally maybe one of the greatest champions ever, touchdown for bunch. Didn't care about. He wasn't a baseball nerd. So, like, my point is, why does it matter? I don't think that Aaron Rodgers is a football nerd. I think Aaron Rodgers. And you saw the announcement when they got engaged, whatever his fiance's name was. Like, when she just kind of was like, oh, yeah, like, I didn't even know. He never talks about football. You would never know that he was, like, a great football player. I think that he sees that as a job, and I think he likes it. And he's competitive on the court, on the field, but, like, I don't think that he's out there being like, oh, I got to study my tape every night. And, like, I don't think that he's driven like that. And you know what? It literally, you take his career. Like, his career was amazing. So who cares if he's driven or not? That's my point with Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, but who cares more than Aaron Rodgers? Like, because he drinks a little bit of wine and Tom Brady doesn't drink unless he's on a boat.
I mean,
partying?
I get again, a lot of things told me that, right? First of all, it's like his presence outside of football. Like, I think that he likes, I just think that he likes other. I think he's a nerd for other stuff. Like, I think that he likes, world news and international affairs, and like I don't know, like, you just hear stories about him. I just don't think that that's what he does during his off season, is just like consume football for months. Like, I think he just kind of hangs out, and he's a California guy. Like, he just kind of relaxes. I don't think he thinks about football that much over the off season,
which is fine.
And maybe that's what makes him so good. I don't know, but like, that's my point about Trevor Lawrence is like, if you told me right now, Trevor Lawrence, he's going to have Aaron Rodgers' career, you take it 100%. It doesn't matter if he had one Super Bowl. Like, you sign up for Trevor Lawrence being Aaron Rodgers right now. So I just don't.
Jags fans would take it.
Right. I don't know. I think that it's a really dumb thing, because there's plenty of examples of athletes, especially in today's day and age, who we know for a fact, like, their job is not their number one priority. Like, whether it's partying or another job like
Jeopardy.
I don't see the problem with like what he said. If anything, I think it makes me want him more, frankly. I mean,
he's also a kid, like,
right. And I also just think like I think it humanizes him, frankly. Like, I actually think he's a more relatable person, and I think that like you're gonna burn yourself out if you're already 19 years old and all you can think about is football. Like, you're gonna run yourself into the ground.
Right.
So I don't know.
We're not going to be talking about this in 11 days when the draft starts, is the point.
Yes, exactly.
Are we really?
I don't get all these narratives around here. Like, I don't get the Justin Fields narrative. I don't get this whole Trevor Lawrence. I don't know what. I mean, it's always a smokescreen. It's always the media's doing, and there's always teams behind it. I don't know if the Jets want to see if maybe somehow the Jaguars will pass on Trevor Lawrence now. Like, I don't know if that's like they're doing, like if they're just getting people to drum this up. The whole stuff about Justin Fields, like his work ethic or whatever, like, is that the Falcons trying to get him to fall to 4 so they can trade that pick or even just take him? Like, I don't know what the heck is going on here, but it definitely does not make any sense, because Justin Fields, like, his aptitude test was unbelievable. The last time we saw him, he was playing through like broken ribs and, did it pretty dang well. He fought against Alabama. He beat Trevor Lawrence. Like, I don't understand what there is not to like about this guy. Oh boy, Jimmy Graham.
Oh, the former Packer, Jimmy Graham.
Revenge game, baby.
There we go. 39-yard touchdown. Extra point away from being tied up.
Mike Amen says he agrees with me. It feels dirty. It is dirty, man. It is. This is all a dirty game. The gas mask video, classic example. Laramie Tunsil is a dirty game. Teams do this. I mean, that was, I think, an example of like some person trying to get back at him, trying to ruin his life. But this stuff always happens. There's always teams throwing smoke screens out there. There's always teams trying to drum up narratives so that way guys fall to them. That's just how the draft goes. Like, you just know that, going into the draft. So,
and you know what I'm annoyed about? Lawrence went out on Twitter and like had to emphasize that he cares. Like, who's telling him to do that?
right.
His agent?
Well, I mean, yeah, but
Or is he doing that on his own?
Right. I mean, he shouldn't have to do that.
He shouldn't have to do that. Yeah. If that's the case, if we felt as if athletes or these quarterbacks don't care enough about, I guess they shouldn't do any sponsorship deals. They all have them.
Right. Like, what are you going to tell them? Like, I don't know, man. It's kind of silly.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
I also just, like, I think that I don't want to, like, go on a whole thing, but, like, I also just think that we, in general, just expect too much out of athletes sometimes, man. Like, I think we expect every guy that gets drafted in the top 5 to, like, be Kobe Bryant. Like, there is only one Kobe Bryant. Like, his whole quote about like waking up at 4 a.m., going to bed at 11, training 4 times. Like, not everyone does that, and I also just think that like that takes a special kind of player to do. Like, there's a reason why these guys.
Yeah, but fans get excited. That's why. I mean, you get a top 5 pick. You're looking forward. I mean, if you're a bad franchise in the NFL, say last year, it's November 2020, and you're like, ooh, we're going to be in the top 5. We're going to be in the top 5. You're just thinking about it for months and months and months.
Right.
So there's
I'm not saying
optimism.
it's wrong. I'm just saying like, I like there's plenty of number 1 picks that are great and would have won in the right situation, and you don't need to be the greatest quarterback ever to win a Super Bowl. Like you just don't have to be. So
right.
Like why are we holding Trevor Lawrence to such a high standard right now? There's plenty of number 1 picks out there who I mean, do we expect Joe Burrow to just be a football nerd and like be, have the drive that Tom Brady does? Like, I didn't see anyone expecting that out of Joe Burrow. So I don't know. I think that we just all need to relax.
Just like Aaron says.
Exactly. But look, there's a time and a place. If Trevor Lawrence is, making the same mistakes that he's made and he's not improved in 3 years, then you have every right to be like, hey man, like you need to focus more on football. You're not good enough to just, not care or not have that drive, or I don't know, like, but I don't, there's no reason to believe that like his on-field play is going to drop off.
Right. Clemson dude or Clemson bra. All Lawrence said was that he does not play with a chip on his shoulder. By all accounts, he works hard at his craft. His words have been misconstrued.
Yeah.
Also, like when you're going to be the number 1 pick.
Right. What chip is there to have on your shoulder?
He's always winning.
Right?
And look, it's easy to say that now. He's a kid. He's going to probably face some adversity at some point, and then he'll be like, all right, well, when that time comes, he'll get there.
Right. I mean, there's
but for folks to be concerned.
What is the chip to have on your shoulder right now? At whatever he is, 20 years old. What chip does he have on his shoulder?
Right.
He's won. He's only lost like 2 games in his life.
It's funny. I wanted to get into this last sim, but we went down the Mountain Dew road because we had a Jaguar sim. But I'm with you 100% on this. It's just
he's lost like 2 games ever in his life. So naturally, the guy is not going to be like a vengeful guy. He's not going to be like, oh, like I really like take losses hard. Like he doesn't even really know what losing is yet. Joe Burrow really didn't either, frankly. So I also think that's an unknown element here. But like you can't knock the guy for not having a chip on his shoulder when there's literally nothing to have a chip on your shoulder. Like he's just gone out and won almost every time he's played. So I don't understand, where his like anger and his drive and like his vengefulness is going to come from.
Yeah, I'm getting a laugh out of this message from Retease. Did you know Ducey telling people to relax is golden?
I'll tell you who needs to relax is the Yankees. They can't hit at all. This is pretty pathetic. Mr. Hawk also brings up another point that I've been seeing everywhere, really, all sports. Baseball is somewhere where we see it. Football, certainly. He said Peyton Manning had like 30 interceptions his rookie year, so what? I agree. I think that... Ooh, did he catch that? No, he didn't catch that. I think that there's also like... There's this instant gratification thing where people just like need to have the guy just right off the bat give you good returns. Like, you need to have that guy, his rookie year, his sophomore year, you need to go deep into the playoffs because you need to see that from him right away. Like, look at, it's a thing with,
Aaron, first down and more to the 40. There you go.
It's like
26-yard gain.
Josh Allen, I killed him early in his career because I thought he stunk, and he did. That's the thing. He did stink. And then he didn't stink. He got better. Because quarterbacks develop. Quarterbacks get better. And if you actually buy into your quarterback, if you put good weapons around your quarterback, if you get a good line in front of your quarterback, They will improve. They will get better, and you don't need that, that instant gratification. You don't need a big season right away. You gotta let the guy develop. You take a talented guy and you do your part, and then he'll do his part. And so, but you see it all the time with baseball pitchers. Look at how many pitchers in baseball have like 2-3 bad seasons before they start to figure it out. Look at Lucas Giolito. Look at Trevor Bauer. All these guys were like highly touted prospects, and they just absolutely flopped when they got to the major leagues because, hey, it's overwhelming playing in the major leagues. It's overwhelming playing in the NFL and coming from college. It just takes some time sometimes.
Want to say hi to Robert Roy. Says, long time, no howdy. Hope you're well. Greetings to the chat. Devin Funchess falls. Picked up by the Bears. Was he down? Was he down? Do we get a booth review?
Chef Duke says, let's get some Adams action. All right. Sure.
Booth review. There it is.
There it is. Booth review.
Funchess has a touchdown from Rodgers. Jones with a rushing score. Jimmy Graham caught a 39-yard touchdown, and David Montgomery has the other score to add up to 28 total.
Devin.
So it is Packers ball, and they take a timeout because the clock would continue to run. They put the ball back at the 23 of Chicago. T. Harvey says, Ducey is speaking facts. You low-key know what you are talking about. Low-key. Half of the other commentators only speak with their hearts. Half? Like 80%.
Appreciate it, TH. And I'm the first to admit, I do speak with my heart sometimes.
Yeah, you do.
I'm also willing to call people out for doing it, and I'll also admit sometimes when I'm talking with my when I say bad things about Ryan Fitzpatrick, a lot of the time that's just me hanging on week 17 of 2015 or 2017, whatever it was. I've forgotten about it because I just choose to forget about it. That's where I'm at in life. And Kaufman coming in here.
Wait, did you say that's where I'm at in life?
Yeah, I'm an emotional guy. But I've come to terms with who I am and what I said.
You have a long way to go. We both do.
Kaufman, he's out here. He's saying the Red Sox have one of the best offenses in baseball.
What you have to say to that?
What are you talking about, Kaufman? There's no way. There's a guy in the chat right now. Must be. That's what I sort of say to Kaufman. I'm like, you are really you're out of your mind saying this stuff. I don't understand where he gets that from. That's the thing. I don't like the Red Sox.
He looks at his bobbleheads and he says, "Ooh, they're speaking to me."
But the Red Sox have had a good start, and I was like, "Look, man, it has been a good start. It has been a good start. But let's just be realistic. Do you think that this team has one of the best offenses in baseball?" And he was like, "Yes, absolutely. They absolutely do. They do. Yeah, Xander Bogaerts, I was like, dude, okay, the Braves, the Dodgers, the White Sox, the Astros, even a team like the A's, I think there are plenty, right? I think there's probably 8 to 10 offenses at least I'd take over the Red Sox. Maybe not right now, but long-term prospects this year. And that's why I'm like, that claim doesn't make any sense. In order to be one of the best offenses in baseball, you got to be top 5. And I just don't even think they're anywhere close. And then, so anyway, I don't know. He's talking about how they're going to make the playoffs. And I was like, look, great story, great winning streak. Let's be objective about these guys. Let's look at this. Look at this rotation take a 30,000 foot view from this rotation. It's not that good. It's not that good. Nate Eovaldi's going to get hurt. It's I don't know. It's a little bit outlandish to me to say that.
We're about fairness on the Dream Stream. You can have dreams, but Kenny will bash them if you dream too long. 3rd and goal for Rodgers. Fires complete. Funchess! Another touchdown! Bunch of Funch!
Boy, Koff is getting into it. I love when you're like this. Bring this energy, man.
The coffee. Trent, we're going to talk coffee for 10 more seconds. It's the cold brew from Dunk. Must Be says, Glash, you are funny, but you know nothing, buddy. Ask me anything, Must Be, and I'll tell you.
Wow.
Ask me anything.
Brad Wallace in the chat calling him out, saying Sternberger, let's do it. I've been there before.
But yes, she's mostly right. I do know nothing. I am here for a good time like everybody else is.
Yeah, that's right.
That is okay.
Can't believe that I didn't roster Devin Funchess.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. I put Adams in the captain spot. And faded. I played MVS too. Faded. You did too. I faded Funchess. Funchess was more expensive than Adams. We got producer Michael with us. Andrew on the ones and twos. Joe from the Game Ops team. Who does Mostert play for? Says must be the 49ers. Woohoo!
What? How do you not know who Mostert plays for?
Well, that goes way back. Some announcer on the Dream Stream when we first started said Mostert was on the Chiefs when he scored a touchdown, and that silly announcer should have been fired.
I'm sorry. You shouldn't have been fired for that. These guys are ruthless, man.
To catch everybody up on scoring, if you're just joining us, Aaron Jones has rushed one in. Funchess has caught 2 touchdowns. That's for the Packers. For Chicago, Montgomery, rushing score. Bears touchdowns. Jimmy Graham caught the other one.
Yeah, Mr. Hawk saying first Kyrie stinking it up, now this. I don't even know who I am anymore. I did not expect Kyrie Irving to stink it up tonight. I did think the Pelicans would win pretty easily. And that's not like they're up a lot, but they're up 7. But I also did think that Kyrie would have a good game in what I thought would be a loss. So yeah, kind of surprising to see Kyrie struggle against a really bad defense and Lonzo Ball, who is a really bad defender. Surprising, but why are we surprised anymore?
Yeah.
Captain Blood, Glash, I know nothing. Ducey, yeah, that's right. Classic.
Objectivity. That's what we're here for.
Honesty, objectivity, and
that's another one too. You know, people that start their sentences with "honestly," blank.
Yeah, I don't need to do that because
just be honest with me, right?
Straight. Yeah. Right.
You know, to be straight up with you. Well, just be straight up. Jordan Warren. I captained Funchess, then switched to Adams, but I didn't fade Funchess. I'm toast though.
Yeah, I'm
nothing like a good piece of toast.
I'm not putting Funchess in there for sure.
You know something? And by the way, if you folks could please smash that like button for us. First time we're asking on this 8 o'clock sim. Rossi and Jeff are here next.
I don't think we're asking too much.
Hit that like. Let's get to 250. Graham has 51 yards. MVS 3 for 36. Did you see the James Harden news?
No. Is he going to be out for a little bit longer?
Yeah, out indefinitely. There's a chance that he could be out until the beginning of the postseason.
I mean, I think that we all knew that he was hardly going to play till the postseason.
Okay.
But yeah, no, that is a little jarring.
Are you in or out on the Brooklyn Nets and their championship chances?
Well, I'm out, man. I'm out. They don't play defense. They don't play defense.
He's out.
I'm out. Look, they don't play defense. You know, everyone knows me. I'm the defense guy. You got to play defense in football. That's why the Buccaneers won a Super Bowl. You got to play it in basketball. You got to play it everywhere. And
the quarterback.
The Brooklyn Nets are not what?
Well,
what did you just say?
Well, you mentioned the quarterback too. That's good.
I mean, he was there, but the defense was the main reason they won.
Quarterback. Anyway,
okay.
I'm talking basketball.
The defense. They don't play defense. They are awful. They're bottom 3rd in the league in defensive rating, and Ben Simmons called them out for it, and they were like, "Oh yeah, I mean, it's cool when you dribble around, but like, let's play some defense." I think that just there are so many teams in the NBA, maybe not in the East as much, right? But there are so many teams in the NBA that just have some stone cold killers on their teams. You look at, even the Sixers, man, like you can't come into the playoffs, the Nets will, with a weak front court and just, Embiid and Simmons and Harris, they're just gonna abuse you in there. Like, I definitely think that the Brooklyn Nets are in trouble. I do. I don't think that they're gonna. I think that like they'll get by, whatever they play the Knicks or something. Like they'll get by the Knicks, sadly. They could get by. I mean, heck, I don't really like the Bucks. They could probably beat the Bucks, but like, you want to talk about teams like the Sixers out east? The Sixers beat them in a 7-game series, I think, 100%. And then I haven't even talked about the teams out west. Like, you want to go up against the Utah Jazz and that defense, the Phoenix Suns and that defense. These are good defenses, man. They will suffocate you. And the problem is, if you run into a good defense in the playoffs, and that's when defenses come to eat, I mean, you got to play good defense yourself. Look at the champions, right? In years past, look at the LeBron James-led Cleveland Cavaliers, the LeBron James-led Los Angeles Lakers, the Golden State Warriors. They all played great offense, but they were top 5 in defensive rating. All those teams, they played amazing defense. You got to play defense to win, and because these games get tight, these games get contentious. You need to get guys. You need to have guys that can get stops, and they don't have that. And especially in the front court, like DeAndre Jordan's got some real issues. You know, they don't trust DeAndre Jordan up front. Nick Claxton is hurt right now. LaMarcus Aldridge is gone. It's kind of fuzzy right now. I don't know what's going to happen with the Nets, but I think that they're going to win maybe a series, but I don't think they're going to make the finals. I just don't think they're going to get past the Sixers. Mr. Hawk thinks the Jazz will be exposed. The thing about the Jazz is, like I'm saying, first of all, they shoot incredibly well. Will they win the finals? I don't think so. But they shoot incredibly well, and that's a great mix for their incredible defense. And, you know, I just, again, like, everyone wants to – the deciding factor for me is, like, you look at the Hawks are a similar team where it's like the Hawks were the number 1 team in the East, and they played great defense, and they shot threes, and, like, they didn't have any stars, though. That's the thing. They didn't have any one guy that led their team. The Jazz have a bona fide superstar in Donovan Mitchell. They have Rudy Gobert down there, who is a bad, bad man. I just think that they have enough bullets in there, you know, that they can win, man. Like, I do.
Yeah.
What do you think about the NBA playoffs?
Sixers still need to prove a little something to me. Get to the conference finals. I mean, I know the Kawhi buzzer beater was the difference between them getting to the conference final. Path is opening, though. That's for sure. The door is ajar for someone other than Brooklyn. But yeah, I mean, even if they didn't have these injuries, they haven't played enough games together. I know that the defense certainly is up there, but just the reps, it's also very concerning. Out west, I think Hawk just said he likes the Suns or the Lakers. If it's not the Lakers, it's going to be the Suns. God, that's another one too, right? The West becomes a little more clear with the Jamal Murray injury, so I think Denver's out of it. Maybe the Clippers have been humbled because of what happened last year.
The Clippers are definitely a real team. I think the Clippers
Kawhi
and the
Leonard's
Suns,
out too. Kawhi Leonard ruled out for indefinitely as of tonight.
Yeah, but he'll be back for the playoffs.
I know. That's true.
I'm not really freaking out about this stuff. So I don't know. I think that you look at the Clippers are a very talented, real team. We're not even talking about the Lakers, right? Mm-hmm. Like the Lakers, they've been playing great defense. They got Marc Gasol down there. I mean, I think all these teams are better than the Nets, frankly. Lakers, Clippers, the Suns, the Sixers. I think the Nets are playing catch up here, and I mean, they might be good next year. Like if they just really buckle down and get some defenders and look at their team, they could be good. But I don't think that this is their year. I think that they need to kind of gel as a team and add some pieces, and maybe it's through the draft.
Yep.
CEH saying Ginn. That's right. I have Ginn in my lineup.
You just caught a
that's
pass.
His first catch. I'm done in 1/12 right now. You know, guys, let me tell you a story. I was gonna captain Ted Ginn right before the sim came on.
This is a story?
And that's the end of the story.
Oh.
I was gonna captain Ted Ginn. So glad I didn't do it.
Love how Fooligan goes on Twitch and gives everyone the lineup news for the NBA. It's really, really nice.
That's kind.
That's
like when we used to have the internet cut out of the feed, and we would just give them play-by-play in the chat. Reminds me of that.
Drippy says, "What are you talking?"
Oh, look at Mitch!
Mitchell. Drippy says, "What are you talking about? Lonzo is top 15 on-ball defender, Ducey, and I ain't even a Pels fan."
Negative 0.59 defensive real plus minus would prove that he is actually negatively impacting his team. Also, the Pelicans are allowing, I think, 27 points per game to opposing point guards over the last 2 weeks. Ooh. I had to research this all for the sweat this morning, so.
Which reminds me, join the sweat at 11 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday here on the Dream Stream.
This is why I'm so tired right now, because I am so dedicated to giving you the best takes around on the sweat that I stay up all night. I prepare for the show. I'm on at 11 a.m. Just tune in, please.
Jordan Warren says, "Come on, Money Mitch."
Money.
Hater. Ducey, I saw you on the sweat today hyping up Anthony Simmons, so I rostered him tonight. The rest of my team sucks, so hopefully he goes off and saves my buns.
Yeah, I definitely hope that Anthony Simons has a good game. I don't play DFS every night, but I always check to see how my picks do.
I mean, you kind of have to, right? Self-evaluation and your morale.
Well, and admittedly, my baseball picks are my best. And tennis, of course, which almost swept today in tennis. Saw someone saying I'm the woat at tennis. No big deal. Almost swept.
Oh, does W mean worst?
Yeah. Big shout out to Alias Bendenay. Big comeback today. Here we go. Here's you can get some vulture action here. 3 tight ends on the field.
Montgomery, touchdown number 2.
Wow, David Montgomery, 2 touchdowns.
When's the last time he's done that?
El Paso back.
Steve Buchanan banned him at one point. Oh, he had 2 touchdowns against Philly. That was 6 Sims ago.
Yeah, you know what I want to know? Why did Steve Buchanan post a video of himself with clown paint on? Like he wanted me
Wait a minute.
to save that and meme him.
When did he do that?
This morning.
On Twitter?
Yeah.
Remember, I'm blocked, so I can't see his tweets. You've got to show me this.
Can
you send it to me? Oh, please.
I tweeted it out. I tweeted out his video.
Oh, okay, cool.
I saved it and used it to tweet at him.
Now I gotta find this. When'd you put this out?
I tweeted at him, so you gotta look into my tweets and replies.
21-21, good sim. 2 touchdowns for Montgomery tie his 2021 Madden sim high in a single game. Can he do?
That's good.
Oh,
the Yankees are imploding.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I need to hold on a second, Tusi. I need to mute myself and listen to
that's fine.
What this is.
Okay.
Like, are you? Wow.
It's pretty funny. Flash is laughing. Oh, now you got the unmuted laugh.
Did someone pay him to do this?
I don't know, but I don't know why he did it. I think he's just trying to get people to meme him. That's the only explanation. Like he wants to be a meme.
Wow, that is great.
Well, that's pretty great.
Oh man, I got to come up with something. I got to put this out now. Say, wow, that's good.
MVS. Yeah, you got to come up with a reason to meme him.
When you take this guy's MLB advice. No, it doesn't really work, does it?
Especially because I already sort of did that one.
Oh, when you told people this morning to play Luis Castillo.
Yeah, Luis Castillo was terrible. I also called that right at it. First of all, I wrote up on the DK playbook, if you saw, that the Diamondbacks were going to win. They're winning 3-2 right now, but Luis Castillo had a bad start. He was, I think he was pulled in the 4th. 3 runs, not a bunch of base runners. Bad season continues for him. I don't know why he said to play Luis Castillo tonight. Didn't make any sense to me. New York baseball is just up in flames right now. It is pretty ridiculous how bad it is.
Are the Mets taking a little dip? Is that what's happening?
The Mets are losing right now. The thing about the Mets is that they just haven't hit all year. They're actually 7-4, but that's without hitting. What was I gonna say? The Yankees are just a mess, as everyone knows. Nothing going right for either team. Like Michael Conforto, for me, was like one of the better hitters the Mets had. I think this guy's hitting like 180 this year. It's bad. Oh, wide open, Devontae
Adams to give the Packers the lead with less than a minute left here in the third. 51-yard touchdown.
Mr. Hawk saying, I'm shocked how terrible the Yankees are this year. Ducey, what's up with that? I'll tell you what's up, Hawk. It is the Yankees are just not hitting home runs. That's it. It's the same team. It's the same style of baseball they've had every year. The difference is they are 21st in the league in home runs this year. That's it. It's the only thing. It's very simple. You don't have to go peel behind the layers and dissect it. The thing about it is the Yankees never made contact. But when they did make contact, they smashed the baseball. And a lot of times they hit home runs. They're not hitting home runs. And there is nothing that tells us that they're going to start. Like, they're not making good contact. So there's no hope right now. I mean, it's just going to have to kind of click. Maybe if they get, Luke Voit back, it'll help. Maybe a little spark. I'll say DJ LeMahieu's been bad, and his contact rate's down this year. His out of the zone contact rate's down this year. Not making contact like he has in years past. That's just compounding the issues here. I mean, the Yankees have like two contact guys. It's him and maybe Aaron Hicks, and they're not hitting the ball right now. So what do they have? They have nothing. They don't have any home run hitters. Their home run hitters are not hitting home runs.
Still can't get over this image of Steve Buchanan.
Right? So funny. I have it saved on my computer. I can't wait to use it like all the time.
That's gold. Gold. Trubisky, 134 passing, as you can see there. He's got 86 yards rushing. Kasky K33, first place in the back to football now, Aaron. Free roll.
Nice. Yankees got out of the jam there in the seventh inning. It's late in that game.
Look at the
Ember
chat.
saying Jazz Chisholm is his own like goose egg. What's up?
AD Poker 89 back in the chat.
No.
Typically
Reed
someone
always in there.
Well, he was in there a long, like last summer, and then he popped back in on Sunday night, even last night.
Mitch, he got out of it. Look at this guy. How good is he?
98 rushing yards.
Wow.
Just about there. He didn't
Mitch.
fumble, which is key.
Pelicans are only up 2 on the Nets now, by the way, at half. After all that.
High scoring. I mean, I played Zion tonight in NBA. He's not doing great.
How's he doing? No, he's not doing well. Well,
He's got 14 points, just no 3 rebounds, 1 assist.
Yeah, there's a whole half to go. The Nets, I'm bullish on Zion tonight. I think he's going to have a good game, or I thought he was going to have a good game. I think he'll continue to have a good game, or finish strong, I should say. The Nets are just too bad defensively. They're too soft inside.
Aaron Rodgers, 19 of 24, 221, 3 touchdowns. And his squad's only up 7, so it's possible he can hit that bonus. Trubisky, 9 of 11, 134, a tud and a pick.
I think Rodgers could get there. I mean, it's going to take like 2 drives for him to get there. That's the thing. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers, 28 rushing yards was pretty spectacular. Trubisky will definitely get to the bonus. He's at 98 rushing yards. I don't want that to be the curse, but I think he'll get there.
Funchess, 8 for 82, 2 touchdowns. Brother Phil just said it. Enjoy playing Funchess while we can. Doubt we'll see him in Madden 22. Probably right.
That's probably right, yeah.
It's like Tevin Coleman, you know.
Brother Phil said that.
Yes, I read Brother Phil's comment.
That might be the first intelligent thing Brother Phil said in a long time.
You had to go there.
I agree with them. Not maybe an intelligent thing. I just the first thing it made sense to me.
Well, that's two different things.
Very, very different things. That's why I wanted to say the other one, because that's what I really meant.
You're a good man. All right, those are the stats. Funchess with 2 scores. Leading lineup has Adams in the oh, that's my lineup. Whoops. No, leading lineup does have Adams in the captain spot. Okay.
All right.
You had to play both quarterbacks, Funchess, Montgomery, and then Demetrius Harris, the backup tight end.
I like that Drew said, sorry, go ahead.
Demetrius Harris has no points, so that is a true punt play. And there is the bonus, yep, for Mitchell.
Mitchie T, got it. I missed this. Drew said before that you're telling me you don't think Jeff Green can be a good small ball 5 against Embiid? That's the crazy thing about Brooklyn. They do play these guys that just shouldn't be on the floor. Like they play Jeff Green big minutes. They start him at center a lot, and I think their plan eventually, anyway, is to start Nick Claxton at 5, but he's hurt right now. And like, are you gonna trust a rookie down there like against Joel Embiid? Here's the thing that no one talks about is that Jared Allen was really important to that team. They should not have traded Jared Allen. I don't care that they ended up getting James Harden. They should not have traded Jared Allen. I said it the day the trade went down, and I immediately was like, this was dumb that I said this, but the tweet's still up. I said, wow, the Nets are ruined now. And to me, in the moment, it made sense, and now it makes sense. But right after, I was like, oh, well, they got James Harden, they got Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, they're going to be fine. But the thing about it is the Nets were building a great team. And you have to give them so much credit because they started with nothing, no assets. They had no good young players. Bobby Marks, or whatever Marks, Sean Marks. Bobby Marks is his brother who works for ESPN. They started with nothing. He started with no prospects, terrible draft picks, and he ended up building a great team. They got Jared Allen, that was a good value draft pick. He turned out to be great. Spencer Dinwiddie, nobody wanted him out of Colorado. I think he fell past the first round, ended up bouncing around. A bunch of different teams. They got him. They developed him. He was great. Karis LeVert, great late first round pick. They developed a great core there. And then, they were a pretty good team. They made the playoffs. People were talking about the Nets, oh, they're starting to be good. And then they had obviously so much salary cap room, so they were like, oh yeah, here, come on, Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, come to us. And they still had most of their guys. They still had Joe Harris and all the guys I talked about. Obviously they got rid of, some guys like Karooks and stuff, but who cares, right? But they still had a good team. And then in order to get James Harden, they got rid of everybody that made their team good. And they completely overhauled it. And the Nets that were built into this good culture, this good team, ceased to exist. All those guys just aren't there anymore. So it is kind of shocking. This is what we said about the Nets last year is a completely different thing that we're saying about the Nets this year. Because this is a different team. They don't have Jared Allen. They don't have Spencer Dinwiddie right now because he's hurt. They don't have Karis LeVert. And all those guys were promising. And it's hard to say that you'd rather have those guys than James Harden, who's a scoring machine, one of the best players in the league. But when you think about it, I don't know, is it that crazy to say I'd rather have the 3 guys that represented the core and made this team good and Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving than James Harden and Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving? Because defense is half the game, and they got much worse on the defensive end with James Harden and getting rid of Jared Allen and not having Karis LeVert. So, I mean, they can score, a million points, but it's not going to matter because they're just turnstiles on defense. So I don't think it's that crazy. I really don't think it's that crazy to say that the Nets might have made a bad move trading all those guys for James Harden. Obviously, trading for James Harden is good, but it all depends on what you're giving up. And I just think they gave up too much. It's like the Knicks trading for Melo, same thing. Trading for Melo is good. He's a good player, but when you have to burn your team to do it, maybe it's not.
Yeah, it's a stars league, man. And if you don't get it right and you back yourself into a corner, you do. I think we tend to find out when teams do win it. Some of those key role players do make an impact. And when you, basically the point is if you can't play defense, that is that will stand out. And that is what we've found out. Injuries or not. We got 2nd and 10 here coming at red, white, and green. Miller, 2.4% owned in the captain spot. It was his day. He's dead. In Madden terms, it's over. Moving on. Mr. Hawk says, I think Harden was worth it. Well, I mean, look, if Durant wants him, the Nets are going to make the call. Got to appease the star. I don't think Kyrie was in at first, right? But Kyrie was like, oh, I'm the shooting guard, you're the point guard.
Right.
We got this.
Like, how does that work? And they brought in another guy basically at that same position.
Yeah.
These things are never as simple as they sound, and trying to get a star acclimated onto your team is not it doesn't take a week, it takes a year. And I don't know what the realistic expectation for Durant and Irving was, but the Heat lost in their first year and they had 2 Hall of Famers. You can't just add a guy and just expect to be immediately good. It takes some time. So I don't know, man. It was it definitely was, to me, in the moment, a crazy trade. I couldn't believe they made it. I was like, they'll never do this, and I still kind of think that. But you got to do what you got to do to get the star, I guess.
Packers pick up the first down, up 7. They have the ball midway through the fourth quarter. Rodgers is picking up more passing yards. I'm in 24th place. I played Anthony Miller too, if that helps. Red, white, and green. Excuse me. Obi-Wan says, "Hey, Dad." Overtime? I don't know. Good question.
Oh! How do you not pick that? Oh!
A lot just happened.
What are they doing?
Brother Phil says, here I was being nice to Ducey, and he literally wouldn't allow it.
No.
Rodgers. Oh, Adams. He is going to go.
Oh,
inside the 10, just about the 11.
Adams trying to deny us overtime.
Well. They're at the 11. M. Roach, I gave up on Madden Sims. Haven't won in weeks since I picked a random lineup 1 minute before lock. Sometimes that is the best strategy. Not as much thinking. Rodgers misses his man. Kicking club. Volleyball or football? Based on that, I can understand the question. Coming up after this at 10 Eastern, the next sim that is, Bills at Cardinals. You'll have Jason Rossi and Jeff Ulrich Moose for Madden After Dark. Bills at the Cardinals.
Isn't this Madden After Dark, technically?
No, this is the prime time sim.
Prime time.
Yeah.
That's a prime time throw right there out of the back of the end zone by Aaron Rodgers. Terrible throw.
The guy who just doesn't care enough.
Didn't seem to care on that throw.
Nope. Adams hit the bonus, by the way. Devontae Adams bonus, 114 yards on 5 catches, 3rd and 10. Rodgers slides up, throws on the run, complete. Lazard! Touchdown! Lazard King!
Wow!
You're the king. The king? He can't be the king.
I'm the Lizard King.
The king. You ever hear the take on the Lion King?
No, I mean, you said the take. Like, there's one take on the Lion King that everyone should know.
You know, when Simba is singing, I just can't wait to be king, he's essentially, you know, Dad, you can go whenever you want.
Wow.
Because I just can't wait to be king. There's actually someone who works at DraftKings who told me that, like my first month working at DraftKings. I will not say his name.
I think that ruined the movie for me now.
Yeah, see, it did for me. So sorry, Ducey. I am now with objectivity.
That was one of my favorite songs, and now I have to think about that every time I hear it. I don't think that that's true, but I'm still gonna think about it. You know,
it's dark, very dark, isn't it? I mean, then what?
You can't blame a kid for saying something like that.
Couple scenes later,
he's just a kid.
Dad's on the ground. I mean, just saying. I just can't wait to be king. Well, you got your wish.
I think the
run
point
away.
is that it's like, don't, I think that the lesson is like, don't be careful what you wish for, PhD says it's Miller time. Is it Miller time, Glash? Is it Miller time? Miller time's my favorite time.
Derwin, no, it was not Adam Kaufman. Kaufman would never think of
I wish my last name were Miller.
No,
it's a
actually,
great last name.
Derwin, no, actually, when The Lion King came out, Kaufman actually recorded the podcast. Are you concerned about Simba saying that?
Adam Kaufman here.
I'm really concerned about Simba, and when he grows up, can he actually run a kingdom? Can he actually handle the responsibility? I mean, he did say, I just can't wait to be king. I am concerned about Simba running Pride Rock.
on the Steve, you concerned at all about Simba's comments
today? Producer Andrew, did Simba hire Scar to push his dad? My column. Wow, this got really dark really fast, and it's my fault. Hey, someone here is asking about the weather. Scotty DJ 287. The weather for tomorrow: Lions, Steelers, snow, Falcons, Panthers, wind, Ravens, Seahawks, rain, Rams, Dolphins, wind, Saints, Bucks, rain, Vikings, football team, snow. Snow, wind, rain, snow. Snow, wind, rain, snow. That's the wind up and the pitch.
What are you, a hypnotist?
Snow, wind, rain, snow. Because you just got to repeat it so people can write it down. Put it in their phone notes.
Wind, rain.
Full Throttle says, Glass, do you need a manager?
Snow, wind, rain. I said rain. Wind, rain, snow. That's what you're saying.
Yep.
Yeah. Come on, Mitchy Magic, do something. One time.
Mitchy.
Mitchy woman.
Aaron Rodgers is probably going to fall short of the bonus passing-wise, 286. Oh, Full Throttle wants to start a tour tomorrow. Well, Full Throttle, you want to throw that out there. Can you tell me what kind of services you provide?
Cough, are you a fan? Or not Cough, why did I just call you Cough? Sorry, I'm tired. Glash, are you a fan of The Circle?
That's it. That's it. I'm good. See you later.
All right. My plan worked. 3rd and 8 on the 24-yard line. It'll be the Bears. With the football, Mitch Trubisky. They took me off play-by-play with Jeff, so I'm trying to audition back. I need to earn the trust of the producers here back. Glash is on the floor right now. Trubisky throws for the end zone, knocked away. Brendan Glasheen sitting next to what appears to be a collage of photos or ticket stubs.
Yeah, look at this.
He's now picking up, putting to his left hip, hidden by the bed, by his bathroom doors. He shuffles over to the right. He's sitting pretzel style, folks, against the wall. To his right of the door as Trubisky throws and misses his man at the 5-yard line. Glash, of course, with the black hat, the tie-dye shirt.
It's blue.
It's tie-dye.
The hat's blue.
That's black. And the hotel-style TV up just in view here.
Yeah.
The chair turned about, I would say the chair's turned about 120 degrees away from the desk as the Packers will now take over here.
Very cool.
Yep, handoff Aaron Jones running left side to the 30-yard line. This one saying, you guys are hilarious now. Now? Honestly, that might be the meanest thing I've read in the chat all night. Now? You've always been hilarious.
Don't start the sentence with honestly. Sounds disingenuous.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you did.
I'll remember that next time.
All right.
I formation for the Pack. Glash has exited the pretzel style, giving his legs a little bit of a rest here now on the.
Thank you. Yeah.
Good thing you're wearing pants. Handoff up the middle.
Yep, that's confirmed.
And Aaron Jones gets the first down. Timeout on the field. Robbie Noble says, Glash lights is the best lights. I don't know what that means. I just lit a glash light. That's what I've been told.
Oh, God.
Maybe I'm glash lighting.
Oh, man.
Now, Brendan's got his face in his hands right now. That's the ball game. Aaron Rodgers takes a knee. Oh, no, timeout.
Hey, who's your player of the game?
I'm only going to answer that if you're sitting down, in your position. I'm not going to take you seriously sitting all the way over there across the room. Is that a watch or a whoop band on your wrist?
It's an Apple Watch.
I didn't ask you to specify the brand. I just asked you if it was a watch or if it was a whoop band.
Sorry, who are you talking to? Koff or Glash?
Okay, let's run through here our awards. I always like to start with the LVP of the game. And I've got to say the least valuable player in this one, again, he continues to be priced high, but it's probably Allen Robinson at $12,000 in your captain spot. He had 3 catches for 48 yards. The guy cost $8,000. Outside of Mitch Trubisky, the highest priced option, if I'm not mistaken, for the Chicago Bears, and not good.
Nope.
He's not good at all. Player of the game, I think, would have to go to Devin Funchess at $9K. 2 touchdowns, 8 catches, 82 yards, 28.2 DK fantasy points. Michael can go ahead and put that in his amazing log that he keeps. He has an Excel doc or a Google sheet, if you will. That's all players of the game. You're probably not even in frame, Glash.
Oh, I'm here.
I don't even think you're going to be in. Let's see on the YouTube. Let's check. Oh no, don't get up now. No, you stay over there. Stay over there. Stay over there. I like you better over there. I'm going to do the read because you're not here anymore.
Oh yeah, I'm in frame. You can see. All right, Deucey, take us home.
All right, coming up next on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Pat Mayo, Greg Feinberg preview the course and run through the odds while making picks for the Zurich Classic this week. The guys give their fantasy golf picks and provide their one-and-done strategy for this event from TPC, Louisiana. It is always a pleasure when our paths cross, Mr. Adam Kaufman. We're going to do some push-ups over there now.
Night.
All right, enjoy the golf picks. Have a good night. See you guys. Well, I'm not going to see you at 10, but come back at 10. We got another sim coming up. I'll see you guys tomorrow on the Dream Stream. The Sweat at 11 a.m. Of course, I'll be on there. Kaufman, I don't know if he'll be on there, but he's sitting over there. Have a good night.
So the way that you can kind of look at it is 2 of the 3 54-hole leaders have closed this event. Cam Smith and Blix held on in the playoff in 2017 against Kisner and Brown. And then Rahm and Palmer were co-leaders after 54 rounds, and they shot like the course record in alternate shot. And they were tied with Scott Stallings and Trey Mullenix, who shot like 79 in alternate shots.
And you can't there's only been 2 years?
3 years.
So Blix and Cam.
Horschel and
who?
Scott
Oh,
Piercy.
so, If you gave me 2 seconds, I would have.
Well,
gone on.
I was speaking with shout out to Tom Jacobs and Sky, who bailed me out for the month. I haven't hit a winner in so long, and they put me on John Catlin 70-1. Hit it. It's like perfect. What I need to do is just listen to the European Tour picks and bet show, win money there, so I can afford to lose the money back here. Oh, we recorded the Gambling Movie Club show as well. Me, Davis, and Overzet.
Owning
Mahoney. That's probably going to come out in 2 weeks on Mayo Media Network, so go check that out. Remember to smash the like button for the episode too, and in the comment section, give me your favorite random winner for this event. Because I think the move for me this week, I'm just going to bet 4 teams and hope one of them wins. I have no real right. I have a method to picking teams besides me just liking 2 guys that are on one team. We'll get into all of that in a second.
That's a pretty strong method. But
the key that I want to come down with, and Tom kind of broke this down for me, and it was along the same lines that I was at. The 2 things that I'm looking for is I want 2 guys that kind of have similar skill sets. I feel like that's worked out really well, although Blixt and Smith are kind of off the board. But Piercy and Horschel, kind of the same games. Rahm and Palmer, we call Palmer the homeless man's Rahm. Obviously he's not as good as Rahm, but they have kind of the same skill set.
Yeah, I've never been there.
You don't think that they do?
No.
Technical difficulties. We're back now. You don't see the Palmer and Rahm thing.
It broke the camera.
It did broke the camera.
Listen, I see it, and I have to plead ignorance, or no, ignorance is the wrong word. I'm not smart. I have to acknowledge that I was one time a part of you and I referring to David Lingmerth as the poor man's Jordan Spieth.
Yeah.
So I know what you mean. Palmer, poor man's Rahm.
I just don't feel like their skill sets are all dissimilar. Palmer's worse at everything than Rahm is, but they hit Palmer doesn't drive it quite as far with Rahm, but there's not a huge gap there.
So
they're both good iron players. Rahm's good around the greens. Palmer's not a disaster. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I would agree. So to that, the Champ Finau team is more attractive than Morikawa Wolf.
To me, a little
from
bit
a skill set,
yeah.
Not so much the fact that one team is guys that win all the time. Well, not all the time, but Wolf's a born winner and Morikawa is the man.
Yeah, we've never seen really. I don't think that Rahm and Palmer were the favorites the year that they won.
They couldn't have been too far down.
No, because they have Rahm on their team. But the overwhelming, because it's not really when you look at it on paper, it's not a super team. It's Rahm and Ryan Palmer.
Yeah, not a super team.
We used to get Cantley and Reed. I feel Stenson and Rose, who are still a team right now, but it doesn't.
Day and Scott, we got a couple power.
It doesn't
teams.
feel like those teams ever do well.
No, it doesn't.
Fleetwood and Chris Paisley are a good team for whatever reason.
No, you're right. The power teams haven't really risen, although Rahm was probably top 5 on the board. And if the odds were anything like this year's,
I don't think that they were.
They couldn't have been north of 15. But yeah, I see what you are saying. The power couples have shown up here and not really done well.
Yeah, and we have a few power couple teams here, new teams, mind you, with that we've seen year over year. Palmer actually had a top 5 with Spieth the first year that it was here too. They came tied for 4th. So I don't think there's a lot of rhyme or reason to this. You have to get lucky to win a bet anyway. They kind of have to get super lucky, but there's only 80 people in the field. Did want to talk about Heritage for a second though, and I wanted to give a big shout out. Matt wrote me a nice email, so shout out Matt. We're thinking about you. Over here at the show, and 2 huge winners this week. 2 5 over $10,000 winners, viewers of the show. Forgot the names because that's me. Busy week coming up, and I probably should say that you and I are doing this show, and then we're doing next week's show for the Valspar, and then I'm moving, and then I have to go do a two-week quarantine, so we might not be doing a Quail Hollow show.
We'll see.
If I have the ability tech-wise to get up and running, then we will do it. So in the place of the golf show on Monday, 2 weeks from now, the Custy Awards. Always good times.
And then, we'll see what happens.
And then we'll just be fine. I have a whole bunch of shows ready to go. That's why the movie club is coming out in 2 weeks. I have enough shows to get me by until we can get up and running at a new studio. And I build a new studio. It's never fun moving across the country.
I'm going to miss you.
Yeah, we'll see each other plenty. Once the restrictions are all lifted.
Yeah, freaking restrictions.
We'll be fine. You try to go, although you cannot go golfing at your golf club because you cannot play golf in this province. Your golf club is getting the Canadian Open, 2 of the next 4 years or something.
2023 and 2026. So that's exciting. I guess I'm lucky that my dad was a member, and before my dad, my grandfather was a member. So Legacy Seaman. I get to golf at a nice club.
So how do they set that up? It's 27 holes, right?
They will probably pick a hybrid of the ones that work. Listen,
Is it long enough?
It is not. It is not long. It is not very difficult. Although there are a lot of like blind shots into greens, and they could, make it narrow and turn the greens up. But I don't know what they could do to really make it like a test, to be honest.
Dry it out?
I don't know what they could do. That being said, I don't think their priority is like a low scoring Open. They've gone to the Abbey. They're happy to see guys like compete at 23 under for a win. Are they not?
Yeah, I don't think that they care all that much. I think the main concern with the Canadian Open was finding a course in downtown Toronto.
Yeah, they wanted a course like near downtown Toronto that was suitable. There are a lot of things. Like there's a big reno going on there right now. As you can see, I'm excited. There's like a sense of pride. There still needs to be a membership vote.
Oh, so that
it still needs to pass membership. Now, you probably got these like, and maybe people who I'm talking to right now will side with this like very small but probably vocal minority. These are the old men who have the privilege of literally golfing like
7 days a week.
7 days a week. Will probably play at least 5 of those days a week. Like the thought of them losing their course for
3 weeks?
3 weeks in the heart of a summer does not bode well. But you have to understand, that's like 50 guys. This vote is open to like the whole membership. So there's no way they could like win that because there's a lot of people who just like the prestige of it. So yeah, I'm excited. I don't know if yeah. So there it is. 2023, 2026. 2026, 100-year anniversary of the club.
And what's Canadian Open at?
I'm not sure.
20 or something? It's one of the oldest Opens in the world. I think it's
Now,
the
listen,
third oldest?
Yeah.
Behind the US and the British?
It's like listen, like history is this like weird way of like repeating itself, Pat, where like they had to make this club because they wouldn't let Jews into the other clubs. So Jews had to then just make their own place to golf. And then it became a place where Jews would only let Jews into the club. And it's like this vicious cycle of, I don't know what the word is, but that's like past, like it's an open, I think, I don't know. I think it's cool. I think it's exciting. I'm excited for the prospect of like, I don't know, just like,
but you like the prestige that comes along with it more so than playing 4 rounds during those 3 weeks.
In 2023, I won't have like my kids. I won't have like newborns, so like maybe like I'll be playing more. I don't know. I still won't be at a point where I can play like enough where it's gonna matter. Like I don't know. And they usually accommodate people. Like they can play at other places, like free of.
Yeah, well, it's probably a good look for the city in general, even if one course is holding the tournament, that they would allow members to go play one of the other like ritzy courses.
Listen, anytime, like it's a thing. Like if your course is doing major renovations, you can like your members can go play there. And then when you're doing like major renovations and your course is like closed for whatever reason, you can play there. It's this whole like give and take.
Well,
so I don't think people are that mad. And these guys, they're old enough, they're rich enough. Like go take your wife to Europe for 2 weeks if you're like that turned off. Like that's a good excuse. You lose your course. I'm not like no.
Will they allow the other 9 holes just to be open to play?
No, I think they're going to have to use some of it as like a parking lot. They're going to have to like make it more of like a driving range because our driving range cannot hold what these guys can.
No,
do.
and then you would hit it onto the highway.
Onto the street. So so like I guess the whole the whole grounds would be I guess taken over. But yeah, that's exciting. Great chicken fingers. If they want to come,
clubhouse.
Yeah, nice. And the women, I don't know. They're I'm sure they're going to do a whole locker room renovation. Like you think it's nice? I bet you they're gutting that place right now.
How does that work for the finances for the club?
They are hosting it or this renovation that is like very much cost overrunning at the moment.
Yeah, well, that's probably a way to get out from underneath the financial burden if it is going over budget, that the PGA just gives you so much money or RBC gives you so much money because they're the title sponsor. But I would have to think that it's in the best interest of the club financially to do one of these things.
Yeah, I don't know. It's prestigious. I like that.
You get to call yourself a member at a course where
they're hosting. And I'll be there. And maybe is this thing in 2023, who knows what sort of credentials I could have in my own place.
You have double credentials.
Double
You have credentials
credentials.
from this show,
Yeah.
and then I'm trying to get into a club.
Listen, I just want to make sure my locker gets like to someone important.
Tony,
I'll clean out my shoes for you.
just say like Tony Finau has to have this one.
Does he even come?
Ricky will. Ricky will be like, if he's not.
Ricky might have to come.
I mean, if he's not on the Corn Ferry Tour, maybe he can get in.
Yeah, he'd have to play his way into the U.S. Open the next week.
That's right. I'm trying to get. I tried to join a club where I'm moving because it's very close to my house. Like, hey, if I can drive like 7 minutes and get to a golf course, this sounds great. Waiting list.
And that's.
I know there's a big waiting list. Like, it's just, especially with golf membership spiking, but this club in particular has a lot of old members. And it's actually 2 courses. One's actually out by Cust, and the other one's by me inside the city.
So they'll fall off, no? Well, that's the.
But they want newer members, but now there's this giant waiting list, and they're only like letting old people in. So I was trying to think, like, can I use this position to leverage myself into a golf club? I don't think that I can.
know.
Although I think that there's a write-up about me with pictures in the next issue of Golf Digest.
There.
So, like, I'll walk and be like, hey, do you want guys being written about in Golf Digest as a member of your club? But you also have to let Cust in, too.
I don't listen. It would be advantageous because before the pandemic, like, it feels like country club golf was in like a very awkward spot
Bad
financially because a lot of people like in and of our age like do not have the resources. It's like very common that like our generation's the first ever
to not join country clubs.
No, not that. And everyone is their own case. And some guys probably blink a DFS contest as more than their dad made in a long time. But we are like, it's common knowledge, I believe, that we are of a generation that is more likely to be less successful than their parents.
Yes, and when I looked at the prices, because like growing up, like considering this, like the membership at this course, if anyone from this course in particular, now there's 2 of them that you get the membership to, one downtown, one elsewhere. So you know where I'm talking about. I don't want to give you a free shout out on the show if I can't become a member. But if anyone there wants Pat Mayo and potentially Tim Endicott as members at your club, please reach out to Pat Mayo because I would like to get bumped to the very top of that waiting list, if at all possible. But the rates are like 1/3 of what they were when I was growing up. Like,
yeah, of course,
they're really trying to get members.
Well, COVID,
but they won't let anyone in.
COVID created like more of a demand, but they were sort of all places had really gone on price decreases before. And if you want to score some free rounds as you're like pretending to scout locations, you tell them like I'm a prospective member, and they'll
let me play for free.
Yeah.
See, the one thing I am looking forward to that I want to set up is now that I be back in Nova Scotia, I can play cabin.
Yeah.
Because you can't just go there and play right now.
I'd like to.
Because they have the huge bubble. Maybe that's what we'll try to do for British Open if restrictions are lifted, or even like week 1 of football. We'll get you out early. We can film at my new studio, and we can go up there and play for a weekend.
I'm excited. I like the concept of, come out. I'll sleep at Paul's.
Oh, space.
I'll have space too. You can sleep in the studio. The plan is that where I haven't been able to go there. Like we bought a house. My house closed today actually, but it's officially ours, which is nice after a lot of complications because of COVID. But I want to buy an alternate house or building to build the studio and to build a stand-up spot in, have editing bays, and like really try to blow out Mayo Media, but not having the ability to go see these houses or like potential locations is really tough. Like it's one thing for, it's funny because it's one thing for a house.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Like that's also pretty tough, and you pulled it off.
It is, but like my dad is there, like walking through, and like the real estate agent walking through on FaceTime and everything like that. So we get a sense of what it's like. We have the blueprints. We can see the sizes of the rooms and everything like that. But when it comes to the studio, because there's certain like the ceilings are kind of high here, I need higher ceilings so we can fit the lights in. And sometimes that stuff is really difficult to parse through when you're looking at pictures online trying to buy a house. You can see how good the Zurich Classic is, by the way, by what we're talking about here.
I don't know. We would have had these conversations off air, so I guess we just had them.
Yeah, we need to extend the show a little bit.
I had to have them on air.
We can call this if anyone listens to the Mark Maron podcast. Mark Maron podcast. I'm gonna say Mark Marrow. But he's not with Sable anymore.
No.
He has the giant Marin Open, so that's what we're doing here. I tuned out of the Heritage. I got really excited because Catlin hit in the morning. I was like, oh, this is going to be such a profitable day when, A, Morikawa shoots 62, or, Matt Wallace goes out and shoots 63, Sink stumbles, and that's game over, and I'm cashing some big money here. The best result would have been if somehow Morikawa wins. Wallace comes third, cashes the each way. Camillo sneaks inside the top 20. I'm looking fine. I went back and looked at it. There were 3 players who shot over par who finished inside the top 25 at the Heritage.
All 3.
All my guys. Great. Thanks for showing up. And Morikawa walked in his birdie putt on 1. I was like, it is on. And then 3 holes later, I had to tune out because I was so depressed at he put on. I've never seen him play that poorly, ever.
That was pretty weird. He tilted himself pretty quickly because he even piped his drive on 2. I don't know. It wasn't a bit of a bad runoff area, but,
no, but
whatever.
Then
even you make the par, you just move on.
Yeah, but the chip didn't even go on the green. He sculled like 3 chips.
Missed a lot of putts, even early in the week. Who is more the captain of if he putts, he wins?
It's
Morikawa
him and JT.
or JT?
They're the same guy, except the difference is JT is so good around the greens that it allows him a bit of flexibility that even if he's not putting well, his par putts aren't coming from 9 feet. They're coming from like 3 feet, which is a huge advantage.
Obviously, but now let me ask you this, because obviously we've determined, like when we are talking of a super elite, we haven't really put Morikawa, like elite. Okay, fine. So then Morikawa is the worst putter of the super elites. Then you can hand JT doesn't, because when I'm discussing like Bryson, JT, Dustin, like sort of those guys, maybe just from an odds board super elite, like the guys, if we were looking at the PGA, are 15-1 and under.
Yeah.
Morikawa is probably still 22.
Yes.
Maybe.
So he doesn't get the respect from the odds book. And like I said, he has a crippling part of his game that can take him out of a tournament, like we just saw, the chipping and the putting. But we've seen other instances where,
the scoring was too easy at the Heritage, maybe for Morikawa to win. Although concessions, he ran so pure, and
he made all the putts. Like that's the thing that it came down to. That's what I wrote about last week with him, and that he's always a good value to bet because he has now gained strokes since the beginning of last COVID. Like when golf came back, he's gained strokes in a tournament 6 times in a tournament. He's gained strokes putting. One of them was the U.S. Open. And in those 6 tournaments where he's gained strokes putting, he's won 3 times. So if you just get lucky and he makes some putts that week, he's probably going to win.
What's amazing is, as I knew we would talk about this today, me sort of saying, because I agree with you, like if anyone is joining, if we're making any adjustments to that super elite, it's like Morikawa is maybe in there, even if it's on the back end. So I had a feeling I'd bring up this Justin Morikawa putt to win conversation. And that had me remember the workday last year where they both, I guess, putted.
Yeah,
and then they both hit insane putts, like the craziest sequence of putts. I don't know, maybe outside the Rory Reed Ryder Cup green. Like, and that was probably crazier because it was an actual stroke play tournament.
Yeah, just JT hit his from 50 feet in the playoff from across the green, and then Morikawa had this 20-footer down a hill bender. It's and boom, in. And then JT got stuck behind that little tree on the next hole, and that was the end of it. But it's no different, because people will say, he can't putt or he can't chip, therefore, he's not super elite. But I think that there's 2 ways to look at it when you're assessing the very top end players. And it has a lot to do with consistency. That's why Rory, for so long, was considered the elite of the elite. That
takes you to Sunday.
When he turns it on, he's going to win. But even if he doesn't really have it, he's always just there because he's so good at everything. Dustin is a prime example of that. Dustin had nothing going on this week. When he come 11th or something like that, he played fine.
Yeah. 10 under, actually.
Yeah, he finished 10 under.
Yeah.
So he's just consistent. Rahm is another one. They're just consistently there. There's nothing they do particularly poorly that causes them to have wildly fluctuating results. Now, Justin Thomas, he kind of does. Now, he is consistent, more so than Morikawa is, but he has these weeks where he's just he lost 8 strokes putting. Great, he's done. He missed the cut. Rory is falling into that bucket now because he's no longer consistent. But the guy who I think is the best comparison to Morikawa, although they do things completely differently, is Bryson. Because Bryson, when Bryson hits his irons he's impossible to beat. But when he doesn't, he's not going to have a great week.
It's I'm betting Bryson. I might get boom. I might get bust. But I'm taking.
But look at the wins when Bryson, Thomas, and Morikawa put it together, they win.
Okay, I want to just step back at this because Morikawa's floor isn't double bogeys because he drove it 3 things sideways.
True, it's
So
double
he still
bogey because he
came-
chipped it
he's-
2
yeah,
feet in
but
front
he
of him.
still came like fifth play. He's not as volatile like from a scorecard perspective.
Agreed, but
Like his floor isn't scorecard low like Bryson's because like he can't get himself out of position, I think, like Bryson can. So I agree and I disagree.
That's why I say
from a betting
perspective, I'm saying like winning perspective.
Yeah, I do agree. And as much as people want to laugh at what I'm about to say next, and like you always bring it back to this loser,
it's Spieth. Spieth's the same way in a way.
Same way. And as much as I've always said, like the fact that Finau doesn't have 2, 3, 4 wins because he's missing like a Patrick Reed element inside him.
Reed's actually a really good comp for a lot of this because Reed could just be god awful one tournament. You're like, and that means nothing.
But that's why
going into the next tournament.
But yeah, and he almost like you left last week's Masters, and I said, you know what, man? Anytime they make like Reed 35-40, just because you just bet him because he protects you when the course plays a certain way. But Finau, like he should have 3 or 4 wins, but he's not Patrick Reed, and he should have 1 win, but he's incredibly unlucky. But the books don't really buy any of that, and they see a guy that contends a ton, takes a ticket that goes off at 30, and at some point we have a live line at 14. So I'm not making him 60-1 to win the tournament, even though you feel, not you specifically, but you feel like, no, I never bet him at the same number as a Patrick Reed who wins, or a who else gets.
I would say that there's sort of a distinct group of players like Reed, Bryson, and Morikawa in one bucket, and then like Xander and Finau in another bucket, where they're consistent like the elite players. That's why they get valued the way that they are. They just don't win.
They
And
don't
eventually, they are going to win. That's not the argument here. Is that the other guys have such specific skill sets and do certain things so well. Like almost to bring it back, like Ryan Palmer's sort of like the homeless man's John Rahm. Denny McCarthy is like the homeless man's Patrick Reed. Like they do kind of the same things well. It's just the tee to green game for Denny, unless he's making hole-in-ones, which he appears to every 2 weeks now. But like when Reed runs well, he's really good.
Yeah.
Maybe Siwoo Kim is a better example with Reed. In that,
No,
too.
I think Reed is fair in
like
that.
when they're rolling, like it's like, oh my god, who are these guys? But there's no consistency to their games.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Reed wins a lot more than Siwoo. I actually think it's fair to like you in each level. Like Bryson, Morikawa, Reed are incredibly similar.
Yeah, they're the elite version of this player.
Of this player that just went. You bet them, they'll run through that starts. You'll get your money back by just betting them.
But when we say like the elite skill, it was almost like Keimer for years that he would just kind of show up. But like Siwoo and Na are the other ones. Like I don't know what week Na is going to be good, but when he's good, he's really good.
But the thing about those 3 guys that gets them the wins, like you sort of were alluding to, Reed, Bryson, and Morikawa, is they have a skill set that is so off the charts good. And the thing that we've had the conversation that I think can hold back, that seemingly sometimes holds back maybe Finau or Xander, is like it's just
it's a level playing.
It's just this level. Yeah. Like it's like they don't have like they're so good across the board. That's why like US Opens, PGA Championships, like the perfect sort of game plan or skill sets without the weakness. But these guys win that just the thing they're great at dominates.
They're way better than everyone else at. Like Morikawa and JT. That's why I think the JT and Morikawa are close in that regard because their irons are just on a different level than everyone else's. Like the weeks that Morikawa makes his 9-foot putts, he's gonna win by like 6 strokes.
And Will Zalatoris like third? I don't know where he will belong, but I don't like people might soon want to put him in another name on that chain.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's proven it. It seemed like he got kind of gassed out on the weekend at Heritage, which he should have been. It's been a big few weeks.
Sharp bet. I saw a few people playing a big plus money Stewart versus Will Z yesterday at like a plus 160, just on that full logic.
What did Sink even end up shooting?
1 under.
For the day?
Yeah. We finished at 19 because he made the birdie on 17.
It's funny because on the weekend, he allowed everyone to catch him and no one did.
Yeah.
The only guy who made a run with Griot made a run early. Actually, Matt McNeely made a run early because he was like 5 under through 6. Then he gave it back. And then Griot got within like 3. And Sink was just playing. He was just playing sacrifice bunt, slap singles the other way.
Looking at the leaderboard.
And his putting from off the green was out of control.
And you know what? Even before it like made it to TV, like early in the Saturday broadcast, Dottie said the son, the caddy son, like told him no, like his off the green putts, the speed is like insane. And you just saw that come to fruition the entire weekend. But you're right. No one really chased him. If you'd have said 19 wins, someone's going to get him.
I would have said Morikawa
Someone
wins.
gets him because we get to 20 here. Like, that's not an issue.
It's only been done twice.
Well, the weather laid down, though, a lot of the week. But Sink just did what he had to do. And, Pat,
he had every break in the book.
Yes.
Every time he hit a cart path, it bounced to the right spot. When he had that lie on the branch on Saturday, it was in the perfect spot for the ball to be up against a branch somehow.
Yeah, I guess.
Like 1 foot over there, he has to play it out sideways or take a drop.
And made it great. She's like, no, I'm going to take the whole thing with it.
Yep.
That was a great play. And he almost made that putt from off the green. What was I saying? So, yeah, they kind of let Sink back in the statistics, man. I think he let them off the hook with the putter.
Oh, he did.
Especially
he could have
Saturday.
shot like minus 27 or something.
The guy's 47 years old. What did he finish driving stats this week? Now, maybe he can go full bear while other guys are like, I can't really go full bear here. Like, his ability to go full bear.
Yeah, but he's not short off the tee.
No, but you know what? Like, there's certain guys like that have to hold back where he knows, like, I can really just give it and I'll still be fine here.
Yeah, but it was funny because the putting wasn't great on Saturday. It was like okay on Sunday. But like his driving all week wasn't great. Like he was like to the left and to the right. But it was like we talked about coming into the week is experience matters at Heritage in the way that Sink just played it, where he wasn't hitting all the fairways or anything like that. But he knew like, oh, if I miss left on this hole, I'm still okay. As long as I don't miss right, it's fine. So we can kind of go at it that way, like having the angle into the green where you're not blocked. He just knew where to miss.
Yeah.
It's super savvy.
And it seemed like, at least in the post-round discussions, he said that's really all him and
the
Sun spoke about. Was like every night, or when they got the tee sheets and the pin placements, they're like they kind of just plotted the whole day.
Yeah, where can I miss? Where do I? What side of the fairway?
And he went in the water on his first hole of the tournament, Pat. What a way, man! Second win, great.
Well, no, so what do you think contributed more to his victory? Was it Tyndall pointing out that Sink's wins all come the week after majors? Great stat.
Where he like had a T20 even in the majors.
Yeah, and I didn't bet it. Did you?
A small piece.
Yeah, but nothing to write home about.
I was pretty happy with what happened, but I didn't like tout it.
If you threw $5 down on it, it's like $7.
I didn't tout it, but I wasn't like retweeting that tweet all weekend for nothing.
Yeah,
there are some people that like hated seeing the retweet because they saw it. They're just like,
I listen, man. I looked at it and I was like, keep your head on this nonsense. Turns out he was right. Or was it Tim Andercust on the Cut Sweat show last week when we were discussing Stuart Sink, said he hasn't won a real tournament this season, so he had to go and win a real tournament. Just throwing shade at Stuart Sink.
Listen,
he was talking about how Sink stole Tom Watson's Open Championship from him. Then he was all triggered.
Sink, you said like he's so honest. Like I love playing golf, and these guys they come, they're so good, they're so young. They make it real hard for me to stay out here. So I've like just worked that much harder, and I don't want to leave. And now he got his win, so he's hanging around, and it's all setting up for him. That was freaking awesome. And I'm not kidding. Maybe I shouldn't feel this confident, Pat, but the same way when Davis Love III won Wyndham, I'm like,
good news for Tiger.
Tiger's at home. Like, to me, Tiger felt great yesterday. Like, Tiger feels this, I can do this. Like, we are going to do this, man. This guy just did it. I'll figure it out. And while he's laying bed rest, you know what's happening in his backyard? His whole, like, facility's being redone.
Did you mimic Harbor Town?
I don't know what it's being mimicked, but the overhead shot show, like, it's a completely, like, the bulldozers are in there. Like, he is, like, because he's obviously, like, he can't play at the moment. So he's like, this is the perfect time to do, like, a major renovation to my facilities. So that's what's happening. And he's gonna give her. Like, I don't want to turn Sink's win into like this Tiger moment, but it kind of turned into one for me personally.
A lot of Pete Dye on the schedule. I always forget it every single year because this week's going to be Pete Dye again at TPC Louisiana. Then we have 2 coming up next month with Travelers and the PGA Championship. That'll make 6 in 3 months after the Players and Match Play.
That's weird.
Yeah.
And then this year it feels like it's a lot, but then you look back, no, most of these courses are
same every
are location spots.
Abraham Answer is not afraid to come T13 at every Pete Dye.
And I'm not afraid to bet them.
They're just T20. We just played T20s on these guys. We'd be doing a lot better. I think.
just
What happened to Webb on Sunday? Did he just use up all the good momentum on Saturday?
Not really sure. They only showed him. I saw him when like Sung Jae made like a quad or something on the par 5.
So he made the quad. That was the only worse than bogey. The only 3 players made bogey or worse on number 2.
Oh, I know what you're gonna say here.
And
Wallace and
it was
Morikawa.
Wallace. So Sung Jae makes a triple, and then Wallace and Morikawa come through and make a bogey. It's like what is going on here today? Did the comeback from Catlin, I think, sucked out all the good mo that I had going my way.
Yeah, hey, credit, man. Tyndall with that great sink pick. And there are a lot of our friends across the pond and even Sky over here at FTN. Catlin was real. He's been popular for a while.
Well, he wins a lot. He's one of those guys that on the European Tour, I think he has 3 wins.
This was
now.
his third. He had one.
I think it's 3 wins and 17 starts. And when he doesn't win, he's like last place.
That was,
He's
yeah,
just
it was
one
like
of
a
those guys.
4-hole playoff. That was, and it was boring. They played the same little Muni 18th, which was a par 3 like 5 times.
Is that, I can't remember because the European Tour schedule is out of whack. Is that the same course that had like the 7-man playoff like 2 years ago? Like Rory was in it and Hatton was in it.
And
the winner ended up being like some jabroni. I felt bad for Raza though because Maximilian Kiefer's his guy. Always bets him.
Yeah, and then you're like doing the whole Kiefer story. 9 years, never won. Like, I don't know. You could tell he was getting into it. And this Catlin was like, I don't know, like these PGA young kids. I'm not comparing him on a talent level. He's like, nah, like I'm already, like he's just going for the pit. Like
he's American, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what his deal is though. Because now he's like 59th in the world.
Yeah,
or something crazy.
He'll probably end up coming over. Remember Brooks did this?
Yes.
Brooks didn't want to play Corn Ferry. He just went over and played like Challenger Tour, then Euro, and then came over. Because we were just like, this Brooks Koepka guy's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Was there any final? Oh, I bet Kurt Kitayama this week. It's a new course for Euro. He's 28-1, so you can take him. He plays well at these like coastal courses. He hasn't won in a while. He's another guy who just kind of wins on the European Tour. So let's bet him. Another American.
DK Sim fam, welcome in. It is Madden After Dark. I am Jason Rossi. You can check me out all across social media platforms at Jason D. Rossi if you're crazy. We got a game tonight, but with me, that's a good lead-in, right? There's a game here. There's a reason we're here. With me is the biggest brain, the smartest man. I don't know what he actually does on the green, but I know he can help you make some green on the day that people celebrate the green. He is at the fantasy grind. He is Jeff Ulrich. Everybody give it up for Jeff. Woo, Jeff.
That was an amazing. You hit on like everything there, Jason. That was that's why we pay you the second most money per sim behind Emerson for those kind of lead-ins. So
I've earned my keep. Thank you.
You know, obviously a lot of stuff going on today, but I'm happy to be here with you, friend, for a little Madden After Dark. Happy to be back with the DK Sim fam for a full schedule. I know we had the championship game. Tampa ended up close. Did Tampa win that game?
Tampa won. No. I'm sorry. No, Russell Wilson ran in a touchdown in overtime to win the game. Your guy, your man, your hero, Russell Wilson.
I do love Russ. But I did pick Tampa, and I couldn't watch the end of that game because my kids were going nuts last night. So
they were going crazy for the sim.
No, they're just going crazy.
You're like, shut the sim down. The kids are going crazy.
Because God has gifted me with 2 wild children. But anyways, okay, well, I guess my pick didn't work out. It's too bad. This one time I was actually cheering for Tom Brady. So I don't know. Anyways, that's interesting. I know it was a close game. So
you know what's more? Let's be honest. The story of the night was I honestly felt that me and Michael, our producer, who's with us tonight, we got Andrew on the 1 through 1 millions. We got Joe and Ops, me and Moose. You were in the chat like a madman. I was in the chat like a madman. Glash was in there. Zach Thompson made an appearance. I don't believe I'm excluding anybody. Somebody else may have been, and I apologize. But it was fun to actually, it was one sim. I can't tell. Since I've been on, Moose, I don't think there's only been one sim in a day. I really don't, I can't think of that unless it was maybe on Super Bowl. No, there was multiple that day too. But I felt like we just we all got to be in on this. This was cool. Yeah. And having Emerson and Koff for the first time ever, which I found to be intriguing. I thought even in those early days, they would have just thrown them together. But no, it was cool. It was great to have the actual family atmosphere.
I thought Emerson and Kaufman were like rivals and they hated each other. So I was really nice to see them come together.
Yes.
It was good to put beside differences. I'm just kidding.
That we know of.
They hadn't worked together, so yeah, it was cool. No, I definitely down with all you're saying. I felt the need. I was like, wow, this is historic. I can bug Emerson and Kaufman at the same time. So I had to get in there.
Yeah, all at once. That's great. But thank you guys for joining us here tonight. Hopefully you've had a great day so far, having the full 6 Sims back in action, baby. Here to close it out with Madden After Dark. Make sure you're excited because we're going to get right back to it again tomorrow. It's going to be the Sweat at 11, 6 Sims all this week, aside from Sunday, because there's going to be a freaking popcorn eating contest, which I'm actually the first time I'm going to watch. I'm pretty into professional eating, Moose. Not eating myself. Don't get me wrong. I can take care of my fair share, but I watch a lot of this. Popcorn makes me legitimately nervous. Like that. It's going to be interesting.
I'm legitimately going to tune into this, I think. I just with the different types of food now with this Major League Eating, like the hot dogs, it's okay. It's I don't really need to see you pound down 100 hot dogs, but the different types of food now, it's definitely catching my interest. I was mowing down some popcorn myself last night, and I started thinking, I'm like, there's kernels in here, dude. If I ate this as fast as I could, there's no doubt I'm busting a filling or something at some point, So I kind of want to see this too. I wish I had watched the Halloween candy one now because that would have been weird too. But
yeah,
I'm gonna try and catch this popcorn one.
Matt Stoney, who won the Halloween contest, as you guys saw here on Halloween itself, that was literally made me uneasy to watch, just because what sugar does to your system.
Exactly. Right.
Even in small doses. But yeah,
that was my whole thing. I just I like candy. But you get to a point when you you've eaten too much candy. You're I need to stop. That was that was incomplete pass. So
my
I
goal
don't
is
know
not
what
to go.
those guys do when they get to that point. They're just like, I keep going till I die or something, right? So
Seriously, it's just the popcorn one. Just going back to it just quickly, and we'll talk a little bit about this game eventually. As Ed Zone Dance on YouTube says, he said something like proposition free roll. Which player will Rossi call incorrectly first? So I said, what if I don't call a play? What if I don't call a play?
we just sit here and talk about the Major League eating, and
I have so many things I want to talk about. I haven't been on all day. We haven't been on a sim. I haven't been on a sim since me and you were together on Saturday.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is it. We both
actually wait. Neither have I.
Yeah, we've been out for a little bit, so I'm sure
that's true.
You're in other opportunities here with Sweat and doing stuff for DK Live, but nonetheless, we are back. The boys are back here, but we're going to get a punt here on this first drive for Arizona. It's Arizona Buffalo. We'll talk about it, but I just to let you guys know, again, 6:00 on Sunday is going to be this popcorn eating. It's like the red carpet eating event. Is that punt going to go into the end zone? But yeah, I always think about when you're eating popcorn at the movies and like you get those kernels stuck and you're like picking at your mouth, or like there's that like the flat piece of a kernel that like gets under your tongue. It just slows the whole process down. I'm really intrigued. You want to see, shout out everybody for being here. Smash that thumbs up. I'm not even going to talk about numbers. Just appreciate you guys. Hit what you can hit. Appreciate you. Happy 420 for those celebrating. Happy just April 20th on a Tuesday for those that are just, doing that as well. But Moose, you did say something before we came on live. And you said there was something. You said you brought some sort of conspiracy up, and now I already forgot what we're talking about.
The potato chip, the great potato chip conspiracy.
I want to hear about this.
So yeah, no, I mean you said like, obviously I was like stuffing my face, late coming in and stuffing my face as we were preparing, and I had some chips, and you're like, wow, Moose is just hearing the sound is making me hungry.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, it's probably a potato chip conspiracy. Like, they make them like that because the sound, it's like Pavlov's dog. You hear a potato chip, you instantly think, yum, that's great. And, most other foods, you don't hear people, eat a hot dog or, you can't hear people eat ice cream. But potato chips, Jason, they make a distinct sound. So, yes, I think that is all part of their marketing. I think that's part of their ploy, because I know I would suffer from the same syndrome if someone else, in the other room was mowing down on potato chips. There goes Devin Singletary with a nice run. I would be hungry. So
it
it's
happened.
a great potato chip conspiracy.
Big potato chip ruling the world without us knowing.
Right.
Yeah, actually, Moose just had this one chomp sound. I was telling people, for me, for our East Coast is a little past 10. Way past my bedtime, and I heard the crunch, and I literally was like, "Oh man, I think I'm hungry," and it just happened. And Michael, our producer, our astute producer tonight, said it's kind of like a yawn. It's like when someone else yawns, you yawn a little, or at least you get I think I'm tired. Or oh man, yeah, use a pick me up. But that crunch just got me.
It's the Pavlov's dog scenario.
So basically, I'm just a slave to something.
Well, we all are.
It's true. Have you ever been hypnotized, Moose?
No. I'm one of those really narcissistic people who thinks I'm too smart to get hypnotized. So I would never let anyone try to hypnotize me for that reason, because if I did get hypnotized, it would just break down my confidence.
For that reason and that reason alone.
But legitimately, that is the main reason. I would never let anyone hypnotize me.
And I don't want you to now.
Because I'd never recover from it. I'd be like, wow. All these years of thinking, I'm my brain is too big.
Dude,
in all seriousness, I've never had anyone try to hypnotize me.
I did it for a fundraiser once, and it's wild.
Yeah.
So my experience the only reason I bring it up is because when you say these things, people believe there's going to be a stuff right there from the Arizona defense. So unlikely.
They should go for it here on the 40-yard line.
They're right at that point, because you're not kicking a field goal here. We're not seeing a Tyler Bass 60-yard field goal. So let's see what they do here, and then I'll tell you. And by the way, if you're in the chat, either one, Twitch, YouTube,
wimps,
weak, yeah, probably got. Ooh, nice punt, but gonna go in the end zone. we've said it that the punting in this game is through the roof. That's where all the stars are. If you could lock in punchers in these lineups, you'd be doing real good because you could just get like 80-yard punts on the regular. But when I got hypnotized, I did it for a fundraiser.
Mhm.
I was kind of in, but kind of out. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know if anybody else either A, knows what I'm talking about, whether Andrew, Michael, Joe, like chime in here, because I'm intrigued because I got hypnotized. I knew what I was doing, if it makes sense, but I was kind of like, it's almost like you're asleep is the best way I could put it. Like you're aware of your actions, but you think it's a dream. Like, but you're like, you're balancing reality. Like that's what I feel like when you wake up and remember a dream. You're like, oh yeah, I was like in it, but I couldn't really do anything.
Right. That's like the other reason I would never want to be hypnotized. That is just that feeling of like helplessness would just be would be very unsettling for me. Like, so kudos to you for letting someone do it, because like I like legitimately probably would never let someone do it to me. And I'm sure I could be hypnotized. I was basically joking about that first part. So I'm sure someone could hypnotize me if they wanted to.
You never know. No, but I get that feeling. Like listen, we all have our odd things about us. And like, listen, I would have never signed up to do it outside of being a fundraiser for a nonprofit I'm a part of. Like, I was kind of like a catalyst to like get people to do it. But
in that situation, it's like,
yeah, it's kind of like put up or
this
shut
is what
up.
I'm here for. So.
Exactly. But we do want to give shout outs. We see Eric Court saying, hey, Rossi, hey, Moose.
What's up, guys?
What else we got here? Giving us some shouts here. Brad Wallace, how we doing? Brewster, a lot of people celebrating their 420. Do you live that life? However you feel. We got red, white, and green looking for a couple of cacaws tonight. Looking for the vultures. So we'll see, dude. We'll see red, white, and green. You could get that. Jimmy B. End Zone over on Twitch. We have Ollie the Snowman. Haven't seen that guy in a while.
Ollie the Snowman.
Yeah, I feel like that name is a blast from the past, so I appreciate it. He says, I got hypnotized in Cancun at some huge performance at our resort and literally fell asleep. I thought it was BS, but then it really surprised me when I watched the video. So, Ollie, you had no idea what happened. Like, you weren't even, like, somewhat conscious. Obviously, we'll get that response in a bit. But
well, no, because I like just having watched people get hypnotized, like, a lot of the time, like, they'll basically go to sleep first. Like, they like get put to sleep and then they like get them up. So I can kind of see like, him just probably thinking he went to sleep and then waking up, and it's like, I don't even remember, so
maybe that's what it was. Me, like, obviously I was like out, like there's a video of it somewhere that I'm like out, and I was doing like push-ups, and I don't know, my name was Big John. It was bizarre. Ollie the Snowman said he had no idea. So maybe, dude, it was something. Woman next to me thought she had a snake on her.
Oh no,
she was freaking.
That's the other thing. It's kind of mean.
Well, yeah, it's just somebody else is controlling your brain. That's what
messing with you, like legitimately. It's like, okay, yeah, you can just mess with me for like 20 minutes. Here you go.
Yeah, Ollie, what did you do? That's what I want to know. What did you like? What did they have you do? But that's what I think for me, it was like I knew what I was doing, but I didn't have, like you were saying, like I didn't have actual full control. So it felt like a dream, but maybe I didn't know as it was happening. It's more of like the memory thereafter. I don't know. It was bizarre. So here we go. I'm going to call play here. It was a pass. I'm not going to say the receiver because I'm not going to get a name wrong tonight because I'm not going to guess.
John, no. Is that John Brown? I think that's John Brown. 15?
Sure.
John Brown.
Not going to get one wrong tonight is my new goal. Can't get it wrong if you don't say it.
I'm gonna bait Rossi into a call here. That was John Brown.
There you go. Nice catch, John Brown. Ooh, look at this. Michael says the same thing. He says he's never been hypnotized, always want to be in control of what's going on. Whoa, Michael, the control freak. No, we all are. That's how I feel getting on a plane. That's why I'm nervous in the beginning, and then I just like, whatever.
Well, it's like as soon as you see that control, I mean, what like it's like, oh, what if they just like turn into, like, oh, hey, Moose, pick up that knife. It's like,
well, see that. You always got to go dark, even though that would be. I'm surprised of all the horror movies I've watched. I've never seen one. No, I have. Scratch that. There has been one about hypnotism, but never in that sense.
Right.
Hold on, I'm going to jot that down for future.
For your next screenplay.
Yeah, my next screenplay. Hold on, let me get my pen out. All right. Great. great. No score in this one. It's zip, Buffalo, Arizona, Moose, Rossi, producer Michael, Andrew on the ones through 1,600,712. Joe in ops, give him a shout. Yeah, I'm trying to see. Ollie also puts in. I went up. He sat me in a chair. See, here you go, Moose. You can already feel the anxiety, right? It was like a minute of dudes messing with my neck. What? And someone talking, telling some weird story. And I guess I went out and he had me doing some weird stuff. I was seriously impressed. My dad thought I was faking, but but he said it wasn't fake. You can't just say weird stuff. Like, what do you mean weird stuff? Like jumping jacks, doing like singing the national anthem. What's weird stuff? I mean, if it's inappropriate, I don't want to know. But
Dougie says he was hypnotized too, as well.
Yeah, already. I'm here for the combo. I was hypnotized by. Oh, okay. Rossi is right about.
He wrecked his neck. Oh, let's see. Like Ollie, hurt himself.
Oh, dude, messing my neck a little. Yeah. So Dougie had the same experience I did. Like, you knew what was happening, but you really couldn't do anything. Like, you were asleep, but you were viewing a dream.
He had me act like I was driving a car.
All right. See, this is what happens. I could look at this. Robbie getting deep says God's in control always. I feel you. Listen, you gotta have faith that no one's gonna do anything that crazy. But this XXX hypnotist, no thanks. This Josh Allen makes his move to the 4. Anyone else know what the MLB era? No, you know what? I'm a big just M Roach. I see you there, Cincinnati. I don't know what's going on there. I'm a big Reds fan, but it just says that I don't know. It seems actually 11 minutes ago, 5-4. So I don't know what happened there. But I knew there was a little bit of delay. Oddly, a Reds fan. And there's going to be a touchdown pass. Josh Allen 2. John Brown. So there's our first score. Moose, I didn't even get to ask you. What is your lineup looking this one? Do you have John Brown? Are you excited right
yeah.
now?
Yeah, no, I did get a lineup in too. Yeah, we haven't touched on the lineups yet or the contest. But here, who did I put? I think I put Kyler in the captain, but just let me remember because I did do this one. Yeah.
Take your time.
Kyler in the captain. I actually faded Josh Allen, which is pretty dumb. But Kenny and Drake. Wow, Kyler has minus. No, it's not. Kenny and Drake.
He does.
Hopkins. He does have minus points.
Yeah, he got sacked and has thrown incompletions. It's been a real day for Kyler.
John Brown, Lee Smith, and Seabass. So it's a very random lineup. As I said, I was coming in hot today. Hot, I mean late. So just stuffed one in there. But yeah, wow, this is that's a really bad quarter from Kyler. I thought he had at least a couple runs, but I guess not.
No, going nowhere. Buffalo's D.
I guess you've hypnotized me, Jason, with this conversation.
As Vid always says, the whole DK Sim fam is under hypnosis. We're looking forward to watching these Sims and winning money every day at the top of the 11 o'clock hour. And he has a bunch of laughing emojis.
Make sure to tune in next week to tomorrow.
Yeah, 11 o'clock. Pay attention to my whatever this thing is, like a lighter thing. Wait, it's on camera. I'll do it at halftime. I'll hypnotize everybody. Rijo says, I got hypnotized once to quit cigarettes. This is where this all stemmed from, by the way. It worked too. Now, every time I have a cigarette craving, I don't know what that means, but hopefully I'm good. I'm glad that worked. I'm glad they whatever. That's what I meant. Because when going back to this, you're talking about eating chips and it's like the Pavlov dog. It's like, I feel like I have to be hypnotized now to get out of that. Like every time you hear a chip bite, you run a mile. Oh, okay. Need something. There's Kyler Murray.
There he goes.
Just to wrap up with our guy Ollie, he says a probably pretty common performance. It was at a resort, so I don't know. The only sketchy thing I would say was I think he pushed my neck sort of hard, possibly at a pressure point. I don't know. I wish I knew. It's a crappy story, but I don't know what else to say. Dude, first of all, not a crappy story. You said I don't know a bunch, but I appreciate you, Ollie and Dougie. That's just strange. He basically, Dougie's XXX just said, they had us down to our underwear and dancing with some random people in the audience. Not too bad, I guess.
Hypnotized to quit smoking is interesting.
Yeah, see, that's where, so I know people that have done that, and there's another one with, eating as well, people that have, eating disorders.
Right.
Oh, see. Interception! Could take... Going the wrong way! Don't take the exit, take the on-ramp. My man. But anyways, interception there by Buffalo. I actually have them in my lineup. Buffalo's D. That's not good for Kyler. I put Drake in the captain, by the way. Diggs, Beasley, Larry Fitz. My lineup is horrid so far, but we'll see what happens. Here's a stuff run again. Not going anywhere. Vid always says, Rossi, don't get me wrong. I love it. These Sims make my day. Well, you guys make our day.
Dougie says on the Hypnosis Talk, Office Space is a great film.
Yes.
Great point. That whole movie is based on hypnosis, isn't it? You forget that sometimes.
You do. Great call. Good pickup by you, Moose. Also, CEH says Shallow Hal, another movie all based on.
Yeah, that's true.
Hypnosis.
Yeah. And Shallow Hal's kind of an underrated movie too, in my opinion.
I'm gonna stand right there with you. I will be on that mountain because it's at least I'm a big Jack Black guy, but I find it just very watchable. Like if that pops on let's say Comedy Central or whatever Canadian channels you have, because I know it's different. You have different currency, different TV. Songs from 2005 are just getting there. You know how it goes.
Animals.
Yeah. These geese you told me about that to this day I've still been watching videos for the last 3 nights. Thanks for the horror movies.
Watch out. It's April too. It's spring. They're very territorial.
They're ready. But yeah, Shallow Hal. Very watchable film. Enjoyable film. Whenever it's on, it's like, even if you don't watch the whole thing, you just like catch 15 minutes. You're like, that was good.
Yeah. It's underrated, man, for sure.
Agreed. Justin Craven says, Rossi, I was raised in a Cubs-Reds household. It's okay to be 75% Cubs fan, and is it okay to be 75% Cubs and 25% Reds? Live your life, Justin. That's strange because they're in the same division, but like my Cincinnati Reds fandom is strictly from my father, basically just making me one. Like I'm a Red Sox fan being from Boston, but then for the National League, I root for the Reds.
There you go.
They don't know why.
Good strategy.
Yeah, I was born that way. I had no call on that. It's weird. I've had like different fandoms of teams that haven't lasted, but like the Reds always did. Like I used to be an Atlanta Falcons fan for a while.
Oh wow!
Like before Michael Vick. That was
before Michael Vick. You were an Atlanta Falcons fan.
Yeah,
it's cheering for.
I was a big fan of Chris Chandler.
I
love Jamal Anderson.
Bing.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I was a big. I don't know. It was starter jackets, man. When you're like 6 years old and your parents get you some apparel, you're like, "What's this cool looking bird?" Deion Sanders was the dude when I was young. So
any more of a bigger Atlanta Falcons fan?
True.
Okay, yeah. I'm trying. Chris Chandler, yeah, he was there for a few years.
Chris Chandler drove him to a Super Bowl.
Vic? He was the guy right before Vic.
He was, yeah. So actually, an interesting story. One of my last real true fandoms of Atlanta. If you go back to the 2001 season when Vic was drafted, he wasn't starting right away. You know, those good old days. And nice breaking tackles there.
I don't know if they gave him
Zach Moss. No, looking for that. I don't know if I'm going to call him a vulture, even though some people might want it. He gets too much carries.
Yeah, no, he's not a vulture.
But Michael Vick was not the starter. The Patriots set, I believe at the time, the sack record. They knocked Chandler out of the game. Vick was thrust into the game that rookie year. I think they had like 11 sacks in a game.
Wow.
That's also not going to break the plane.
First and goal, game first down.
Yep. So that's important, but you're looking for that touchdown. See what we get here. But yeah, I don't know. Moose, through your years of football, we'll just use that sport because that's where we're here.
Yeah.
Who have you rooted for? Who is your team, and then where have you liked?
When I was younger, I was, and this is probably similar to you. I was just a New York Giants fan, and I don't even really know why. They were just competitive, and I liked them. Everyone was cheering for the 49ers, and the Giants just had a solid team, and I kind of liked Phil Simms.
Yep.
This was back when I was super young, but
sure,
probably younger. Most people didn't watch football when I was that young, but
into the end zone. Do we get?
Yeah, I just want to see what that is. Singletary, right?
Yeah, Singletary.
Yeah. So Singletary with the touchdown. But I was Giants fan for a bit, and then honestly, I'll admit, I kind of cheered for the Patriots. Around there, at least during their first run, I became a Patriots fan. Love the fact they upset the Rams and stuff, and Tom Brady, the underdog early in his career. Obviously, you love that story. So, I'd say I had a bit of Patriots fandom in me for a few years. And then once Russ Wilson came in the league, I kind of gravitated towards the Seahawks. But
Like
I'd
that.
say these days I'm just a nomad. I'm a Ronin. You know,
Go where you need to go.
I need to go where I need to go.
Like
I
that.
support the team that needs it the most. I'm like the Equalizer. I'm like Denzel Washington.
Hitman.
Yeah.
Hitman. Just who do you need? Who needs a ring? I got you. You know what? Part of me is a little jealous of that because there have been 23rd touchdown, by the way, so far for Singletary in Madden 21. I appreciate it because sometimes I'm so invested in a team. Like obviously Patriots is where I grew up, but even Notre Dame, it's a random college. I never went against starter jackets early 90s on TV. And I'm so invested in them. And sometimes I'm like, I just wish I didn't care.
Yeah.
That's a horrible thing to say as a fan, but there is a part of me that's I want to just appreciate the game.
I know the feeling. I mean, I'm a huge Edmonton Oilers fan. There's some days can I just not be disappointed and just enjoy a hockky game? You know?
Hey, you've had a couple nice runs here.
No, yeah, well, this year is good. This year is
Yeah.
great. But the last 15 years, I very much got spoiled when I was a young kid. You know,
Sure.
But at the same time, if I had known I was going to get 20 years of just the absolute worst, or 15 to 20 years, whatever we're at now, I would not have taken that trade off. So, yeah, I'm getting some. Hopefully out of the darkness here.
I was going to say, I won't say anything bad because you know how I kind of crap on that Canadian division, even though it should be the greatest thing ever. But
yeah, it's a bad division. We're going to see when the playoffs come.
Yeah, it's gotten better though. See, I think we had that conversation 2 weeks ago, and I swear Winnipeg's been playing 10 times better. Even Calgary being scrappy in some of the games I've watched.
I will say this too, and it pains me to say it. Toronto, I think, is actually a pretty good team this year.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see how Toronto matches up. I don't think they're going to get past Colorado or anything, or maybe even Vegas, but I think they're closer to those teams than they have been in the past. So it should be interesting. It's still probably the weakest division, though. I'll give you that 100%.
Yeah, it's hard because, like I said, for years, and I don't know if I've talked to you about this, but I'd always said the NHL, I'd love to go 50-50. Half in Canada, half in America. I think it would just bring so much, more intrigue and rivalry and get more of the Canadian market involved. Or you could even count Detroit if you want. I know it's in the United States, but close enough. I understand there's maybe not every market we could fill back up, but give me get Quebec. Let's go. Let's stop being foolish. Get these teams. It was cool with Vegas and all, or I don't know. Minnesota's close enough. You can count them. I'm gonna give you a few, but Arizona, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Get out of Arizona.
No, I know.
How
many teams are there in Florida? 3.
Yeah, please. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. And that's going to be a stop on third down, timeout under 2 minutes.
It has, I will say this, it has helped grow the game a little bit in certain parts of the states, like Texas and Arizona specifically.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I'll give you that, but I still think it was
no,
foolish.
it's still super weird.
Yeah. People wanted to say, when they went back to Winnipeg, it's Winnipeg's not a big metropolitan or anything. It's not a big area. But guess what? Everyone's passionate about it there. It's the Green Bay effect.
Yeah, no, totally. No, Winnipeg's a small city, man.
Yeah.
And, the other thing is, they're finally getting a team in Seattle, but, Seattle's got, a WHL team. They have junior teams. So, why have we waited so long to go to Seattle? Why did we go 3 times to Florida versus Seattle? Things like that. Yeah, it's...
Great point.
NHL really tried to push... I can't even remember what... Maybe it was around the 2000s where they just really tried to push and become... Basically tried to become the NBA,
Oh, yeah.
More global reach and try and appeal to the Sunshine States. And I don't know. It's never really down the sideline. Singletary, nice game here for Singletary. It's never really become that popular. It's okay, but there's some markets it's good in, some it's not. Some it's been actually really successful, and the others it's been.
Oh yeah, when they brought the Atlanta Thrashers in, Atlanta, huge, top 10 market in America, get them in there. Now they're in Winnipeg. It's what were we doing? It just didn't. It failed out. Obviously they hit with Minnesota, bringing another team back to Minnesota, which
Minnesota, no brainer.
Just look at the college, market they have there with hockey and. Yeah, some of them, you're right. There were no-brainers involved. Yeah, in 2000s, that was wild, and they were just expanding the league kind of crazy, or just moving everything. Quebec, you're out. We're going to Colorado. You're out. We're moving the teams. So, but I do the one actual question I have, and I haven't. It's been a little while because I've just basically been focused on the Bruins as my hometown team, and obviously that Canadian division because that North division's it's just fun to watch, which should be better. But so have we found out when playoffs roll around? Are they traveling across? Is there an answer to that yet? Do you know?
Well, okay, I'm gonna just do this by memory, and then we're gonna have to look it up to verify. But I'm pretty sure the first round is
within.
Within, exactly. It's first versus 4 and second versus 3. Pretty sure after that first round, everything gets reseeded, and then they do the traveling and stuff.
Okay.
I'm not sure if they're doing
right.
bubbles. I'm not sure if they're doing bubbles or what.
I don't think so. What I've read, because the NBA has already said they're not, because fans are back. Same thing with the NHL. A lot of these markets are able to sell tickets now. So, I just didn't know for sure what the deal. I did know that they played within that division for the first round.
Let's just verify here.
Yeah, while you do that, Mike Bizzle says, Rossi, Emerson said he would eat you out of house and home in an eating comp. Agreed? Here's the 2 things I'll say. Catch me on a day where I'm really hungry. Nobody's taking me down. Second, probably being in shape is really important, like in most factors in life, and Emerson's in good shape. So I'm sure he could, take on the calories probably better than my, fire hydrant body could. I don't know about Canadian players, but American NHL players are vaccinated yet. Dougie, it's not mandatory. We got to rip down the sideline. Nice run there from Josh Allen.
Okay, so maybe this even takes it a step further.
Yeah.
I think we just get 4 division winners, and then it's just like semifinals. So I think all the playoffs is like in division, like first versus 4, 2 versus 3, and there's no reseeding, and then they just the winners of the first 2 rounds play each other, and then we get 4 semifinalists. I thought they reseeded after the first round, but okay. It would be easier. Is this an old article I'm reading? Could be. It
Even
is.
Still.
The chat will know. The chat will tell us.
Chat always knows. Either way, it's just
literally the chat. Wait like 30 seconds. The chat will tell me exactly what's going on, if I'm right or not. If I'm wrong, just tell me, guys. If I'm right, just give us.
Give a couple thumbs up.
Oh yeah, who got Hooligan got your second Pfizer? Good job, buddy.
Hey man,
I'm going vaccine hunting tomorrow, Jason. So.
Oh, interesting. Tomorrow's my first shot. Got it this morning.
Oh,
the appointment. Yeah. They opened it up to us non-essentials. There's a field goal.
Yeah.
It's going to be 17-0.
They opened specific vaccines up to me, so I have to go hunting for like places with specific vaccines.
So you like hunting things down.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Yeah, good luck. Get it. That's it. That's, when you can.
Totally. I don't really care what what you're offering me.
Yeah, just not that, not that double J. As we're here at halftime. Okay, we got to hypnotize him.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Follow this. You're going to smash that like button.
Wow.
You're getting sleepy. As you fall driftily asleep, remember to follow @thefantasygrind on Twitter. And as you fade, make sure your neck is not hurt. No one is touching you. Do not allow that. Make sure you follow all DraftKings across all platforms. Dump all of your paychecks into DraftKings. Win some money. Smash that like button. And all right. Oh no, when I clap, you will arise and you will smash the like button. All right, we're back here halftime. Lee Smith, oddly enough, dominating. 4 catches, 42 yards. But John Brown, 2 catches, 19. He's got the touchdown. Captain Drake, hate the Drake, 2 for 5 through the air. Not much on the ground either. The touchdown by Singletary on the ground. The field goal by Mr. Bass. Little C Bass kicking it in. Now, I just see Tater Hater making jokes. I'm trying to see what I was going to read. A lot of people talking about their vaccines. Get it done. Get it done.
For real, dude.
If you feel the need, if you're, do you life, whatever works for you. But
no, just get it.
That's what I want to say. But dude, I don't want to be that guy.
I'll be that guy. It's okay. Ross is too nice.
Oh, hey, listen, I there's people out there with their beliefs on things, and I'm not going to tell them what to do.
Well, we don't need to get into that. But
actually, let's do that. Third quarter, we're going to talk in spirit. No, actually, just on the topic of football.
Yes.
One thing happened today, and here we go. Now people have been enjoying it. Me and Moose love teaming up with this guy. I have to get something off my chest.
Okay.
This morning, I woke up. Tired, but feeling alive. Another great day. Beautiful weather in Boston.
Yep.
Look over my phone, do the normal wake up, look through Twitter, because that's for some reason goes through your mind. And a little ways later, I don't know the exact time, Moose, I get an update. And I heard a couple things going off. I heard a couple Twitter notifications for people I follow, like the actual blue check marks of like Ian Rappaport's, Adam Schefter's of the world. And I see Mike Tomlin agrees to a 3-year extension in Pittsburgh. And I literally said to myself, I need to be as mediocre at my job for an extended amount of time for people to just don't get it. And I need a Steelers fan here. And I know people get really mad at me, Moose, when I bring this up because they get really mad. I thought Tomlin, it's time to move on. I've said it. I believe it. But they not only go ahead and say, yeah, man, we believe in you. We're keeping you. I appreciate the Steelers, like, ownership. What is this? Their only the third coach in like 60 years or something like that.
Yep.
So I respect it. But when I saw that today, I said, how in the world right now, after you were 11-0, completely choked the second half of the year, lose to the Browns in the first round, you're like, this is still our guy. Where you don't, your team is in such flux. You don't, your quarterback future looks grim. You're re-signing 1-year deals. Your offensive line is atrocious. The best offensive lineman's retiring. Like, what are we doing here? How is this guy getting extended today?
No, I know. So to that, I say Super Bowls will carry a lot of weight. Now, I say that knowing that Doug Peterson got fired this year, which was actually very surprising to me. But, you know, I think that was more of just like a real ownership, like Jeffrey Lurie in Philly, just being like a real hands-on owner, like a guy who just like really was like, I don't like this philosophy and wanted to get in there. You nailed it. Like the Steelers, they just don't do that. They hire a guy, they have success with him, he's Stan. Like that's their guy. So it's two completely different philosophies, right? The Giants have kind of been like that, although lately they haven't been at all.
Haven't been that fortunate, yeah.
They were at a couple points in their career. But you know, there's a couple other teams you could probably point to. Well, obviously the Patriots now, but that's a completely different scenario. But yeah, the Steelers, man, it's just that old school approach. I think they got their guy, and you know, it's like, yeah, you want us a Super Bowl, we'll get back. We're the Steelers, you know, doesn't matter.
I just like it blows my absolute
I agree.
mind.
And look, I agree with everything you said. I mean,
I thought it was the last thing I was going to see. I thought, and I said this, I thought he should have been he should be the New Orleans coach. He should have, I don't know. Like, I just feel like him and Sean Payton are just talked about. I get the greatness factor of these guys. People can argue with me all day on it. I get it. But I just see mediocrity. I see teams that should have been winning more. They don't even have to win the Super Bowl necessarily every year, but winning more playoff games, more AFC title games, a Super Bowl appearance here or there. It's not been a really, like, yes, they won the Super Bowl, but that was a long time ago now, Moose. And they have been okay, not even like outstanding. They were 11-0 last year at one point. Before that, just given a run. Now these are going to be some great numbers here overall. He's 10-6, 12-4, 9-7, 12-4, 12-4, 8-8, 8-8, 11-5, 10-6, 11-5, 13-3, 9-6-1, 8-8, and then this last year they were 12-4. But don't forget again, 11-0 and lost first round of playoffs.
Yep.
Like, I don't know. I just like, I see that and I get, listen, this has been a long run since 2007. He's been your head coach.
Yep.
But one Super Bowl with like a top, you guys can enter the number quarterback and a defense that's been above average most of the way.
Every year. Yeah.
Yeah. And they've been great the past 2 years. And it is, I don't know. I just look at it and I'm like, wow, a 3-year extension. I know that's kind of how it works too, but it just, I don't know, blew my mind.
And the thing about Tomlin too is You definitely got to give him some credit, but I don't even know if you're giving him credit, like, because they do bring in good players, like from the draft and stuff like that. Like Pittsburgh's a pretty good drafting team. I don't even know how much of that is Mike Tomlin though. Maybe it is him. Maybe it is, and maybe like he's part of the developing these players. So you give him credit for that. He's a terrible in-game coach. He is easily a bottom 5 in-game coach in terms of managing games, taking chances, deciding to punt, managing the clock, all that. He's terrible. So, yeah, it's kind of a weird dichotomy because on the one hand, you do have this team who's like been good at developing talent, getting talent, but they really haven't cashed in on this run. Kind of like Green Bay. He's kind of like Mike McCarthy in Green Bay, and like Mike McCarthy, outlived his usefulness there. But for whatever reason, the Steelers just with Mike Tomlin, haven't done that, haven't reached that point. So I think they should have, but.
Yeah, I just think it's a new voice in the room style at this point. Now, obviously, he's got a great relationship. I think he can be a good coach. You mentioned the in-games have just been atrocious. Interesting here. Red, White, and Green says, Rossi, it could be worse. Could it? It says, think about having a coach that decides to kick a field goal in the NFC Championship and ruin your Super Bowl hopes. New coach, Matt LaFleur. But I'll actually argue for LaFleur for this reason. He's been the coach for 2 seasons, 2 straight NFC title games. Yeah. I know they didn't win. And I know that so a lot of people won't take credit for that, but when was the last time Mike Tomlin was in an AFC title game? It's been a long time. Actually, I think they lost to the Patriots in one of those. I'll just take a peek here. I'm looking at his overall coaching numbers. He's 224 and 145.
When is the last time they were in the NFC Championship?
I'm looking.
Or the AFC.
AFC. Let's see.
It wasn't 18, was it? Were they? No.
Hold on. Let's see. Steelers. Let's take we'll do a little research here.
We'll come up with it.
I have the interwebs here. Rossi, you guys are going up against the Patriots in some of those games. You're never losing seasons. What do you want? No, I understand you went up against the Patriots, but guess what? Beat them. Beat them. Like, that's what you should want. All right.
And to your point, Mike Tomlin wasn't going to get fired during that run, right?
No,
like,
exactly.
He was making championship games, but we're past that run now. Like, he had his chance to beat the Patriots.
Time ago.
Get it done. Now Ben Roethlisberger's getting older. Like, what? And
Here it is. Yeah. Last time was 2016 season. I'm sorry. 2016 season. They lost 38-17. That was the Patriots after that was like the Spygate run there. So that's it.
Did they win the Super Bowl? Oh no, they lost to the Eagles that year.
Yeah. They lost to the Eagles. No, I think the Patriots, that's the one they beat.
Oh, Atlanta?
Nope. That would have been against the. Oh man, this is the funny thing about being a Patriots fan now, isn't it? No, Spygate was a couple years before.
Which
that was
year did
yes.
we win the
you had it right. That was when New England beat Atlanta the comeback year. Then the Patriots beat the Jaguars, where they lost to Philadelphia, and then they beat Kansas City to beat the Rams. But before that, so here's the Steelers. Tomlin took over in 2007. The Steelers, second year in, beat the Baltimore Ravens. I believe that was their Super Bowl victory. Correct me if I'm wrong there. Or did they win in 10? No, I think they won in 2010 because they lost to...
they lost to the Packers, didn't they?
Yes, so I think that was 08. They beat one of these. I'm not going to... just
in 09. The Packers beat the Steelers in 09.
Okay, so that would be the 10. Okay, so there's that one. So they must have beaten Arizona for the Super Bowl in 08. That makes sense.
That is right. That's correct. Yes, it was.
So he went to 2 AFC title games in the first 4 seasons.
Yep.
Didn't get back to the AFC title game until 2017 that we referenced, and that's it. 1 Super Bowl, 3 AFC title appearances with one of the better quarterbacks.
They didn't have any more AFC championship appearances than that, eh?
Nope.
I thought they had at least one more AFC championship appearance. Wow, that is pretty bad, dude.
I'm just like, and I get that. Yes, you have Peyton Manning, you have Tom Brady, but you're also like that's where they made their names by winning those games to get there.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think Tomlin, like I said, he's lost the locker room with, guys like Antonio Brown and guys like Le'Veon Bell. He put a little blame on him, put a lot of blame on the players, but it's the organization. And just seeing the mediocrity that has been over these last few years, as good as last year was, I think once they lost that playoff game to the Browns, after being 11-0, I would have just said, thank you, we'll be seeing you. And I get it.
Yeah. I was just going to say, here's the thing about Mike Tomlin. Remember when Andy Reid got fired?
Yes.
Could you picture, and obviously Andy Reid has gone on with Patrick Mahomes to win a Super Bowl. Could you picture Mike Tomlin hooking up with another elite quarterback like a Mahomes and having the same results? I couldn't. I could not. 100%. No way is Mike Tomlin doing that.
It would be hard. Like I said on these YouTube interwebs that I think like I would like to have seen Tomlin and Sean Payton switch jobs, because then I'm gonna know about them. Like legit switch jobs. Like I want to see it like just like Tony Dungy and Chucky back in the day. Like I just want to see people switching. Like you go here, I'll go here. Now let's just see what you do. Because like I think they both have reached their capacity. I think we've seen the best of those coaches with those teams. But yeah, I don't see Tom. Like it would have to be like a real like a gritty aggressive team that Tom like coaches that way, because I don't feel like once players are overly established, he hasn't had that same success.
It's so true, dude. Tomlin is it's so funny because like I would not have guessed that he had one AFC Championship wins. I would have thought he had like 3 since that Super Bowl, but like having one, that's even more damn.
3 overall, and he's won 2.
Yeah.
It's
wow.
Yeah, and like don't forget that was a good team. Like that was a team that made it to the Super Bowl in 2005 and won. With Cowher, who then departed 2 years later. So, it was like those first 2. I'm not trying to discredit him. I'm really not. I know I am, but that early going.
No, I mean that's the thing, and this is why he's still the coach. I mean, when you have that many winning seasons, like the people at the top go, well, look how many teams were better than. Like they just look down. It's like we could be the Jacksonville Jaguars. Yeah. I don't mind. Mike Tomlin is uncontroversial. Obviously, gets along with people.
No, I disagree. Trip Jacoby Jones. I'll never forgive him.
that was actually
it's
that was seriously ridiculous that he didn't get like suspended or something, or like that is what the heck is going on there?
The 2 things that I have an absolute hair across my tuchus about, and sorry, Michael, for the visual, is that move right there and how Tom, it's kind of joked about. It's kind of not a big deal, laughable. Like the reason they won a game, and the St. Louis Cardinals literally stealing, like having some computer nerd rip all like other teams in the NFC or the NL Central's like scouting reports.
Oh yeah.
Like legitimately hacking teams. And like to this,
I forgot about that too. People forget about that with the Astros. The Cardinals hacked.
The Cardinals literally hacked other teams, like scouting.
MLB.
Yeah, it's insane. They should have been thrown out of the league. I said that they should have literally 1 year 0-162.
It's so funny how quickly we forget about stuff, hey?
Because
I completely forgot that even happened.
Yeah, of course you did, because baseball isn't popular.
When it comes to baseball, like, the cheat throws or whatever, which is fine, but like,
please.
Yeah, why don't we talk about the Cardinals a little bit?
Yeah, and it's funny how the Cardinals, like, since then have signed traded for 2 of the best players in the league, Paul Goldschmidt and Nolan Arenado. Like, they shouldn't be allowed to do it. You can't get good players. Sorry, Cardinals. 15 years. It's ridiculous. It's if this was an NFL team, let's just say, any NFL team, doesn't matter which one, NFL is so popular that people would lose their minds. So, anyway, all right, I'm done ranting. There's my energy for the day. Tomlin grinds my gears, and all these like little moments in football and people are like sports. It's like, no big deal. But like, I sit here as a Patriots fan. I'm not going to talk about it the whole time as that ball bounces around, but get absolutely like, you're the worst cheaters ever. It's like, are we insane?
Yeah. No, there's actually teams that are actually cheating.
Yeah, way worse. Poker says Tomlin won a Super Bowl early in his tenure with Pitt. That's why he's lasted even during seasons when he could have justifiably been fired. That's awful, though. I understand what you're saying, but that's such a bad reason. Like Moose brought it up. What a great point. Doug Peterson, the newly crowned, like it was like him and Frank Reich are like these young, here come the next great coaches, won a Super Bowl, beat the Patriots less than 4 seasons ago.
I still can't believe
Gone.
that he's gone, man. Like, Doug Peterson's a pretty good coach too. Like he really is. I'm just very surprised at how that went down. There must have been really like some personality conflicts there between him and Lurie, because
he hated him. Must have.
Remember, like even in just like the run. I mean, he took a backup quarterback and beat Tom Brady in his prime.
Yep.
Like,
best
oh my
Super Bowl
God, you
performance.
should have a decade. You should have the next decade. No one should question you. And in all cities, Jason, Philly. Holy cow! Like, oh my God, the most fickle,